This is the NBC University Theater, presenting the fifth in a series of full-hour radio plays based on great American stories. Tonight, it's The Romantic Comedians by Ellen Glasgow, starring Albert Decker as Judge Gamaliel Honeywell.
Down here in Queensboro, that's Tidewater, Virginia, of course, we've enjoyed for many years the advantage of ideas formed in the late 1880s and sidewalks put down in this present year, 1926. This arrangement protects the citizens from both the dust of antique roads and the high winds of modern ideas. Now, we're satisfied down here. Yes, you might say that's the rule and the motion in Queensboro. Satisfaction. But don't you think the town does nothing all day but rock and watch the mint grow for juleps. No, sir. Take today, for instance, Easter Sunday. In that White House on Washington Street, Mrs. Edmonia Breadalbane, that's old Judge Honeywell's twin sister, has just finished off a bottle of her brother's pre-war Baumgartner.
Constable, come break out another bottle. It's too early in the afternoon to run dry.
While up the street, under those two towering elms, Miss Amanda Lightfoot stops to talk to a neighbor. Miss Amanda is generally considered a beauty. She has been since 1895, when she broke off her engagement to Judge Honeywell.
Why, Mrs. Littlepage, Judge Honeywell and I have been merely good friends for years. I wouldn't dream of intruding on his grief. Why, when I was a girl, it was considered proper for a widower to mourn for years. For years.
And down on Chestnut Street, Mrs. Bella Upchurch sniffs the frying onions and boiling cabbage that'll presently disappear down the maw of her 5 lodgers. Mrs. Upchurch approves of neither the onions, the cabbage, or the lodgers, and she most often vents this spleen on her daughter.
Now, you look here, Annabelle. It's no use you crying after that Angus Blunt. He's left you, and he's in Paris, France, and you know what that means.
But, Mama...
And if you ever want to get out of this swamp of onions and lodgers, you'll have to take hold on yourself. You hear, Annabelle?
And all this time, way out on Jackson Road, the sky shines a shimmering April blue, and fresh young leaves come sprinkling down over the gnarled old trees along the neat garden paths of the Queensboro Cemetery. It's spring, and there stands Judge Gamaliel Honeywell, hovering over his late wife's grave and trying to concentrate on his mourning.
Cordelia. Ah, Cordelia. I'm like a bird with a broken wing. A broken wing. That's the way I ought to feel. It's my duty. Yet I can't even remember what she looked like. And by heaven, I lived with her for 36 years. Spring. That's it. It's spring. Surprising what it'll do to you at 65. A young 65, mind you. Odd, though. I can't even remember what she looked like. Cordelia, a bird with a broken wing. I suppose she was a perfect wife. Never served mushroom sauce again after I had that attack. I ought to feel sad. I've got to feel sad. It's my duty as a gentleman and a Virginian. Cordelia. Ah, Cordelia.
Judge Honeywell deposits his arm full of lilies on the grave, like a brief on his judicial bench, and turns for home.
Why, Judge Honeywell, how nice to see you. Annabelle and I were just chatting with your sister.
Been to the cemetery, Gamaliel?
I have. It's a pleasure, ma'am. And Annabelle? I was just thinking I must send the child a present for Easter.
Well, thank you, Judge Honeywell.
Annabelle was just telling Ammonia that she hopes that you'll come to the party.
Mama.
What party?
The one Cousin Amanda Lightfoot is given. Tuesday is Annabelle's birthday. She'll be 23.
23? Well. I'm afraid I'd be a killjoy at a party, Annabelle.
Now, Judge, I'm sure poor dear Cousin Cordelia would wish you to keep your spirits up. It just isn't right to be shut away with your grief. Don't you agree, Mrs. Brettlebane?
Well, now, Bella, I believe in taking all the pleasure you can find. Gamaliel should go out all he wants.
And it would please Annabelle so. She was saying only this morning.
But, Mama, I only said...
Hush, Annabelle.
Well, it was about a new dress.
Why shouldn't you have a new dress, Annabelle? Well, I'll see to it myself. Your Cousin Cordelia never forgot birthdays.
Good. And make it an expensive one, child. Take everything that's offered when you're young. And there's no use for the judge to shut himself up and mourn like a widow. Nobody expects it of him.
Why, we all sympathize with the dear judge's feelings.
I'm afraid I've let my own trouble overwhelm me. It's my duty to think of Cordelia's relatives. My duty.
I think you're an old dear, Judge Honeywell. But watch out for Mother. When she wants anything, she can charm the birds from the trees.
Annabelle. Well, good day, Judge. Mrs. Brettlebane.
Good day.
Come along, Annabelle.
Gamaliel, are you asleep in that chair?
Mm-mm. Just thinking, Edmonia.
Oh, at our age, it's a mistake to sit down and brood over the past.
Age? Nonsense. I consider I'm still in the prime of life. You must remember that a man remains younger than a woman of the same age.
I wonder what old goat first invented that theory. Why, I've preserved my youth much better than you. I've been wondering what made your hair so white.
And what made yours so brown. But I wasn't speaking of artificial aids, of which I disapprove. There's no artificiality in real youth. Take Annabelle.
Yes, she's gotten rid of her unhappy love affair by talking about it. She tells everybody. I suppose that's one way.
Think of that blackguard trifling with the affections of an innocent life.
Oh, I'd scarcely call Annabelle innocent. I'm sure Annabelle knows more today than I ever dreamed of when I was young.
But then you had an exceptional youth, my dear sister.
Tell me, Gamaliel, is the mint in that window box tall enough for juleps?
It is not.
Well, anyway, you are going to that party.
I may drop in for a short while.
Of course. And you'll dance with Amanda Lightfoot.
Amanda?
Well, considering she's waited 37 years for you, that's not much to expect.
I don't understand what you mean by waiting.
Why, Gamaliel, you know she stayed single on your account. She was mobbed with proposals, but she turned them all down because she's still head over heels in love with you.
I shall remain faithful to Cordelia as long as I live.
I've heard that before. But you know perfectly well that Amanda expected you to follow her to Europe on the next boat after that silly quarrel. Oh, trouble with women who never marry is that they don't realize how little there is to it till they've tried it at least twice. I remember during my third honeymoon...
Edmonia, I can't help wishing you might grow mature with a little dignity. I consider your remarks verging on the vulgar.
No, folks don't approve of me here, but I've had my moments, Gamaliel. I've had my fun.
Judge Honeywell.
Why, Mrs. Upchurch, a pleasure, ma'am.
I just know you'll think I'm terrible interrupting you right in the public street.
Not at all, ma'am.
I wanted to thank you for Annabelle's dress.
Oh.
It's just lovely. I don't know what a poor widow like me would do if it hadn't been for Cousin Cordelia and you.
Oh, there now, ma'am.
You know, Judge, just today Annabelle was saying she wished she could do something to help folks restore their old-fashioned gardens. We thought if she could keep a sort of little shop, it would help her forget that unhappy love affair.
A shop, huh? For garden?
A small place, very small, where she could take orders for garden designs. Oh, Judge Honeywell, if you knew how that child respects and admires you.
Cordelia was very fond of her.
Oh, she's such a brave little thing, and she does need help after her trying experience.
I trust she's not wasting sentiment on that, well, the word is out of fashion, but on that cad.
Oh, she never thinks of him, I'm sure. But an experience like that ages a girl. Saddens her, you know.
Ah, yes. Well, she's a courageous child and deserves help.
Oh, I knew you'd say that, Judge Honeywell. You know, I suppose I shouldn't tell, but Annabelle told me, Mama, Judge Honeywell is the only man I believe in.
A dear little thing. But at her age, hurts are not mortal.
I tell her that, but... well, we'll expect you at the birthday party then.
Oh, I'll be there. Tell her I'll be there, even if I have to take dancing lessons.
Well, why not? So many men who are no longer boys are doing it. It's the best exercise. They say it's worlds better than golf. See you at the party, Judge.
You asleep again, Gamaliel?
Huh?
It's almost time to leave for Cousin Amanda's.
Huh? Oh, Edmonia.
You better be getting dressed.
Yes, Edmonia. Perhaps I'd better go to Dr. Buchanan for a checkup. It might be prudent.
What's wrong? Gout or dyspepsia?
No, perhaps a little nervous disorder. I'm not sure. But I've been having the most disturbing dreams. Well, just now, would you mind pouring me a thimbleful from that decanter, Edmonia, the Bumgartner?
Been dreaming, Gamaliel, you've got to get out of the house more often. Dreaming.
Edmonia, your tone. But I suppose you're right. I've been brooding too long since poor Cordelia. Well, at any rate, tonight we go to Amanda's party. I've been rather looking forward to it.
Oh, Gamaliel, there isn't a girl here who can hold a candle to Amanda Lightfoot, 58 or no.
Huh? Oh, quite so. Quite so.
Now, go on over, Gamaliel. You must lead the first march with Amanda.
I wish you wouldn't push so, Edmonia.
Oh.
It's not dignified.
But it gets things done. Now, go on.
All right, I suppose I must.
Why, Judge Honeywell, I'm so glad you could come.
It's delightful to be with you, Amanda.
It is a pleasure to watch young people. Young girls are so lovely.
There isn't one among them who could hold a candle to what you were at that age.
I'm glad you remember me like that.
It's the only way I could remember you, as young. Well, I feel as young as I ever felt.
Gamaliel, I've wanted to speak to you for some time now. You see,
Yes?
Judge Honeywell, there you are. I've been looking all over for you. I might have known Cousin Amanda would steal you away.
Mrs. Upchurch, you're bloomin', ma'am.
Oh.
Bloomin'.
But you must promise to dance with Annabelle, Judge. Annabelle's just been pining till you got here. Here she is now.
It is charming, Annabelle.
Go ahead, Annabelle. Dance with the judge. He just asked you.
Huh? Oh, certainly. The honor, ma'am?
Why, surely, Judge Honeywell.
Modern rhythms are a little difficult for older folk.
Nonsense, Judge. You're doing fine. You don't believe everything Mama tells you, do you, Judge Honeywell? I mean about me.
Huh?
You're somewhere else, Judge. You're not here at all.
Oh, the music. It is somewhat rapid, Annabelle. Suppose we just sit here instead.
If you want to, Judge.
Let me help you.
Thank you.
There.
Judge Honeywell, why does Mother always make me ridiculous? You mustn't let her fool you about me.
I'm not easily hoodwinked, Annabelle. At my age...
All I really care for is beauty. Well, and perhaps joy. That's the only reason I miss Angus at all.
You mustn't think of him, dear.
Do you really think there's any joy left in the world? Anywhere?
While there's youth, Annabelle.
But youth is sadder than age. I've missed joy, Judge Honeywell. I've missed it.
Oh, we must find it for you, my dear. There now. You must let me help you.
Oh, I'm not looking for joy now, but if it isn't asking too much to have a little flower shop in its place.
What? Why, of course.
Oh.
You shall have it. I'll make the arrangements in the morning.
Oh, Judge Honeywell.
My dear little girl. I was...
Been playing golf, Gamaliel?
I was playing, dear sister, with 3 younger men, and I polished them off nicely.
You know, you're looking better since you started getting out of the house. Why don't you call on Amanda?
I don't see how the 2 statements follow, Edmonia.
Oh, everybody knows how faithful Amanda's been to you all these years. It's only proper.
I think, Edmonia, that at your time of life you might find something better to do than to interfere with others' private affairs.
Oh, at our time of life, Gamaliel, there isn't much else we can do. Yes, I've caught 4 husbands, and now I'm ready to sit back and enjoy other people's folly. You know, trouble with you, Gamaliel, is that you don't have enough sense of humor to stand the strain of being a judge and an old Virginia gentleman combined.
Oh, I'm surprised, Edmonia, after your life.
Oh, it's been fun, Gamaliel. Why should I have haunted the upstairs bedroom like old Aunt Melissa after she lost her character?
Edmonia.
Well, getting back to what I said. If I were you, I'd visit Amanda Lightfoot this evening.
Edmonia.
All right, let's talk about Annabelle then.
Advice from you, Edmonia, is hard.
Oh, it's not advice, Gamaliel. It's a warning.
A warning?
My dear brother, we had best remind each other that there's no fool like an old fool.
Tosh.
An old fool, Gamaliel.
I want to make something of my life, Judge Honeywell. I don't just want to fritter my time away.
That's a wise decision, child. We must find a place for you. A house with a garden where you can experiment with your design.
Well, I never dreamed that. It would be wonderful.
And I'm sure it can be arranged. The little house on Little Page Street, perhaps?
You're an angel, Judge Honeywell. Oh, how can I ever repay you?
By being happy, Annabelle.
Oh, I'm happy. I'm perfectly happy.
Annabelle, you must fight against the tendency to look on the dark side. Cordelia used to say, well, anyway, you must be happy. It's a triumph of moral sense over imaginary trouble.
I haven't any moral sense, but I have a heart. Oh, Judge.
There, now, Annabelle, try to control yourself, my child.
I'm trying.
Oh, did I hurt you? Was it anything I said?
No, it wasn't you. But he belonged to me. Nobody else had a right to him.
You mean young Blunt? That cad?
We were so in love. We quarreled constantly.
But, my dear...
That's one of the nicest parts of being in love. Quarreling and making up afterwards. And then he went to France, and we had to quarrel by letter and by cable. And that was so expensive. He was always writing about some French girl. And so I cabled him that I never wanted to see him again. So he married her and sent me word. Collect.
There. Now, there's no use my trying to help you, child, unless you put him out of your thoughts.
I must look a perfect fright.
No.
You're so much kinder to me than I deserve, Judge Honeywell.
Well, I suppose I am. I try to help. Annabelle, what you want is peace.
No, there's time enough for that when I'm too old for anything else.
Child, do you mind my being so much older?
Oh, you're not old. You don't look old. And besides, I despise young men. Angus was a young man, and
Annabelle, you're not to talk about him. You must be brave. Annabelle, I've wanted to help you for 2 reasons. Annabelle, one is that you need someone to protect you. And the other...
I know what the other reason is.
You know?
Yes. It's because you're trying to do what you think Cousin Cordelia would have done.
Yes. Well, of course, I can't forget that Cordelia was fond of you. But I am fond of you, too, Annabelle.
Oh, you're an angel, Judge Honeywell. And I'm going to kiss you right now.
But is there anything actually wrong, Judge?
I can't exactly say, Doctor. I've just been unsettled. Dreams, you know.
Been overdoing it a bit? Too much exercise?
Certainly not. As you know, I play golf in moderation. I was wondering if you'd advise me to change any of my habits.
Not unless they're bad habits. Bad habits, huh?
I meant smoking or drinking. I take a thimbleful of whiskey on occasion.
So do I, on every occasion.
Well, Doctor...
Well, only one thing, Gamaliel. Moderation. Your blood pressure is better than a man of your age deserves. Now, come now, be frank. Is there anything else troubling you?
Why, no. Nothing worth bothering you with.
Well, don't be afraid to keep young. Trust in heaven and keep your diet light. With religion and a light diet, you may live to be 100.
Good.
Now, keep up your interest, Gamaliel. Don't let yourself grow old.
Don't grow old. I shan't hesitate any longer. After all, who knows but I may make her happier than the younger man could have done. I wonder what her mother will say.
But, Mama, he gives me such nice presents.
Annabelle, honey, only elderly men give such presents. Young ones don't have to.
If only he wanted to marry you, it would be so much more suitable.
Oh, sometimes I think all girls ought to marry for love at least once, if only to find out how much it's been exaggerated. Annabelle, I'm afraid the judge is too much older.
I don't suppose I should mind it so much.
Mind what?
Marrying him.
Oh.
I'd do almost anything not to have to worry about money. Do you suppose he'll pay all your bills?
Oh, you mustn't think of me, darling.
And the funny part is that I used to think he belonged to Cousin Amanda. Is there anything between them, Mama?
That happened long ago, dear. They were engaged. She broke it off.
But why didn't Amanda marry someone else?
Oh, things were difficult in those days, dear. Amanda was far too much of a lady to admit she'd been disappointed in love. But I suppose she preferred to remain faithful. She still wears lavender and blue because they used to be his favorites.
He likes red and green now, like my new dress. I wish he would fall back in love with her. It would be so romantic.
He wouldn't think so, dear. He won't ever turn back to Amanda. Remember, Judge Honeywell has a great deal of money. Some young girl will always be ready to marry him. Now, where you going?
I'm going to ask Cousin Amanda if she still cares for Judge Honeywell.
You can't.
Why not? How can you expect people to know things if you won't tell them?
Why, even if she still cared, she'd pretend she didn't. Even in my day, and I'm ever so much younger than Cousin Amanda, self-control was still considered a virtue in women.
I'm sorry, Mother, but I'm going now to ask Cousin Amanda. After all, it isn't my fault if you're all such liars.
Why, Annabelle, it's so good of you to come.
Thank you, Cousin Amanda.
It's just dinner time for the little birdies. You don't mind if I go on?
Oh, no. No, I'm fond of birds.
They are darlings.
Cousin Amanda, are you happy?
Why, yes, dear. I should be very ungrateful if I were not happy with all my blessings.
You never regret you didn't marry? Oh, I'm not just being impertinent, Cousin Amanda. I've got to know.
Why, no, dear.
You weren't sorry you broke your engagement to Judge Honeywell?
Why, no, dear. I broke my engagement just before I sailed for Europe. I felt that I could not be separated from my mother and father as long as they lived. That was why I never married.
You wouldn't marry him now, would you?
The birds don't look well. I think... No, dear. At my time of life, one no longer thinks of marriage.
Oh, Cousin Amanda, please marry him.
Annabelle, are you out of your head? Such an idea has never so much as crossed my mind. Judge Honeywell and I are the best of friends. Indeed, I've always thought that it would be a mistake for a woman to marry late in life. I'm very happy with my young people and all the charities. I'm very happy, dear.
I wish you would talk freely to me, Cousin Amanda.
Nice women don't talk about their private affairs, Annabelle. When you're older, you will know better. Nice women never ask each other such questions.
Oh, but Cousin Amanda...
Goodbye, child. I think perhaps you'd better go now. Goodbye, Annabelle.
It's warm in here, isn't it, Annabelle? Annabelle.
Oh, why, yes, Judge. It's always hot here in summer. I don't think I can stand it again.
My dear little girl, if only you'd let me take you away. If only you'd let me take you to beautiful places.
Would it be a long way off, where they don't eat fried liver?
Why, certainly, child. Dear.
It's funny.
What, Annabelle?
I was thinking about branches of trees. Dead trees.
You're adorable, Annabelle. For the first time in my life, I know what it is to love without selfish desire. It's just your happiness I want. Annabelle. Ah, Annabelle.
Bella, what are you doing on the porch at this hour?
Oh, just knitting.
Knitting fiddlesticks. Gamaliel's in the parlor with Annabelle, isn't he?
Yes. And to be frank, Edmonia, we haven't had supper. Men never seem to realize that other people have hours.
Gamaliel spent 36 years being carefully insulated from worries of that sort, thanks to dear Cordelia.
You know, if I'd spent my youth learning some useful occupation, I wouldn't worry about a great many things.
I'm sure I know just what you mean. I'd swap the last 2 of my 4 husbands for an honest trade. Why, Gamaliel? Too hot inside?
Edmonia, Mrs. Upchurch, a miracle has happened.
Yes?
Annabelle cares for me.
Oh?
And we're to be married. Married immediately.
You are listening to the NBC University Theater, presenting a radio adaptation of the Ellen Glasgow novel, The Romantic Comedian, starring Albert Decker. Our story continues from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
Oh, it's lovely. It's so exciting. Come around the deck with me. You can hardly walk against the wind.
I know, dear. Perhaps I'd better stay here for a bit.
Oh? You mean just sit in that deck chair?
For a while. You run along, Annabelle. After all, we We had quite an exciting month.
Oh, it was. It was lovely. You're sure you won't come with me?
After all, I am a little older than you.
I suppose so. Well, remember, we're going to the ball tonight. We'll dance all night until the sun comes up again.
All night. Well, maybe. I do feel well. Not a day over 35. Not a day.
I beg your pardon. Judge Honeywell?
Yes, steward?
I found this book in the smoking room, sir. I believe it was left there by your daughter.
Oh.
What's the matter? You're not eating your dinner.
What did you say the sauce was called, Annabelle, dear?
I don't know. It was the longest name on the menu. Don't you just love to eat exciting things?
Well, dear, for a good many years I've had to be careful.
Oh, well, that's no fun. It's only exciting if you haven't got the slightest idea of what you're eating. I think I'll have frog legs in wine for breakfast tomorrow.
Oh.
Oh, I adore roulette. Look, I won. It's all mine.
Most fortunate, dear. Perhaps we might go.
When I'm winning?
Uh-huh. I think perhaps it might be best if I retired, dear.
For heaven's sakes, why? It's not even midnight.
Oh, well, what was the name of that sauce we had at dinner? I must remember to avoid it. Oh.
What is it, Doctor? Tell me, is he dying?
Madame Honeywell, your husband, the judge, is suffering from that is dyspepsia, very acute.
Dyspepsia?
Oh, I haven't had an attack in 40 years.
But unless you are careful, monsieur, it will bury you.
Oh.
What must we do? Is there anything...
Yes. There are 3 days, no food.
Oh.
Then perhaps a soft-boiled egg and very weak tea. And then Vichy, the waters. He must be careful of the digestion, madame. You know, a man of his, please excuse me, age must be very careful.
Here's your glass. It bubbles so frightfully.
Thank you, my dear.
Does it taste awful?
Yeah. I must say truthfully, it's not pleasant.
I don't see how you can stand it.
Mental discipline, my dear.
I couldn't bear to take anything unpleasant. It'd be like breathing in all that fried liver that I used to...
Oh, Annabelle, child, would you mind not mentioning fried liver again? At least for a time.
All right.
After all, I'm living on mineral water and soft-boiled eggs. I must ask your indulgence.
We will be able to leave this poky old town soon, won't we? Nothing but fountains and that horrid water. And all those old people sitting wrapped up in blankets.
Annabelle, are you disappointed? Are you unhappy with your marriage?
Oh, it wasn't as bad as I expected. I've enjoyed all the food and the excitement and the dancing.
It is different from my first trip to Europe.
With Cousin Cordelia?
Why, yes. In those days, a continental tour was considered somewhat of an educational experience. Annabelle, you have had a good time. You have no regrets.
Regrets? What should I regret? It's been a lovely summer.
And we must be thinking of returning home. I miss the old house, the chairs, and the dining room.
Oh, we'll have a nice time back home, I know. Bridge parties and dinners, and we'll have dancing. It'll be so exciting, won't it?
Exciting? Yes, I suppose so, dear. It'll be extremely exciting.
I'm back.
Oh, my dear child. Oh, now be careful, my spectacles.
We just got here an hour ago, and I had to wait till the judge finished his breakfast. Oh, why do men so hate to breakfast alone?
I don't know, darling. But is he still a judge to you?
I feel impertinent when I call him Gamaliel.
Well, I can remember when no well-bred Virginia woman would have taken the liberty to call her husband by his Christian name.
I shan't fight for the privilege.
Well, sit down, dear. Why, you look wonderful. I'm astonished at what marriage can do.
Oh, it isn't marriage, Mama. It's Paris. And having so much money. Isn't it wonderful for what clothes can do for you?
Then you are happy, dear?
I don't believe much in happiness. People just pretend because they're ashamed not to, that's all.
Why, baby.
Oh, I don't really care. I've got to run, Mama. I promised to be back to kiss him before he goes down to his office. Could anything be more absurd than to have to cross the street and run 2 whole blocks just to kiss a man before he goes to work? Well, goodbye, Mama. I'll be back.
Could anything be more absurd?
Gamaliel, aren't you dressed yet?
Dressed? Huh? Why?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. The dance tonight, the cotillion.
Ah, yes. Annabelle, it's extremely lucky the state Vichy allowed me to begin the winter with an improved digestion. We've dined out every night this week.
Well, you don't want to just sit and stodge tonight.
That was the general idea, although I would have put it differently.
But I have a new dress. And besides, you just sit along the wall at all the dances anyway. Don't you get tired?
Well, I admit I do not look forward to another evening of unrelieved conversation.
Oh, but I so hate to miss a dance.
Perhaps it would be better for you to go along without me.
You sure you don't mind?
No, dear. Anything that brings you happiness, that's all I want.
Oh, if that's old Baumgartner you're pouring, Gamaliel, you might set out another glass. Or better still, just pass me the bottle.
That's the last of my pre-war stock, Edmonia. And I do not approve of bootleggers.
Oh, it does have quality. I approve of your scruples about bootleggers.
I may be old-fashioned, Edmonia, but in my day, ladies were not supposed to drink whiskey.
Your day was happily before Prohibition, my dear brother, when you didn't have to take anything for fear of losing everything. That reminds me, I never saw Annabelle looking so pretty. You know, that child has learned to dress.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is delicious ham. Oh, it's too bad you're not allowed to eat it. You know, many a time when I was trying to reduce, I used to say to myself, age has 2 advantages. You may eat as much and cry as often as you please.
That reminds me. Edmonia, I have never seen you cry.
And I hope you never will. Before I felt it was safe to cry, I stopped feeling the need to.
I have never approved of your life. In fact...
Oh, the trouble with you is that you were tainted with the Puritan side of the family, even down here in Virginia.
Really, Edmonia?
Oh, well, enough of my dappled career. You know, Gamaliel, your marriage has turned out better than I expected.
It has. Turned out happily. It was all I could do to persuade Annabelle to go out tonight and leave me alone.
No? Well, I wouldn't have believed it. Annabelle seems to me to be the kind of a woman who'd turn any man's head.
Well, as long as she's satisfied to turn mine. And by the way, sister, I want to point out that those nuts you're eating so industriously are the richest food you could find, and your figure...
Oh, it doesn't matter. Unlike you, I'm not hanging on to anything. Not even to my husband. Well, good night, Gamaliel. I shall leave you to the pleasure of waiting up for Annabelle. Youth doesn't need sleep as we do. Gamaliel.
Annabelle, is that you? Annabelle.
Yes?
Was it a nice party?
Oh, it was lovely. I wish you wouldn't sit up. Really, there's no need.
Perhaps I shall be able to go with you next time.
The next time?
What's the matter, Annabelle? Are you tired? You sound troubled.
It's nothing.
You must trust me, my girl. I want nothing more than to make you happy.
No, leave me alone, please. It's nothing. Nothing.
Judge Honeywell, we don't see enough of you down here. Annabelle runs in most every day, but seeing you is a pleasure.
Thank you, ma'am. And the pleasure's not entirely on your side. But I've come to you with a troubled mind.
But, Judge, whatever could...
Has Annabelle seemed to you, well, different of late?
Different?
I've been considering her happiness. Have you observed any change? Mrs. Upchurch.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just thinking. The dear child always had a nervous temperament.
She's been this way before.
Oh, often. You mustn't mind, Judge. She tells me that she's had trouble sleeping, though. And Dr. Buchanan advised me that perhaps adjoining rooms.
Yes. We've arranged that. I wonder if perhaps you might find out what is troubling her. She seems so reticent of late.
Why, certainly, Judge. I wouldn't want anything to disturb what seems an ideal marriage. I shouldn't worry a moment if I were you. Never forget that Annabelle is devoted to you.
And I trust her absolutely. No man could ask for a better wife. If it's a question of patience.
That's it, that's all. Only have patience with her, and everything will be all right.
That was nothing. I do believe I've been jealous. Odd, you always remember things in the twilight. Sometimes I think I'd like it to be twilight forever. Father used to call it a Sabbath without evening. Well, might as well go in. I'm sure Annabelle will be happy this evening. I imagine she's waiting for me in the drawing room. I'll just go in quietly.
Dabney, hold me tighter, please.
Annabelle, my darling.
Your arms aren't dead trees, are they? I can't live without you, Dabney.
Annabelle, you're so wonderful. So sweet and young.
Tighter, Dabney. Tighter. Don't ever let me go. Ever.
Mrs. Upchurch, I've just had a painful scene with Annabelle.
Oh, do sit down, Judge Honeywell. You look tired, very tired.
I am, thank you. I told you most of it over the telephone, but Annabelle insisted I come to you directly.
But it can't be worse than you said.
She's more determined than ever, determined to wreck her life, determined not to give up this young man.
And it isn't even the same young man. It's Dabney Birdsong. Why, I remember meeting his mother in the market square with the little Dabney tagging along with big blonde curls and Mrs. Birdsong crying because she had to cut him off. It isn't even the same young man.
How long has she known this young man?
Oh, all her life. I believe he's been up in New York studying engineering at Columbia. Now he's working in an office up there.
I don't know what's to be done, ma'am.
But you came straight to me.
At Annabelle's request.
Judge, you are the soul of chivalry. No man could have possibly done more.
Thank you.
I can't feel hopeless, though. Annabelle is so young.
Yes, she is young. She insists upon talking about it.
Oh, some women enjoy unhappy love affairs, you know. Although I've always felt they were overrated.
You will come and reason with her?
I wonder if I ought to give that boy a good scolding. Do you suppose it'd help?
Oh, I've talked enough. I'm afraid I lost my judgment for a few moments.
Well, I'll come over, Judge. Try to remember that the more violent a passion is, the sooner it blows over. realize you enjoy tragedy in any position, and especially lying down. But would you mind coming out of those pillows so I can talk to you?
I don't want to.
Isn't it time you came to your senses?
I've never been out of them, Mama.
Have you forgotten that you're married?
I wish I could.
When are you going to get out of that bed?
Tomorrow.
Has that boy gone away?
He isn't a boy. He's 26. He's going to Europe next week.
Then I suppose you won't see him again.
He's coming in the morning to tell me goodbye.
Oh, that's very unwise, my child.
I can't help it.
Oh, this will pass away.
But I don't want it to pass away. Oh, Mama, can't you understand? If I can't have love, I'd rather die.
Well, I can't see anything to do about it, child. You'll just have to make an effort to be brave and think of your husband.
Oh, he's had his life, and I want mine.
You married him with your eyes open, dear.
But I didn't know marriage could be so immoral. I mean, with a person you don't like, when you can't bear to have him near you.
Hush, Annabelle. You mustn't say such things.
I know. You'd have lied about it, you and Cousin Amanda. But I won't. I won't be a sham all my life. I won't stay, that's all. If I can't have love, I'll die.
Oh, the judge was right. You can't hold people in when you take away the sense of duty. Well, child, I'll go downstairs and tell the judge to be patient. Perhaps by morning you'll come to your senses.
Shopping so early, Bella?
Mrs. Brattlebane. Oh, I mean to drop in on Annabelle, so I started early.
Oh, I was sorry to hear that Annabelle was under the weather. You know, Bella, what she needs is to get away from Gamaliel for a while.
Oh, I'm sure they're very happy. He adores her, and, well, she has a deep affection for him.
Now, I think she should go to Europe with me this summer.
But, Mrs. Brattlebane, you...
Now, come, Bella. Don't be upset by the stories you've heard about me.
Well,
behavior is merely a question of geography.
Yes, I know, but...
My respectability increases with every mile I travel away from Queensborough. In Paris, it's above reproach. By the time I've reached Vienna, I've become a bit of a prude. And, contrasted to the Balkan temperament, I am a tombstone to female virtue.
I'm sure the judge would never consent.
I dare say you're right. Though I can never forgive him for not marrying Amanda. Poor Amanda. Have you noticed that her mother's habit of talking to herself has taken hold in her?
I wonder if she believed that love lasted like that.
With Amanda, it was a purpose in life. You'll never hear it from her, though. She comes from a sealed generation. When you can sit back, Bella, it's somewhat amusing.
Amusing?
Surely. The whole performance, the whole company, the troupe of romantic comedians, Gamaliel, Annabelle, you and I, and that young Dabney Birdsong. Yes, I know about that, too. It's all a giant mask, a low, vulgar comedy. I think perhaps Amanda is the most unfortunate of all. She's still innocent enough to be betrayed. Well, I shan't keep you any longer. Hurry on to your Annabelle. After all, she's the star of our comedy.
Is that you, Mrs. Upchurch?
Well, I just dropped in to see Annabelle, but what's the matter?
There's a letter addressed to you on the table. It's in Annabella's hand.
From Annabelle? What does it say?
It was addressed to you. I have not opened it.
Oh, dear, I'm sure something dreadful. Oh, Judge.
Ma'am?
Dearest Mama, I'm going away because there isn't any sense letting one mistake ruin your life. Dabney and I are made for each other. If you feel you could send some of my clothes to New York, the hotel... Oh, Annabelle.
The hotel is there. Mm-hmm. I'll go tonight. There's still time to catch the 8 o'clock train.
Oh, baby.
I cannot acquit myself of responsibility.
You will bring her back, my baby, my little baby.
There now, ma'am.
Oh, my
ma'am.
baby, my little baby.
I'll do my best. I'll bring her back tomorrow. You will excuse me now. I must hurry.
It's you.
You might have known I'd come for you.
Well, come in. Dabney's gone around to arrange for the passage. But there isn't any use. There isn't any in the world.
I haven't come to argue or to blame you.
There's no use anyway. I won't go back.
It is not fair to me or to your mother.
She'll get over it presently. She always gets over things.
If only you could realize what it means to a woman to defy convention.
That doesn't matter. Love is worth anything.
Do you love this boy?
He isn't a boy. He's 26. And he's taller than you are.
If you'll come home with me, I'll promise anything. Anything.
There isn't anything that could make up for it. You don't understand. It isn't only that you're old.
I didn't come to argue with you, Annabelle. I came to ask you to wait a little while. To wait just a little while longer.
I want my life while I'm young. Life won't wait.
But think of me, Annabelle. Think of me with everything gone, with nothing to hope for, nothing to live for.
I'm sorry. I am sorry.
I shall of course give you your freedom.
I am free.
You have a great deal to learn, child. But at least I can keep you from poverty. I can do that.
You're kind. You've always been kinder to me than I deserve.
I shall still be kind. I may be wrong, but I shall still be kind.
Hey there, Colonel. You all right?
Cabby, I don't quite remember where...
Hey, get in, Granddad. You'll drown out there.
Thank you, sir. I am a bit tired.
Yeah, you look beat. Well, where to?
If I could get home. Chair, fire.
Sure, Pop, sure. Home. Now, where is it?
I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. The railroad station. Pennsylvania station. I wasn't thinking.
Gamaliel.
Who's that?
Oh,
I'm
here.
I'm sorry I can't quite. But
Gamaliel.
if I could get home.
Here, Porter. Help me take him to the car. It's an attack.
I'm sorry to be such a burden, Edmonia. I can't.
There.
I just
Now,
can't.
you just be still, Gamaliel. You be still. We'll have Dr. Buchanan over right away.
I've done the best I can. I've always done the best.
Surely, Gamaliel. Now, just a little while longer, and we'll have you safe in bed. Oh, here, catch him there, Porter. He's falling.
I've given him a sedative, Mrs. Brattlebane. It's overexertion, you know. At his age...
It's my age, too. Although he looks a lot older now.
It's a chill, mostly. We'll have to keep him in bed for a few days. I'm having Lottie Goodwin come over. She's a fine young girl and an excellent nurse. Gamaliel will be up and around before we know it.
It's peaceful. It's all over. It's like when I was little, when I had my mama. She was so young. She was always so young. They were all like Mama, a little. Cordelia and Amanda and Annabelle. They were all like Mama. But there's nothing left. I've done the best I could. It's all over. Life, love, it's all over. I can't see so well. It's dark. Is that you, Mama?
I'm Lottie Goodwin, Judge Honeywell. Dr. Buchanan sent me over to make you comfortable. Here, fix your pillows for you. Isn't that better?
Uh-huh. She's so young and gentle. That's the woman I ought to have married. No, that's gone. It's all over. But it's never really over. Not till you're in the grave. Why, there are some men who began their best work, who found the supremest happiness, only when the prime of life was well past. Why, it's spring outside. Spring. These are leaves whispering outside the window. It's spring. And I'm feeling almost as young as I did last year.
The curtain falls on the fifth in a series of special one-hour programs in which the NBC University Theater has brought you radio plays based on great American stories. Tonight, Ellen Glasgow's The Romantic Comedians, as adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy, has starred Albert Decker as Judge Gamaliel Honeywell. Albert Decker may currently be seen in the Columbia picture Lulabelle. Tonight's cast included Georgia Backus as Admonia, Lynn Allen as Annabelle, Gloria Ann Simpson, Amanda, and Noreen Gamil, Mrs. Upchurch. John Lake was our narrator, Ralph Sedan, the doctor, and William Lally, Dabney Birdsong. Original music for our play was composed by Albert Harris. Henry Russell conducted the orchestra, and the production was directed by Andrew C. Love. We invite you to listen again next week when the NBC University Theater presents an adaptation of Voltaire's Candide. Productions of the NBC University Theater are currently being used in conjunction with a course in American fiction under a college by radio plan at the University of Louisville. This program came to you from Radio City in Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. This is the NBC University Theater, presenting another in our stories of radio plays based on the world's great stories. Tonight we bring you Voltaire's Candide, with Eddie Bracken in the title role. Some called Voltaire godless, some called him good, some found him wicked, but no one found him dull. And of all his works, the one which best illustrates this point is the one you will hear tonight. Another in our series of dramatizations of great stories, Voltaire's Candide.
This is Monsieur Voltaire. In the castle of Baron Thundertentronckh in Westphalia, there lived a youth endowed by nature with the most gentle character. His face was the expression of his soul. His judgment was quite honest, and he was extremely simple-minded. And this was the reason, I think, that he was named Candide.
I suspect my mother was the Baron's sister, and my father a decent, honest gentleman of the neighborhood. Alas, he could prove only 71 quarterings in his genealogical tree.
Now, Baron Thundertentronckh was one of the most powerful lords in Westphalia, for his castle possessed a door and windows. His great hall was even decorated with a piece of tapestry, and most important, the Baroness weighed about 350 pounds and was therefore greatly respected. Her daughter, Cunegonde, was rosy-cheeked, fresh, plump, and tempting. The tutor, Pangloss, was the oracle of the house, and Candide followed his lessons with all the candor of his age and character. Pangloss taught
metaphysical, theologio, cosmologology.
Eh, Dr. Pangloss?
Metaphysical, theologio, cosmologology. There is no effect without a cause, and this is the best of all possible worlds.
Then this is the best of all possible castles.
It cannot be otherwise. Since everything is made for an end, everything is necessarily for the best end.
Then all is well, Dr. Pangloss.
Nonsense, Candide. All is not well.
No?
No. All is not well. All is for the best in this best of all possible worlds.
It happened in this best of all possible worlds that Candide met Cunegonde and observed that she blushed. Candide also blushed.
Good morning.
Good morning, Cunegonde.
The next day, after dinner, Cunegonde and Candide found themselves behind a screen. Cunegonde dropped her handkerchief, and Candide picked it up. She innocently held his hand, and the young man innocently kissed the young lady's hand. Their lips met, their eyes sparkled, their knees trembled, their hands...
Thunder!
Naturally, it was the Baron. Passing near the screen, he had observed cause and effect. Now he expelled Candide from the castle by kicking him.
Ouch!
Accurately.
Ouch!
Frequently.
Ow, ow, ow!
And hard.
I am going to faint.
She fainted. When she recovered her senses, the Baroness slapped her in the face.
Oh, no! No, please! Oh!
And all was in consternation in the noblest and most agreeable of all possible castles. And so Cunegonde wailed, the Baroness screamed, Baron Thundertentronckh kicked hard, and Candide was expelled from the earthly paradise, rubbing his pride. He dragged himself toward the neighboring town of Walberghof-Trapt-Dickdorf, where he halted sadly before the village inn and went inside.
Comrade. There's a well-built young man.
Just the right height, I would say.
I think so, too. Sir.
Do you mean me?
I do. Will you have dinner with us?
Dinner? Oh, gentlemen, you do me a great honor.
Not at all.
I have no money to pay my share.
Ah, sir, persons of your figure and merit never pay anything.
I see. Oh, Dr. Pangloss was right. Everything is for the best.
Well, sit down then.
Thank you.
Innkeeper! 3 dinners and 3 tankards first.
Tell me, sir, have you heard of the king of the Bulgarians?
No, gentlemen, I'm ashamed to say I have not.
He is the most charming of kings. You must drink to his health.
Oh, gladly, sir.
3 tankards of the best, gentlemen.
Thank you, innkeeper.
A toast.
A toast?
To the king of the Bulgarians.
Of course, to the king of the Bulgarians.
Drink deep.
That is all.
What did you say?
He said, that's all.
You are now, by that oath, the support, the aid, the defender, the hero of the Bulgarians.
Exactly. Your fortune is made, and your glory assured. Kaspar, fetch the lag irons for the hero.
They immediately put irons on his legs and dragged him off to a cell.
Stand up, prisoner.
What do you want with me?
We give you a choice.
Yes, you can exercise your free will.
Either to be lashed 36 times by the whole regiment, or to receive 12 lead bullets in your brain.
Which do you prefer?
Are men's wills free?
Of course.
Then I want neither.
Oh, no. You are free to make a choice. A choice of the bullets or the lash.
Very well. I choose the lash.
And so Candide determined to run the gauntlet 36 times. And actually he did so twice. There were 2,000 men in the regiment. That made 4,000 strokes which laid bare the muscles and nerves on his back. As they were about to proceed to a third turn, Candide, utterly exhausted, begged a small favor.
Please, would you be so kind? Will you do me the human kindness to smash my head in?
Of course. We're not inhuman. Kaspar, bind his eyes.
Kneel, Candide.
Oh, how can I ever thank you?
Just shut up and kneel. A little more.
Make way for me. Make way for the king of all Bulgaria. What goes on? Well.
They told the king, and being possessed of vast genius, the king of Bulgaria perceived that Candide was a young metaphysician, very ignorant in worldly matters.
Unbind him. Do as I say. Ah, that's better. Rise, Candide, you are free.
This clemency of the king of Bulgaria will be praised in all newspapers and all ages. an honest surgeon healed Candide with ointments recommended by Dioscorides, and in 3 weeks our hero had regained a little skin and could even run. In fact, he did not stop running till he reached Holland. In Holland, he was overjoyed to meet the philosopher Dr. Pangloss, and together they journeyed to Lisbon.
God save us! It is an earthquake!
Dr. Pangloss, it is the last day of the world!
What can be the sufficient reason for this phenomenon, Candide?
I don't know. Let's get out of here.
Candide! Candide! Where are you?
Here, Dr. Pangloss.
Are you dead, Candide?
I think so.
Then it must be for the best.
Alas, Dr. Pangloss, get me a little wine and oil. I am not dead. I am dying.
This earthquake is not a new thing.
True, Dr. Pangloss, but I am dying.
There must certainly be a train of sulfur underground.
Nothing is more probable, but for God's sake, a little oil and wine.
What do you mean probable? I maintain that it is proved.
Oil.
Yet all this is for the best.
Why?
For if there is a volcano at Lisbon, it cannot be anywhere else.
Please.
For it is impossible that things should not be where they are. For all is well. And it necessarily proves, my dear Candide, that in this best of all possible worlds... Aren't you listening, Candide? Curious. He's actually fainted.
Well, after the earthquake, which destroyed 3/4 of Lisbon, the wise men of that country decided that the sight of several persons being slowly burned in great ceremony is an infallible secret for preventing earthquakes. Now, among others, they seized Pangloss and Candide. Candide was flogged in time to the music, and Dr. Pangloss was hanged, although this is not the custom.
Oh, my son, you're all covered with blood.
Am I?
Oh, you're quivering from head to foot.
I can't help it. If this is the best of all possible worlds, what kind of worlds are the others?
Eh?
Let it pass. Oh, my dear Pangloss, the greatest of philosophers.
You don't say.
Hanged.
Looks it, doesn't it?
Why? Why was it done?
Now that's a question.
Why? Hanged, and I don't even know the reason why. Oh, Mademoiselle Cunegonde, the pearl of woman.
Did you say Cunegonde?
Yes. Oh, Cunegonde.
Courage, my son. Courage, and follow me.
It can't be.
Oh, can't it? Follow me.
Cunegonde.
Darling.
Beloved.
Dearest, dearest Candide.
What a surprise.
Oh, my darling, darling, darling.
For heaven's sake, stop making so much talk.
Pay no attention to her, Candide.
I won't. How are you here, Cunegonde? How did it happen?
Oh, Candide, it is a terrible story. I was fast asleep in bed when it pleased heaven to send the Bulgarians.
No.
Yes. They murdered my father and cut my mother to pieces.
No.
Yes. A large Bulgarian, seeing that I had swooned at the spectacle, commenced to beat me.
No.
Yes. This brought me to.
I should hope so.
Then the brute stabbed me with a knife in my left side. I still have the scar.
Alas. I hope I shall see it.
You will.
Go on, Cunegonde.
After much wandering and ill adventure, my dear Candide, I came to Lisbon and to your arms.
Darling,
Let us not stay here another day.
But this is the best of all possible cities.
Let us go across the ocean, Candide. Let us go to...
Yes? Yes?
I have it. We shall go to Buenos Aires.
They finally arrived at Buenos Aires and went to call on the governor, Don Fernando del Barra y Figueroa y Mascareñas y Lampudos y Souzas. This gentleman had the pride befitting a man who owned so many names. He had a furious passion for women, and the first thing he did was to ask.
Senor Candide.
Yes, Excellency.
Is the lady your wife?
My wife?
That is my question.
Well,
Good, I want to marry her at once.
Your Excellency.
Thank you.
But Your Excellency...
Sir, I am Don Fernando de Barri, Figueroa, Mascareñas y Lampurdos y Souza. Be careful. I am a passionate man. Señorita Cunegonde, it is in your power to become the wife of the greatest noble in South America.
You have an exceedingly fine mustache, Your Excellency.
Then it is agreed. You will never regret.
But we came here to have you marry us.
Alfonso, Pablo, Felipe, Manuel, Pedro, drag this scum from my sight. Give him a good beating and send him away.
Alas, Candide was forced to quit Buenos Aires, while his heart beat in anguish for the fair Cunegonde. He wandered throughout South America until he came to the fabulous land of El Dorado, where pebbles of gold lay untouched in the streets and small children played with diamonds and other precious stones. But here he found an old man.
I am 170 years old.
You don't look a day over 90.
Thank you, my son. Have a drink from this diamond cup.
Oh!
I see you like all Europeans. You have an inconceivable lust for the pebbles and mud of our land, and it'd kill us to the last man to get possession of them.
Yes, you are right about us. Tell me, sir, what is your religion?
We have the religion of everyone else. We adore God from evening until morning.
Well, do you adore only one God?
Manifestly. There are not 2 or 3 or 4.
Forgive me. But where are your priests?
My friend, we are all priests.
You mean you have no monks?
No. We have no one to teach, to dispute, to govern, to intrigue, and to burn people who do not agree with him.
If only my friend Dr. Pangloss could have lived to see El Dorado. He would have loved to see you, and all this gold and precious stones.
Poor Candide. If you like this yellow mud and these stones, scoop 'em up. We'll give you a sheep to carry 'em. Take as much as you want.
My fortune is made. How can I thank you?
Don't bother. We'll load 50 sheep with gold, precious stones and diamonds.
And I shall ransom Cunegonde. She'll be mine again, old man. I will rescue her from a faith worse than...
Don Fernando de Barri, Figueroa, and Mascareñas y Lampudos y Souza.
It was on the tip of my tongue. Goodbye, old man.
The first day of his travels was quite pleasant, and Candide carved the name of Cunegonde on the trees. The second day, 2 of the ship were swallowed up in the marsh. 7 or 8 died of hunger in the desert. Several others fell off precipices. Finally, after 100 days of travel, only 2 sheep were left. By this time, Candide had arrived at Suriname, where he found a Negro lying on the ground wearing only a pair of blue cotton trousers. This poor man had no left leg and no right hand.
Good heavens! What are you doing in this horrible state?
I am waiting for my master.
Was it your master who treated you this way?
Naturally.
Horrible.
No, it is the custom. Twice a year, we are given a pair of cotton drawers as clothing.
But your leg, your hand.
Nothing at all. When we work in the sugar mills, when the grindstone catches our fingers, they cut off the hand. When we try to run away, they cut off a leg.
Oh, Pangloss, this is too much. This is an abomination. I shall have to renounce optimism.
Optimism?
Alas.
What is optimism, my friend?
I thought everyone knew. Why, it is the mania of maintaining that everything is well when we are wretches. Oh, Pangloss. Pangloss.
Thus sighing, Candide went in search of Mademoiselle Cunegonde. But instead of finding her, he lost much of his wealth and was carried by ship to France, where, as in the rest of Europe, the chief occupation is making love. The second, scandal-mongering, and third, talking nonsense. Candide shook his head and sadly asked a man called Martin the question that was on his lips.
Monsieur, I am very sad. To what end was this world formed?
To infuriate us.
Have men always been liars and cheats and traitors, monsieur? Have they always been weak and cowardly and gluttonous and fanatical?
Do you think sparrowhawks have always eaten pigeons?
Oh, yes, of course, monsieur.
Well, if sparrowhawks have always possessed the same nature, why should you expect men to change theirs?
Oh, but there is a great difference. Free will, Pangloss said. Excuse me, monsieur.
You are ill. Let me get you something.
I'm afraid so. I think you'd better get me a doctor right away.
Well, the story is nearly finished. I shan't bother to tell you the rest, for frankly, I'm getting a little bored anyhow. It is enough to say that in the house of a Transylvanian prince on the shores of Propentis, Candide was miraculously reunited with Cunegonde, who was now a blear-eyed old woman hanging out clothes on a line. Unfortunately, they were married. However, even more miraculous was the reappearance of Pangloss, who had been hanged but not well. After they had embraced for the 100th time, they met a famous dervish who was supposed to be the best philosopher in all Turkey.
Shall I speak to him, Pangloss?
No, I'll speak to the famous dervish. Sir!
Yes? What do you want, infidel?
A question, master. We have come to beg you to tell us why so strange an animal as man was ever created.
Is it your business?
I asked to, politely, of course, that...
I repeat, is it your business?
I am a philosopher.
No doubt.
Please, master, there is a horrible amount of evil in this world.
Listen to me. I have 20 acres of land. I cultivate them with my children. And work keeps at bay the 3 great evils.
3, master?
Yes. Boredom, vice, and need. My existence is preferable to that of kings.
Oh, the question then is exalted rank. Eglon, king of the Moabites, was murdered by Ehud. Absalom was hanged by the hair and pierced by 3 darts.
Pangloss.
King Nadab, son of Jeroboam, was killed by Baasha. King Elah by Zimri. Ahaziah by Jehu.
Dr. Pangloss.
Croesus, Darius, Denis of Syracuse, Caesar, Pompey, Nero, Henry VI, Richard I.
Excuse me, Dr. Pangloss. I know all these things, and I know that it is better that we should cultivate our gardens.
What's that?
He means, let us work without theorizing.
Oh, I see.
Come along, Pangloss. We'll buy a little farm. Cunegonde is very ugly now, but she's an excellent pastry cook.
Excellent. You see, all events, my dear Candide, are linked up in this best of all possible worlds.
Yes?
Of course. If you had not been expelled from the castle for love of Cunegonde, if you'd not wandered about America on foot, if you'd not lost all your sheep from the land of El Dorado...
Well?
Don't you see? You would not be able to live here and eat candied citrons and pistachios.
'Tis well said, Pangloss, but we must cultivate our gardens.
Candide,
Yes, my dear?
where are you going?
Oh, out for a game of cards with the boys.
Again?
It's the first time,
You
and...
brute.
But yes, my dear.
Don't my dear me.
No, my dear.
You don't love me anymore, Candide.
Oh, I didn't
You
say...
abuse me behind my back.
Oh,
you
not me.
prefer the innkeeper's company to mine.
Oh, that's
you
not...
track your dirty feet over my nice new kitchen floor. You never tell me anymore how nice I look.
Oh, but you do.
You never tell me anything.
There's no...
I wish I were dead.
But I wanted to...
I wish I'd been killed by the Bulgarians.
There, Cunegonde.
Oh, don't you touch me, you brute.
But
why did this happen to me?
Well,
what did I do to deserve such a fate?
You didn't do
All day I slave over a hot stove and look at the thanks I get.
Oh, very good.
Look at them, Candide. Oh, I hate you.
But
I loathe you. I wish you were dead, Candide. I wish I...
She wept for a quarter of an hour, and Candide stuffed his ears with cotton. Then, being a philosopher, he went off to play cards. And thus, you see, love and friendship came to sweeten the remainder of Candide's life. And now, dear listener, I shall take my leave from Candide.
2 cards, Pangloss. And not from the bottom of the deck in this best of all possible worlds.
The curtain of the NBC University Theater falls on Voltaire's Candide, another in our series of radio plays based on the world's great stories. Candide was adapted for radio by Morton Wishengrad and has featured Eddie Bracken in the title role, with Hans Conried as Dr. Pangloss, June Foray as Cunegonde, and Rolf Sedan as Voltaire. Eddie Bracken may soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture, The Girl from Jones Beach. Others in the cast included Richard Warner, Frank Gerstle, Georgia Backus, Don Diamond, Hal K. Dawson, Herb Litton, Bill Shaw, and Alec Harford. We invite you to listen again next week when the NBC University Theater presents Joseph Schildkraut in Peter Ibbetson by George de Maurier. The original music for this production was composed by Morris Momorsky and conducted by Henry Russell. Your director was Max Hutto. Productions of the NBC University Theater will be used during the academic year in conjunction with a course in American fiction under a college by radio plan at the University of Louisville. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. This is the NBC University Theater, presenting another in our series of radio plays based on the world's great stories. Tonight, the George du Maurier novel, Peter Ibbetson, starring Joseph Schildkraut. The story of Peter Ibbetson by George du Maurier was first published in 1891. There are those living who can remember when it first cast its spell, a spell which still holds. It was a book for those who love to dream and those who dream of love, and a book, above all, for those who share love's dream. And yet, our story begins in the gloom of a cell in an asylum for the criminally insane. In the light of a feeble lamp, the gaunt figure of a man lies dead. His hair is white, his face is pale from long imprisonment. But on his face is the look of one who sleeps with pleasant dreams. On the desk beside him is a fading letter, an envelope that contains some crumbling violets, and the clear pages of a manuscript in which he had written...
If at the time this manuscript is read anyone remembers me, may it is most certainly with pity or with scorn. Yet of all who ever lived on this earth, I have been perhaps the happiest. To tell you how this came about, I must begin long ago. Although I'm English and I'm called Peter Ibbetson, from the time I was 5 till I was 12 years old, I lived in Paris, in a place called Passy-les-Paris. I remember the winding flagstone street lined with chestnut trees and the oil lamps alight at dusk. There was the flowering garden with the ivy-covered wall and the rose-trellised gate. And there was the park, a wonderland of tanglewood, with a little lake brimming with the blue of the summer sky. And there was Mimsy. Yes, there was Mimsy, the sad, pale little girl who lived beyond the garden gate, too weak to run and play with the rest of us.
Go-Go, are you going to the lake in the woods?
Yes, Mimsy. See, I have a boat that sails.
It's a pretty one. The prettiest I ever saw.
You can come too, but hurry up.
No, Go-Go, it's too far. I can't keep up with you.
Too far? Oh, no, I can carry you on my shoulders if you get tired.
Oh, would you, Go-Go? And will your boat sail to Africa, to India, to America?
Of course it will. We can sail it anywhere.
Yes, I guess we can, if we pretend hard enough.
In the wintertime, we sat in the chimney corner and roasted chestnuts while we watched the fire. And I read, with Mimsy looking over my shoulder, her favorite verse about the waterfowl.
He who from zone to zone guides through the boundless sky thy certain flight,
in the long way that I must tread alone, will lead my steps aright.
And sometimes we heard my mother play the harp, as lightly as the snowflakes dancing in the early winter dusk.
Frère Jacques, dormez-vous, dormez-vous.
Sonnez les matines,
ding, dang, dong,
ding, dang, dong.
And then my mother's harp drifted off into a world of shadows as gentle and friendly as those that flickered from the hearth. Passy le Paris was many things to a little boy. Games to play, and Mimsy's pale face and solemn eyes, my mother's gentle voice, and a home so safe and warm, and the little lake in the woods so calm and so quiet. But the days in Paris ended.
Gogo? What kind of a name is that for a boy?
That is what they've always called me, Colonel Ibbetson.
You may call me Uncle if you like. Of course, I'm only a cousin of your mother's, but I understand that you left quite alone in the world.
Yes. Yes, Uncle.
It's a good thing your mother wrote to me before she died.
Are we going to go home soon, Uncle Ibbetson?
Presently, my boy, presently. Then we'll have to see about a school. A good school, where they'll teach you some real discipline.
I never knew quite why Colonel Ibbetson wanted to take care of me after my father was killed in an accident and my mother died of the shock soon afterward. At any rate, he sent me off to school, the dark and gloomy Bluefriars School, for 6 long years.
I suppose you were allowed to daydream in class when you went to school in France, Master Ibbetson. Or perhaps this ruler on your knuckles will help to wake you up.
Oh! I say, you fellows, come along to my diggings. I've got a treat from home.
They've sent you another treat already? Why, it's no time since the last one.
Maybe you'd best stay out of this, Ibbetson. You never share a treat.
Well, I would if I got one.
After 6 years, when I was 18, I joined Uncle Ibbetson at Hopshire Hall, but there things were even worse. The colonel hated the thought that I was taller and stronger than he was, that I had ideas of my own, and that I had a standard apart from his.
I should have known better than to take you in. You're your father's son, all right.
And proud of it, Colonel Ibbetson.
What's there to be proud of? He left you a penniless whelp, didn't he? If your mother hadn't been a fool, she'd never have married him.
I think that I'll be leaving now.
Oh, no, you won't. Not after all I've done.
You've done more than enough and said more than enough out of your foul mouth and mind.
What?
Now stand aside.
I'll show you. Take that.
I'll not bother to hit you back. It's worth a slap to me to get out of this.
You're a coward.
Stand aside. For if I ever do strike you, you'll never insult anyone again.
Huh? Well, good riddance, then. But I'll square accounts with you.
After that, I went to London and was apprenticed to an architect. I did well in my work, but I was miserable and I was lonely. A few more years went by, and gradually I realized what I had longed for. I arranged a vacation, took my savings, and sailed to France, to Paris. I walked the once familiar streets, and my heart cried for the past. Memory. Memory is not enough when one seeks the touch of a vanished hand, the sound of a voice that is still, the tender grace of a day that is dead. And so I sat on the terrace of a small cafe and wished to God that I had never come. And then a gay open carriage clattered down the road and stopped. Two ladies and their escorts made their way to the terrace, and I found myself staring, spellbound at one of them. For suddenly it seemed that her loveliness was what I had been seeking, that her eyes, her smile, held the wonder of the long ago. After she was gone, I inquired about her. I was told that she was no less than the Duchess of Towers. Never was a room more lonely than my room that night. As I went to sleep, visions of the past flashed before me, and then I dreamed. I dreamed I stood by a little lake in the woods, and there were children running about at play. But no, they weren't the children I'd known. No, they were evil, misshapen little dwarfs that jeered at me, and then they picked up stones. I turned to run to the avenue gate to escape, and there stood the Duchess of Towers, smiling.
Don't run away, and don't be frightened.
No, something is wrong. Please, I must get away from here.
No, nothing's wrong, except that you're not dreaming true.
What? Not dreaming true?
Yes. Give me your hand. See? Those little people don't exist.
Yes, they've gone away. Please don't let go of my hand. Now I can see everything just as it was.
Of course you can. You're dreaming true because you have my hand. But you must try by yourself. Try hard.
Yes, I'll try hard. That's strange. It's winter now instead of spring. And look, there in the chimney corner.
He who from zone to zone guides through the boundless sky thy certain flight,
in the long way that I must tread alone, will lead my steps.
My father taught me to dream true, and it's easy if you never cease to think of where you want to be until you're asleep. You see, you must join the dream onto reality, and you must never forget in your dream where and what you were when awake.
Frère Jacques, dormez-vous, dormez-vous.
Sonnez les matines,
Ding, ding, dong,
ding, ding, dong.
I must go now.
No.
But will you remember to dream true?
I'll try, but I don't know without your help.
Whenever you come here, you will be safe. For you, too, must be a part of my dream, and I am glad to have you come. But I must leave you now, and so, goodbye.
I awakened in my room, and I remembered every detail of my dream. Or was it a dream? For I had known just who I was, and it had all been real. And so was the Duchess of Towers, so very real, why I still could feel the touch of her hand on mine. Well, my vacation ended, and I returned to London and to my occupation. And then one day I was summoned to the home of Mrs. Dean to consult her about some plans for remodeling her home. She was holding a party that night, and I was asked to stay. It's very kind of you to ask me to join your party, Mrs. Dean. After all, I'm practically a total stranger to you.
Oh, you're not quite a stranger to me. You see, I knew Colonel IBBERTSON once.
Colonel IBBERTSON? I'm sorry, Mrs. Dean, but...
Yes, I knew him once. That is, I know him now, but we were friends at one time.
I beg your pardon, Mrs. Dean. I must tell you that if you wish to speak of Colonel IBBERTSON as a friend, you should speak to someone else.
You've answered the question I hardly knew how to ask. I wanted to know how you felt toward him.
I despise him, Mrs. Dean. I despise him from the bottom of my heart.
That is all I need to know just now. I'll only say that I loathe him. Loathe him with reason. Someday, perhaps, I'll tell you more. Oh, but not now. This is a party. There is someone I want you to meet. The Duchess of Towers is here.
The Duchess of No, I'm sorry. I couldn't.
No,
really.
You mustn't be so shy, so modest. She asked about you.
She asked? All right. Thank you very much. I'll be very happy to meet her.
It may seem strange or even forward, Mr. Ibbetson, but when I saw you tonight, it seemed that I had seen you before. You remind me of a little French boy I used to know when I was a girl in France.
But I was a little French boy once, Your Grace. My name was changed to Peter Ibbetson when I came to England. Once I was called Gogo Pasquier.
Gogo. Gogo, do you remember Mimsy? You used to carry me on your back.
Mims? Poor pale little Mimsy. And now so beautiful. Why, this is almost as strange as the dream I had. I mean, strange in the same way that it's so real. You see, I dreamed that I was back in Passy and everything was as it was before. You understand? You were there and we saw Gogo and Mimsy.
Gogo and Mimsy?
Yes.
I thought it was all my dream, but it was your dream, too.
Why, dream. Our dream together.
I must go now.
No, please.
It's all too strange. I don't know what to think. And I don't know if I shall ever meet you again.
Please stay. You must...
No, I can't. Someday perhaps I'll write. But no, I can only say goodbye. And wherever you go, may heaven bless you.
After that, in my outer life, I sought for her in vain. But in my inner life, I dreamed the true dreams that had become the only reality to me. But even in dreams, I couldn't find her. I couldn't find her. Perhaps a year went by, and again I was summoned by Mrs. Dean.
Mr. Ibbetson, I hope that I would never have to tell you this, for it is not pleasant to tell and will be not pleasant for you to hear.
And I suppose that it's something about Colonel Ibbetson?
I told you once that I had been a friend of his, perhaps more than a friend. When I broke off with him, he never forgave me.
Yes, that would be like him.
Now that I've been happily married to another, he threatens me with all kinds of evil gossip.
Yes, Mrs. Dean, that would be like him, too.
He wrote me a letter once, which I have kept for you.
Is that the letter? May I see it, please?
In it, he boasted to me, that he took you in, not as an orphan, but his own son.
His son? But why? I mean, why should he do such a thing?
I think he loved your mother once.
My...
Just as he would now hurt me, he would hurt her. Hurt even her memory. Hurt her through you.
It's difficult to believe that a man could be so evil.
Perhaps you could warn him. Put a stop to all this.
Yes, you're quite right. The letter here bears out just what you say. With your permission, Mrs. Dean, I will take this letter with me.
Well, my Apollo of the T-Square. I'm surprised to see you here.
I have come to ask you why you lie about my mother. Why you say I'm your son.
What? Who says that? It's a lie.
It is not a lie, and stay away from that door. This is a rather heavy cane I have.
Of course it's a lie. Something made up by a spiteful mistress.
She was never your mistress, any more than my mother was. It's not a lie, and I have a letter here to prove it.
Come, my boy. You're quite beside yourself.
Now, look here. I want a letter from you in which you admit that you're a braggart and a liar.
I'll give you no such letter, but I'll give you this.
Put down that knife.
I'll put it down your throat. You'll not make a fool of me.
Yes, you...
No, no, no.
The cane crashed on his skull again and again, even after the knife he had seized from a desk was dropped from his lifeless hand. At my trial, I would not, I could not tell just why I had killed him. It was a nightmare of words, and at last the judge in his black cap sentencing my execution. The hours were filled with nightmares until the last day came, the last night. And then, reconciled to hopelessness, I fell asleep in my prison cell. I walked along the old avenue and through the woods. I spoke to old familiar faces to tell them of my trouble, but they couldn't hear me. And then I stood beside the little lake.
Oh, Peter, I've been waiting and waiting for you night after night.
Mimsy, I dared not even dream of finding you here.
I almost came to see you at the prison. If you had not come, I would have come to see you there.
Mimsy, I swear, I never meant to take a life, even such a miserable one.
I know that is true. I know. But I have this to tell you. Your sentence will be commuted to imprisonment. I saw the Home Secretary this afternoon.
No, not imprisonment.
But wait, you do not understand. I have been in a prison, too, these past years. But now the Duke of Towers and I are to be separated. I'll be free.
Free? Mimsy, then you'll be free to love someone more worthy.
Oh, no, listen to me, Peter, for I must go. Tomorrow morning in your cell, you will receive a letter from me. And do you see those violets by the bank of the lake?
Violets, yes, of course, I see them.
I will send you violets, in token of the times we shall share by our lake, in dreams to come. Will that convince you?
Just your saying so is enough for me. There is no prison that can hold a dream. I know now that we shall soon be here again, Mimsy, and I shall count the hours. I awoke in my cell, and in the morning there was a message that my sentence had been changed to life imprisonment, as Mimsy had told me in our dream. And there was a letter containing violets. There was no sadness in my heart as I began to serve the days of my sentence, no sadness at all, for the night must fall after every day. And so it was that I, a convict in a cell for life, lived in the hours of sleep a life of such happiness that the daytime meant nothing, for Mimsy and I were together each night in our dreams. 25 years passed by, but then one night, and the dream was true, there was no Mimsy. I dreamed again, but the door of our little house was closed. There was no Mimsy to open it. Mimsy, she was gone. Lost forever. Lost, and with her my mind and my soul.
This man is insane, Warden, and it's my opinion that he's dangerous. There's nothing to do but send him to the asylum.
I'm sorry, Peter. Peter, do you hear me?
Yes, Warden, it makes no difference. She's dead. Mimsy's dead.
Mimsy? What do you mean by Mimsy?
Mimsy. Mary. The Duchess of Towers.
The Duchess of Towers?
Yes.
Why, yes. Yes, she is dead. It's just been reported in the papers.
I lost all wish to dream, and I lived as other men. No, not as other men, but as a man gone mad. I weakened myself by starvation. And then in my exhaustion, I slept. I slept and I dreamed. I walked by the little lake in the woods. The water was calm and quiet. I looked at it, and suddenly an idea came into my mind. For down there, in its depths, was peace. And then a figure came along the path, deep out of the shadow of the woods.
Peter, go, at last you've come. I knew you would.
Mary. Mimsy, is it you? You're so different. I hardly know you.
Yes, Peter, you've changed too. Before we were always young, as we were when our dreams first met. But now all that is over. You are old, and my life on earth is done. I can stay only a little while. I have come such a long way, and I must return.
Please, you must tell me what to do.
Wait a little while.
Wait?
That is all I can tell you. There is a moment when we shall meet and be inseparable forever. But you must not hurry that moment. Time is nothing, but it must not be destroyed.
Mary, don't go away from me again.
Yes, I must. But my spirit will always be here with you. Come here to rest and to remember when your body sleeps. And now, kiss me goodbye for a little while.
Bimsy.
Time is nothing, but I shall count the hours till I see you again.
I have written this down for you to read when I'm gone. I have gone back to the little lake night after night, in the lovely spring and in the autumn sunshine, to take dream notes to be learned by the Spirit. And now I can't.
Peter! Gogo, why are you waiting? Come with me.
Mimsy, why, you've come back. I'm dreaming, and you've come back to me in my dream.
No, this is no dream, for dreams must end. Gogo, give me your hand.
Then the dream is ended, Mimsy. For life is but a sleep, and a sleep, and a forgetting. This, Mimsy, this is our awakening, Mimsy.
The curtain of the NBC University Theater falls on another in our series of radio plays based on the world's great stories. Tonight you have heard an adaptation by Jack C. Wilson of the George du Maurier novel Peter Ibbetson, starring Joseph Schildkraut, eminent star of the stage and screen, with Barbara Fuller as the Duchess of Towers. Others in the cast included Jerry Farber, Anne Whitfield, Rudolph Anders, Charlie Lung, Johnny McGovern, Peter Rankin, Ina Ronsley, and Lester Sharp. We invite you to listen again next week when the NBC University Theater presents The Purloined Letter by Edgar Allan Poe, starring Adolphe Menjou. Music for tonight's production was composed by Albert Harris and conducted by Henry Russell. Your director was Max Hutto. Productions of the NBC University Theater are currently being used in conjunction with a course in American fiction under a college by radio plan at the University of Louisville. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. This is the NBC University Theater, presenting another in our series of radio plays based on the world's great stories. Tonight, The Purloined Letter by Edgar Allan Poe, starring Adolphe Menjou. The tales of Edgar Allan Poe are largely a blend of the mysterious, the mystical, and the macabre, with the accent perhaps on the latter quality. And yet, when he wished, Poe could forget his intense preoccupation with the element of horror and tell a story of pure mystery in such absorbing fashion that he can truly be called the first great writer of modern detective fiction. Tonight we present Adolphe Menjou as Detective Auguste Dupin in the classic story of Parisian intrigue, The Purloined Letter by Edgar Allan Poe.
This is Edgar Allan Poe. The tale I wish to relate to you now is another instance of the work of my amazing friend, Monsieur Auguste Dupin. You will, I have no doubt, remember Dupin as the man who solved the grisly murders in the Rue Morgue and that of Marie Roget. I will spare you tonight any such further instance of tragic death. But even in this case of which I speak now, I cannot but feel that the solution at which Dupin arrived would have been beyond the powers of any other man I have ever known. But to begin the tale at what seems the logical place.
My dear Poe, would you mind stirring up the fire a bit?
Not at all. This autumn weather gets into one's bones.
Ah, that is better. Also, it gives me more light to enjoy the smoke of my pipe.
We could light the lamp, but you always say you think better in the dark.
Well, light it if you like, by all means. I think we may be having a visitor soon. And besides, why do you suppose I have me to think?
Your guess was right about the visitor. Who is it?
Well, I imagine it is Monsieur le Préfet. He has not been here for a month. It would take him that long to make up his mind to appeal to me again.
And that's why you should be thinking. This affair of the Purloined Letter, it's completely baffling.
You think so?
Don't you? I'm sure Her Highness the Princess wouldn't share your calmness, nor will Monsieur le Préfet.
We shall see. Good evening, Garand.
Good evening, Dupin, Monsieur Poe.
Good evening, Monsieur le Préfet.
Sit down, Garand, sit down. We haven't seen you here of late. Have you come on special business?
Why, no, nothing in particular.
Well, we shall have a nice chat. Everything going well with our gallant officers of the police?
Quite well.
But, Monsieur Garand, what of the letter? Had you found it?
Ah, Monsieur Poe, you force me to speak. I am a tormented man. I am quite at the end of my rope.
No success yet?
None. And my reputation, I shall lose my office if I fail.
There was also a large reward, I believe you said.
Tremendous. I would be rich, but I shall never get it.
I am not so sure, Garand. I think you might.
No. I have done everything. I shall be ruined. Tell me, Dupin, what shall I do?
Do? Why, take advice, to be sure.
I assure you, Dupin, I am perfectly willing to take advice and pay for it. I would give 50,000 francs to the man who could help me.
50,000, eh?
My personal check.
Well, then, let us consider. We will take this case back to its very beginning and examine it. It began, we will recall, the princess.
Here is a letter, Your Highness. It has just been brought by messenger.
Thank you, Marie.
Who is it?
Marie, will you go into the wardrobe and find my other dancing slippers? These pain me.
At once, Your Highness. I bring them right away.
My most dearly beloved, I am here at my estate, knowing that it is wisest, but I am as one in exile. Every moment I spend away from you is an aeon spent in purgatory. Why does he write this way? It is too dangerous. I remember so clearly the look in your eyes on the day I left the court.
Perhaps
Philippe
Your Highness...
and de Leon.
Yes, my dear wife. Has something happened to upset you?
Why, no, only you startled me.
As I predicted, Your Highness, the princess is not yet ready. Perhaps we might have a few more words.
There is nothing more to be said, De Leon. I shall never agree to this tax you propose. It is robbery. Louise, make haste. You know how you had to miss the first dance at a ball. What was that you were reading as we came in?
Nothing. It's only an unimportant letter from some nobody in the provinces.
Well, then, put it down and make ready.
Yes, of course.
I perceive that our princess will be once again the loveliest lady at the ball.
You are too flattering, Comte de Leon.
Not at all. Your Highness must pardon my intrusion into your boudoir, but I was in the middle of a discussion with your honored husband.
Apologies do not sound well from you, Monsieur le Comte.
In my humble position as Minister of Finance...
In your humble position as Minister of Finance, De Leon, you contrive never to give me a moment's peace.
But since your Highness opposes me on every measure...
Enough of that, De Leon. You will handle the matter exactly as I have ordered.
Very well, then. I will make a memorandum to that effect, lest I forget. By the way, Your Highness, you will not mind if I scribble it on the back of this piece of waste paper from the table?
Monsieur le Comte.
Oh, 1,000 pardons. I thought you said the note was worthless. It is perhaps something Your Highness wishes to treasure?
Why, no, of course not.
Ah, good. Well, au revoir. I trust we shall meet again at the ball. Your Highness is enjoying the party?
And why should I not be?
That is for Your Highness to know.
De Leon, I demand that you return to me that letter.
Letter? What can Your Highness mean?
The letter you stole from my boudoir an hour ago.
Oh, that letter. Au contraire, Your Highness, I shall treasure it. In future, you might suggest to a certain gentleman that he learn to disguise his hand when addressing such missives. One has eyes, after all.
I shall accuse you to my husband as a thief.
I doubt it. You could have done so in the boudoir, while His Highness stood right there. Ah, no, Your Highness, you must not call me a thief. That is an ugly name for a man who merely watches his opportunity.
Opportunity of what?
It is possible that your husband's mind might be changed in the matter of this new tax.
He will never agree to it.
I say he might, if you were to suggest it to him.
Your scheme will fail. My husband knows that I feel as he does in these matters. He will know that something is wrong.
Something? But he will not know what. It would be a pity for all parties should he find out, n'est-ce pas?
It was nearly a year thereafter, Monsieur le Préfet, that you honored me with your first call. Monsieur Poe and I had been sitting here talking of political events, the significance of which we did not at the time understand. You arrived and told us of the purloined letter.
The business, as you see, is very simple, and I've no doubt we can manage it ourselves. But I thought you and Monsieur Poe might well like to hear of it, Dupin, since it is so very odd.
Simple and odd?
Why, yes. In fact, we've been puzzled because the whole thing is so simple. And yet it baffles us. And the reward offered is prodigious.
Perhaps the whole thing is a little too plain.
You and your strange notions, Dupin. But now to the matter. It is clear that the letter is still in De Leon's possession.
How do you know that?
Why, if he had used it or disclosed its contents, he would no longer have his power over the royal personage whose honor he threatens.
Poe and I were just speaking of the rapid ascendancy of De Leon's faction in the court. This explains it.
You proceeded, then, on the assumption that the minister still has the letter.
Precisely. Now, for the last 3 months, the minister has often been away from home all night. In that time, my men and I have completely ransacked his home. It is impossible that we should have missed it.
He could not, I suppose, be carrying it with him.
Out of the question. We have posed as robbers and waylaid him twice to search him.
Well, he must have expected that. What was the appearance of this letter?
Oh, an ordinary one. Except, of course, for the small red crest embossed on it. Folded twice over, the address in a large, bold, masculine hand, the paper heavy.
Very good.
Tell me, Garand, how have you gone about searching the house?
Well, we took our time. We looked everywhere. We searched the drawers. To us, of course, there is no such thing as a secret drawer. We probed the cushions with needles, took the tops from the tables.
Why that?
It is possible, Monsieur Poe, to bore a hole in a table leg or the top of a bedpost and hide something inside.
But the legs of the chairs... You didn't take all the chairs apart.
We did better. We examined the jointings of every piece of furniture with a microscope. The smallest bit of gimlet dust would have looked as large as an apple.
You looked behind the mirrors, of course?
No, the mirrors, the carpets, the paper on the walls, the binding of the books, everything.
Then you're making a mistake. The letter is not on the premises. He has sent it away.
I fear you may be right.
Nonsense. Of course it is there. He would have to be able to produce it at a moment's notice.
But, Dupin, what shall I do?
Look again.
That is perfectly useless.
It is the only advice I have to give you.
Very well, then. I'll go again tonight. And you, too, shall come along.
Take Monsieur Poe if you wish. But I fear the minister has placed the letter not merely out of sight, but out of mind. I shall search for it in my own mind right here.
Softly now, Monsieur Poe. The servants sleep at a distance, but we must take no chances.
Of course.
The library is here. Is that you, Jacques?
Oui, Monsieur le Préfet.
Find anything new?
Some few parcels, Monsieur. I was just coming to them.
Well, get about it.
Oui, Monsieur le Préfet.
Come, Monsieur Poe. You and I, we shall re-examine the pages of the larger books on these shelves.
Well, let's begin then. Can't you open that lantern another inch?
Impossible. We must have secrecy. Besides, could you not say a letter if it were lying in a book?
I should like to be able to look around.
One does not need to see to search. Jacques, the parcels.
Nothing in the first, Monsieur le Préfet.
Your men are indeed skillful. I had forgotten there was anyone in the room but ourselves. Oh, look out.
Please, Monsieur Poe, I beg of you to be careful.
I'm so sorry. The book slipped out of my hand.
Again, I must remind you how important it is that no one realize we are here.
That's strange.
What is it?
This book I just dropped. It's a book of his own verses.
Whose own verses?
The Comte de Leon. I didn't know he was a poet.
Bah, the Comte de Leon is a fool.
What makes you say that?
And what is a poet if not a fool? I tell you, if de Leon were really clever, I should have had him a long time ago. It must be through sheer idiocy that he escapes me. The devil take him and his foolish verses.
So Garand pronounced all poet fools, eh? I might well be offended at that if I chose. I regard my own poetry as being quite as good as de Leon's.
The poetry surprised me, frankly. Somehow I'd always had the impression that de Leon had written a learned text on differential calculus, that he was known as a mathematician, not a poet. I suppose he has a brother who is the mathematician.
You are mistaken. De Leon is both poet and mathematician. A very versatile mind.
But I'm really puzzled, Dupin. If Garand and his men really searched the whole place the way we did that room last night...
I assure you that they did. But they had considered only their own ideas of ingenuity.
How do you mean?
I mean that all this boring and probing and looking through microscopes is only an exaggeration of their usual tactics. Our friend Garand has the mind of a mathematician himself. And this mind naturally considers the minister a fool because he is renowned as a poet.
Then he must think the same of you.
Perhaps my doggerel has not come to Garand's attention. Which reminds me, will you walk with me to the bookseller at the corner? There's a little book of verse I have been meaning to get.
The next corner? There's no bookseller there.
My dear Poe, are you totally blind? The sign over his shop fills half the street. Look for yourself.
Oh, that's odd. I must have passed along here a dozen times and never noticed that sign. Of course I'll walk with you.
Hello, what is this?
Children. Oh, they seem to be after that small boy. Why, this is the small son of my concierge. Pierre! Pierre, come here!
Mr. Poe, make them go away.
Now, come now, Pierre. They'll not hurt you.
But they call me a thief because I have all their marbles.
Have you stolen them?
But of course not. It is a game, monsieur. One holds marbles in his hand. The other guesses whether the number of marbles is even or odd. If you are right, you win one. If you are wrong, you lose one.
And you won all your friends' marbles at this game?
Oui, monsieur. And now they say I cheat.
I do not see how it would be possible to cheat. But you must have some principle of guessing.
Yes, there is a way. I have only to know how clever the other boy is.
Aha!
Perhaps the first time I guess odd and lose. If he is very stupid, he thinks I will change my second guess to even. But I guess odd again, and of course I win.
What if the other boy is not such a simpleton?
Then he will start to change from even to odd. But he will realize that this is too simple a move to fool me. And so he remains even.
Excellent. You know, I should like to test this theory. I have some coins here. Let us assume we have already played this game once, and the coins I held the first time were an even number. Well, what do I hold now? Come, why don't you make your guess?
I do not know you, monsieur. You must tell me first how clever you are.
I assure you, Pierre, Monsieur Dupin is the cleverest man in the world.
Well, you exaggerate somewhat, Poe. But come, Pierre, what do I hold now?
An odd number, monsieur.
Well, Dupin?
Your record is unbroken, Pierre. How did you guess?
Monsieur Poe said you were very clever. Therefore, you would try to fool me by doing exactly what a very stupid boy would do. By simply changing from even to odd. You see, it's easy.
As you say, Pierre. As you say, it is easy. Look here. Take these 3 francs and buy more marbles for your friends. It will put you back in their good graces. Run along now.
Ah, merci, monsieur, merci. Au revoir, monsieur.
Now, there is a child who does just what Garand cannot do. He thinks not of how he would do a thing, but of how his opponent would do it.
Well, that's all very well, but what if you fail to measure your opponent's intellect correctly?
Ah, that is exactly the point. Garand begins with the assumption that De Leon is merely a poet and therefore a fool. Whereas, we know that the minister is both poet and a mathematician. Consider now, as a mathematician, he understands the mathematical mind of our friend Garand. But as a poet, De Leon would have enough imagination to hide it somewhere else.
But where and how?
Well, perhaps he has concealed it by not concealing it at all, by making it so obvious that... Monsieur Poe, wait. You have walked right under the bookseller's sign without seeing it again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, then, suppose we go in, Dupin.
Well, never mind the bookseller. I must leave you now.
But I thought...
have you a pair of dark spectacles?
Dark spectacles? Yes. Here you are.
Excellent. And now, mon ami, farewell.
But where are you going?
I have just recalled a most urgent appointment. I am going to play marbles, Monsieur Poe, with the Minister of Finance.
Well, Dupin, welcome. Sit down, won't you?
Good morning, Monsieur de Leon. I'll just sit over here by the fire, if you do not mind.
Will you have coffee?
No, thank you, no. I breakfasted some time ago.
How I envy you men of energy who rise early. For myself, I think I was lazy in my cradle.
One would of necessity get up ahead of you in the morning, de Leon.
Still a wit, I see, Dupin. But to what do I owe the honor of your visit?
Why, to nothing. I was merely passing by.
Well, I am delighted to chat with you. Tell me, how does the world treat you? I trust those dark spectacles are not evidence of any difficulty?
No, merely fatigue. I find they enable me to see more clearly. As you know, that is important in my profession.
Quite. Yes, it seems to me I have heard of your clever work in connection with some rather notorious murders.
I was perhaps able to help.
It must have been a relief to our friend, Monsieur le Préfet, having you to do his thinking for him. A pity you have never been given a place at court. Such cleverness as yours would do well.
Well, I consider one clever fellow to be quite enough for any court.
If that is a compliment, it is too incorrect to be clear. Do you care for snuff?
No, thank you. I have my own snuff box right here.
Excellent snuff. I recommend the brand.
I am unfortunately a creature of habit. I have always used the same brand. Charming library you have here, De Leon. Are you as ardent a collector as ever?
I pride myself that no man in France has a better collection of verse in manuscript. Have you ever seen my original of Crébillon's Attraits?
I must be under the pain of reminding you how you snatched that manuscript out from under my nose, just as I was preparing to add it to my own collection.
My apologies. I'm afraid the auctioneer was a personal friend of mine.
Friend of mine, I thought. Your friendship, it seems, was worth more to him. Ah, well, I shall repay you one day.
I shall be on the lookout. Are you sure you will not take some refreshment?
Quite sure. I am leaving directly.
It has been a pleasure to see you, Dupin. I trust you will come soon again. It is always an honor to entertain a fellow poet and an old friend.
Dupin, you've been sitting with that pile of writing paper for an hour. What on earth are you doing?
Merely amusing myself, my dear Paul.
I wish your amusement didn't call for the burning of so much sealing wax. I'm quite stifled with the odor.
I shall be finished directly. No, by the by, if you are not occupied tomorrow, mon ami, I wish you would stop by the minister with me. I must return there. This morning, by the merest accident, I left a gold snuff box on his library table.
My dear Dupin, I am delighted that you took me so promptly at my word.
Most ridiculously careless of me, De Leon. I seem to have left my snuff box with you yesterday.
Why, yes, of course. It is here on the table.
Oh, this is my friend, Monsieur Poe of the United States, Le Comte de Leon.
A pleasure, Your Excellency.
Ah, an American. I trust you are finding Dupin a satisfactory guide to the sights of our capital?
A most superior guide, monsieur.
It is fortunate that you returned, Dupin. I should like your opinion on a folio I have purchased. It was delivered this morning.
I should be delighted to look at it.
It is there on the desk. I am assured that it is unquestionably...
Listen. What's happening?
Upon my word, there seems to be some disturbance in the street. Those were shots. I don't understand.
Open the window, monsieur. Let's see what it is.
Indeed, yes.
There.
There. That man. He has a pistol.
He's firing into the crowd. Why don't some of the men seize him?
Discretion, Monsieur Poe. The fellow is obviously a lunatic. The gendarmes are coming at last.
Yes, they've got him. What a peculiar thing.
They're taking him off now. Dupin, what do you make of it?
What is it? Is the excitement over?
Well, you're a cool fellow. You mean you haven't moved from that desk through all of this?
I was absorbed in this manuscript. Also, it pains me to look upon disorder.
Well, and what do you think of my acquisition?
Well, most interesting. I must beg your leave to come again and examine it more at leisure. Come, my dear Paul, we shall be going before any more shooting starts.
Yes, of course. Delighted to have made your acquaintance, Comte de Leon.
And yours, monsieur?
Au revoir, de Leon.
Au revoir, monsieur. Dupin, a moment.
What is it?
Regardez, mon ami. You have once again forgotten your snuff box.
I am desperate. You have accomplished nothing by these visits to Delaware.
Softly, softly. You recall my saying, my dear Poe, that our friend Garand here would surely have found the letter had the minister's reasoning been anything like his own.
But you know I did everything. My reputation is at stake.
One moment, monsieur. I was convinced that De Leon would reason quite differently, after the fashion of the child Pierre with his marble.
Please, Dupin, this is serious.
Assuredly. And so De Leon had to find a method of concealment that would not occur to Monsieur le Préfet. And it was you, my dear Poe, who convinced me that De Leon had concealed the letter by the very artistic means of not concealing it at all.
You mean the bookseller's sign?
Exactly. It was right under your nose, and for that very reason completely escaped your eyes.
But how did you...
Under cover of your spectacles, I let my eyes wander about the room. And just under the mantelpiece, I saw hanging a cheap little pasteboard rack of the sort one puts visiting cards into. Did you happen to notice it, Garon?
Why, no, not that I remember.
Just so. And for that, I must remind you of the 50,000 francs you spoke of a while ago. Here is a check. Would you mind filling it out for that amount?
What is this? I cannot see that
Well,
you have...
there is much that you cannot see, Garon. This rack I spoke of. In it, with several cards, was a letter of most conspicuous unimportance.
I am not interested in unimportant letters.
And the minister knew it. This letter bore a large black seal instead of the small red one you described. The handwriting was feminine instead of large and bold. In short, it was so completely different that I was convinced it was the very same.
What? What's that you say?
Have you written that check yet, Garon?
Yes, sir. Here it is. 50,000 francs.
Thank you. And here is the purloined letter.
Mon Dieu! It is the letter. This is unbelievable. I shall be rich.
Well, control yourself, Garon, control yourself. The next day, my dear Poe, when you and I returned to the minister's under the pretext of retrieving my snuff box, I had the dummy letter you saw me making. While that disturbance was going on in the street, I made the change.
It was lucky for you that the lunatic came along when he did.
Quite so, huh? By the by, Garon, I believe you are still holding that fellow. I wish you would let him go. I cannot go about without a valet.
Your valet? You mean that lunatic is your valet?
You use your eyes even less than I had supposed, my dear Garon. You have seen Barty 20 times. You could at least have recognized him under the circumstances.
Gentlemen, I seem to be feeling a little indisposed, and I must return the letter to the owner at once. You will pardon me. Au revoir, monsieur.
Au revoir. Not a bad fellow, really, Paul.
So much for the purloined letter. But listen, Dupin. Very likely De Leon doesn't yet know it's gone.
That was my object. A pity I will never know his thoughts, though, when he is reduced to opening the false letter I left in its place.
Why? Did you put anything in it?
Why, it would have been insulting to leave it blank. He has read the Greeks, I know. We have often discussed them. So I just wrote, by way of signature, the line from Aristophanes. An eager, meager servant of the muse. We poets, mon ami, we understand each other at the last.
The curtain of the NBC University Theater falls on another in our series of radio plays based on the world's great stories. Tonight's adaptation of the Edgar Allan Poe story, The Purloined Letter, was written by Clarisse A. Ross and starred Adolphe Menjou in the role of Auguste Dupin, with John Newland as Poe, David Wolfe as Guérin, and Theodore von Else as De Leon. Adolphe Menjou may soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture, My Dream Is Yours. Others in tonight's cast were Howard Jeffrey, Alma Lawton, Bill Shaw, Byron Kane, Francis Pascoe, and John Ramsey Hill. We invite you to listen again next week when the NBC University Theater will present Gulliver's Travels, a radio play based on the famous stories by Jonathan Swift, starring Henry Hull. Tonight's production of The Purloined Letter was under the direction of Max Hutto. Original music was composed by Albert Harris and conducted by Henry Russell. Productions of the NBC University Theater are currently being used in conjunction with a course in American and British fiction under a college by radio plan at the University of Louisville. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. This is the NBC University Theater, presenting another in our series of radio plays based on the world's great stories. Tonight, Gulliver's Travels by Jonathan Swift, with Henry Hull as Lemuel Gulliver. In 1727, when Jonathan Swift wrote Gulliver's Travels, he intended it to be nothing more than a sharp and biting commentary on the customs and politics of his time. But knowing that the most dangerous truths could be told safely only under the mask of humor, he veiled his attacks with the most imaginative of stories. And as a result, his book did not die with the customs and men which it ridiculed. Instead, with the passage of 2 centuries and more, it has become more than just a brilliant satire. It has become, in fact, one of the greatest of all children's classics, a story to charm and delight the young of every generation and every century.
My name is Lemuel Gulliver. For 16 years and 7 months, I sailed the seas on several vessels, first as a surgeon and then as captain. In the year 1699, I accepted an offer from Captain William Pritchard, master of the Antelope, who was making a voyage to the South Seas. I shall not trouble you with the particulars of our adventures in these seas. Let it suffice to say that in our passage we ran afoul of a tropic storm. The weather being very hazy, we were within half a cable's length of a giant rock before our lookout spied it.
Rock ho! Rock ho! Get ahead!
Avast there, men! Stand by to launch the longboat!
Six of us made shift to get the longboat into the sea. But before we cleared the ship's side, she was driven on the rock and split asunder. What became of my companions, I cannot tell, but conclude that they were lost. For my part, I swam as fortune directed, and was pushed forward by wind and tide to a point where I found myself within my depth. When I finally struggled ashore, I was in so weak a condition that I lay down on the grass and fell asleep. Some hours later, I was awakened by a noise like the humming of insects, a silken whispering like grass in the wind. I tried to raise, only to discover my arms and legs fastened securely to the ground and my hair tied down in the same manner. At once I became aware of something alive, moving on my leg, advancing gently forward over my breast, walking boldly up to my chin. By bending my eyes downward, I was able to perceive that it was a human creature not 6 inches high, with a bow and arrow in its hands. And even while I looked, at least 50 more of the same kind followed the first. It gradually became clear to me that it was these tiny creatures who had made me a prisoner, who had bound me securely while I slept, with cords no thicker than a thread of silk. Outraged at first by the absurdity of a man of my stature being thus treated, I then began to ponder how light my plight was compared to that of thousands of my own countrymen who too were bound by invisible threads of caste, custom, and circumstance. Were they not prisoners as much as I, the only difference being that I was aware of my plight and they were not? The Lilliputians, for that was the name of my tiny captors, brought me food and drink sent thither by their emperor's orders, freeing one of my hands so that I could eat. In Lilliput, as in my own island, the state of a man's stomach is likely to govern his thinking. I topped off my meal with a hogshead of good wine, then fell asleep. While I slept, I was bound in chains and carted by 1,500 horses to the palace of the emperor.
His Imperial Majesty, Globastrum Amarin Valmi Gordilo Sheflin Malioligu, most mighty Emperor of Lilliput.
Your Imperial Majesty, your most humble servant.
His Imperial Majesty, Globastrum Amarin Valmi Gordilo Sheflin Malioligu, proposes to the Man Mountain lately arrived in our celestial dominions the following articles.
One or two of the articles proposed were not altogether to my liking, but overwhelmed by the presence of royalty, I could only prostrate myself at His Majesty's feet and acquiesce. He then had a mind to entertain me with one of his country's best-loved shows. Redbristle, his Minister of Private Affairs, ascended to my shoulder to interpret the performance for me.
What you are about to witness, Man Mountain, is the annual performance of our tightrope walkers. You see, in Lilliput, when a political office is vacant, candidates petition the emperor to entertain the court by cutting capers on a rope. Whoever jumps the highest without falling off wins the office. That's Flimnap, candidate for the office of treasurer, performing now.
He's superb, colossal. Why, he's a sensation.
He should be. He's been at it for years. What is it? Why do you frown?
It's just occurred to me. Is this rope dancing really a true test of a man's qualifications for public office?
Perhaps they thought of a better test in your country?
Surely, I thought. Surely in this setting of ideal loveliness, these tiny, doll-like people, so energetic, so resourceful, must have attained a state of happiness and perfection that we larger mortals only dream of. But I was doomed to disillusion. I'd been there scarcely a month when my friend Redbristle came and climbed up on my shoulder and began to whisper in my ear.
Man Mountain, we labor under two mighty evils. A violent schism at home.
A schism here in Lilliput?
For above 70 moons past, there have been two struggling parties here. The Tremixons and the Slamicsons.
Well, how do you differ politically?
Most profoundly. One party adheres to the wearing of high-heel shoes, the other low-heel.
High and low heels.
His Majesty favors lesser heels in his administration. Therefore, the animosity of the two parties runs so high, they will neither eat nor drink with each other.
Is there no hope of a compromise?
Neither party will yield a fraction. Meanwhile, the country is split in two. And at the same time, we are threatened with an invasion from the island of Blefuscu.
Blefuscu?
A neighboring kingdom with which we've been engaged in a most obstinate war for 36 moons.
36 moons? Amazing. Even in Europe, we are not often able to sustain our wars that long. What started your war with the Blefuscudians?
An egg.
An egg?
Now, it's allowed in all hands that the natural way of cracking a boiled egg is upon the larger end.
Naturally.
The present emperor's great-grandfather, however, during his reign, published an edict commanding all his subjects to break the smaller end of the egg. The people so resented this that there have been 6 rebellious uprisings wherein one emperor lost his life and another his crown.
But you are a rational people. Can't it be made clear to you the futility of such conflicts?
Many hundreds of volumes have been published on the subject. But the emperor has ordered all books that do not support the little Indian point of view suppressed, burned.
I see.
Meanwhile, the war is to start all over again. The enemy has already equipped a numerous fleet and is preparing to descend upon us.
If there is anything I can do...
His Majesty is placing great confidence in your strength and valor.
I am greatly flattered. Please present my humble duty to His Majesty and inform him that I stand ready with my life to defend his person and state against invaders. When the hour of invasion was at hand, I waded out into the channel between Lilliput and Blefuscu, cut the moorings of the enemy's fleet, tied the ship's lines together, then waded back again with the enemy's vessels in tow. The whole kingdom of Lilliput awaited on the shore to do me honor. But alas, I was to learn how fickle is the public mind, how short-lived the hero's laurels. Early the next morning...
And Mountain.
Redressel, what brings you out so early?
I have come under express orders from His Majesty.
What does he want now?
He wants you to bring all the rest of the enemy ships into our port at once.
But great heavens, that would leave the empire of Blefuscu entirely undefended.
Exactly. He says it's our national destiny to rule the world.
Then he's out of his mind.
Not only does he intend to conquer Blefuscu, but he is laying plans to destroy the entire race of big Indians and compel all people to break their eggs on the smaller end.
And if they refuse?
They will be exterminated.
You may return to His Majesty and say that I refuse his request. I shall never be the instrument of bringing a race of free and brave people into slavery. What is it, Redressel? Did you give the Emperor my message?
Man Mountain, you must leave Lilliput at once.
What do you mean?
Listen, His Majesty is angry, most angry at your refusal. He intends to blind you.
Blind me?
Yes, he's clever. He recognizes that the loss of your sight will in no wise impair your bodily strength. You will still be useful to him. In fact, he feels you will be even of greater service to him blind.
Ah, what a low, contemptible, mean, sniveling, treacherous, selfish race you are. How about you, Redressel? Why are you here?
I couldn't bear to think of you reduced to this state. You, my friend.
You must have come to warn me at great risk.
The risk of my life.
I am deeply grateful to you. Because of you, I can still believe in men, even in Lilliput. Among as low specimens of humanity as I have yet encountered, you have proved to me there are those who are not governed by self-interest alone, those capable of idealism, human love, and sacrifice. I shall not depart from your country entirely cynical. My next voyage, after many misadventures, brought me to the kingdom of the Brobdingnagians, a race of giants as tall as steeple spires, whose voices roared like waterfalls. Among these giants, I was looked upon as a freak. The queen chanced upon me when I was being displayed in a box in the marketplace, and, delighted by the fact that I was 30 times smaller than her court dwarf, persuaded the king to buy me for her plaything. At the court, my lot was intolerably humiliating. My behavior occasioned gales of laughter. Just as in my country, children are looked upon as objects of fun and derision. I became obsessed with the idea of proving to the king and his court that I was indeed a man, after all. At length, I hit upon a way to accomplish this. I offered to reveal to the king the secret of an invention that, up to this time, is the most significant achievement of my race.
Tell me, my diminutive friend, what is this wonderful invention?
Well, sire, between 300 and 400 years ago, there was compounded a certain powder, which, when kindled, will fly up into the air with a noise and agitation greater than thunder.
What a diverting idea for feast days and celebrations.
Ah, but wait, Your Majesty. Ram the proper quantity of this powder into a hollow tube of brass or iron, and it will drive a ball of lead with such violence and speed that nothing can sustain its force.
But might that not prove destructive?
It will rip up pavements, tear houses to pieces, lay waste cities, dash out the brains of all who are near.
Stop.
You could become the master of the lives, liberties, and fortunes of all your people. Whoever disputed your absolute authority...
Are you too ignorant to understand that I neither have nor want absolute authority?
But surely you, a king, You cannot be without ambition. You must wish to live in the annals of your people. Now, by the use of this formula, our Prince of Orange...
Be quiet, I command you. Some evil genius, enemy of mankind, must have been the first contriver of this powder. If you value your life, never mention it again.
As you will, sire. But it is plain to be seen that here you have not reduced politics and the conquest of power to an exact science, as the more acute wits of Europe have done.
Power, politics. It is my opinion that whosoever can make 2 ears of corn or 2 blades of grass to grow where only one grew before does more essential service to his country than the whole race of politicians put together.
I was forced to conclude that the king's narrowness of view was the miserably perverted effect of a limited education. Eventually, I reached home again, but such is my restless nature that I had not been there 10 days before...
Man the capstan and cast off the stern line. Aye, aye, sir.
Yes, I was embarked upon another voyage. And it was part of my strange destiny that in time I should have found myself cut adrift by pirates and subsequently saved by the inhabitants of Laputa. Now, Laputa is a most remarkable place, a flying island suspended several thousand feet above the heads of ordinary mortals. The Laputans, unlike the Brobdingnagians, are most scientific. Indeed, they are so wrapped up in intense speculation that they never enjoy a minute's peace. They jostle each other in the streets, bump heads, and are often in manifest danger of falling off the island. The really great thinkers among the Laputans do not walk about at all, however, but are put away in an institution called the Grand Academy of Projectors. Being a great admirer of projects myself, I immediately asked to be allowed to visit this institution. At the great door, I was stopped.
Your pass? Show your identification pass, please. Very good. And your travel permit? All in order.
Thank you. Where will I find the research laboratories?
1 mile down this corridor, then turn left, then right, and then left again.
And the agricultural projects?
2 miles to the left at the opposite end of the building.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I am the coordinator of all architectural research projects. It was I who first introduced the idea of beginning all buildings at the top and working down.
My friend, food is our business. Stuff of life, you know. I've just perfected a method of plowing so simple, you'll wonder you did not think of it yourself. The farmer plants his field with a crop of acorns, turns a drove of hogs loose in the fields, the hogs root with their feet and plow up the field. Simple, isn't it?
Our aim is to perfect a universal language. Now, I hold that by leaving out verbs and participles...
Nonsense, Professor X. You're only wasting your time with minor changes of that sort. Now, I propose that we abolish words altogether.
Unthinkable.
Abolish words altogether and carry about in a sack on our backs such objects as are necessary to express a thought. There's your universal language.
Oh, you can't do it, I tell you. They won't let you do away with words.
Who won't let me pray?
The women. The women.
The School of Political Projectors, right through that door.
And I propose that as a solution to all political problems, we endeavor to persuade the people to choose leaders for their wisdom, capacity, and virtue. That we teach office holders to consult the public good. That we reward merit, ability, and eminent service. And exhort leaders to subordinate their own interests to those of their people. I protest! This man is a radical!
Except for the fantastic ideas I heard expounded in the School of Political Projectors, I must say that I was impressed with the Grand Academy of Laputa. The only inconvenience is that none of the projects of any of the projectors have yet been brought to perfection. And in the meantime, the whole country lies a miserable waste. The houses in ruins and the people without food and clothes. However, I dare say in time they will get around to doing something about that, too. My last voyage took me to a country where horses, called in the land Whinims, are the masters, and men, called Yahoos, are the beasts of burden. Because of the profound difference between their conception of good and evil and our own, it took me the better part of a year to gain sufficient respect from the Whinim in whose home I stayed for him to discuss these matters with me. For at first he considered me only a cleaner and slightly more rational Yahoo than those he kept in his stable. The whole race of Yahoos, he insisted, were the most treacherous and irrational of all brutes.
All you need do is throw among 5 Yahoos as much food as would be sufficient for 50. Instead of eating peaceably, they will fall to quarreling and fighting, each single one determined to have it all to himself.
I'm afraid the Yahoos of my own country are inclined toward similar behavior.
And yet you tell me that in your country the Yahoos are the masters and the Whinims the beast of burden. How can that be?
What you fail to recognize is that in my country the Yahoos are civilized.
Civilized? What is civilized? So many of your words I don't understand. Lying, deceit, power, lust, government, malice, envy, evil. But go on. Tell me, what is civilized?
Well, amongst us, we have wonderful things such as you Whinims have never dreamed of. Magnificent castles, gorgeous clothing, the noblest, most costly meats and drinks. Our ships go to the ends of the earth to bring these luxuries back for the rich.
Rich? What is rich?
Well, a rich Yahoo is one who has enough money to buy these luxuries I have just described.
Then they are not free to all.
Oh, no, by no means.
How many of your Yahoos do enjoy them?
Oh, about 1 in every 1,000, I should say. The bulk of our people live miserably by laboring every day for small wages.
Wages?
Money. The most prized and precious substance amongst us.
What you say amazes me. Now, among us Whinims, it is our supposition that all animals have a title to their share in the productions of the earth. But then, of course, we are not civilized. Tell me, those Yahoos who do not have the luxuries you describe, how do they feel?
They are in a continual ferment of endeavor to earn sufficient money to live as the rich do.
And of what does this endeavor consist?
Oh, there are numerous kinds. Begging, robbing, stealing, cheating, forswearing, flattering, forging, gaming, hectoring, voting, libeling, scribbling, stargazing. Then there are the recognized professions, of course, like doctoring.
Please explain.
Well, it is part of our civilization that we eat when we are not hungry, drink without the provocation of thirst, sit whole nights imbibing strong liquors.
Most extraordinary.
All of which disposes us to sloth, inflames our bodies, and prevents digestion. Then there are diseases to which husbands or wives, grown weary of their mates, are subject.
Incredible.
All of which makes the profession of doctoring a most lucrative one amongst us Yahoos. But I must tell you of another profession, the law.
Please spare me. I do not feel equal to hearing about the law today. To be frank, your whole discourse has only increased my abhorrence for the whole species of Yahoos. For the Yahoos amongst us, I have always felt a kind of pity for their ignorance. But the Yahoos of your country, you say, pretend to reason. Instead of reason, it seems to me you're possessed only of some quality fitted to increase your natural vices. Do you realize that for all your talk of civilization, all your fine words, you have never mentioned the one word we Whinims prize most deeply? Love.
Love?
It is the law of our land. We need no other. Amongst us, love is not confined to any particular object, but universal to the whole race.
We show the same affection for our neighbor's issue as for our own. And wherever a Wynnum goes, to whatever part of the land, he looks upon that as his home. Thus we live together without conflict, in peace and happiness. Peace. Happiness.
Now you are using words with which I am not familiar. But in time, dwelling amongst the Wynnums, I was to learn the full meaning of peace and happiness. I enjoyed perfect health of mind and body. I did not feel the treachery or inconstancy of a friend. I had no occasion of bribing or flattering to procure the favor of a great man or his minion. I wanted no fence against fraud or oppression. In the midst of all this happiness, and when I looked upon myself to be fully settled for life, my host sent for me one morning a little earlier than usual.
It is with great sorrow that I must tell you what I must. You will have to leave us.
Leave you? Go from this peaceful country? Oh, no, not that. Don't send me away.
It is the opinion of the majority of the Wynnums that we jeopardize our well-being by keeping you here. It is feared that you, since you have the rudiments of reason added to the natural depravity of a Yahoo, that you may influence the other Yahoos to rise up against us.
A thought of that kind never entered my mind. I swear it.
So I told the other Wynnums. But they replied that ye yourself had told us that your kind excels in the art of lying and dissimulation. How can you be trusted? You must go.
Thus, gentle listener, I have given thee a faithful account of my travels for 16 years and above 7 months, wherein I have not been as studious of ornament as of truth. I could perhaps have astounded thee with strange, improbable tales, but I chose to relate plain matter of fact in manner and style. It is my belief that a traveler's chief aim should be not to form wonderful descriptions of both land and sea, but to make men wiser and better.
The curtain of the NBC University Theater falls on Gulliver's Travels, another in our series of radio plays based on stories that live. Tonight's adaptation of the Jonathan Swift story was written by Frank Wells and starred Henry Hull as Lemuel Gulliver, with Anthony Boris as the Lilliputian, Ken Christie as the Brobdingnagian, and Gail Gordon as the Wynnum. Henry Hull may soon be seen as General Mike McCready in the Warner Brothers picture Fighter Command. Others in the cast were Bruce Cammon, Stanley Farrar, Cy Stevens, Jack Crucian, Earl Lee, Jack Carroll, and Cliff Clark. It is with real pleasure that the NBC University Theater announces that beginning with our next performance, our productions will be a full hour in length. The first of these attractions will be an adaptation of the Henry James novel, The American, with Alan Hale in the starring role. We suggest that you watch your local newspaper for time and station. Tonight's production of Gulliver's Travels was directed by Max Hutto. Original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Productions of the NBC University Theater are currently being used in conjunction with a course in American and British fiction under a college by radio plan at the University of Louisville. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
This is the NBC University Theater, bringing you the second in our series of full-hour dramatizations of outstanding works in modern American and British fiction. Today, we present Brian Ahern in the title role of the Joseph Conrad novel, Lord Jim.
Powerfully built chap with a dogged self-drive to him.
The same one, certainly. I've run into him in several of these eastern ports. Bombay, Calcutta, Rangoon, always worked as a water clerk.
Deucedly clever at it, too. But I hear he's full of black ingratitude. Ship chandler never knew when he'd throw up his job and leave suddenly without so much as a thank you. Mysterious of his sort.
Confounded fool, I say. He could have made a pretty penny if he'd stayed in one place. Jim, his name was, I think.
That's it, Jim. What was the last name?
Come to think of it, I don't remember his ever having one. I say, that is a bit mysterious now.
Jim had another name, of course, but he was anxious that it should not be pronounced. His incognito was not meant to hide a personality, but a fact. And when the fact broke through, he would suddenly leave the seaport where he happened to be and move on to another, generally farther east. When his flight finally cut him off from white men, the Malays of the jungle added a word to the monosyllable of his incognito. They called him Tuan Jim. As one might say, Lord Jim. But that part comes near the end of my story. Let me begin at the beginning. Originally, he came from a parsonage. And between energetic son and pious, peaceful father, there was an enviable love and understanding.
Well, son, I thought we might talk about your future this afternoon. You'll soon be finished at the school here.
Yes, sir.
A little milk in your tea?
Oh, thank you.
As you know, the parsonage here has been handed down from father to son for generations. You would make a good minister, I believe.
Sir.
But my father let me make my own decision, and you shall make yours.
I want to go to sea, Father.
To sea? I'm not totally surprised. I've noticed your taste in literature. But are you positive, son? The life will not be always as depicted in romantic sea tales.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm very sure. It's the only life I want.
Well, if you can match your enthusiasm with tenacity, I've no doubt you'll make it a good life. I'll make arrangements for you to be sent to a training ship for officers of the mercantile marine.
Oh, thank you, Father. Thank you. You'll be proud of me, sir. I'll do big things.
Just do the little things well, and I'll be satisfied. After all, you're my son. I think I'll warm my tea.
He got on well and was generally liked. He had a steady head and an excellent physique. After 2 years of training, he went to sea. Yet in the routine of his days, he never lost his avidity for adventure and his sense of possessing many-sided courage. A leg accident caused him to put up at a hospital at an eastern port. His recovery was slow, and he was left behind. Well again, he took a berth as chief mate of the Patna, a local steamer as old as the hills and eaten up with rust, worse than a condemned water tank. She was commanded by a renegade German, who wore a blood-and-iron air combined with a purple nose and a red moustache.
Well, here come the cattle again.
The cattle? Oh, you mean our passengers?
You call them Arab pilgrims passengers? Cattle? covered with dust and sweat and grime. They sleep all over the deck on mats. This is your first trip, huh? After you keep stepping over them a few times, you'll swap them for pigs. Pigs is cleaner, maybe. Well, when they're all on, we'll shove off.
That was the first and last voyage Jim made on the Patna. I met him at the police court of an eastern port where the inquiry was being held. Yes, you see, another ship had picked up the captain, mate, and 2 engineers of the Patna in their lifeboat. But when they reached port, the captain deserted, and the 2 engineers were too ill to testify. So Jim was the whole show. The judges could get nothing from him, though. I know as much of what happened as any man alive will ever know, I suspect. It was after I had pressed Jim with the dinner invitation, and then served him some warming wine, that he opened up to me.
It's all in being ready. I wasn't. Not that night. Oh, I don't want to excuse myself. But I would like to explain. I would like somebody to understand. Somebody. One person at least. You. Why not you? You've been no end kind.
I'd be happy to listen.
It bulged, I tell you. We'd hit something big, and it bulged, I tell you. I was holding my lamp along the angle iron in the lower deck when a flake of rust as big as the palm of my hand fell off the plate all of itself.
That made you feel pretty bad, eh?
Do you suppose I was thinking of myself? With 160 people at my back, all fast asleep on the fore-tween deck, and more aft, sleeping and knowing nothing about it. 3 times as many as there were boats for, even if there'd been time.
And you felt there was no time?
I expected to see the iron open out as I stood there and the ocean rush in. In a split second, I lived what could happen. A sea whitened by the struggles of human beings, clamorous with the distress of cries for help. And there was no help. Oh, it seemed to take all the life out of my limbs. Do you think I was afraid of death? No, by heaven, no. But a voice, my own voice, kept speaking aloud inside my head. 800 people and 7 boats. 800 people and 7 boats. And no time. Oh, I don't know how long I stood there. Perhaps a minute. It was timeless. Well, when I finally got to the bridge, these beggars, the captain and the 2 engineers, were getting one of the boats off the chocks.
It's you. Lend a hand, quick. Quick, man.
Aren't you going to do something?
Yeah, clear out.
What?
Clear out, you fool. This crate won't last another minute.
But these people...
I suppose you can save them, you crazy fool. Lend a hand here.
No. You mustn't leave them.
You'd rather die with them? Die, then. Hand me the hammer. We've got to work fast here.
Oh, the sliding boat of the boat chock is jammed tight.
Take the hammer to it here. Oh.
I stood on the starboard side away from them. I wanted no part in their work. I can't remember thinking of anything, only waiting for the ship to suddenly dip into the sea.
Come and help, for all that's holy. Come and help.
I can't.
Oh, if I had the time, I'd crack your skull for you. Won't you save your own life, you infernal coward?
Let it sink, curse you.
Come and help, man. Are you mad to throw away your only chance? Come and help, man. Look, the squall's coming. We're done for in a few moments if we don't loose this thing.
It was black. Black. It had sneaked upon us from behind. I suppose there had been some hope at the back of my head yet. I don't know. But it was all over now. I was angry as though I'd been trapped. I was trapped.
Hammer, mine got the hammer.
You silly fool. Do you think you get the ghost of a show when all that lot of brutes is in the water? Why, they'll batter your head for you from these boats.
The squall engulfed us now. The rain was blinding when one couldn't tell where it ended and the ocean began. And just then, the jammed locks of the lifeboat gave way.
That does it.
Easy now. Lower her slow. Careful there. Swing it out now. She's going.
Let her go. Easy.
The next minute was crowded with a tumult of events and sensations that beat about me like the sea upon a rock. The squall had awakened many of the pilgrims. They didn't know what was happening, but they began to chatter wildly in their native tongue. The captain and the engineers had gotten down into the lifeboat. I stood with my hand on the davit. And then they began to scream from the boat.
Jump! We'll catch you!
The squall! We've got to shove off! Jump!
Jump!
Please, can't you?
Jump! Jump!
Next thing I remember, I was in the boat. I had jumped, it seems.
So it would seem.
I knew nothing about it till I looked up. And then I wished I could die. There was no going back. It was as if I'd jumped into a well, into an everlasting deep hole. Oh, yes. I know it very well. Certainly I jumped. I told you I jumped. But they were too much for any man. It was their doing, as plainly as if they'd reached up with a boat hook and pulled me over. Can't you see it? You must see it. Come, speak straight out.
You've been tried. I don't know what I would have done. Nor does any man. And when the Avondale picked you up, you told them...
What I believed. As the first boat was lowered, the ship went into a squall. Sank like lead. Oh, the story didn't matter. I jumped. That's what I have to live down. It was like cheating the dead.
And there were no dead.
No. The Patna was found the next day. Adrift. Was towed to Aden. If I'd only stayed on. Oh, what a chance missed. What a chance missed.
Not many men are offered a try at real heroism. Fewer still have dreamed and waited for it, as had Jim. Perhaps the world could have forgiven him his human failure, but he could never forgive himself. The outcome of the inquiry was as all had expected. Jim's certificate was cancelled. I did not seek him out after the trial, but I was extremely pleased when he casually walked into my room the next afternoon.
May I have a cigarette?
Help yourself. Here's a light.
Thanks. Well, that's over.
Yes.
I wonder what's to come.
Why not visit home?
Never.
You're awfully fond of your dad. I can tell.
That's no secret.
And he'd be...
It'd be in all the papers by now. No, I'll never go back again.
But look
I'd
here.
rather not discuss it.
Sorry.
No better than a vagabond now. Without a single... Well, someday one's bound to come upon some sort of chance to get it all back again. Must.
Perhaps. Life's long enough. Don't reckon too much on it.
I feel as if nothing could ever touch me again.
You still won't take the money that's due you from the Patna? I suppose you intend to eat and drink and sleep under shelter in the usual way. What will you do tomorrow? Where will you turn?
That isn't the thing.
You've got to live. On every conceivable ground, you must let me help you.
You can't.
But I can.
No, I won't take money.
Upon my word, you deserve being told to go to blazes. It isn't a question of money at all. Look at this letter. I'm writing to a man of whom I've never asked a favor. I make myself unreservedly responsible for you. He'll give you a job with his firm. A rice mill.
Joe, you're a brick. Why, this is what you... Well, you don't mind my not saying anything appropriate? There isn't anything one can say.
Oh, no.
All right, I'll shut up. But you can't stop me from thinking, though. Never mind. I'll show you yet. I always thought that if a fella could start with a clean slate, and now you, in a measure... Yes, a clean slate. I'll show you.
Six months afterwards, my friend wrote me of Jim. He was highly pleased with his work, as well as his personality. Jim had a chance for big advancements. Then, after a few more months, I chanced to stop at the city where my friend lived. I was looking forward to seeing Jim, too, but not with you any longer. But I thought you liked him. What happened?
Yeah. What happened? Exactly. You tell me. I was deucedly fond of him. Even had him stay here in my home. And last month I came down to breakfast one morning and found a note from him. He'd gone. Sorry.
That was all. Allow me to say, lest you should have some more mysterious young men in reserve, that I have shut up shop.
But he must have given a reason. Think hard.
No. Well, there was, but that couldn't have been a reason for...
What did you just think of?
Oh, a trifle. I had a man to look after some machinery at the mill. Jim didn't seem to like him much, but he was such an insignificant fellow, really.
Why didn't he like him?
Well, dash it all, I don't know. I remember, though, he got rather upset when the fellow mentioned they'd been on a ship somewhere together. By the way, you didn't tell me...
Was the ship the Patna?
Could have been. Yes, now think it was. Yes, the Patna.
One chance in 100. But it's always that 100th chance. And Jim had been forced to move on. Had forced himself. And thrown over a fortune. The next I heard from him, he was a water clerk for Ekstrom and Blake, ship chandlers in a still more eastern port. When my ship put in there, I went to the offices. Ekstrom told me the story this time.
Oh, him? Oh, he left us, Captain.
When did he leave?
Well, let's see. The very day a steamer with returning pilgrims from the Red Sea put in here with 2 blades of a propeller gone. 3 weeks ago now.
Wasn't there something said about the Patna case?
Why, yes. Come to think of it, Captain, how did you know? The 2 ships were compared. Then they started on about the Patna like most people do. Interesting case, you know. Jim was here at the time having a sandwich and a glass of beer, and suddenly, sir, that blasted Jim, he puts down the sandwich he had in his hand and walks around the table and says to me just like this.
I'm shoving off.
Oh, no need to hurry out for the next job, Jimmy. It isn't 1:30 yet. You might snatch a smoke first.
I'm off for good. Leaving you.
Huh? What?
That's it.
Oh, rising the wage. Oh, that's the trouble, is it? Oh, well, all right. There's no need of all that fuss with me, Jimmy. Just mention your figure, anything in reason. You're good at your job and worth the price.
No, I can't stop with you.
Huh? What's the bloomin' joke, lad?
No joke. I've got to go.
What is it you're running away from? Who's been getting at you? Where did you expect to find a better berth?
No place.
Oh, look here, this business ain't going to sink.
I give you my word. If you knew my reasons, you wouldn't care to keep me.
That's the biggest lie you ever told in your life.
I know my own mind.
Can't you really stop long enough to drink this glass of beer, you funny beggar, you?
Goodbye. You're not half a bad chap, Ekstrom.
Well, if you're in such a hurry, here's luck to you in your own drink. Only mark my words, if you keep up this game, you'll sure find that the earth ain't big enough to hold you.
Goodbye.
He gave me one black look. Out he rushed with a face fit to scare little children. Haven't been able to get a man that was any good since. And where might you have come across him, Captain, if it's fair to ask?
He was the mate of the Patna that voyage.
And who the devil cares about that?
I dare say no one. Save himself. I have told you these 2 episodes at length to show his manner of dealing with himself under the new conditions of his life. There were many others of the sort, more than I could count on the fingers of my 2 hands. There seemed no place else he could escape to. It was then I went to see Stein, a wealthy and respected merchant who dealt in island produce on a large scale. I told Stein Jim's story.
I understand very well. He is romantic, yeah.
What's to be done for it?
There is only one remedy. The question is not how to get cured, but how to live.
Yes, I know.
I tell you, my friend, it is not good for you to find you cannot make your dream come true for the reason that you are not strong enough or not clever enough. Yeah? There is one way. Follow the dream. Follow the dream.
Well, it's too late for that now.
Then perhaps another way. He could be buried.
Buried?
Away from those who remind him of his lost dream.
But he's traveled 3,000 miles, and it follows him.
He has never been to Patusan.
Patusan?
A remote district of a native-ruled state.
Oh.
No one ever goes there. No one would ever wish to. I have a small trading post there.
You think Jim could manage it?
He could do no worse than the man I have there now.
White or native?
A Moluccan Portuguese named Cornelius. Worthless, conniving fellow. His wife was a fine woman, though. She had a daughter by her first marriage who stays on with Cornelius.
If Jim takes the post, will you bring this Cornelius back?
I doubt he would leave. It does not matter to me. But we should warn you, Jim. Cornelius may well make trouble for him.
The afternoon I stood on the dock saying goodbye to Jim. He was as excited and voluble as a youngster on the eve of a long holiday.
This is what I've been waiting for. I've been dreaming of it. By Jove, I'll show you yet. I'm ready for any confounded thing. This is luck at last. You wait.
I hope you'll go in the proper frame of mind, Jim.
I'm in a perfect frame of mind.
You may not want to remain.
Remain? Of course I shall. Only get me in and I'll never leave.
Don't be foolhardy. If you only live long enough, you'll want to come back.
Come back to what?
All right. Forget I mentioned it. But at least be prepared for what you'll meet when you get there. Stein warned you of the worrying and pillaging that goes on between the native factions of Patusan, didn't he?
Yes, sure. That decadent Raja and the bandit Sheriff Ali. All of that.
All of that can become a bit annoying when you're there without help.
Oh, but I'll have help, you know. That old chap called Doramin, one of the principal men out there, is a great friend of Mr. Stein's, and he'll be my friend, too. Oh, I say, don't look at me that way. I promise to take care of myself. Yes.
That's better.
I won't take any risks. Of course I won't. I mean to hang out, so don't you worry. By Joe, I feel as if nothing could touch me. Why, this is luck from the word go. I wouldn't spoil such a magnificent chance. It's a magnificent chance.
Jim's coming to Patusan was a blessing. But to them, as to many of us, the blessing came heralded by terrors. Doramin and his son Dane Waris befriended Jim, it is true, but the tribe they headed was only a small part of the population. And the rest of the natives under the Raja's rule feared the white god new to their midst. Jim took up quarters with Cornelius. This was a mistake, since Cornelius was part of the plot to get rid of him.
You really must leave. Surely you know your life is in danger at every minute.
Cornelius, you have been whispering in my ears the plans that have been made for my murder for weeks now, and so far nothing's even threatened me.
So far.
A man can become even contemptuous of his own suicide when it becomes such a familiar threat.
They will do it, I tell you.
Let them try. Once.
It will be too late then. On their first attempt, they will succeed. I know these people.
I'm getting to know them too, however. I think they fear me, Cornelius.
Just that. You have no time to lose. For your safety, only with the thought of your safety, I have gone to great pains to devise a plan.
A plan?
For your escape. A great deal of trouble on my part, and for only $100, even 80? Yes, let's say 80. I can procure a trustworthy man who will smuggle you out of the land. No one will ever know what happened to you.
Probably even I won't know.
Oh, you must trust me. I am your only friend. You must trust me for only $80. A small sum for your life. Oh, you must not laugh. You must trust me. Think of the danger I am risking by staying behind. They will surely know it was I who helped you escape. But I don't think of myself, no. Only of you. You must leave if you care a pin for your life.
That's just it, Cornelius. If it means running away, I don't care a pin.
No? You refuse? You insist on staying?
I am staying.
Then your blood be on your own head. I shan't try to befriend you any longer.
It's quite all right with me. I'm going to live in Patusan.
You shall die here.
But Cornelius's warnings were not all idle, and events would have taken a bad turn for Jim if he had not had a protectress, the daughter of Cornelius's wife, whom Jim called Jewel.
Get up. Get up. Get up.
Huh? Hey? Oh, what?
You must wake up.
Why? What's happened? You all right?
Yes, but you are in great danger. They have come to kill you.
Oh, I've heard this too often.
No. It's true. Here's your gun. Take it. I have loaded it.
Oh, but...
There is no time to lose. Can you face 4 men with your gun?
Yes.
Then come with me. I'll hold the torch high so you can see your way along the path. Now, come.
But you must tell me what this is all about.
4 men are hiding in that hut over there, to the right. They intend murdering you while you slept. I heard Cornelius talking with them.
Oh, they've plotted many times, Jewel.
But I know when they mean to carry it through. You think I have watched on this night only?
You?
Please do not stop. Walk quickly.
There's someone coming. It's Cornelius. Hey, Cornelius!
They know you are awake now. Your voice. You must run away. They know you are strong and fearless. Run to Doramin. Go to Doramin.
If I am strong and fearless, why?
Yes. So they won't attack you tonight. But what about tomorrow night? And the next? Of the many, many nights? Can I always be watching?
If I am fearless, then let me be. They're in that shed?
Yes.
I'm going in.
No, then I'll come with you.
No, you stay here.
No. I will hold the torch in through the window. You could see nothing without it. Come, we'll run now. Now, push open the door. Fire! Defend yourself.
Why, there's no one here.
No, look. That heap of dirty mats. Eyes are watching us.
Come out. Come out, I say.
He has a knife. Why don't you shoot?
Jim held his shot deliberately. Held it for the 10th part of a second, for 3 strides of the man. Held it for the pleasure of saying to himself,
"That's a dead man."
He noticed the dilated nostrils, the wide eyes, the intent, eager stillness of the face. And then he fired. He saw the man jerk his head up, fling his arms forward, and drop the knife. He had shot him through the mouth. With the impetus of his rush, the man drove straight on and landed with terrific violence on his forehead, just short of Jim's bare toes. The place was getting very full of sooty smoke from the torch. Jim walked over the body and covered with his revolver another naked figure, outlined vaguely at the other end. As he was about to pull the trigger, the man threw away his short, heavy spear and squatted submissively.
You want your life? How many more of you are there?
2 more, Tuan.
Accordingly, 2 more crawled from under the mats, holding out their empty hands to Lord Jim.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Brian Ahern in Lord Jim by Joseph Conrad, another in our special series of dramatizations of great English and American novels. Our intermission commentator today is Dr. Harvey C. Webster of the University of Louisville, where these productions are currently being used in conjunction with his course in Anglo-American fiction as part of a national college by radio plan, which permits our listeners to earn credit toward a college degree by means of radio. Now, here to comment on today's novel, Lord Jim, is the distinguished author and lecturer, Dr. Harvey C. Webster, speaking to you from Louisville.
And say they're usually pessimistic thoughts. Many read Conrad as philosopher and accept or reject him as they accept or reject what they think Conrad thinks. This is unfortunate. An artist, especially a great one like Conrad, is more than his philosophy, more than his experience, above, in spite of himself, his prejudices. Typhoon, one of Conrad's best tales, is not only about its title, it is also about man's courage, nature's apparent hostility, and much else. Victory, The only Conrad novel I like better than Lord Jim is not a pessimistic sermon or a melodrama or an exhibition of the beautiful English a man born in Poland can write. Victory is a seeing of life that sometimes includes pessimism and melodrama, that is written in beautiful prose, and a great deal more. What you take away from the seeing of life in Victory, in Lord Jim, in all of Conrad's fiction, depends on you, your maturity, your patience, your sensitivity. Conrad himself has put this better than I have. My task, he says, is to make you hear, to make you feel. It is before all to make you see. If I succeed, you shall find there, according to your deserts, encouragement, consolation, fear, charm, all you demand, and perhaps also that glimpse of truth for which you have forgotten to ask. At his best, in youth, Victory, Lord Jim, Under Western Eyes, Nostromo, The Heart of Darkness, in perhaps 5 or 6 others, Conrad does make you hear, feel, and see, so that you can find in his books what you deserve to find. I hope that you deserve greatly, for there is much to find in the Conrad novels I hope you'll start reading or rereading when this program is over.
Thank you, Dr. Webster. Our dramatization of Lord Jim continues from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
I visited Patusan 2 years after Jim's arrival. It was inconceivable how many things he had regulated over the entire island, the good he had done the people. When the natives spoke of Tuan Jim, their tone was a strange mixture of familiarity and awe. Jim had a very fine house in the native style. His life there with Jewel was as typical and devoted as the happiest couple in a London suburb. And as for Jim himself, I think he was almost satisfied. Almost satisfied. What man can hope for much more?
Peaceful here, huh? Look at those houses down in the valley below. There's not one where I'm not trusted. I told you I'd hang on. Ask any man, woman, or child.
I don't have to. I see it in their faces.
Well, I'm all right, anyhow.
I never had any doubt of it, Jim. I'm glad you found out in the end.
By Jove. Only think what it is to me. I've got back my confidence in myself. A good name. You know, sometimes I wish...
that you could go back and prove it to the others?
No, I shall hold on to what I've got. I can't expect anything more. Not out there in the world, anyhow. No, this is my limit, because nothing less will do.
Then you have no desire to leave for any personal happiness?
Leave? It'd be harder than dying. No, on my word, don't laugh. Every day, every time I open my eyes, I feel that I'm trusted. And then there's Jewel. I love her dearly, more than I could tell.
And she adores you?
Yes. You take a different view of your actions when you come to understand, when you're made to understand every day that your existence is necessary, absolutely necessary to another person. I'm made to feel that, and it's wonderful. I've been only 2 years here, and now, upon my word, I can't conceive of living anywhere else.
Jim, you said you were all right now. Does that mean, too, you've forgotten why you came here?
Not yet. And yet, upon my soul, I think I've a right to. And perhaps someday... Isn't it strange that all these people who would do anything for me could never be made to understand? If you ask them who is brave, who is true, who is just, who is it that they would trust with their lives, They would say twan Jim. And yet they can never know the real truth.
There was one person in Patusan who felt the shadow of the truth, however, without knowing. And for her, it became a haunting fear. I sensed that Jewel had been waiting for an opportunity to speak with me alone. It came one evening when Jim, followed by his faithful servant Tammy Tam, had started on his rounds.
Did you come to take him away?
No. Upon my word, I did not come for that.
Why did you come, then?
I had business here with Jim. And more than that, we're great friends, you know. Believe me, my dear, if I've any wish in the matter, it is for him to stay, not leave.
They always leave us.
You're wrong. Nothing can separate him from you.
That is what he said. He swore it to me.
Did you ask him?
Oh, no, never. In the beginning, I asked him to leave. I begged him to. But he said he could not, that it was impossible. I begged him to leave. I was thinking of his safety, but I was trying to save myself, too.
Save yourself?
I did not want to die weeping, as my mother did. I wanted him to leave before it was too late for me.
But you say he swore to you he would stay.
Yes.
And is it possible that you do not believe him?
Other men have sworn the same thing. My father did.
But he's not like that.
Why is he different? Is he better? Is he?
On my word of honor, I believe he is.
Tell me, is he more true?
More true than any other man. Fear shall never drive him away from you.
What is it, then? What is it? There is something he can never forget. I know. Yet I don't know. He says he has been afraid. How can I believe this? You all remember something. You all go back to it. You tell me, what is this thing? Has it got a face and a voice? Will he see it? Will he hear it in his sleep, perhaps, when he cannot see me? And then will he arise and go? I shall never forgive him. My mother forgave, but I never.
I can understand your fear, but it is unfounded. There's nothing in that outside unknown world, nothing living or dead, no voice, no power that can tear Jim from your side. No one wants him.
No one?
No one.
Why? Why? Tell me why.
You really want to know?
Oh, yes, yes.
Because he's not good enough.
But that is the very thing he said. You lie. Both of you.
I called after her. I tried to explain that no one was good enough, really. But she ran from me. And seeing Jim coming, I slipped away. As I walked down the path, Cornelius ran up to me. He had an eager, craving look on his sour, yellow little face. Even his groveling aspect could not hide the hate that was eating him up.
Look at me, Honorable Sir, look at me. The most unhappy of men. A victim, crushed. And I tried to befriend him and see what I got.
You befriend Jim? What are you talking about?
Don't walk away. Forgive me, Honorable Sir. Spare me a moment more. My great misfortunes have affected my head, Honorable Sir. I say things I don't mean. Please, the Honorable Sir doesn't know what it means to be broken down, ruined, trampled upon. But if you could put yourself in my position, perhaps you...
What are you getting at, Cornelius?
You could perhaps, Honorable Sir, speak to him in my behalf, eh? Only a moderate provision, I ask. A small present.
Present? For what?
In exchange for the girl. I brought her up, Honorable Sir, another man's child. It was great trouble and pain. Now, I'm an old man. If the Honorable Sir would say a word, and you could tell him for a suitable present, I'd be willing to take the girl back again.
Take her back?
Yes, Honorable Sir, when the time comes for the gentleman to go home.
In this case, Cornelius, the time shall never come.
What?
Haven't you heard him say so himself? He will never go home.
This is too much. He comes here, devil knows from where, comes here to trample on me till I die. Till I die. But patience. Patience. We shall see. We shall see. He cannot steal everything from me and get away with it. We shall see.
It all began about a year later with a man named Brown. Gentleman Brown, he was ironically called, who with a small but cold-blooded band pillaged the helpless native villages of the eastern seas. But he was down on his luck now, and it was for food mostly that Gentleman Brown picked on Patusan.
Patusan. Probably a largest native village, sure to be defenseless, boys. And with lots of provisions to lay our hands on. Bullocks, rice, sweet potatoes. Maybe even enough to stock a cargo and make a little change to boot. We'll roast their toes rather than be balked.
But Gentleman Brown had not counted on the influence of Tuan Jim, on the well-stocked ammunition stores. Though Jim was away on a trip to the interior, the natives on the Dane Waris, within a few hours, had forced the invaders to seek protection behind a blockade on a small knoll. The situation seemed hopeless for Gentleman Brown until Cornelius arrived and opened his eyes to the home affairs of Patusan.
Yes, there are possibilities, I tell you, immense possibilities. Perhaps we could work together and beat him.
But who is this white lord you've been raving about? What's his name?
Jim.
That's not enough for a man's name. What is he? Where does he come from? Is he an Englishman?
Yes, but he's a fool. All you have to do is kill him, and then you are king.
Perhaps I could persuade him we should work together. That we could share things, and once I got to the powder supply, I'd be in charge. An argument would start between us. It only takes one shot, you know.
Yes. And then you would be master.
What's that?
He has come.
Already? Are you sure?
They are sounding the drums for him.
Oh, why such a row?
For joy. He is a very great man, but all the same, he knows no better than a child.
And now look here, how is one to get to him?
He will come to talk to you.
What do you mean? Come down here strolling, as it were?
Yes. He is just that much of a fool. You shall see what a fool he is. You shall see. He is not afraid of anything. He will order you to leave his people alone. He's just like a little child. He will order you to leave his people alone, and then, Captain, you tell that tall man with a gun who's such a good shot to shoot him. Just you kill him, and you shall frighten everybody so much. You can do anything you like with them afterwards. Fine. Yes, fine.
Who are you? My name's Brown, Captain Brown. What's yours?
Jim did not answer this question, but stood looking at the man on the other side of the small creek.
What made you come here?
You want to know? It's easy to tell. Hunger. And what made you?
Not for hunger, and not for plunder.
We were driven to it. We came here for food, you hear? Food to fill our stomachs. We don't ask for anything but to give us a fight or a clear road to go back whence we came.
I would fight with you now.
And I would let you shoot me in welcome. This is as good a jumping-off place for me as any. But by heaven, I'm not the sort to jump out of trouble and leave my men in the lurch.
What did you do out there on the outside to be driven to this?
Have we met to tell each other the story of our lives? I won't ask you what scared you into this infernal hole where you seem to have found pretty pickings. That's your luck, and this is mine. The privilege to beg to be shot quickly, or else to go free and starve in my own way.
Will you promise to leave the coast and to surrender your arms?
Surrender our arms? Not till you come and take them out of our stiff hands. Ha! You think I've gone crazy?
Very well. You shall have a clear road or else a clear fight.
Henceforth, events moved fast. Jim returned to the council meeting of the natives over which Duramin presided, but he spoke with unaccustomed difficulty.
Everybody shall be safe. You have my word for it. I, who put the happiness and the safety of you, my people, above all else.
But are they not bloodthirsty robbers bent on killing, Tuan?
They are erring men whom suffering has made blind to right and wrong. Oh, it's true that lives have been lost already, but why lose more?
Their evil deeds should be punished.
No, wait, hear me, please.
Let Tuan continue.
It's true they've killed some of our people. We've killed some of theirs. But a fight will only heap new evils upon the old. Have I ever ill-advised you? Have my words ever brought suffering to you?
You have always been our friend.
I am one of you. Your welfare is my welfare. Your losses, my losses. And your mournings, my mournings. And so I say, I think it would be best to let these whites and their followers go and live their lives. It would be a small gift. I, whom you have tried and always found true, ask you to let them go. What is your command, O Duramin?
I have no trust for the white men on the hill. It seems to me they should be punished. But I do trust you, Tuan Jim. If you say it is best they go, let it be so.
A message was sent to Gentleman Brown, and Tammy Tam, Jim's servant, was dispatched with a message to Dane Warris, who waited with an encampment farther down the river, that the white men should be allowed to pass unmolested. But a new member was aboard the invaders' boat as it made its way along the foggy river this time. A man with a thirst for revenge in his eyes. The man was Cornelius.
You should have killed the Tuan when you had a chance.
That would have done no good. Well, at least we're getting out alive. And he sent a bit of food to boot.
A bit of food, bah. When you could have had gold and precious stuff. The place is full of it.
Huh?
Yes, he stole it. Why could you not have taken it from him? You have as much right.
Gold? He tricked me.
Oh, now you see it. What a fool you were.
It's too late now.
For the gold, perhaps. Not for revenge.
Huh?
Dane Warris is encamped farther down the river with a band of warriors.
So?
And I'll tell you something else, Captain. I know another way along this river. One that will take us behind, not in front of Dane Warris' camp.
Oh?
If you were quiet, they would never hear us approach. They'd be looking for us the other way. And this fog makes an extra covering.
Can you find your way in this soup?
I have lived here a long time.
I'll follow your directions.
It was an act of cold-blooded ferocity. Gentleman Brown's revenge upon the world which, after 20 years of contemptuous and reckless bullying, refused him the tribute of a common robber's success. Tammy Tam, paddling madly, got back to the town, the women were looking out for the return of Dane Warris's fleet of little boats. The town had a festive air. Tammy Tam, panting, with trembling lips and wild eyes, rushed to the house of Lord Jim.
It is I, Tammy Tam, Tuan, with tidings that cannot wait.
Yes? Come in. What's wrong?
This, Tuan, is a day of evil, and a cursed day.
Speak out.
It was most cruel treachery. They came up behind the camp. They have shot Dane Warris, and many more.
No.
Is Dane Warris dead?
He ran out at the first shots and fell. They will be bringing his body back soon to his father, Doramin.
Order a fleet of boats out for immediate pursuit. We'll repay them for this. Why do you stand there? Waste no time.
Forgive me, Tuan.
What?
It is not safe any longer for thy servant to go out amongst the people.
Jim understood at once. He had retreated from one world for a small matter of an impulsive jump. And now the other world, the work of his own hands, had fallen in ruins upon his head. He sat alone in his room all day. He would not even speak with Jewel. Later, toward evening, he called Tammy Tam.
Well?
There is much weeping, much anger, too.
What does the council say? You know?
Luckily, we have the powder here. We'll have to fight.
Fight? What for?
For our lives.
I have no life.
Oh, no. Do not speak so.
Tam, I give you and my other servants leave to depart to your homes.
For how long, Tuan?
For all time. It is time to finish this.
Will you not fight?
There's nothing to fight for. Nothing is lost.
Then will you fly? Shall we fly?
There is no escape.
And you shall go? Oh, you are mad or false. Do you remember the night I prayed you to leave me? You said that you could not, that it was impossible. Impossible. Do you remember you said you would never leave me? Why? I asked you for no promise.
Quiet, Jewel. I should not be worth having.
Oh, yes. You are mine. Will you defend yourself?
Nothing can touch me.
Oh, but I shall hold you with my arms so. You are mine. I will not let you go.
Let me go. Let me go, Jewel. I must.
Oh, no. Come back. Come back. Oh, you are false. False.
Forgive me.
Never. Never.
Jim got into his boat without looking back once on the girl crumpled upon the ground. He paddled to Doramin's compound. Tammy Tam had come this far with Jim, but the Tuan forbade him to go any farther. Torches twinkled here and there. Wailing filled the night air. The body of Dane Warris lay on a low couch in front of his father. Doramin, alone and desolate, sat in his armchair with a pair of flintlock pistols on his knees, faced by the throng of mourners. Many were whispering,
"He has worked all the evil.
He brought us disaster."
Jim heard their words. When he came into the light of the torches, the wailing ceased suddenly. Doramin did not lift his head. Jim stood silent before him for a time. The people began to murmur in a surprised tone.
He came. He came.
He hath taken it upon his own head.
Yes, upon my own head. I am come in sorrow. I am come ready and unarmed. I have come to say goodbye to my friend, Dane Warris, and to stand before the great Doramin. Yes, I take it upon my own head.
Doramin stood, tottering a bit. His eyes stared with an expression of mad pain and rage. And then, while Jim stood stiffened and with bared head in the light of torches, he lifted his right arm deliberately and shot his son's friend through the chest. They say that the white man sent right and left at all those faces a proud and unflinching glance. Then, with his hand over his lips, he fell forward, dead. And that's the end. He passes away under a cloud, instant, forgotten, unforgiven, and excessively romantic. Not in could he have seen the alluring shape of such an extraordinary success. For it may very well be that in the short moment of his last proud and unflinching glance, he had beheld the face of that opportunity which, like an Eastern bride, had come veiled to his side.
The curtain falls on the second in our new series of full-hour dramatizations of outstanding works in modern British and American fiction. Today, the NBC University Theater has brought you an adaptation by Agnes Eckert of the Joseph Conrad novel Lord Jim, starring Brian Aherne, internationally celebrated star of stage and screen. Our cast included Donald Morrison, narrator, Norman Field, Rolf Sedan, Jerome Sheldon, Paul McVeigh, Jack Crucian, Sidney Miller, Maya Gregory, Joseph Granby, Victor Perrin. Intermission commentator today was Dr. Harvey C. Webster of the University of Louisville, where productions of the NBC University Theater are currently being used in conjunction with his course in Anglo-American fiction under a special college by radio plan. Next week at this time, the NBC University Theater will present another great work, this time by an American author, Theodore Dreiser's An American Tragedy. Your director was Andrew C. Love. Original music for Lord Jim was composed by Albert Harris and conducted by Henry Russell. The NBC University Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
This is the NBC University Theater, presenting the second in a series of 5 radio plays based on great American stories. Tonight, it's A Farewell to Arms by Ernest Hemingway, starring John Lund as Fred Henry and Lorene Tuttle as Catherine. The First World War changed boundaries over all Europe and left the dead strewn across the continent from the fields of Belgium to the lesser-known front in the mountainous north of Italy. The mud, the dirt, the quick and lingering deaths changed a generation of American writers, men who saw human agony and courage firsthand, who discovered that a soldier died with a curse and lived in a world of cold food, raw whiskey, and women when he could find them. One novelist is recognized as the leader in this new school of sharp talk and fast-moving action, Ernest Hemingway. His style is real. Florid description and false beauty are discarded to give us men and women who act and speak as Hemingway really knew them. Tonight our story is A Farewell to Arms, a strange novel and a famous one, for against the mud and dirt of the Italian front in the First World War, Ernest Hemingway has told the story of a love that overcame the dirt and misery of battle. The NBC University Theater presents Ernest Hemingway's A Farewell to Arms.
In the summer of 1916, the Italian front wasn't so bad. We had Austrians across the line. They weren't looking for any trouble, and neither were we. Every once in a while, some brass would show up from the general staff, and then there'd be a few artillery shells tossed back and forth, but not much. At night, there was some fighting in the hills. We could see the flashes from the big guns. The company was quartered in a small village at the foot of the big mountain. The wine wasn't bad, and the roof didn't leak, so we were satisfied. We were an ambulance company, but there wasn't much doing. Every once in a while, they'd bring in a peasant from the south who'd shot off a toe to get out of the army. We'd patch him up and shove him back in the line. I was coming back to the outfit from leave, but I didn't get any farther than the Gorizia Cafe. Lieutenant Rinaldi, the company surgeon, was sitting at an outside table, and he waved his hat and howled when he saw me.
Henry! Federico! Hey, you passed me right by, you long-legged American hound, you low...
Hello, Rinaldi.
Sit down, my friend, and have a drink. I am way ahead of you.
I got to report in.
Plenty of time. Now, where did you go on leave?
Oh, Milan, Florence, Rome, Naples.
But the girls. Did you meet any girls?
Sure.
Where?
Milan, Florence, Rome, Naples.
Crazy American. But that's nothing. This is now the rich man's war. We have beautiful girls, too. Right here at the front.
Wonderful.
You don't believe me? Tenant Henry, we have English girls. Beautiful, all in white. I am in love with Miss Barclay.
You're crazy.
I'll take you with me. You'll see. Have you got any money?
Some.
Lend me 50 lire. I must make on Miss Barclay the impression of a man of sufficient wealth.
Well, I guess I can...
Oh, Henry, I love you. Have you any more?
Get out.
All right, enough. We'll go now.
No.
Please, my friend, you talk English to her. Tell her how fine a man Rinaldi is. A drink, and then we go. Hey, Mario, grappa.
Oh, no grappa. I still need my teeth.
Wine, then. Good red wine. And then we go to see the English girls. Mario, make it wine. Wine for the American.
You're not an Italian, are you, Mr. Henry?
No, Miss Barclay. American.
Your friend is very Italian.
Rinaldi?
He's over there talking to Miss Ferguson. She can't understand a word.
I have trouble understanding her.
Well, that's because she's very Scotch. It's a matter of principle with her.
Oh?
It's an odd thing. I mean, your being in the Italian army.
Well, it's really the ambulance corps.
But why Italian?
Oh, I don't know. I was here. I speak Italian. That riding crop part of the nurse's uniform?
No. Belonged to a boy who was killed last year. France.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He was a very nice boy. He was going to marry me.
Were you engaged long?
We grew up together. I should have married him before. I thought it wouldn't be right. I was a fool.
Well, you couldn't tell before.
Have you ever loved anyone?
No. Here, sit down.
Thank you.
You've got beautiful hair.
Oh. I was going to cut it off when he died.
No.
I wanted to do something for him. I hadn't given him anything else, and then, of course, he was killed. And that was the end of it.
You, been at nursing long?
A year. I had some silly idea he'd come to the hospital with a saber cut, I suppose, and a picturesque bandage around the head. They blew him all to bits, you know.
We haven't had nurses here before.
Oh, we're all on special behavior. We don't go out.
I can come here, though.
Oh, yes, we're not cloistered. The Army doesn't...
Let's drop the war.
Well, it's hard. There's no place to drop it.
Your hair is beautiful. Very.
No.
What's the matter?
Your arm. Please, no.
Catherine,
Please, no.
Oh.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Well, I suppose I shouldn't have kissed you.
I hate scenes. I just couldn't stand a nurse's evening off aspect. I didn't hurt you.
Oh, no. You know, I've been leading a funny life, and I never talk English, and then you are very beautiful.
That's all right. You needn't have...
Well, anyway, we dropped the war.
You are sweet.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're a dear. I'd be glad to kiss you. If you don't mind.
So, the prodigal returns.
Don't bother me.
Where the devil have you been, Henry?
Go on back to your book.
After stealing the beautiful Miss Barkley and leaving poor Rinaldi with a sour Scotch one.
Blow out that candle before I knock it out.
Little puppy, don't scratch.
All right, then.
Hey, I was reading.
Good night, Rinaldi.
What's up, Tenente?
We go up. The front.
All right, get those blasted ambulances rolling.
Helmets and gas masks.
But, Tenente, the helmets come down over our ears, and those gas masks couldn't save you from a bad cheese.
Look, I don't make the regulations. As far as I'm concerned, you can take those helmets...
All right, Tenente. Helmets and gas masks. You'd think there was a war. Listen.
Minerwerfer.
You're crazy. They don't have any guns that big in the mountains.
420s. There, you can tell by the holes.
Not me. I ain't going out of this dugout to see no holes. What do you think, Tenente?
Barrage. They know there's an attack.
You figure the men know they know?
You crazy? If they did, they wouldn't attack. Hey, what would happen if nobody attacked?
They'd shoot them. Hey, Tenente, you shouldn't let us talk this way. It's sedition. Viva Italia!
I don't care how you talk. Just shut up when the other officers are around.
Officers? Excuse me, Tenente. But that's how the war goes. Nobody wants it. Only some are more afraid of the officers, so they fight.
So we take San Gabriel? Maybe we take Carso and Trieste. So then where are we?
You talk too much. Hey, when do we eat, Tenente?
Well, they said they'd bring over some pasta asciutto.
They said. There'll be snow in the valleys before they bring it over.
What do they care? They got a dugout 10 feet down. Holy Mary.
Hey, Tenente, you scared?
Sure.
There won't be no food up now.
A couple more like that and I'll lose my appetite.
Not me. I haven't had a decent meal since Victor Emmanuel was a second-grade corporal.
I could go for a dish of pasta, maybe with the cheese sauce and... Hey, look out!
Huh? Who? I can't. What is it? Oh! Stop it. Stand still. I'm going around. Stop it. He's bleeding. Stop it.
There he is. Get that beam out of the way. Tenente.
Tourniquet. Stretchers.
We got him outside. Here, take his legs.
Blasted. Look out, Jim. Hook us.
Sure, Tenente.
Cavuzzi. He's in there.
Tourniquet. He's dead. Hey, look out.
You dropped me again, huh? $30.
Sure, Tenente. Come on now. You go to the aid station.
Multiple wounds of the left and right thigh, right knee, right foot. Lacerations of the scalp. Does that hurt?
What the devil do you think?
Anti-tetanus. That's all we can do here. Give him a shot of brandy and ship him back to the field hospital.
Baby, Henry, where have you been?
In this bed for 3 weeks. How far do you think you could get with a plaster cast? Ronaldo,
Look, I brought you a present. A nice big bottle. And you are going to get a medal.
What for?
You were wounded, were you not? Maybe they can get you the silver medal if you did something heroic. What happened?
I was blown up while we were waiting for macaroni and cheese. Oh, blast it.
What's the matter?
Itches under this foul cast. The corkscrew's under the bed.
I got it. This ought to be good. Costs 15 lire. Go ahead. Drink first.
Oh. Takes the enamel off your teeth and leaves it on the roof of your mouth.
Everybody misses you at the outfit. No more crazy American.
The British hospital unit still there?
Alas, no. Your pure sweet Miss Barkley is gone. And the sour Scotch one. Back to Ospitale Milan.
Go to blazes.
A lovely, cool goddess. What else is an English woman good for, eh? Nothing but to worship.
You're an ignorant, foul-mouthed, stupid...
And after I've got good news for you, you are to go there, too. Tomorrow, you leave on the hospital train. All the fighting for the Italian and all the luck for the crazy American.
Lieutenant Henry, but we weren't expecting any patients yet.
Look, Miss Ferguson, I came all the way down to Milan by train last night, and I don't intend to lie out here on a stretcher till this butcher shop of a hospital gets organized.
Well...
Now, where do you want the porters to carry my stretcher?
But they weren't expecting... We haven't any patients yet.
You got one now.
Aye. Well, I suppose you've got to be put somewhere. Carry on this way.
Yes, Sorella.
I don't know what to do with you. The doctor isn't here yet.
I'll settle for dinner.
No. Aye.
Can I get a bottle of Chianti with it?
You cannot. No, unless the doctor orders it. And the
Doctor isn't here yet. I know. Miss Barkley here?
Yes.
Does she know I'm here?
I'll tell her. All right, in this room. I'll put him on the bed.
Careful. Ooh, straighten those legs out, you crummy dog.
Sure, Tenente, sure.
There now. I'll get you something to eat. Hospital wasn't open, and as soon as...
Hey, porter.
Yes, Tenente?
You look in my jacket pocket, you'll find 50 lire.
Ah, I've got it, Tenente.
You go out and bring a bottle of vermouth and a bottle of Chianti. You got that?
Vermouth and Chianti. Certainly, Tenente.
Buy yourself a drink with the rest.
Oh, thank you, Tenente. Thank you.
That's supper. I don't want any. Well, don't stand there. Come in.
Fred? Lieutenant Henry?
Catherine.
Fred? Hello.
Hello, Catherine.
Now, don't sit up. You're not well enough.
Oh, that's all right. This pillow.
I know. There. How's that?
Been remembering about you, Catherine.
Oh, well, I was crazy before.
All the way down the hospital train, I thought about you. I didn't care what I was getting into before, but...
Don't say anything. Kiss me the way you did then.
Catherine. Catherine. I think I love you now.
I know.
I didn't before.
That's all right. Oh, kiss me again, Fred. I've been so frightened.
You're sweet. There.
Now, do you believe I love you?
You're beautiful, Catherine.
I've got to be awfully careful.
The other nurses.
The other nurses.
No, really, we'll have to be careful in front of other people.
I will.
You do love me, don't you?
Don't say that again.
I have to go now, darling, really.
Come back right away?
I'll come when I can.
Catherine, I didn't want to fall in love with you.
I know, dear. I know. It's all right. Goodbye. There, 97.8. You've been nearly normal for a whole week.
I don't feel normal.
Don't be silly. There, now it's on the chart. You know, darling, you've got a lovely temperature.
Ah,
I'm awfully proud of it.
maybe all our children will have lovely temperatures.
Probably beastly ones. I wish we could go for a walk.
Maybe I could send the porter out for a chair.
No, I have to get you ready for the doctor. You're going to be operated on.
Will you be on night duty again?
You won't want me. You've never been operated on. You'll be sick. And I won't mean anything to you.
No, I won't.
Now, don't be silly, darling. Now, lift your foot. You know, sweet, I'm actually jealous. I get furious when any of the others touch you.
Even Ferguson?
Especially Ferguson. Fred, when you're going under the ether, just think about something else. Not us.
Why?
Oh, people get awfully babbly under ether. Think about some other girl.
No.
Well, then say your prayers. That ought to make a good impression. Oh, I'm so proud of you. You sleep like a little boy with your arm around the pillow. Are you dreaming about me? I bet it's some other girl. How many people have you ever loved?
Nobody?
Not even me?
Oh, yes. You.
Now I've got to rub your back. Turn over.
Whew, that's cold.
You've never really loved another girl?
No.
You're lying to me.
Yes?
Keep on lying to me. Was she pretty? Oh, I love you, darling. I love you. Does a man always say he loves a girl?
If she wants.
Well, that's terribly important. I'll say just what you wish. And then you'll never want another girl. Will you?
You're crazy.
I want just what you want. There isn't any me anymore. Just you.
You're sweet.
You don't want any other girl, do you?
No.
There isn't any me anymore. Just you.
All right, Lieutenant, wake up.
Huh?
Come on, wake
go
up.
away.
I got the fix your bandage.
Fergie, go away. I'm asleep.
No, you're not. Now wake before I roll you out of bed.
All right.
Now, let me see that wound.
Oh, take it easy.
Not bad for 3 days post-operative. Why don't you do your sleeping at night? I'm not blind.
Will you come to our wedding, Fergie?
You'll not get married.
We will.
You'll fight before you marry.
We'll never fight. What are you doing? Picking shovel work?
Stop squirming. Aye, you'll fight, or you'll die. That's what people do. They don't marry.
You're okay, Fergie.
I'm not. Maybe you'll be all right, you two. But don't you hurt her. I'll kill you if you do.
I won't.
Miss Gage, the supervisor, spoke about your sleeping all the forenoon.
She would.
And if she finds all those bottles in the cupboard, oh, she's a prohibitionist.
She can go to the devil. Have a drink, Fergie. It'll warm that Scotch heart.
Never mind. You just watch out. You hurt that girl, and I swear I'll kill you.
There, darling, the great outside world. It hasn't changed, has it?
I have. 2 months in bed.
That's over now. Buy me a drink, sweet.
I was just thinking that. You know, sometimes I try to put thoughts in your head when we're in different rooms. It works.
That's probably because we're thinking the same thing.
Senor Tenente.
A bottle of Barbera.
Yes, Tenente.
Oh, it's been a lovely summer.
I get awfully tired of hiding all the time. We should get married.
But it takes so long under Italian law, and they'd send me away. Back to Scotland.
Maybe they wouldn't.
I wouldn't see you till after the war.
I only wanted it for you.
There isn't any me. I'm you. Don't make up a separate me.
I thought girls always wanted to get married.
But, darling, I am married. Don't I make you a good wife?
You're a lovely wife. Nothing worries you?
Only being sent away from you.
All right. But I'll marry you the day you say.
Well, don't talk as if you had to make an honest woman of me, please.
You won't ever leave me. Oh.
Barbera, signor tenente.
Thank you. You won't ever leave me for someone else.
I love you. I love you. You'll be sick of me. I'll be so faithful. Oh, darling, I'm so happy, and we do have a lovely time. Don't question. Let's just be happy and love each other. Let's.
One, two. One. Lieutenant Henry, the machine can't do all the exercising for you. Don't you want the leg to get better?
Sure. The quicker it gets better, the quicker I go back to the front. I'm just dying to go back to the front.
Well, never mind. You do what the doctor says. Now then. 1, 2. 1.
Here, Tenente, I brought the brandy like you said.
Oh, thanks, Edre.
The head nurse, she won't like all those bottles, Tenente.
The head nurse?
Sure, Tenente, sure.
Oh, Fred, they say I can't walk out with you anymore.
What's the matter?
Well, you don't have to use crutches anymore. And they don't think it's proper for a nurse to be seen with a patient who doesn't look as if he needs attention. You're almost well. Isn't that lovely?
Sure. It's lovely. Lovely.
There now. Your back is all properly rubbed and powdered. Like it.
Sure. Cat, I've got to leave. 3 weeks. Then I go back to the front.
Well, that's fine. Where do you want to go?
Can you get off?
I'll manage somehow.
What's the matter, Catherine?
Nothing. Nothing's the matter.
Tell me. You can tell me.
I don't want to. I'm afraid to worry you. Do I have to?
Yes.
I'm going to have a baby, darling.
Oh.
You're not worried, are you? Please don't. You mustn't.
All right.
I haven't worried about it. Now, you mustn't or feel badly or anything.
You're pretty wonderful.
No, I'm not. I didn't want you to worry. You never knew it, did you?
No.
We'll have a lovely time on your leave. And I'll write you every day when you're at the front.
Where will you be?
I'll look after all that. Now, you're not angry. And you don't feel trapped.
Well, maybe a little, but not by you. You're always...
There's only us two. And in the world, there's all the rest of them. If anything comes between us, they have us.
They won't get us. You're too brave.
No. But I'd like to be.
We're both brave. We'll have a drink.
We're splendid people. You deserve a drink. You've been awfully good. We'll have a lovely time on your leave, won't we, darling?
You've got jaundice, Lieutenant. That's what's wrong with you. Yellow jaundice.
What?
I can tell by the whites of your eyes. They aren't white. And that isn't the only trouble you've got.
Fergie, have you ever heard of Job's Comforters?
The head nurse found the porter taking those empty bottles out of your room. She's after you, Lieutenant, and she's a tartar.
I'm recommending you for a court-martial, Lieutenant Henry. Those were all brandy bottles, weren't they?
No. Some of them were Chianti.
23 brandy bottles.
There were a couple of vermouth flasks, too.
I suppose you can't be blamed for not wanting to go back to the front, but you might have tried something more intelligent than producing jaundice by alcoholism.
By what?
Alcoholism. And you'll get no leave. I don't believe in self-inflicted jaundice. I don't believe that it entitles you to a convalescent leave.
Have you ever had jaundice, Miss Gage?
I've seen a lot of it.
You noticed how the patients enjoyed it.
I suppose it's better than the front.
Miss Gage, did you ever know a man who tried to disable himself by kicking himself in the pit of the stomach?
You can stop, Lieutenant. There's no point in becoming offensive. Your leave is canceled, and I shall do my best to have you court-martialed. I'll show those bottles to the doctor when I make my report.
Say to Miss Gage, darling. She's furious.
We were comparing sensations. I've lost my leave.
But it doesn't matter.
I'll have to go back to the front as soon as I'm over the jaundice.
But there's lots of time, darling. You won't go for weeks. Not for weeks.
Nearly time to go, Kate.
I know. Don't worry. You were fine till now, but you're worrying.
I won't.
Will they read your letters?
They can't read English enough to hurt any. I'm afraid I've got to go.
We'll have a fine home when you come back.
Maybe I'll be back right away.
Wounded?
Yes.
Oh, maybe you'll be hurt just a little in the foot.
Or the lobe of the ear.
Oh, no, I want your ears the way they are.
You're sweet.
Oh, darling.
I have to go, really.
I won't watch you.
Take good care of yourself and young Catherine.
Fred. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, darling. Goodbye.
You are listening to the NBC University Theater, starring John Lund and Lorene Tuttle, in a one-hour dramatization of the Ernest Hemingway story, A Farewell to Arms. Now it is our pleasure to present a friend of Ernest Hemingway, Malcolm Cowley, literary critic, author, and editor of a collection of Hemingway's best work. Mr. Cowley, speaking from New York.
Just out of high school, he drove an ambulance on the Italian front like Frederick Henry, the hero of A Farewell to Arms. Like Henry, he was badly wounded and spent the summer being patched together in various hospitals, including one where he met a charming English nurse much like Catherine Barclay. Unlike his hero, he did not take part in some of the events to which you will listen in the next half hour. He did not witness the retreat from Caporetto, nor did he ever desert from the Italian army and flee with his beloved into Switzerland. On the contrary, he went home to his family in Oak Park, Illinois, with an aluminum kneecap and a fistful of Italian medals, one of which, the Silver Medal for Military Valor, was the second highest military decoration in the gift of the Italian government. A Farewell to Arms was written many years later in a fifth-story corner room of the Hotel Ambos Mundos in Havana. It was his second novel, and he found it much harder to finish than the first had been. In fact, he rewrote the conclusion 70 times before he was satisfied. His readers were satisfied, too, when the book was published in September 1929. Mature, honest, and deeply felt, it is the best novel in the English language about the First World War, and I am not sure that it isn't the best in any language. But there is more to be said about A Farewell to Arms from the standpoint of Hemingway. But there is more to be said about A Farewell to Arms from the standpoint of Hemingway's work as a whole. If you think of his 4 novels as telling a connected story, a legend of war and peace, then this would be the first volume of the legend, even though it was written 3 years after The Sun Also Rises. You might say that the author goes back here to explain how Lady Brett Ashley and Jake Barnes in the earlier written novel became the sort of persons they were. Brett had served as a nurse at the Italian front like Catherine Barclay, and she might be Catherine's sister or her ghost. Jake Barnes, the hero of The Sun Also Rises, is what Frederick Henry might have become in the wasteland of the post-war world. The truth is that all of Hemingway's novels have the same hero. He is called Harry Morgan in To Have and Have Not, and Robert Jordan in For Whom the Bell Tolls. The real story of A Farewell to Arms is how this hero first lost his faith in organized society, then lost his beloved and became a sort of outlaw, completely alone. But the story would have a sequel in For Whom the Bell Tolls. If you have read that novel, and it must be read, you have learned how the hero regained his faith in society and died for a common cause.
Thank you, Mr. Cowley. We will resume the story Farewell to Arms from Hollywood following a brief pause for station identification.
You're listening to A Farewell to Arms by Ernest Hemingway, brought to you by the NBC University Theater.
I didn't see Catherine on the platform as the train dragged out of the Milan station. There were no seats, and I spent the night in the aisle, sitting on my musette bag. Men were sleeping on the floor all down the corridor. That train to the front was always crowded. I joined the company just south of Caporetto, in a clean little town with a fine fountain in the square. Rinaldi was in his quarters when I got there. He was a little drunk, but he insisted that I show him my knee.
Is that all the articulation you have?
Oh, yeah, yes.
It's a crime to send you back. You ought to have more treatment on it.
Tell the general staff.
All right, baby. There's nothing left but a drink. It's good. We captured it from the Austrians. 5 stars.
Looks like you've been having a fine time.
Ooh.
Whew. The liquor's better in Milan.
Baby, all summer and all fall I operated. All the time. I'm one fine, lovely surgeon. I don't think I operate. It's a lousy war. The whole business stinks.
Sure it stinks.
And the blasted bottle is empty.
You ought to have a leave.
Who, me? I have to operate. All day, all night. Tenente Fred, the arms and the legs, they pile up like stove wood.
Sure, it's a lousy war.
I've got the cure. The anodyne, a sedative. This one has 7 stars. We captured it from the Germans. Go ahead, Federico, drink. It's good for the hands. Makes them shake. Drink, my friend. Tomorrow, we go up to Caporetto.
Glad to be back, Tenente?
Piani, you're still crazy.
That's me, Tenente, crazy. Down, Tenente, down. What's them? Get down.
What the devil was that?
Naval guns. The Austrians have them up above Caporetto.
They make a lot of noise.
Hey, Bonallo, you still back on there? No. Feel that, Tenente. Ray.
Oh, that's all we needed. Oh, here we are. Pull up. We pick up a load for the base hospital.
Henry. You brought me a load?
3 ambulances full. You can operate till your fingers fall off.
A drink?
Sure, this rain, I'm wet as a duck's bottom.
Don't worry. You won't have many more trips.
Why?
The Germans, they broke through at Caporetto. If they get all the way, we are cooked.
Where'd you get that?
Division. They ordered the retreat.
Well, what do I do? Evacuate wounded?
You leave them, baby. Get back up to the front and pack the aid station equipment. Get back fast, Federico. This retreat is going to be like a flood. A flood. So, a drink before you go.
Hey, Tenente, we're all loaded. When do we pull out?
We've got to wait for orders.
Ah, Tenente, there ain't gonna be no orders.
That shellings are closer. How about it, Tenente?
Okay, we might as well get rolling. Only don't fall asleep at the wheel, Piani. I don't want to end in a ditch. Huh? What's the matter? Why do we stop, Piani?
Go on back to sleep, Tenente. The road's blocked. Probably clear to Gorizia. You can wake me when they start moving. I'm so tired I could sleep hanging by my ear. Hey, Tenente, we move again. Hey!
Oh, I was having a dream in English.
See, you talk out loud. Lucky I don't understand. Mamma mia, blasted.
What's the matter?
Mud. The wheels won't hold.
You're just digging it in deeper.
Of all the times.
Hey, Piani, what's up?
Mud.
Get some brush, shove it under the wheels.
There's a couple of planks in the road.
Shove them under, to the right.
I put my cape on the Tenente, eh?
Okay, try it, Piani.
Right. No good, huh?
Dug in too deep. Anything in the car you want, Piani?
See, a wine bottle. Do we leave the car, Tenente?
Yeah. Let's get going. You got the canteens?
Sure. I fill them with wine.
Well, let's get walking.
Hey, Piani, lay off with the wine.
What's the matter? You want me to save it for the Austrians?
Oh, boy, my feet hurt. How about you, Tenente?
Mine hurt.
Look out for the truck there.
Hey, maybe we can get a lift.
Hey!
Look out!
For crying out loud, the low life.
How do you like that? Mud all over. That dog.
Come on, that firing's getting close.
There's a bridge up ahead.
We better hurry before they blow it up.
Who? They're all gone. It's probably mine. You go first, Tenente.
Listen to the hero.
I'll go. Won't be mine for one man. Come on.
Look at that. Bicycle troops.
Germans. They'll spot us, sure.
Keep down.
That's it.
Run. Over the embankment. Close.
Yo, my ankle.
Down the other side.
Ronaldo, I got him.
Tenente.
I'll get him.
Hold on, Tenente. There's no chance.
Piani. Tenente, for the love of...
See? No chance.
Dead?
I cut him in half. Come, Tenente, we got to get out of here before they come over after us. Come on. Tonello, we don't have to worry no more. We do. Watch out for the holes in the road, Tenente.
Not even a blasted star out. You wet, Piani?
I'm no duck.
You tired of walking?
Yeah, I'm tired, Tenente.
Tenente! Closer, Tenente! Let the officers rot! No more war, blast the officers!
I better call you by your name. Already they shot some officers.
What's that?
MPs. Hey, they got a lieutenant colonel. We better get out of here.
There's no way. Here they come, Johnny.
You, Tenente.
Let go of my arm.
Come on, come on.
What the devil's the meaning of this? Let go, you slimy scum.
Shoot him if you resist.
Come on.
Shoot him if he won't come.
I got him, Signor Maggiore.
Line him up with the others.
What the devil's going on? Who in blazes are you?
Battle police, shut up.
Why didn't you ask me to come over instead of sending that gorilla?
Shut up. We'll take the lieutenant colonel first. You, get up.
Yes?
Where's your regiment?
Dead. Captured. Running.
Don't you know an officer should be with his troops?
Yes.
It is because of treachery such as yours that we have lost the fruits of victory.
Have you ever been in a retreat?
Italy should never retreat.
If you're going to shoot me, why don't you get on with it? This is stupid.
Abandoned his troops. Sentenced to be shot. Go on, Sergeant.
Come on, you. Avanti.
I'm coming. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom.
All right, who's next? Hey, where the devil's that other man? Sergeant! Sergeant!
Si.
He's escaped!
Tenente, is that you?
Johnny?
Over here, by the water.
There they are. You stay, Piani. They won't bother you.
See, you better grab one of those timbers. That water's too cold to swim.
Right.
You better cut those stars off your sleeve so they can't spot you for an officer.
Yeah. Well, goodbye, Piani.
Goodbye, Tenente. Good luck.
I'll need it. Oh, it's cold. Goodbye, Piani.
Tenente, you're back.
Ettore.
Oh, we missed you at the hospital. How are things at the front? Here, have a drink.
Sure.
You're in trouble?
Yes.
The retreat?
Yes.
Look, I do not mean to say anything wrong.
Go ahead.
It is not impossible to get out of the country now. The right people, the right papers.
All right. Getting out of the country. How is that done?
Switzerland. You are an American. If you still have your passport, all you have to do is throw away the uniform and walk over the border. Almost.
I haven't got any clothes.
I have. You are a good friend, Tenente. You come back to the hospital with me and we fix you up.
Miss Barkley still there? The English nurse?
Your girl? Alas, no. She is at Stresa.
You sure?
Sure. On the lake across from Switzerland. She left the address.
You're a good friend, Ettore.
Why not? In the war, there's nothing left but good friends. So drink up, Tenente. Then we fix you up in nice clothes for the trip to Stresa.
Signor Henry.
Hello, Emilio. Whiskey.
Scotch all right?
Fine.
Yeah. What are you doing in Stresa and without your uniform?
I'm on leave. Convalescent leave.
That's nice to see you. What with the war, there's almost nobody here. The water?
Oh, thanks. Are there two nurses here? English?
I've seen two nurses. Yeah, they're at the hotel.
One of them's my wife.
Uh-huh.
I'm not joking.
I'm sorry. How's the front, Tenente?
Let's not talk about the war, Emilio. There isn't any war. Not for me.
Oh, Tenente, those two nurses. They just went by into the dining room.
Here, this enough?
Thank you. Thank you, Tenente.
Catherine! Catherine!
Good heavens.
Hello.
It's you. It's really... Hello.
You're a fine miss. What are you doing here? What are you doing out of your uniform?
I'm in the cabinet.
You're at some mess.
Cheer up, Fergie.
I'm not cheered by seeing you. Another mess you gotten this girl into.
Oh, I can take care of myself, Fergie. Hush now.
I can't stand him. He's done nothing but make trouble with his sneaking American tricks.
Scotch are such immoral people.
Am I really sneaky, Fergie?
You are. And where is your uniform? Just another example of your snakiness. You've had a love affair all summer. Now I suppose you'll sneak off and leave her.
We'll both sneak off.
I'm ashamed of you, Catherine Barkley. You have no shame and no honor.
Don't, Fergie, don't denounce me. You know you like me.
You've no shame and no feelings. And you're all smiles just because he's come back. I think it's dreadful.
There now, Fergie, don't cry. Don't cry.
I'm not crying. Don't you smile at him with your arm around me.
You're unreasonable, Fergie.
I know. I want you to be happy, both of you. But I hate him. I hate him.
Oh, now, Fergie. The waiter's watching and he looks so unhappy. Do stop crying so as to cheer him up. Please.
Tenente, can I speak to you?
What's the matter, Emilio? You in trouble?
No. You are, Tenente.
Yes?
They're going to arrest you in the morning. I heard them talking in the cafe.
You sure?
They know you were here before as an officer. And now you're out of uniform. After this retreat, they arrest everybody.
Well?
Switzerland, Tenente. Switzerland.
How?
In my boat. Across the lake.
There's a storm.
It's rough, but you'll make it. Get your lady dressed, Tenente. I'll be up for the bags right away. Tenente, over here.
Emilio, careful, Cat.
Oh, it's a lovely night to go to Switzerland, darling.
If you row all night, you'll be there by morning. You'll see the lights.
Thanks, Emilio. Thank you many times.
You won't thank me if you get drowned. Go ahead. You can't waste time.
Thanks, Emilio.
Go on. Good luck, Tenente.
Fred, are you all right? I could row for a while, you know.
It's all right. I want to get across before the custom guards spot us. Oh.
What's the matter?
Blisters. It's all right.
Oh, you poor sweet. You must be dead.
Oh, my hands are sore, that's all. Give me a drink of water, will you, Cat? My hands hold out. Switzerland, Cat.
Oh. What?
Switzerland. There, that village. The sun's just hitting it.
Oh, it's a lovely country. We'll have breakfast, darling. Rolls and jam and coffee. And you'll have 4 eggs. Oh, darling, your hands.
Oh, they'll be all right. We're out of that bloody mess, Cat.
But it is true, isn't it? We're really not back at that hospital in Milan.
No. Watch out. I'll try to come along that pier.
You're a lovely boatman, darling.
Hold on. Switzerland.
Monsieur, overlooking the fact that one does not usually enter Switzerland by rowboat, and since you have British and American passports and sufficient money, there is only one thing for me to do. Here you are, your provisional visas. Enjoy yourselves in Switzerland. And may I suggest, my father runs a small hotel in the mountains.
Tired, Cat?
I could walk forever. Let's walk forever.
Where we go?
Oh, you're a silly boy. It's been grand here, Fred. Lovely winter. Say grand, darling.
What?
You say grand so sweetly. Say grand.
Grand.
Why don't you let your hair grow, darling?
You're crazy.
Then I could cut mine off and we'd be just alike. Only one dark and one blonde. Oh, darling, I want you so much. I want to be you, too.
You are. We're the same one.
The doctor said that. Monsieur and Madame go so well together.
Did he say everything was all right?
He was immensely impressed with my blood pressure. Darling, why don't you grow a beard? Fred.
What is it? Something wrong?
I think maybe you better call the doctor.
Catherine.
I think maybe this is it. Oh, Fred, hurry.
Please, monsieur, you can see her soon. The doctor is making an examination.
Is it all right?
The first child is always a long time. Oh, relax, monsieur. There is a cafe across the street. All the fathers go there.
How does it go, Doctor? Doctor!
Huh? Oh, it does not.
What do you mean?
There are two things. I should advise the operation.
Oh, what if you didn't?
Well, you should have to do something eventually. Madame Henry is losing her strength rapidly.
You advise it?
If it were my own wife, it will take an hour to get ready. You can see her now if you like. Nurse, get Monsieur Henry a sterile gown.
It is your husband, Madame Henry?
Catherine.
Darling. Darling, I have the most lovely doctor. He gives me gas when it gets too bad.
She is a little drunk from the anesthetic.
I didn't want to make trouble, darling. And now I'm all done. Gone to pieces.
No, you're brave.
They've broken me. I'm not brave anymore.
Everybody's that way.
Oh, darling. I'm not going to die. I don't want to leave you.
Everybody feels that way.
I won't let myself. Nurse.
You will have to go outside now, monsieur.
Nurse.
We will call you if there is anything. All right, Monsieur Henry. It is all over.
Catherine.
Hello, darling. What sort of a baby was it?
Shh, now don't talk.
A boy. He's long and dark.
I'm awfully tired. And I hurt. What does he look like?
Well, like a skinned rabbit with an old man's face.
Monsieur, that is all. You will have to come away.
I'll be back, Cat. Sleep.
Goodbye, darling. Goodbye, sweet.
What's the matter, nurse? Why did you pull me away?
The baby. Didn't you know?
What?
Oh, I thought you knew. He is dead.
Monsieur Henry! Monsieur Henry! You must come back.
What's wrong?
Oh, Madame Henry, a hemorrhage.
Oh, can I go in?
That's what I came back for.
Is it dangerous?
It is very dangerous. Dr. Valois is with her. Allow me, please.
Hello, darling.
Poor sweet. I'm going to die. I hate it.
You'll be all right, Catherine. I know you'll be all right.
I meant to write you a letter to have. But I didn't do it.
Do you want me to get you a priest or anything?
Oh, just you. I'm not afraid. I just hate it.
She must not talk now. I think it would be better if you would leave her.
Don't
please,
worry, darling.
Henry.
Don't worry. I'm not a bit afraid. It's just a dirty trick.
You dear, brave.
No. It's just a dirty trick.
Please, Monsieur Henry, outside now, please.
All right. All right. Doctor?
Monsieur Henry.
Doctor?
She was unconscious all the time. Can I take you to your hotel?
No. No.
I know there's nothing to say. I wish
No. No, there's nothing to say.
It was the only thing to do. The operation...
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, good night, then.
Good night.
Monsieur Henry, you cannot come in now.
Yes, I can.
No, but you cannot. I mean, not yet.
You get out. Go ahead. Get out.
Well,
Catherine. Catherine. They never give you time, do they? They kill you. Stay around long enough and they kill you. If you're brave or gentle, they break you first, but they kill you. Catherine. Catherine. It's no good. It's no use. There's no goodbye, no anything. It's just no good.
And so the curtain falls on the second of 5 programs in which the NBC University Theater will bring you radio plays based on great American stories. Tonight, Ernest Hemingway's A Farewell to Arms, as adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy, has starred John Lund and Lorene Tuttle in the leading roles. John Lund can currently be seen in the Paramount picture A Foreign Affair with Marlene Dietrich and Jean Arthur. Tonight's cast included Donald Morrison, Marion Richmond, Georgia Bacchus, Paul Marion, John Beale, Byron Kane, Joseph Vitale, Jack Edwards Jr., Sidney Miller, and Ralph Sedan. Our thanks to Mr. Malcolm Cowley, author and critic, for his comments on our novel. Original music was composed by Albert Harris, and the orchestra was conducted by Henry Russell. The production was directed by Andrew C. Love. We invite you to listen next week to the NBC University Theater when we present a play based on the story Number 1 by John Dos Passos, starring Barry Sullivan. Productions of the NBC University Theater are currently being used in conjunction with a course in American fiction under a college by radio plan at the University of Louisville. Don Stanley speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. This is the NBC University Theater, presenting the third in a series of 5 radio plays based on great American stories. Tonight, it's Number One by John Dos Passos, starring Barry Sullivan in the leading role.
Representative Homer T. Crawford of Texarkana made news today as he threatened to call on his followers in the Every Man a Millionaire movement to march on Washington. While the leaders on Capitol Hill were bitter in their criticism of Representative Crawford, Toby Spotsworth, Crawford's private secretary, claims the Every Man a Millionaire movement is growing from day to day. Mr. Spotsworth says...
Room service. Room service. Say, where's that ice I ordered? And the soda? Okay, make it snappy.
Toby, man, what's the idea of telling me to meet you in a Washington hotel room, huh? And in this kind of weather. I'm supposed to be a friend of yours, boy.
Well, it's the best I can do, Ed. I gotta stay close by Crawford's headquarters. With me, home is where the Gideon Bible is.
Yeah, well, what all do you do for this champion of the people anyway?
Oh, you know, the usual things. I handle the mail, press conferences, public relations, arrange meetings, stage the campaign.
What a rat race you're in, man. Say, look, Toby, if you're going to knock yourself out, why don't you do something for yourself? Huh? At least you could get a job here in Washington, a mighty good appointment, too. You know, Toby, I talk to people. They think you got a lot on the ball.
Come in.
Room service, sir.
Oh, good. Put that stuff down over there, eh? Here we are, boy.
Thank you, sir. Anything else?
No, thanks. Well, this is more like it, eh?
Say, Toby, how'd you get hooked up with this Harmony Belt Messiah, huh?
Oh, Ed, I just drifted into it. A lucky break, I guess. You know, I was in the lumber business in Texarkana. Used to have trouble with gas and oil leases. That's how I met Number One. He was on the Utilities Commission. And when the crash put us out of business, Chuck gave me a job.
Oh, Toby boy, I've seen a lot of these spellbinders. This ham-hock Horatio who's going to save the country for the common man. He's got a crazy streak a yard wide.
Okay. And maybe you've got to have a crazy streak to appeal to the American people. Ed, you know, you've been in the East too long. You're cynical. You don't know how the folks back home feel.
Now, wait a while, boy. I come from Texarkana, you know. I am one of those folks.
Yeah, sure. At heart, you are. That's why I want you and no one else to write this book for Number One, the story of his life. Oh, well, we'll see that it's worth your while, Ed. Sales or no sales, you won't lose any money on the deal. We just want the whole country to know Number One the way the folks back home do.
Okay, Toby, I'll write the book if you say so. From poor boy to president, the American story. Oh, brother.
Of course, it'll have to be under his name.
Don't worry, man. I won't want my name on it.
Hold it just a second, Ed.
Oh, relax, Toby boy. You're jumping.
That thing gets on my nerves. Hello, this is Spotsworth. What is it?
Toby, this is Sue Ann. How are you, Toby?
Oh, Sue Ann. Well, honey, I'm tired, dead tired. I'm talking with Ed James about the book.
Oh, that's wonderful. But you've just got to help me out.
Huh?
Senator Johns is having supper with Chuck in our suite. You got to get us a news photographer right away.
Oh, but Sue Ann, it's late. I don't know if I can possibly...
Toby, this is Chuck's chance to get his picture taken with Senator Johns. Why, you know how much that would mean.
Yeah, sure, but you can't just whistle for a news photographer.
Well, we just got to do it for Chuck, Toby. And Senator John thinks he's just here for a little visit. He doesn't know anything about the picture, so you'll have to hurry. He may leave.
Oh, all right, Sue Ann. I'll try. Somehow
Oh, I knew you would, Toby. You all come on over now, and you'll be sober, you hear me? And don't be smelling the liquor either. You know how the senator feels about it.
All right, Sue Ann.
Bye.
Say, Ed, maybe you can help me, huh? I've got to get a news photographer at Chuck's suite. Senator Johns is over there.
Gosh, Toby, you know, the boys are shy about those phony publicity plants.
But, Ed, I've got to come through. I'll make it right with the guy. He won't be sorry he came.
Okay, I'll see if I can get a friend of mine.
That's my boy, Ed, thanks. Fix it up and we'll go over to the suite and see Chuck. I'll be with you in just a minute.
Okay, I'll make my call. Operator, get me Acme News Service, will you?
Oh, and Ed, before we go, well, Sue Ann, that's Chuck's wife.
Yeah?
She thought that, there's a bottle of mouthwash here in the bathroom. You know, the senator's dead set against drinking.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to kiss him, Toby. I'm sorry I didn't bring my sense in. Hello, Acme. Let me talk to Joe Kleinfeld, will you? Yeah, Joe Kleinfeld.
Well, now, the way I see it, Senator, it's like this. Of course, I'm just a little old hillbilly boy, and I ain't had but a smattering of schooling. But I can remember the good book my old mother taught me to read, and it says there that we should spread the good things of the land among all the people of the land.
Well, now, I'm not going to go on record against the Bible, but there are more and less radical ways of achieving that end.
Well, now, Senator, I just think in terms of the ordinary common man. That's the story of my life, sir. And, Mr. James, you can remember that. I understand you want to write up my life and biography. Well, sir, my life story is in the hands of the American people. The introduction was written by the folks back home. And if God gives me strength, the best chapters are still to come.
I'm sure you'll go far, Mr. Crawford. Now, I think I'd better be going.
Oh, don't rush off, Senator. Well, I'm sure if you'll just wait a few minutes.
Why, sure. What's the hurry? Waiter, more coffee for everybody here.
No, thanks. I really must.
Oh, come in.
This is the Crawford suite, right? I'm a photographer from Acme News.
A photographer? Now, just a minute.
Oh, I declare. I don't know how these newspaper men do it. They just seem to find you everywhere.
Let's see. You're Senator Johns, right? Suppose you just sit there at the table with Mr. Crawford.
Well, now, son, that's just plain little old Chuck Crawford. Of course, a backwoods boy like me would be mighty honored to have his picture took with a famous public servant. So what do you say, Senator? I would feel kind of mean to disappoint the boy.
Well, all right. Let's get it over with.
Say, Chuck, you ought to be doing something, to make the picture interesting.
Oh, yeah, sure. That's right, Toby. Something natural-like.
That's right.
Oh, let me see now. Say, suppose I was to look at this big fancy hotel menu here like I was all bewildered. Making a face like I was mad because I can't find no hog jowl and turnip greens on it.
Swell, go ahead.
But there ain't a place in Washington you can get that good down-home cooking.
Okay. Hold it.
That's great, Chuck.
Just one more now.
What?
Okay, thanks a lot.
Well.
See you later, Ed.
Right, Joe. Thanks a lot, son.
Well, now that I've served my purpose, I'll be going. Good night, everyone.
Well, I sure am honored to talk with you, Senator. I've always been a great admirer of yours, sir.
Good night, Senator. And thanks a lot.
Well, he sure didn't lose no time getting out, did he?
Well, maybe we shouldn't have done it, Chuck. He was awful mad.
That old stuff sure will cool off quick enough when he sees his picture in the paper. Do you reckon they'll run the picture?
Oh, they'll run it all right. And with all that hog jowl and turnip greens.
Well, now, I reckon you think that's all horsing around and demagogue foolery, Mr. James. But there's a lot of poor folks down home don't eat the proper food. And when they hear that old Chuck eats turnip greens and such, they'll try it and start getting their proper vitamins.
Well, I never thought of that, Chuck. Maybe there's something in it.
You're darn tootin' there is. And now, Sue, honey, you better run along to bed now. Toby and me is going to show old Ed here to town while we talk about this here book.
All right, Chuck. Don't you let Toby drink too much. And don't you boys do anything I wouldn't do.
Well, now, the first thing you got to know, Ed, is that I begun to make my own way when I was 10.
Mm-hmm.
Why, I can remember when I was just a little shaver toting them bundles of newspapers that was too big for me down State Line Avenue down home, trying to help out my poor, weary mother with the wherewithal to buy a few groceries. Well, sir, after my pappy died, I left the state university to look after my mother. I figured I wasn't laid out for back-breaking work, so I got me a job on the road demonstrating kitchen utensils from door to door. And that's when I started my card index of every family, so I could walk right into any farmhouse and call everyone by his first name. That's how I met Sue Ann's folks. Say, Toby, looks like this here nightclub is fixing to close up.
Yeah, there's a lot of other places, number one. Let's go over to Helen's.
Well, you know best, Toby, as long as she's got friends. You know, Toby's the boy to show you the bright lights, Ed, or any other kind of lights. Well, sir, Sue Ann helped me study law in my spare time, and I set up an office. And then I run for county road commissioner, and Sue Ann and me drove around with the kids to see the folks I'd been friendly with. And them folks elected me, Ed, and ain't let me out of public service since. Yes, sir, they had me on the State Utilities Commission and elected me to Congress. Oh, I had lots of favors offered me, Ed. But you can ask anyone, son. My record's as clean as a hound's tooth. And, say, where's Toby gone off to?
Gosh, I don't know, number one. I've just been listening here.
Hey, honey. Honey, where's that fellow we come in here with?
I guess he got drunk and went to sleep, Mr. Crawford.
That's Toby for you. But I ain't sleepy yet, baby.
Well, you want another drink, Mr. Crawford?
There ain't no Mr. Crawford here, girlie. Just plain little old Chuck. And I reckon we're through talking, so let's forget the drink. Huh?
Why, Mr. Crawford. I mean, little old Chuck.
Oh, no, don't do that. Stop it. Oh, well. Hello. Hello, what is it?
Toby, this is Sue Ann.
Sue Ann? Yeah, Sue Ann, what is it?
Toby, it's late. Why aren't you at the office? We need you here.
The office? Oh, I don't feel very well, Sue Ann. I'm sorry.
Oh, Toby, we need you. Something's happened. Senator Stote died this morning.
Yeah? What's the governor going to do?
He's appointing Mrs. Stote to fill the term.
Emma Stote in the Senate? What's the idea?
Then Chuck's going to run for the office for United States Senator.
For Senator? All right, Sue Ann, I'll be there.
Bye, Toby.
Oh, my head. Oh, well, I guess I better have a little bracer before I go.
In Texarkana, the political temperature is hotter than the weather, as rival candidates Chuck Crawford and Clyde Galbraith battle for their party senatorial nomination, which in Texarkana assures certain election. No one knows yet which candidate Governor Steve Basquette will endorse, but his endorsement may decide the election. Meanwhile, Crawford is stumping the state in circus style, rallying his every man.
All right, everyone. Here's today's schedule. 8 o'clock, Pleasant Valley. 10 o'clock, Carnival at Arrowhead Springs. Noon, barbecue at Poplar Fork. 3:30, Livestock Exchange at Harmony. 5 o'clock, speech in front of the packing plant at Eberhart. And tonight, Horton City. Where's Jackie Hastings?
Here, Toby.
Jackie, you drive number 1 on the white Lincoln.
Right.
Crummett, you take the Cadillac with Sue Ann and the kids. Saunders, you go ahead with the sound truck.
Right.
And wherever we stop, everybody check with me in case we change the timetable.
And there's one other thing, Jackie.
Yeah, what's that, number 1?
I'm telling you to keep these gorillas of yours in line. Like yesterday, Saunders hitting that fellow with a set of brass knuckles.
But, boss, I thought that
Stop trying to think. I'm doing your thinking for you. Now, you just do what you're told and keep out of trouble. Or you'll be building roads, son, not riding on them.
Check, number 1. All right, you guys.
Come on, Sue Ann, honey. And look, wherever we have a speech, you be sure and get those kids of ours on the platform, all 3 of them.
Oh, Chuck. Norman Stark is outside to see you.
Norman Stark? I can't see him now. We got to get moving. Put him in the car with you, Toby.
Right.
You can talk to Norm on the way.
I've been watching your boy, Toby. He's a comer. Thought I'd check up firsthand today.
I was sure glad to have you, Norm. This is the day we put the election in the bag.
They're betting 2-1 on Galbraith in Horton City.
Yeah? And how are you betting?
Well, you know that note we were talking about?
$5,000 for campaign expenses?
You can put it in the bank today, Toby.
Well, that's swell, Norm. Thanks. We can sure use the money.
But before I make the big plunge, what about the governor? What's Steve Basquette going to do?
And he's supposed to be at the meeting at Horton City tonight. That's what we hear from the Capitol.
I'm a gambler, Toby. That's my business. I'll take that tip, and those odds will be even before the day's over. Do you need any more money? Maybe for radio time?
I thought you might come through, Norm, but I didn't like to ask you.
Look, when I think all the real folding money I blowed on racehorses, well, what's the harm in asking me to buy a little piece of a politician?
Oh, now, Norm, keep it straight. There are no strings, remember.
Don't need any strings. I managed to cash my chips in if I bet me winner.
Yeah, that's your lookout, Norm. Well, we're pulling into town. I've got to get busy.
Okay, Toby. Did you check them index cards?
Yeah. The big, heavy-set fellow is Frank Goudet, dairy farmer, strong party man. Local committee man is Waldensberger, a barber.
Waldensberger. He would have a name like that.
Yeah. A fellow named Fredericks, seersucker suit and big cigar, see him? Local leader of Every Man a Millionaire.
Okay. Look, check on Sue Ann and the kids. Make sure the crowd can see them. Boy, what a jerk, what a town this is. These rubes can't even build a decent platform.
Community of yours, and I'm glad to look out and see such progressive citizens as my old friend Frank Goudet, a man who knows what it means to get up in the morning and do a real day's work for a living. And there's Mr. Waldensberger, who's taken time off from his busy barber shop to do his duty as a good citizen. And Mr. Fredericks, who's got the vision to see the trend of the Every Man a Millionaire movement across the nation. Oh, it's folks like these and towns like yours that are the
Let me have them index cards for the next town, Toby. And look, you check with Jackie Hastings. I don't want no heckling here.
Okay, Chuck.
You just tell him to have his boys circulate. Give him some money for some local punks if he needs them. But there don't need to be no trouble. Just some good hard looks and a little jostling. That'll keep their mouth shut.
That's Jackie's department, but I'll check with him.
All right. You check up on the loudspeaker. And tell Sue Ann to keep them brats still before I have to hush them. And you better check with the state capitol. Find out what the governor's fixing to do.
Sure, Chuck, sure. You sure there's nothing else?
Oh, now, don't get edgy, Toby. We all got to do our part, son. Oh, say, look at that crowd up ahead. Half of them crackers think they came to see the carnival. But when I get through with them, son, every last one of them will think he came to hear little old Chuck Crawford.
Friends, I didn't come here today to ask you to elect me to the United States Senate. To tell you the truth, I ain't got the high-tone education for the job, nor the banker money to put up appearances. But I want to ask you to do a favor for your old friend Fatty Galbraith. Now you take a man that fat and put his snout in the public court, and he's up to ruin his health.
Chuck, here's a telegram from the governor.
Why, Fatty Galbraith ain't got the chance of a satellite cat in the region where him and his money-changing friends is going to go. Now, ain't that the truth now?
I got to see you, Toby. I got to see you behind the platform.
What's the matter, Chuck?
We've been double-crossed. We got to move fast.
Oh, friends, you've heard a lot of lies. But all I'm trying to do, with the help of you decent, God-fearing people, is to save the home and the little white church where we gather together on the Lord's Day to worship the Lord of all harvest and blessings in whatever way.
Oh, Toby, look. Everything's shot to pieces, and it's all up to you.
Chuck, what's the matter?
Why, that telegram you brought. You should have looked at it. It says Governor Basket is too busy to come to the meeting at Horton City tonight. What's gone wrong, son?
Well, after all, as the governor, he may have work to do.
Work nothing. He's fixing to endorse Galbraith after all. Oh, the big, fat, dirty, double-crossing toad. And if I don't get Steve Basket's endorsement, I might just as well pack up and go home right now.
But Galbraith is rat poison to Steve Basket, Chuck.
Rat poison can be sweetened up so anybody'll eat it, son. Oh, look, Toby, look, I ain't never asked you before. But what'll Jerry Evans do for you?
Well, Jerry and I have been friends for a long time.
Yeah, but what'll he do for you? Look, Jerry means a lot to the governor. And Steve wouldn't be where he is if it wasn't for Jerry.
Jerry's a businessman, Chuck. You know that. Jerry doesn't like to do something for nothing.
Well, you can't make an omelet without cracking a few eggs.
I don't like it, Chuck.
Oh, look, I know he don't trust me, but he trusts you, Toby. You're his friend, Toby. Call him up. He can still see Governor Basket.
All right, Chuck. I'll try. Well, Jerry, for a while I thought you were going to stand me up.
We just wanted you to take a look at the meeting. You ought to see that man sewing up the votes.
Now, I don't want to talk you into anything, Jerry. Just take a look for yourself, and then tell Steve Basket what you think.
All right, I'll look. But does this jaybird of yours have to go around putting these fool notions in people's heads?
Oh, he's all right, Jerry. A man's got to cut up a little to get to the voters.
There's some things in this man's country you can buck, and some you got to ride out.
We'll be there in a couple of minutes. Will they let us through to get to the ballpark, Toby?
Norm, I just thought. Stop here a minute. Stop the car.
Oh, sure, Toby. Well, what's the matter? Hey, what's wrong with you?
I don't feel so good. Look, maybe we can just stay here, huh? We can hear the speech on the car radio, not get messed up in that crowd.
Say, what is this, Toby? I thought you all loved the common people.
Jerry, have a heart. It's just that, well, I don't think I can stand another crowd.
I'm sorry, kid. You're really sick.
I tell you what, we'll drive past the meeting after a bit, Jerry, and you can see the size of the crowd. I'll turn on the radio for the speech.
I'm all right, Jerry. Just upset for a minute, a little worried, a little tired.
I'm trying to destroy what our forefathers built up. And I say to you, friends, yes, and I say to those enemies, it's a lie. Oh, here, wait, let me take this coat off. Let me get this necktie loose. I declare I can't stand these store clothes, and those lies make me hot under the collar. Everything we have here in this country is founded on the home. And right here and now, I'm going to answer the lies of my opponents. If any one of them folks ever seen or heard me do, or say some
you can feel it yourself, Jerry. You know he's going to be elected.
Well, I wish they'd speak
No one
up.
ever said I couldn't recognize a fact.
Folks,
What do you think I came over for today?
That's fine, but what about the governor? Could he really be committed to Galbraith?
Steve? No, he's just sitting on the fence, waiting to see which way to jump.
Well, what do you say, Jerry? Are we going to see him?
All right, turn that thing off. Let's drive back to the airport. We'll fly over and see Steve.
Well, gentlemen, let's us just sit here on the porch. And I'll take this old rocker, if you don't mind.
It's a mighty hot day here, Governor. But it's as pretty a day for flying as I ever saw. We're fixing to fly over to Horton City.
That Horton City meeting's going to be the biggest rally ever held in the state, Governor. There might be as many as 20,000 there.
Jerry, how do you reckon Chuck is doing?
Now and then, Steve, a fellow like that turns up you've got to reckon with. Mob appeal, I guess. But mobs can vote.
Yeah. Well, I don't care much for that flying. But, I think I'll drive the missus over to Horton City tonight.
Good. I'll be looking for you there, Steve.
That's wonderful, Governor. Say, you won't fail us, will you? You'll be sure to be there.
Mr. Spotsworth, I generally manage to get where I'm planning to be at.
Say, Jerry, let's just stand here in the doorway, huh? It's too hot in the hall the way I feel.
What's the matter? Aren't you sure yet it's all sewed up tight?
Oh, it's sewed up all right, Jerry. Jerry, you're watching a man become a senator tonight. You're seeing him take a step toward the White House.
Yeah? Shall I call you Postmaster General Spotsworth? Or are you going to hold out for Secretary of State?
As governor of this greatest democratic state in the Union, I present a man who is worthy of your support. A man who is beloved by the people of Texarkana. A man who is to become your next United States Senator, the Honorable Homer T. Crawford. Well, thank you, Governor, thank you. But this here ain't really the Honorable Homer T. Crawford. No, sir, this is just little old Chuck Crawford. Yes, and that you folks are sought out to honor by your own free will. And I just want to say that ever since I was a little shaver, toting them bundles of newspapers too heavy for me down State Line Avenue down home, trying to help out my poor weary mother with the wherewithal to buy a few groceries.
Come on, Jerry, hurry up. It's all over with the shouting. Let's go to the hotel. Okay, we'll celebrate the triumph of the common man. Cut it out, Jerry. At least wait till I get a drink. Well, don't get sore, Toby. Okay, but shut up. Shut up till I get a drink.
His chance to make good in the good old American way.
You are listening to the NBC University Theater, starring Barry Sullivan in a one-hour dramatization of the John Dos Passos story, Number One. Now we will hear from Dr. Harvey Webster, visiting professor at the University of Louisville, author of the recent study of Thomas Hardy on A Darkling Plain, numerous publications on contemporary fiction and poetry, and now in charge of the radio-assisted correspondence course on contemporary literature, of which tonight's dramatization is a part. Speaking from Louisville, Dr. Harvey Webster.
It is a fine thing that the University Theater of the Air is presenting John Dos Passos' Number One, for this dramatization may call the attention of more readers to one of the best and least appreciated of contemporary American novelists. All critics, or almost all, acclaim him. He has been imitated by Americans north and south, by Frenchmen, by Russians, perhaps even by some Chinese. The reading public has too generally left his books unread and unbought, though they have bought and read many second-rate imitators. This is lamentable ingratitude or bad luck or lack of perception, for no American writer has loved all kinds of people more than John Dos Passos. In his first mildly popular novel, Three Soldiers, he tried to write about all soldiers, not just the officers and the rare heroes. In Manhattan Transfer, he tried to give the feel of all of New York, of all of its people and buildings, of all of its day life and night life. In his longest novel, USA, he tried still more ambitiously to get all of America from 1900 to 1929 down on paper in the speech of the people. In Adventures of a Young Man, whose hero is Glenn Spotswood, the brother of the reluctant heel of Number One, he tried to show an honest radical, his difficulties with dishonest ones, and his death in the Spanish Civil War that began World War II. In Number One, but you are learning tonight what Mr. Dos Passos was trying when he wrote this one. I say trying, for I don't think Mr. Dos Passos always succeeds any more than Shakespeare always succeeds. But there is only one of these novels, the one about the Spanish Civil War and American radicals, that I think sometimes gets really bad. And whether Mr. Dos Passos got all of war into Three Soldiers, all of New York into Manhattan Transfer, all of our country into USA or not, there can be no doubt that all three of these are exceptionally good, possibly even great novels. Number One may, and I hope with all my heart that it does, show a turn to a more promising field than any Mr. Dos Passos has explored before. In the early 40s, he wrote a book called The Ground We Stand On, in an attempt to find out who the great American heroes really were and what ideas meant the most to them and should mean the most to us. The ones he thought most important were Jefferson and Roger Williams, who believed most strongly in the for the people and by the people part of the United States way. Mr. Dos Passos wrote Number One because he thought men like Chuck, who were unscrupulous, and men like Tyler, who let themselves grow cynical, endanger government for the people and by the people, and make government of the people too easy. He wrote Number One because he thought, to quote the last words of the book, that the United States is weak as the weakest, strong as the strongest. The people are the republic. The people are you.
Thank you, Dr. Webster. The story continues from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
The victory of Homer T. Crawford in the Texarkana senatorial primary was made official yesterday when his nomination was confirmed after a bitter court battle with the Galbraith faction. No official announcement was forthcoming from the Crawford headquarters in the absence of Crawford's private secretary, Toby Spotsworth. And Crawford himself is also...
Here, Toby. Here, drink some more coffee. Go ahead, try. Careful, Toby, you're spilling it. Here, let me hold it.
I'm sorry. Thanks, Sue Ann.
All right. Toby, where's Chuck?
Chuck? I don't know. Oh, someone said something about celebrating at the Coronado Club. You know, Norm Stouck's Roadhouse.
Oh, but he hasn't been home.
Oh? Well, Norm has an apartment there upstairs over the nightclub. He might have stayed there.
Toby, I want you to go out there. Get a hold of Chuck. I've got to see him.
Yeah, sure. But what's wrong, Sue Ann? Anything with the election?
No, it's certified all right, but it cost a lot more money than we reckoned. We got to make a big loan somewhere fast.
Chuck's probably working on some kind of a deal.
There's some deals you can't afford to make, Toby. Oh, I get worried sometimes. Awful worried. So many things can go wrong.
All right, I'll find him, Sue Ann. And please, don't you worry. I wish that I could... Well, things will come out all right. They'll be all right.
Who is it?
It's me, Toby. Toby Spotsworth.
Come on in, Toby. Hey, look who's here. The forgotten man.
Hi, Toby. We've been looking all over for you.
Hiya, Norm. Where's number one?
Just down the hall. Go get him, Jackie.
Okay, but I don't think he's going to like being disturbed.
Toby, you know Judge Banning here, don't you?
Of course. Toby and I are old friends.
Yeah, that's right, Judge. What brings you here?
Business, my boy. Unfinished business because of you.
Huh? Yeah, we almost left your name out of the incorporation papers.
But number one insisted that we wait.
Incorporation papers?
Sure. But Chuck can tell you about it. He's coming now.
Well, hiya, Toby. Hi. Oh, you sure picked a fine time to show up. How come you didn't check back at the hotel?
I just did, Chuck. I just came from seeing Sue Ann.
Sue Ann? Well, how's she feeling, Toby? She all right?
Yeah, but she's worried some about a loan.
Well, I'm taking care of that right now, son. You can call her after a bit and tell her I'm having a meeting with Jerry Evans and 2 ranking members of the Utility Commission. And I ought to know their ranking. I put 'em there. Tell her I'll be late on account of a business deal.
Look, Chuck, Sue Ann's not a press conference.
Well, tell her anything you want. Now, first we better get this thing cleared up, Judge. Jerry Evans will be here any minute now.
Well, very well. I'll review these papers for Toby.
No, don't review them papers. When you start with all them legal terms, it makes it sound fishy. Just bring 'em up to date.
Well, it's like this, Toby.
Yeah?
The State Utilities Commission, of which I'm chairman, has decided to lease the oil rights of certain sections of the state parks to private companies.
Yeah.
In return for a cash advance and royalties.
Uh-huh.
Now, Chuck here suggested that we form a stock company to buy those leases.
Oh.
It's called the Struck Oil Company, with Norman Stouck as president and you, Toby Spotsworth, as vice president.
Me?
The whole thing's drawn up and signed except for your signature. Right here, the paper.
So go ahead, Toby. Let's have your little old John Henry. You see, I wanted to put you in as an officer instead of me, son, just to keep things on the up and up, you know.
Here, sit down, son. Now, just sign your name on the lines marked with X's.
Oh, all right. Let me see this one. Yeah. There
That's
we
fine,
are.
son. Now, the leases have all been made out to be transferred to Jerry Evans. So, just add your name to this assignment.
Say, maybe I'm not thinking very fast, but where does Jerry Evans come in?
Well, it's simple, Toby. Our friends on the Utilities Commission turn over the leases to your Struck Oil Company.
Uh-huh.
Your company turns them over to Jerry Evans. He'll dig the oil wells, and the people of the state will get their rightful royalties.
You see? Nobody loses a thing.
Yes, sir. It's as clean as a hound's tooth, Toby. Of course, when your company transfers the leases to Jerry Evans, you'll make a profit, and that's natural enough. Mm-hmm. With that profit, you're going to buy shares in the Every Man a Millionaire Corporation that we're forming. However, I won't have a thing to do with the corporation. That's all up to you boys. Naturally, however, the corporation will finance my political activities, thus enabling me to continue to serve the welfare of the people of the state.
It's me, Jackie. Open up.
Okay, Jackie, come in.
Here's Mr. Evans, boss. I brought him right up like you said.
Is everything all set?
Well, sure, Jerry, just like we said. And say, you got here just in time, too. I was just a-fixing to turn them leases over to the Amalgamated Oil Company.
No, Mr. Evans, here are the leases properly signed by the necessary 2 members of the Utilities Commission. And here's the assignment of the leases signed by the officers of the Struck Oil Company.
Well, I guess that takes care of everything on our part, Jerry.
Right, Chuck. And what you find in that briefcase will take care of my part, the advance payment. Maybe you better count them.
No. Just turn it over to the treasurer. I was never very good at arithmetic. Here, Toby, you take care of this, son.
Okay, I'll be going now.
Stick around, Jerry. We're going to celebrate down in the nightclub.
No, thanks. I make these deals, but I don't celebrate them.
Now, bring that briefcase back to my room, Toby, and we'll talk while I'm getting dressed. Oh, man, this here's been a real night's work.
Yeah, number one. Everything's as clean as a hound's tooth.
That's right, son. Yes, sir. Look, you call Sue Ann and tell her everything's okay. And then as soon as I get out of these pajamas and get some clothes on, we'll go celebrate.
I don't know, Chuck. I don't feel much like it.
Oh, no? Well, say, what you looking at? Oh, them cigarette butts in the ashtray, huh? Nah, they do look awful, don't they? Cigarette butts with lipstick on them. I declare I hate to see a gal smoke. Just never did seem right to me somehow.
According to gossip, the Honorable Homer T. Crawford is nursing a black eye and wounded pride today as a result of a midnight scuffle at the Swank Coronado Club. The senator is unavailable for comment, and his secretary, Toby Spotsworth, laughs the whole matter off as a fabrication of Crawford's political...
It's all so mean, Toby. So shameful mean. Sometimes I don't hardly see how I can go through with it.
Look, Sue Ann, I'm tired. I'm tired of seeing people covering up, threatening people, begging favors, cleaning up messes. I'm just about through with all of this.
Chuck needs you, Toby. You've always been a team. We all need
But I tell you, I just can't take anymore.
You think you're the only one? You think no one else ever feels that way? You think I like this? Oh, I'm not the crying kind, Toby.
No, I know you're not, Sue Ann.
I don't know what I'm thinking of, crying. When I talk to you, I'm ashamed of myself.
I like it, Sue Ann. I want you to cry when you talk to me. Now, you take it easy, Sue Ann. I'll handle things.
Oh, Toby.
Sue Ann.
Sometimes I wish...
Sue Ann, listen to me. Oh, no, it's no use. I've got to go. I've got to get some rest. You know, sometimes it's so hard to sleep.
The most bitter battle here at the National Convention is between the rival Crawford and Galbraith factions of Texarkana. Senator Crawford, scheduled to appear before the Credentials Committee today, is reported to be in solemn conclave with outstanding party advisors. His secretary, Toby Spotsworth.
Hey, Chuck, I've got to see you.
Go on in, Toby. Come ahead, son. Hi, boy. I'm just taking a bath. Sit down.
Okay. Ed James and I have just come from seeing Bruce Slater, you know, the president's fair-haired boy. We figure he's about half sold, Chuck. If he says the word down in the Credentials Committee, we're in. If he says thumbs down...
nuts to that. He better not mess with me, son. You just wait till he hears my speech to the committee. Hey, look at that, Toby. Look at that, will you, son? 3 months off the booze and my pot belly's gone. Oh, boy. Shove over that bath mat, Toby, and hand me a towel, will you, son?
Say, Chuck, that speech will tell the story one way or the other.
Yeah, it's a mighty good speech you wrote me, Toby. Real scholarly. But it don't sound much like number one. Why, there ain't a hillbilly word in it.
Oh, now, look, Chuck, this is no camp meeting. They're expecting you to put on a circus act. So why not fool them, eh?
Huh? By golly, boy, you're right. And those highfalutin liberals think that I'm just white trash, born under the dark of the moon. Well, sir, if it's book learning they want, I'll throw it at them.
Friends and members of this committee, The question we have to decide today is which of these delegations really represent our party's voters of the state. And in our state, that means all the voters. In these times, no faction has the right to seek its own ends. Anyone who would seek an answer based on any concept except the welfare of his party and his nation is a traitor.
He's got him, Toby. Look at him. They were expecting a clown.
Yeah. I've got to go, Ed. I've got to get out of here. I've got to get some air.
Don't you even want to hear your own speech, then?
It's his speech now. Everything he touches becomes his.
Okay, but... Well, I've got to stay. I got to report this thing, Toby.
Okay, Ed. But I got to go before I pass out.
Will act upon them without fear or prejudice.
Toby, what are you doing here at the office? Is the meeting over?
The meeting? What meeting?
The Credentials Committee meeting.
Oh, that. No. I left the meeting. I've been walking around. I've been thinking. Sue Ann, I'm going away.
Do you think we'll win, Toby?
No, we won't win, Sue Ann. He may win, but you won't. I won't. When I heard him start to talk, I knew I just couldn't stand anymore.
You're just all worked up, Toby. Where have you been walking?
I've been walking with you, Sue Ann. Look, I talked it all over with you.
Oh, Toby. What's the matter? You're talking crazy.
You know what's the matter. Maybe I am crazy. About you.
Toby, you mustn't be silly.
That's the only thing that isn't silly. I love you, Sue Ann. I don't love votes and loudspeakers and big-shot conferences, but I do love you.
I don't want to talk like this. I won't talk this way. I won't let you.
I had to say it. I'd like to go away right now and never come back.
Oh, Toby. We used to make jokes. We used to laugh. Now I feel so mean. Mean inside. Don't make it worse.
I'm sorry, Sue Ann. I'm really sorry.
Oh, Toby, not you. Well, you're the one I count on. Even when you're drunk or sick.
Sue Ann, I had to tell you. You've got to listen to me.
Not now, Toby. Please, not now. Just when everything's so important to him. Maybe it's all a mistake. Maybe it's all wrong this way. But, well, you can't run out.
Hiya, baby. Did you hear? Did they tell you, honey? We're in. Our delegation was seated.
Really, Chuck? Oh, that's wonderful. It's wonderful, Chuck. And I'm glad it's over. I'm going to take the boys and go back to the ranch.
That's a good idea, and I'll be out there myself, honey, if I get a chance.
And Toby's going away for a rest. A long rest to get all well again. And you do like the doctor tells you, Toby. Get yourself well. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir. Sure, this is the time for it. We'll be needing you in the fall, boy.
There were new developments today in Washington in connection with the Texarkana State Park oil scandals. Homer T. Crawford, elected Texarkana senator 6 months ago, claims the whole thing is a political frame-up. Meanwhile, Assistant District Attorney Mackenzie Turner announced that Crawford's private secretary, Toby Spotsworth, is flying to Washington to appear before the federal grand jury.
Hey, Toby! Toby, over here, son!
Hiya, Chuck. I'm coming.
Oh, you look awful. Toby, are you all right?
Yeah, sure.
Hey, you're sober, ain't you?
Yeah, too sober. I haven't had a drink for 6 months.
Well, hurry up, then. We got to get out of here. We got a car waiting over here.
Just a minute, Mr. Spotsworth. We'd like to get a picture. I'm from Acme News.
No, wait a minute.
Oh, it's okay. I got it. Thanks.
Get that guy, Jackie. Saunders, go get him. Give it to him good. Smash that camera. Here, give me that. Come on, Toby. Hurry up. In the car. Hurry up. Come on. Okay, get rolling. Step on it. Send it office building, quick. Oh, those nosy photographers out of mine own business. I ain't fixing to have my picture taken with no jailbird. Oh, we're in trouble, Toby. A real fight. You boys sure got me in a jam this time.
We got you. Look, you're doing all right. It's Norm Stout and me who've had it rough so far.
Well, I ain't let nobody go to jail yet. But they got you on the griddle, boy. And you're going to sizzle a little, even if I do get you off.
where's that secretary? Louise!
Yes, Mr. Crawford. I'm here in Mr. Spotsworth's office.
Okay, you better stay there. We got some straight talking to do, but send out and get some coffee for Toby. Black coffee.
Yes, sir.
Oh, no. Now you got to pull yourself together, Toby. That grand jury hearing's in an hour. Oh, this here is your lawyer, Toby, Mr. Grossman.
How do you do?
The pleasure is mine, Mr. Spotsworth. Your friend, Judge Banning, has asked me to assist you in this little difficulty.
Oh, man, what a day. And I got to fly to Atlanta to make a speech tonight. Oh, you're sure giving me a lot of trouble, boy.
Now, this assistant district attorney seems to be very ambitious, but I'm sure we can find a solution.
Oh, we'll all get tarred up some. There's no use kidding about that. We'll all get tarred up. But it don't need to do no harm. Oh, man. You sure look like a wreck, Toby, and I thought you were off the booze.
I have been, Chuck, but this thing has got me down.
Now, Toby, you've always been a drinking man. It's a shame, but it ain't no use trying to cover it up. And everyone knows a soak's memory is weak. Why, I wouldn't be surprised if you can't remember a thing.
Chuck, why can't I just tell the story I did at the investigation down home? The profits of the organization, my share of them, were put in my name through loose bookkeeping.
This here ain't down home, Toby.
Well, Norm Stout just told them that his money from the corporation was in payment of a loan, and it was the truth, too.
They ain't through with Norm Stout yet. And he can't prove that loan unless he can find that canceled check. And Toby, he ain't going to be able to find it.
But, Chuck, how do you plan
Toby, you couldn't hardly put anything past a man like Norm Stout. What he did was to throw a lot of wild parties, get you drunk, have you sign papers you couldn't even read, papers by the yard. Why, I wouldn't be surprised but what the big business interests put him up to it.
Norm Stout is on the level, Chuck. He's a friend of mine.
Folks can say that a man in my position shouldn't associate with a hopeless streaker. But after all, there ain't no harm in being a little soft-hearted. No, sir, I ain't never let an old friend down yet.
But look, Chuck, Oh, what's the use?
Well, now, look, I got to get back to the hotel. I got to get ready to go to Atlanta for that speech tonight.
Chuck, when are you leaving town?
Oh, now, don't you worry, Toby. Don't you worry. I'll see you before I go. We're with you all the way on this, son. Good luck, boy. Good luck.
Mr. Spotsworth, there's a long-distance call for you in your office.
Oh, thanks. I'll take it in there. I'll be back in a minute, Mr. Grossman. Hello, this is Toby Spotsworth.
Hello, Toby. This is Sue Ann.
Sue Ann. Oh, Sue Ann, where are you?
The ranch, Toby. Are you all right?
Sue Ann, let me get another connection. I can hardly hear you.
Not that, Toby. My voice is kind of weak. You see, I'm in bed. Kind of a breakdown, I guess. Doctor tells me I have to rest.
But what's wrong, Sue Ann? Chuck didn't say anything to me.
He doesn't know, Toby. I didn't want to worry him. Things upset him so when he has to make a big speech. And it's a big speech tonight, Toby. Means a lot to him.
Yes, I know, but Sue Ann, you'll be all right, won't you? You rest. You do like the doctor says. You hear me?
Oh, Toby. How's everything there? Are you going to be all right?
Oh, I don't know, Sue Ann. I don't know how it's going to be here.
Oh, but nothing can happen now, Toby. It mustn't. Not when Chuck's gone so far. He says it'll blow over. I'm sure it will, Toby.
Yeah, I guess it will. Maybe it's all over now. Sue Ann.
I guess I better stop now. Goodbye.
Sue Ann. Sue Ann. There's no way to get her back. Well, Mr. Grossman, I guess it's time to go.
Yes, I think we'd better proceed to the hearing. Now, I cannot be with you before the grand jury, but you may demand my advice on legal matters.
Uh-huh.
And if any question is, too complex for you to answer, you may refuse on your constitutional rights.
I see.
You're not required to answer anything that may incriminate or degrade you.
Now, Mr. Spotsworth, you are Senator Crawford's private secretary, aren't you? And so you are thoroughly aware of all his affairs.
Well, no, sir. I wouldn't say that.
Are you a member of the board of directors of the Every Man a Millionaire Corporation?
No, sir.
Have you ever been in the past?
Well, I may have been a sort of dummy director at first. You see, it was all sort of informal. I'm afraid I'm not much of a businessman.
The Treasury Department has been interested in your informality, hasn't it?
Yes. You see, our bookkeeping wasn't of the best.
Roughly, What has been your complete personal income for the last 5 years?
Oh, I'm afraid I'd have to refresh my memory.
How did you keep your accounts when you handled sums of money for Homer T. Crawford?
Money? Well, I handled plenty of campaign funds. There you account to the various committees.
On January 31st, 1935, did you, as treasurer of the Everyman a Millionaire Corporation, cash a check for $18,506 drawn on the funds of the corporation?
Well, I'd have to refresh my memory.
When you took that sum from the bank, what did you do with it?
I'd have to refresh my memory.
Did you hand it to Mr. Crawford?
Not that I remember.
Answer yes or no.
I'm afraid I'll have to stand on my constitutional rights.
Did you take the money yourself?
No, sir. If such a sum was drawn, it was used for other purposes.
What other purpose?
Well, political purposes. It would probably be accounted for among campaign funds.
It's not accounted for under campaign funds. What do you know about the State Park oil leases?
Just what I've read in the papers.
Have you ever been in the oil business?
Well, sir, in our part of the country, everyone's more or less in the oil business.
Do you know anything about transactions involving the State Park oil leases?
Well, as I say, the papers...
Answer yes or no.
I'm afraid I'll have to stand on my constitutional rights.
And you claim under oath to the grand jury that you are not an officer in the Everyman a Millionaire Corporation?
I do. I am not an officer.
That's all? Examination adjourned. Please be here at 2 o'clock with what records you can find.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I've got to make a phone call, Mr. Grossman. Chuck said he wouldn't leave for Atlanta until I called him. All right. If Senator Crawford's room still doesn't answer, I'll call his office. Thanks. But, Louise, are you sure he didn't leave any word that he left for the airport? Oh, all right. Thanks. You say the senator's plane left for Atlanta an hour ago? Oh, all right. Thanks.
Mr. Spotsworth, don't you think we should get your records first and then have lunch?
No, you go right ahead, Mr. Grossman.
Did you come to any decision as to how things went this morning?
Oh, yes, I've come to a great decision. Oh, waiter, bring us 4 martinis. We're in a hurry.
But, Mr. Spotsworth, I'm not a drinking man.
Okay, no offense. I'll drink yours, too.
But if you'll pardon me, don't you think we ought to try to keep our heads clear for this afternoon?
Look, I don't know much about law, but I do know how to get stinking drunk. And right now, I'm going to do something I'm good at. Look, Mr. Grossman, if you finished your lunch, why don't you run along? I'll meet you at the federal court building.
Very well, but I must advise you not to be late. This is your grand jury.
And it's on my record that I like a little drink. Oh, thank you, waiter. 4 more. Well, here I am, Mr. Grossman, right on the dot. Do they want me in the grand jury room now?
Mr. Spotsworth, you won't have to appear. They voted a true bill.
Oh, I won't have to appear?
I'm afraid I have bad news for you. The grand jury has indicted you for perjury.
And so, friends, as I speak to you tonight from this great city of Atlanta, I defy the forces of privilege that plot my downfall. Among my friends and associates, there may be those who have made mistakes through no fault of mine, perhaps through no fault of theirs, perhaps through human weakness and frailty. But I have looked in my heart, and ever since I was a little shaver, toting those bundles of newspapers too heavy for me down State Line Avenue down home, trying to help my poor, weary mother with the wherewithal to buy a few groceries, there is not one thing in my career that will not bear the scrutiny of investigation. But I defy my enemies, and I sound a clarion call to my friends.
Toby, are you all right?
What? Who is it?
It's Ed, Toby, James. What's the matter with you? I get a pass key to get here in your room.
Oh, Ed, sit down, Ed. Have a drink.
Didn't you answer me, Toby? I've been calling you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ed. I had to take the phone off the hook. I didn't want to be disturbed.
I say
You see, number one is making a speech. It's one of the most important speeches of his career. Hey, you be quiet, Ed. Nothing must go wrong with number one's speech.
That big double-crossing blowhard.
He has been betrayed by false friends, Ed. Betrayed by false friends he took to his bosom.
Turn that thing off. Here, I'll do it for you. Toby, I've been trying to get a hold of you all day. There's a warrant out for your arrest, man. I've arranged for you to accept it in the morning.
A lot of people have arranged for me to accept it.
Now, look, Toby, we gotta talk. I saw Mackenzie Turner today, the assistant DA. Now, he's got nothing against you, but he means business. He just wants you to produce the records.
I haven't got any records, Ed. I can't remember a thing.
Now, listen, Toby. You can be in the clear. He just thinks it's time to stop Chuck, and so do I, son. Now, it's your duty to go down to that grand jury and tell all you know. Now, if you do that, Mac Turner will crush the indictment.
Yeah. I'd look pretty, wouldn't I, sobbing out my story on the district attorney's shoulder. And it wouldn't stop Chuck. You know it wouldn't.
Now, Toby, boy, let's go over to my place and sober up a bit, huh? Then we'll go down and talk to Mac Turner.
What is a duty? To take a rap or save your own shivering skin?
Oh, Toby, all I want is for you to get sobered up and talk to Mac. Now, come on, boy, let's go.
No, Ed.
Come on now, I'll help you.
No, let me alone.
Now, be reasonable, Toby. You'll go to jail, son. You'll go to prison. Now, come on.
Now, get your hands off me.
You're coming, Toby, if I have to break your arm.
No, you don't.
Toby.
All right. Get up. Now get out. Get out. Get out!
The investigation of Senator Homer T. Crawford's Every Man a Millionaire organization came to an end today with the conviction of Toby Spotsworth, the senator's former private secretary and a former officer of the Every Man a Millionaire Corporation. Testimony revealed that the senator was not connected with the corporation and that he was not advised of the activities of his underlings. In commenting on Spotsworth's sentence to imprisonment, the senator said he was shocked by the behavior of those he trusted, but that he would carry on with his work because of his sacred obligation to the common man.
The curtain falls on the third of 5 programs in which the NBC University Theater will bring you radio plays based on great American stories. Tonight, John Dos Passos' Number One, as adapted for radio by John C. Wilson, has starred Barry Sullivan as Toby, with Wally Mayer as Chuck. Barry Sullivan can soon be seen in the Paramount production, The Great Gatsby. Tonight's cast included Marvin Miller, Truda Marson, William Lally, Doris Singleton, Bob Bruce, Ship Menken, Dan Riss, Tom Charlesworth, Frank Gerstle, Ralph Moody, and Charles Seal. Our thanks to Dr. Harvey Webster, author, now in charge of the radio-assisted correspondence course on contemporary literature, for his comments on our novel. The orchestra was conducted by Henry Russell, who composed the original music for our play. The production was directed by Andrew C. Love. We invite you to listen next week to the NBC University Theater when we present a play based on the story Noon Wine by Catherine Ann Porter, starring Beulah Bondi. Productions of the NBC University Theater are currently being used in conjunction with a course in American fiction under a college by radio plan at the University of Louisville. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. This is the NBC University Theater, presenting the fourth in a series of 5 radio plays based on great American stories. Tonight, our story is Noon Wine by Catherine Ann Porter, starring Beulah Bondi as Ellie Thompson.
You hear that tune? You don't know what it is, do you? No way for you to know. I don't know either. Don't know when I first heard it, but now it runs in my head day after day. Seems like I can even hear it in my dreams. Seems like I can't remember a time when I hadn't heard it. There was a time, though, if I think back. We lived on a farm in Texas, Mr. Thompson and me. Little dairy farm down in the hottest part of the state. But it was a nice little place. Had a good cold spring on the property. Only farm in the neighborhood that had that. But somehow things just didn't ever seem to go too well for us. I don't want you to think Mr. Thompson was to blame. There never was a finer man for paying his taxes regular and giving toward the preacher's salary every year, even if he didn't always get to church. And doing his best about raising our boys. Maybe it's 'cause I never been strong. I don't know. Somehow nothing ever seemed to go.
Hi there, Ellie. I'm back.
I heard you drive in, Mr. Thompson. You're back early today.
Oh, not any earlier than usual. Here, I'll get the rest of the water for you.
I got about enough, I reckon. I declare that pup works harder than every day.
Yeah, I've been meaning to get to that pump. Come on, let's go up to the kitchen. Too blame hot out here.
Everything sell all right market today?
Well, mostly everything. Milk I got this morning didn't seem to taste so good.
Don't know why that keeps happening. We got the best stock.
I don't know. Must be something about the feed. Folks said the butter wasn't too good last week. Didn't seem like they wanted to buy much today. Want this water over here by the sink?
All right, they'll be fine. I noticed something a little funny about the butter I kept out for us to use, too. It's time the churn and the scoops were boiled out again. I'll try and do it tomorrow.
Ellie, don't you go putting a hand to them things. You just sit and rest yourself.
Oh,
And when you're feeling better, you can...
Well, it just seems like I never do feel better. Reckon I'm not much of a wife or a man.
Now, look here, old gal. You can shut up with that kind of talk. Guess I ought to be man enough to turn my hand to a woman's work. What about that?
Well, it does seem like those hired men could do something once in a while.
Those no-count, low-down... I'm tired. Anything to eat?
You're as bad as those 2 boys of yours. Now, don't you go spoiling your supper. Here. I'll be ready as soon as the cornbread. Oh, here they come.
I never saw the beat of it. Don't see hide nor hair of them all day when there's work to be done, but quick as it comes dinner time.
Hey, Ma, supper ready?
Quiet down, you two.
I'm hungry. Where's supper?
You'll get no supper till you get out that pump and wash your faces and hands.
Oh, I ain't dirty. Me neither.
Get a move on, you two, and mind your mother.
Make Herb go first. He's littler.
Make Arthur go. He's dirtier. Besides, he'll eat all the cornbread.
Who's dirty, you dumbbell? I'll show you who's dirty. How you like that?
Boys, now you stop
You
that.
two want a good whaling out of me?
Oh, the what? All over my clean floor.
Now get out to the barn, both of you. I'll teach you to fight in your mother's kitchen.
Now, Mr. Don't hit them. They're only babies.
Ellie, you can't let them get away with that.
Well, please, Mr. Thompson.
Go on, then. Get up to bed, you two. And no supper.
But, Pa...
Get, I said.
Yes, sir. Come on, you.
Mr. Thompson, you mustn't be so rough on the boys.
Rough on them? Young hoodlums. Just look at this mess now. I was doing a man's work when I was their age. And I tell you, Ellie, I ain't going to have no useless boys on my hands, or I'll know the reason why.
Well, that was the way things was. We didn't seem to do too well with anything. It was different, though, after Mr. Helton came. Just walked in off the road one day, And somehow everything was changed. Not right away, of course. First it was just we had a new hired man. I didn't see him when he come. I was laying down. Mr. Thompson was doing my work like always, churning the butter. He never did like to churn, and he did it kind of like he was driving a horse. I could hear the churn a-swishing, and I heard the gate creak out in front, and after a minute, there was voices.
Howdy, stranger. Can I do something for you? I need work. You need a man here? Work, huh? Well, sit down. Maybe we can make a deal. I'm a good man. Well, I can use one. I had a couple, but they got in a scrape and landed in jail. Where'd you work last? North Dakota. North Dakota? That's a right smart distance off, ain't it? I do everything on the farm. Cheap. And need work. That's all. Well, Thompson's my name. Mr. Royal Earl Thompson. Helton. Olaf Helton. Well, what I want to know is, Helton, how much you fixing to gouge out of me? I'm a good worker. I got $1 a day. What? Why, for that money, I'd hire out myself. Where'd you make $1 a day? North Dakota. Wheat fields. Well, this here's a dairy farm. And just one man to another, I don't make any more than $1 a day myself. No, sir. We get along a lot less How
How much?
Well, now, I paid them other fellas $7 a month for the two. But I'll tell you what. I'll give you $7 yourself, and you can eat at the table with us and be treated like one of the families, the fella said.
That's all right. I take it.
It's a deal, then, huh? Where'd you say you worked last?
North Dakota.
Well, one place as good as another, I reckon. You're a foreigner, ain't you?
I'm a Swede.
A Swede? Well, I'll be darned. I never seen any Swedes in this neck of the woods.
That's all right.
I might even say you're the first Swede I ever laid eyes on.
That's all right.
A Swede. Well, you might as well start in with that churn. You know what to do with butter after you get it, don't you?
And no butter business.
Well, I'll be going along then and tell Miss Thompson you're here.
Ellie?
Oh, Ellie, you sleep?
No. What's all the noise out there?
Your head feel any better?
Oh, I don't know. What is it out there?
The fella says he's a Swede. Says he knows how to make butter.
Well, I hope it's the truth.
Don't you fret. He'll finish up the butter anyway. Well, I'm going to ride in town and get a little order of groceries.
All right, Mr. Thompson. Now, don't you linger now.
Don't know what you're talking about, Ellie.
You do, too. Don't you be going to the hotel.
Now, Ellie, a couple of little drinks never hurt nobody.
I never took a drink in my life, and what's more, I never will.
Oh, wasn't talking about women.
Now, Mr. Thompson.
You just lie right there and go to sleep, Ellie. I'll be back before you know it.
Now, you just remember what I said, Mr. Thompson. You remember.
What's that? Who's in the kitchen? Herbert? Arthur? Don't you try to run away.
Oh.
Gee, Ma, I didn't mean to wake you up.
Wake me up. You know I don't want you eating between meals. And now you had to go and break the lid on my best cookie jar.
Oh, Ma, I'm sorry.
Well, I just ought to tell your father on you, that's what.
I was hungry.
Well, all right, here. Take your cookies, as long as you're at it. And
Hey, Ma, listen. What's that?
Sounds like somebody's playing a tune on a harmonica.
Look, out there. I see him. Down by the shack there.
Well, will you look at that? Sitting there big as life in the middle of the afternoon. Must be that new hired man your father took on.
He's funny looking.
Think your father said he was a Swede. Now, if that ain't just like him, gets rid of a couple of no accounts and gets another one to take their place.
He plays good. What's he playing?
Plays well, Arthur. I'm sure I don't know what it is, but he's got no business playing at all with the work to be done. You coming along with me down to the spring house. I just want to see what he's done with that butter.
Hey, Ma, what'd you say he was?
A Swede.
What's that?
Well, somebody from Sweden.
Where is that?
Oh, long way off. I don't know, and I don't care. I'm just going to speak to that fella if nothing's done. Go on in the spring house. Now, watch out for that door. It's getting ready to fall up.
No. Looks like it was fixed.
Well, I declare. So it was? Well, wonder when your father... Well, let's have a look.
Hey, look at the butter. There's a lot of it.
And the cream is all skimmed? He's got a barrel of buttermilk, and will you look here? He's gone and scalded out the moles. Well, heavens knows when that's been done. I do believe he's gone and swept the floor.
Nothing wrong, Ma?
Well, blessed if I can see a thing left to do. Arthur, you get along and find her, but I'm going to have a word with the man.
All right, Ma. Herb! Hey, Herb!
I'd been all ready to scold him, poor man, and all that good, clean work done in no time at all. I went over to the shack, kind of looking at him. Tall fella. Bony kind of face and hair like straw. Skinny, too. Didn't look very strong. He never looked at me. How do, sir? I'm Miss Thompson.
M. Helton.
I want to tell you done real well in the milk house.
That's all right.
It's always been a hard place to keep, and I don't know when anybody's had it so clean.
Not hard.
Well, you must have worked on a dairy farm before. I hope you'll stay with us, Mr. Helton. That's a real pretty tune. Most folks don't seem to get much music out of a harmonica. I see you got 5 of them in there on the shelf. You must be mighty fond of music. Mr. Thompson used to play an old accordion we had, but the boys broke it up.
What you say?
Oh, you know how little boys are. You better set those harmonicas up higher. They'll be after them. Mr. Helton, look out you don't fall.
There. They won't get them now.
That'll do, I guess, up there under the roof. Well, it'll be time for dinner. We usually have cornbread, except on Sundays, Mr. Helton, and there's plenty of good butter and cream. That's a blessing. What do you like to eat?
I eat anything.
Well, I'll call you when it's ready, then. I say, I'll call you when supper's ready, Mr. Helton. Supper's nearly ready.
We was playing Indian, Ma.
Well, you play later. Your pa'll be right in. You all washed. You know what'll happen if you ain't.
Yes, we're washed.
Hey, Ma, when can I see the big Swede? Arthur says there's a big Swede.
Now, you stop talking like that about Mr. Helton.
Hey, Ellie, I took a look around. That Swede sure is grinding out the labor. Supper nearly ready, old gal?
You smell like a toper, Mr. Thompson. You can sit down. Arthur, will you call Mr. Helton for supper?
Hey, Helton! Supper's ready. You big Swede.
Now, that's no way to act. You go on out there and tell him decent.
Do like your ma says. You call. Well, that was quick. Sit right there, Mr. Helton. Come on, you two hoodlums.
Yes, sir.
Lord, for all these and thy other blessings, we thank thee in Jesus' name, amen. Herbert.
I didn't touch it.
You did so? Now, Mr. Helton, take some beans, and there's plenty of ham and cornbread.
Corn's coming up pretty good, Helton. Did you notice?
Weather's getting mighty hot hereabouts, Mr. Helton. Hope it won't be too much for you. Well, you didn't take much bread, Mr. Helton. There's plenty.
I got enough.
I got enough.
Arthur, you shut up. Say, Helton, funny thing happened at the hotel today. There's an old goat hangs around there, and a couple of boys fed him a bucket of beer. Well, it hit him just like he was a man. He run around to you to swore he was going to kick the bucket. That was pretty funny, huh, Ellie?
Now, Mr. Thompson, you know what I think of that story.
You see, Helton, that's the way women are, like the feller says.
Mr. Helton, you're not finished already. Well, won't you have more?
Good night, Mr. Helton. Good night.
Good night. Good night. No, this way. Good night.
Now, you stop that making fun of a poor man.
I tell you, Ellie, they're nothing but heathens. Now, get to bed, you two. Go on, before I take the hide off you.
All right, we're going. Come on, Herbie, I'll race you. Come on.
Oh, you shouldn't pick on him, Mr. Thompson.
Oh, who's picking? We got to raise him. Say, Ellie, you know, that Swede's about the closest mouthed feller I ever seen. Must be afraid he'll crack his jaw.
Well, maybe it's good to have a man keep his mouth shut.
Let you do the talking, huh, old gal?
Only thing is, he don't eat enough. I like to see a man relish a good meal. My grandma used to say.
And tell you the truth about your grandma. She just said the first thing come into her head and called it God's wisdom.
Well, she wasn't anybody's fool, Mr. Thompson.
Morning, Helton.
Morning.
Oh, see you got the milking almost done. You know, that's a job I never liked. Cows, I don't know. They got such dumb faces.
I like cows.
Well, that's good. Glad to hear it. Well, come on, finish up your milking. Breakfast's about ready.
I already had breakfast.
When? What'd you eat?
5 o'clock. Bacon, coffee.
Well, that ain't enough for a man. You mean to say you made your own breakfast? That's woman's work.
Work won't wait on woman. Work is work.
You know, Helton, maybe you got an idea. Yes, sir, Helton, like the fella said, maybe you got something there. Say, Helton, keep an eye on the place, will you? I got to go into town and get some feed.
Don't buy feed. I got a bin full of old corn saved up. Be enough. Don't buy feed.
What's this picture you give me, Helton?
Cheese press. They sell it in the mail order house. You buy this.
What for?
It's a good thing. You buy this and make cheese. Cheese is good to sell.
Say, Helton, what's become of that old rake I had laying around?
In my shack. No good this way. I fix it.
Well, Ellie, I went and asked Mr. Helton if he wanted to go to church with you on Sunday, like you said.
What did he say, Mr. Thompson?
What do you think? Says Sunday's like any other day. He's got work. I tell you, Ellie, that fella's a working fool. Hey there, Jim. Another whiskey for old McClellan here.
Yeah, now, you know I ought to be getting home.
Sure, I know. I'll catch it from Ellie, too. But one more won't hurt you. It's on me. You too, Tom.
Hey, mighty fine-looking lot of eggs you brought to town this morning, Thompson.
Yeah, I was nosing, too. You got no more hens than we have. What's your trick?
Well, you know, boys, man takes good care of his stock and his poultry. Bound to show up. Well, here's how.
Yeah, down the hedge.
Boy, I don't know if you boys was around the other day, but funniest thing happened you ever saw. Yeah. A couple of us fed some beer to that old goat that hangs around here, you know. I wish you could have seen the way that old goat kept running around and around. Why, you...
Nice out here this evening, ain't it, Mr. Thompson?
Sure is, Ellie. But I never thought I'd have nothing so fancy as a swing on my front porch.
Oh, now you hush. You don't mind sitting in it, I notice. It's real pretty.
Well, you look real pretty yourself, old gal.
Oh, Mr. Thompson, I do not.
Well, I say you do. Say, Ellie, you know, I've been thinking, we got a little extra in the bank now. Ain't it about time you was buying yourself a fancy new dress?
Oh, I got no need for one, Mr. Thompson.
Sure you do. I got the finest looking wife in the county, and I aim for folks to know it. A dress. And one of them flimsy things. You remember that blue thing you had when you was teaching Sunday school before we was married?
Oh, I declare. Y'all is like that dress. But I never thought you remembered it. Why, that was a long time ago.
Not so long as all that. Guess Helton's got all the chores done. I give him another raise in pay today.
Did he ask for it?
Oh, you know he don't ask. There'd be too many words for him to talk. I'll just give it to him.
Well, heaven knows he's worth it.
He sure is. I don't mind letting him know I appreciate it.
I reckon he'll buy a new harmonica. He's got 10 now.
10?
I had to go down the shack the other day, and I seen him.
Well, you'd think with all that he could learn one new tune. Just one.
Well, it's funny. But I don't even notice him playing that anymore. Seems like it's a part of him. It was in the 3rd year Mr. Helton was with us that something happened. Kind of worried me for a while, and then I forgot about it. I'd been down in the garden patch pulling up some carrots and beans for dinner. The vegetables grew wonderful, the way Mr. Helton kept the patch weeded and manured the soil every fall. But it was when I was walking back up the house I saw what frightened me. I didn't know what to do, so I just went on, slow-like, up to the house. Time I got there, the 2 boys were sitting close together up against the wall. I shooed 'em into the kitchen. Mr. Thompson was there. Come on now, you 2. Get right in there and give me a hand with dinner.
All right, Ma. I'm coming, Ma.
Arthur, you take these carrots and scrape 'em, and mind you get 'em clean.
All right, Ma. Where's the knife?
Well, right where it always is. Of course, Herbert, you take these beans and break 'em up. And now don't make 'em so small this time. Do it right.
I'll try, Ma.
Well, never heard you 2 jump to mine like that. What you been up to?
Nothing, Pa.
You sure about that?
Honest, Pa, nothing.
Arthur, you still fussing with those carrots? Go on out and wash 'em under the pump. Herbert, you go get an armload of wood.
I'm going right away, Ma.
Well, what's the matter with them? They got awful polite all of a sudden.
Well, I got something to tell you, Mr. Thompson. The boys...
Those young hoodlums, what'd they do this time?
Well, I don't know. But I was coming up from the garden just now, and I seen Mr. Helton with the boys.
And what about him?
Well, he took the 2 of 'em, one at a time, and he gave 'em each a shaking like I never saw.
Do him good. Probably bothered him while he was working.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Thompson. It was his face that frightened me. He just looked like he was going to kill 'em both.
Oh, now, Ellie, you're making that part up. Why didn't you ask them what they'd done?
Well, I don't like to do that. They might lie to me, and then I'd have to punish 'em.
I'll be if that ain't just like a woman. Well, I'll find out what they've done fast enough.
Where you going?
Down to Helton's shack. Hey, you, Arthur. Herbert, you get in that kitchen. Don't you move till I get back. You hear?
Yes, Ma.
Oh, dear.
Here's the wood, Ma.
Well, don't stand there with it. Put it over in the wood box. I declare, I don't know what's the matter with you boys. I do my level best with you. But it just does seem like you get sillier all the time. Now, can you get it over to the wood box? Oh, Arthur, while Herbert's sweeping the floor, you peel me some onions. About, 5 or 6 big ones. Now, get busy.
Yes,
Where's those kids? Oh, you wait till I finish with you, you little brat.
Mr. Thompson, what is it?
Helton says they've been fooling with his harmonicas, Ellie. Blew in them and got them all dirty and full of spit, and they don't play good.
Did he say all that? Doesn't seem possible.
Well, that's what he meant anyway. And I'm going to tan their hides for them.
Now, you better let me do it, Mr. Thompson. You haven't got a light enough hand for the children.
Well, you don't half-whip them, Ellie. That's what's wrong with them. Now, what do you got to say for yourself, you 2? You ought to get a good thrashing. You know that, don't you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And the next time I catch you hanging around Helton's shack, I'll take a strap to both of you. You hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, here comes Mr. Helton in for supper, and I want you both to apologize the nicest you know how. No nonsense now.
Come on in, Helton. These young tadpoles got something to say to you.
Go on, Arthur. Herbert. Well, they want to say, Mr. Helton, that they didn't mean to spoil your harmonicas. They're sorry they went into your shack, and they'll never do it again. They know they've been bad, and they want to apologize. Now, go on, you 2, say it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Helton. Me too, Mr. Helton.
That's all right.
By the time I went to sleep that night, I'd about figured out that what really scared me was the idea Mr. Helton might go away. I just couldn't think at all of what we'd do with him gone.
You are listening to the NBC University Theater, starring Beulah Bondi in a one-hour dramatization of the Catherine Ann Porter story, Noon Wine. Now you will hear from Mr. Clifton Fadiman, distinguished literary critic and master of ceremonies for Information Please. Speaking from New York, Mr. Fadiman.
Whom do writers write for? Do you think Will Shakespeare wrote to please Will Shakespeare? Or did he write to please the people who paid their money to crowd into the Globe Theater at the opening of a new melodrama called Hamlet? Or did Shakespeare write for posterity? Or, this is another possibility, did he write simply because he couldn't help it, the way a spider spins a web or a bee secretes honey? Now, maybe he wrote for all of these reasons, and maybe he wrote for still another reason, to please other writers, men more or less of his own kidney. I think of this last reason whenever I think of the work of Catherine Ann Porter. Miss Porter is one of our country's finest writers, and also one of the least known, although the two circumstances are not necessarily connected. Now, I don't know whether Miss Porter writes to please herself. I don't know whether she writes to please posterity. But I do know that she has aroused the admiration of other writers, of men and women who know how hard it is to write even clearly, much less to write really well. Now, it's by no means a bad thing to be a writer's writer, as it's called. A writer's colleagues, perhaps, are a kind of contemporary posterity. At any rate, among other writers, Miss Porter's reputation is as solid as the foundations of the Empire State Building. Or perhaps this being the atomic age, I might venture to say somewhat solider. It's based, nevertheless, this reputation, on very few books, 3 or 4 in all, of which 2, Flowering Judas and The Leaning Tower, are collections of short stories, a form of which she's a master. The long tale Noon Wine, which we are now hearing in a dramatized version, is one of 3 short novels brought together in a single volume. It's a story which, despite certain wry, humorous overtones, has violence and brutality as its base. And yet, after you've listened to it, I think you'll find yourself remembering not the violence and the brutality, but the characters themselves. Mr. and Mrs. Thompson and Olaf Helton are so simply yet so perfectly conceived. They're so fatally linked by a destiny imposed upon them, not, it would seem, by Miss Porter's art, but by the dumb drives and forces in their own hearts. Catherine Ann Porter has the ability to create by suggestion. She makes us sense more than she tells. The apparent content of her stories has less dimension than her real subject matter. Her very sentences and paragraphs reverberate quietly in the mind. Another quality distinguishing her short stories from the work of many of her fellows is that they've been thought out in advance. Now, that remark isn't quite as pointless as it may sound, because so much contemporary American fiction seems to bear the stamp of improvisation. Miss Porter, on the other hand, calculates her effects, which isn't to say that she gives the effect of calculation. I mean merely that she doesn't waste a word, and each word has a purpose. And I suppose that's simply saying that her stories stand up as small works of art. James Joyce, the author of Ulysses, had a simple, but to my mind quite profound way of saying of an author whose work he was unable to admire, but it's not really written. Now, in this sense, Miss Porter's stories seem to me written. You may not care for them, but you'd be hard put to it to think of any other way in which they could be composed. They're final. I hope Catherine Ann Porter will become better known to more Americans, for she's an American product of which we can be truly proud.
In a moment, our story continues from Hollywood. Meanwhile, we pause briefly for station identification.
And then, well, I can't rightly say just how it happened, It started on a hot day in August. The dust was everywhere, even though Mr. Helton sprayed down the front yard with a hose every evening. Mr. Thompson was dozing on the front porch when the man drove up. I seen him out the window, sort of a fat man with a mean kind of a face, not the kind you'd take to at all. I just wondered what anybody'd be hiring a rig and driving out for a day like that. But then I didn't pay no attention. It was just too hot.
Hey there. Huh? Oh, how'd do, sir? I must have dozed off.
Well, a man's got a right to do that day like this. You Mr. Thompson, Mr. Royal Earl Thompson?
That's my name.
Well, Hatch is my name, Mr. Homer T. Hatch, and I'd just like to have a little talk with you. It won't cost you a cent.
Guess that's fair enough. Why don't you sit down right here and tell me your business? Don't want to hurry you, but we got our chores to do.
Well, now, Mr. Thompson, fact is I'm looking for a man named Helton, Olaf Eric Helton from North Dakota. If you got him here, I wouldn't mind having a little talk with him if it's all the same to you.
I don't know his middle name, but he's right here. 9 years now. Mighty steady man. You can tell anybody I said so.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear he settled down and mended his ways.
If you want to speak to him, I'll go round him up.
Oh, no hurry. A few minutes don't make no difference.
Well, you got any business with him, he'd like to get it over with. He don't dawdle any. That's him playing that tune now. Now's your time.
Still playing that, is he?
Know it like the palm of my own hand. Never heard him say what it was, though.
Yeah, that's a kind of Scandinavian song. Sing it a lot up in North Dakota. Says something about feeling so good in the morning you drink up all your liquor before noon. All the liquor you was saving for lunch. It's a kind of a drinking song.
Well, Mr. Helton don't drink.
Plays that tune, though, eh? Yes, sir. Played it 15 years ago in North Dakota. Used to play it in the asylum when he wasn't in the straitjacket.
What's that you say?
Shucks, no, I didn't mean to tell you. What I say is, if a man's lived harmless for 9 years, it don't matter if he is loony.
You mean they had him in an asylum?
That's where they had him. That is till he busted out and disappeared, and now I come along and find him here.
Well, he don't act crazy to me. Acts like a sensible man, saves his money. Well, if he's crazy, I think I'll go crazy for a change.
That's a good one, that is, yes, sir. Let's all go crazy and save our money, eh?
Well, that ain't what I said. And about this Mr. Helton, I got nothing against him because he went loony once or twice, and I don't aim to take no steps about it, neither.
Well, if a man don't care who he associates with, I'd like to see anybody hiring a lunatic around North Dakota after what he done.
What'd he do?
Oh, nothing to speak of. Had a brother who was courting a girl. Brother borrowed Helton's harmonica one night to give her a serenade and lost it. Helton run him through with a pitchfork and killed him, just like that. They was going to give him the works, but they found out he was crazy, so they put him in the asylum. Now, you don't want to see lunatics at large, do you?
Well, as the fella says, circumstances alter cases. Now, this
Helton, he's kept my record from being 100%. Fact is, I must have rounded up 20-odd escaped lunatics past 12 years. Of course, I don't do it for the reward, but it does get to be quite a tidy sum, all told.
Ain't you got none of your business anywhere else but here?
Well, I just undertook to help out, like you might say. Might never have caught up with him, but you know what he did?
What?
Well, sir, about 2 weeks ago, his old mother gets a letter from him, and what's in it but a check for $850 just like that? Well, the old lady's getting kind of childish. I tell you, that letter made her so happy it looked like she clean forgot her son had killed his brother and went loony. Letter said he was getting on all right and for her not to tell nobody, but naturally she couldn't keep it to herself. That's how I come to know. Yeah, you could have knocked me down with a feather.
Yeah, that must have been quite a nice surprise for you, Mr. Hatch.
Well, knowing the family and all, the old lady was for coming right out here and see her son, but I told her I'd make the trip just for my expenses and tell her all about him. Ain't that a hot one?
Yeah, that's hot, all right. And now, just what you aiming to do?
Well, I don't want any violence. I got the handcuffs, and I figure the two of us can overpower him easy enough.
Well, I tell you what I figure, mister. I figure that's a pretty dirty job you got, and this here my property, and you can just get yourself off it quick, you understand?
No, look here, Thompson.
Get moving.
All right, I'll get moving, but I'll be right back here tomorrow. And my advice is you better give this a little thought. Yes, sir, a little thought.
That dirty, rotten...
I heard you talking to someone out here, Mr. Thompson. Who was it?
It wasn't nobody, Ellie. Just a fella stopped in off the road.
But it sounded like you was arguing. What did he...
I told you, Ellie, it wasn't nobody. You won't see him around no more. I don't want to hear no more about it.
I declare, Mr. Thompson, you oughtn't to have something on your head chopping wood in this hot sun.
Don't you fret, Ellie. I'm just about through. Then I'm going to have me one of them cold bottles of beer out of the icebox.
Why, look. If they don't come, that same fella was here yesterday.
Ellie, you get on in the house.
But I thought you said...
I do like I tell you, get on in the house.
I see you're getting a little work done, Mr. Thompson.
Hatch, I told you yesterday to get off my property and stay off.
Now, look here, Thompson. I gave you time to think. Now, maybe I kind of threw you off yesterday, but a man like yourself ain't going to stand in the way of getting an escaped lunatic back where he belongs.
I tell you, Helton ain't crazy, and he's staying here.
Now, listen, Thompson, if you won't help me, I'll get help somewhere else.
Well, get it where you want, only get out.
Why, you going to let me take him or ain't you?
No, I ain't. Now, you get off this place, or I'll turn you over to the law.
You just try it. I'll tell him...
Get off, or I'll knock you down.
You keep away from me, Thompson. I've got a knife.
Are you going to get out of here?
I'm going to get help.
You leave him alone. You put that knife down, they kill you.
There you are.
Helton, stay away from him.
You crazy lunatic.
Look out for that knife.
No, I got you.
Dirty. Oh, out. Hatch. Get up. Get up. Get out of here.
Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson!
Ellie. He killed Helton.
Mr. Thompson, what is it? What's happened? Oh. Who is this man?
He killed Helton, Ellie. I had to knock him out with the axe.
But there goes Mr. Helton. I see him. He's clear off there. He's running away.
He killed Helton. I saw it. He killed him with a knife. I had to knock him out. But now he won't come to. Ellie, he won't come to.
Mr. Thompson covered up the man with a piece of wagon canvas and rode into town for the sheriff. When he got back, he came to our room and he told me what I was to say. Never been a time before when I couldn't tell the truth to anybody. But Mr. Thompson told me what I was to say, and I said it.
Ain't that right, Ellie? You seen the whole thing, didn't you?
What?
Come on, Ellie. Tell Mr. Burley. He's my lawyer. He's got to know everything.
Now, you came out of the house, Mrs. Thompson, and you saw Mr. Hatch go after Mr. Helton with a knife?
Yes, that's right. Mr. Thompson was just trying to save Mr. Helton's life. I saw it all.
But I tell you, Mr. Burley, I wasn't going to kill him. I only wanted to keep him off Helton. I only meant to knock him down.
And that'll be pretty hard for the jury to swallow, Thompson. You hit him with the axe, didn't you?
Well, I guess I did, but I tell you, I can't remember. All I know is...
Well, never mind that. Hatch didn't have any right on your property. If he had any scores to settle with Helton...
Well, he was coming to take him because he was a lunatic, and he wasn't no lunatic.
You can't say that. You'll have to say you didn't know what Hatch was there for.
Well, why?
Well, it won't do your case any good for the jury to know that you knew that man was crazy. Not after the way he acted.
Oh, poor Mr. Helton. He was so good, so quiet.
Well, from the way the sheriff told me, there wasn't anything quiet about him, Mrs. Thompson. Ran through those woods like a maniac, picked up rocks, and tried to brain every man that came near him.
But did they have to?
They didn't mean to hurt him, but they had to catch him. Maybe never would have got him, but he stopped to pick up a couple of harmonicas that fell out of his pocket. Can you imagine a man thinking about harmonicas at a time like that?
Him, I can.
They tried to go easy on him, but, well, he was hurt too bad already. He couldn't live. Now, nobody's going to believe he was as quiet as you say for 9 years. So you just don't say one word in that trial without I tell you.
But I gotta tell him.
You don't gotta tell him anything. You plead not guilty and I'll do the rest. I promise you, Thompson, in a couple of weeks, you'll have forgotten all about it.
Will you tell the court once more, Mr. Thompson, just what you thought you saw the deceased, Mr. Homer T. Hatch, do?
Think nothing. I tell you, I seen that Hatch put that knife into Mr. Helton's belly and rip it up like slitting a sow.
Then how do you explain the fact that when this Helton was caught, there wasn't a knife scratch on him anywhere?
Oh, I don't explain it. I'm just telling you what I seen.
As representative of the family of the murdered Mr. Hatch...
I object to the use of that term.
Sustained. The deceased, Mr. Hatch. I suggest to the court that Mr. Thompson, who says he saw Helton wounded with a knife when we know there was no wound, is himself pretending lunacy, just as he pretends ignorance of the fact that this Helton, whom he allowed to endanger the Commonwealth for 9 years, was a dangerous maniac.
I object.
Sustained. Stick to the facts.
Your witness, Mr. Burley.
Mr. Thompson, the day before the unfortunate accident, you'd put Mr. Hatch off your property in a peaceable manner and warned him to stay off.
That's right.
And the very next day, he again trespassed on your property and assaulted you and your hired man.
That's right.
And you merely defended your rights, your life and Helton's life against Mr. Hatch.
But I didn't mean to...
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I asked the court to recall Mrs. Ellie Thompson.
Mrs. Ellie Thompson, take the stand.
Now, Mrs. Thompson, will you tell the court once more what you saw on the day of the accident?
I heard him shouting. I come out of the house. I seen Mr. Hatch go up to Mr. Helton with a knife. Mr. Thompson was only trying to save Mr. Helton's life.
Thank you, Mrs. Thompson. That will be all. It will be clear to the court that the defendant, Mr. Royal Earl Thompson, was clearly within his rights and acted as any one of us would have acted in defending the man's life with the first weapon that came to his hand. Therefore,
I kept saying what I was supposed to say. That I'd seen the whole thing and that everything Mr. Thompson said was true. But I keep seeing the faces of my boys sitting there in the front row. And then, after it was all over, Mr. Thompson couldn't leave it alone. If only he'd left it alone, we might have made out some way.
Pass the chicken over this way, will you, Art?
Yeah, sure, Herb. You want some more, Mom?
No, thanks, Arthur.
How about some more for the old man?
Oh, excuse me, Paul. Here you are.
Ellie, that Mr. Burley, that lawyer, he didn't do right by me.
Hey, watch out, Herb. You're going to knock over your coffee.
Ellie, he never let me say anything. He made it sound like I killed that fellow on purpose.
Oh, stop talking about it now, Mr. Thompson.
But what are folks going to think?
Well, we'll just have to hope folks forget about it.
They ain't going to forget nothing. They'll be calling me a murderer. That's what they'll be doing. They'll look at you boys and say your father's a murderer.
Leave us out of it, will you, Pa?
They're the murderers. They're the ones that chased Mr. Helton through the woods and killed him.
Now you can talk, Mr. Thompson. If only you'd talked when that man was here. Just talked instead of killing. Poor Mr. Helton would be sitting right here. Or down at the shack playing his tune.
That's the way you think, is it? Well, what can I expect from the neighbors when my own wife turns against me?
I ain't turning against you, Mr. Thompson. I ain't.
Leave it alone, Pa, can't you? You had a fair trial. You got off, didn't you? What's the sense of talking about?
There wasn't no fair trial when a man can't get up and say he didn't mean what he done. People got to know. I got to tell them.
You won't do no good, Pa. You'll just mix the whole thing up worse than ever.
Well, I'm going to tell them. And Ellie, you're going with me and tell them, too.
You can't do that tomorrow.
You stay out of this.
But I didn't see nothing, Mr. Thompson.
Don't say that. Don't never say that. You know I didn't kill him on purpose, don't you? Don't you?
Of course I know it.
Well, then that's just as good as seeing it. That's all folks have to know. Like I say, McClellan, me and Ellie were just driving along this way. We thought we'd stop in like.
Well, mighty thoughtful of you, Thompson. Sure you wouldn't like a glass of beer, Miss Thompson?
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. McClellan.
Mighty good.
Now, you was at that trial, McClellan, but I just feel like I want to make something clear in folks' minds.
That's all clear to me, Thompson.
Well, you know, I killed a man, but you folks know I wouldn't do a thing like that.
Sure, Thompson, sure. I know how you feel.
If you don't believe me, ask my wife here. She saw it. She'll tell you.
That's right, Mr. McClellan. I seen the whole thing. Mr. Thompson told the real truth.
Well, now, what makes you think I wouldn't take your word on it, Thompson? Didn't you swear on it at the trial? Yes, sir, you had a fine, fair trial.
Thompson. And how are you, Miss Thompson?
Well, thanks.
Howdy, Tom.
Hey, Sally, on out. Them Thompsons are here.
Tom, I reckon you happen to know I had some trouble lately. Not the kind of thing happens to a man every day in the year, as the fella says. And there's some things I don't want no misunderstanding about in folks'
well,
minds.
Howdy, folks. Well, I ain't seen you since...
Thompson here, come tell us about Sally.
My wife will tell you. Ask my wife. She won't lie.
It's true. Mr. Thompson didn't...
Well, now, we don't mix much of these murder matters. I'm right glad you come to give us a straight over, though.
Everybody's surely shooting their heads off. Now, of course, we don't hold with killing. The Bible says...
Shut your trap and keep it shut. Now, Thompson, it sure looks to me...
We mustn't linger, Mr. Thompson.
Yeah, that's right. We can't stay. We be going now. We got a long way to go. You was there, Ellie. You saw it, didn't you?
Yes, that's the truth. Mr. Thompson was trying to save Mr. Hilton's life.
Just ask my wife. She won't lie.
Well, I'd be glad to have you come in, folks, but you see, my wife's sister, she's here with a raft of young uns. House is pretty full, that's a fact. I've been meaning to get up to your place one of these days. Sure glad you dropped around.
Them folks always was fair weather friends.
Let's go home, Mr. Thompson. Let's go home.
We seen 'em all, and it wasn't no good. There was a time when I thought I had neighbors and friends. There was a time when we could hold our heads up. There was a time when my husband hadn't killed a man, and I could tell the truth to anybody about anything.
Ellie. You sleep, Ellie?
No, I'm awake, Mr. Thompson.
I just don't understand it, Ellie. I don't understand how that Hatch fella come to get killed.
Oh, never mind. Never mind.
Farthest thing from my mind was killing. You know that?
Yes.
I seen that knife go into Helton. I seen it. Didn't I?
You said so.
Because if I didn't see it, then I done wrong. I done wrong. But I done the only thing I could do. Oh, I can't figure this out.
Oh, go to sleep. Go to sleep.
I had to kill him. I don't remember killing him, but he deserved killing. There wasn't nothing I could have said to him. He wouldn't listen to me. Dirty, yellow-livered hound coming around after an innocent man, ruining a family, never did nobody no harm. I had to kill him. Ellie had to. Ellie!
No!
Ellie. Ellie, what is it? Light the lamp. Arthur! Herbert! Oh, Ellie. Ellie, now you stop that.
I heard Ma scream.
Ma.
What'd you do to her?
Nothing. Nothing. All of a sudden.
No.
She's scared. She's scared to death. What did you do to her?
I didn't touch her.
Well, you must have.
Oh, Ellie. Ellie.
Get away from her. You come near and I'll blow your heart out.
Well, Arthur, I'm your paw.
More's a pity.
Boy, you young whelp. I can still beat the stuffing out of you.
Go on, try it. That's right up your line, isn't it?
Oh, Arthur, don't.
Mama. Art, look at her.
She's fainting.
Get pneumonia.
Get it yourself. I'm not going to leave you here.
Go on, Art. Go on. I'll stay. Ma, don't die. Don't die.
Oh, Herbert, you cut out that
shut
talk.
up. Mama.
Herbert.
What? Take it easy, Ma. You're going to be all right.
It's nothing. Now, don't you worry, Herbert.
Here's the ammonia.
Ellie, now.
Oh, now she's fainted again. Give me that bottle, Art.
Boys, I reckon I'll ride over and get the doctor. Don't look like all this fainting's a good sign.
All right, go on. Go now.
You keep watch till I get back, huh? I'm going now. Don't you boys get any notions in your head. I never did your mother any harm in my life. Well, look after her. You hear me?
Is he out?
I think so.
Well, gee, Art.
Shut up. Where's that ammonia? Here, Ma.
Take it easy.
It's all right, Ma. Everything's all right.
Your father. What happened?
Well, nothing, Ma. Pa's going for the doctor.
No need for no doctor.
Just lie still, Ma.
Funny. I must have been dreaming. I thought I heard Mr. Hilton out there playing on his harmonica like he used to.
He ain't there, Ma. Nobody's there.
Mr. Hilton was a good man. Your father, he's a good man, too. Don't want you boys thinking any different.
Oh, sure, Ma. The doctor will be here pretty soon.
He told the truth. He must have told the truth. He wouldn't lie.
I'll go.
What is it? Herbert, what was it?
Just take it easy, Ma. Everything's going to be all right.
Mr. Thompson was down at the end of the second field. The shotgun was laying alongside him, and there was a note he'd written. Before Almighty God, I do hereby solemnly swear that I did not take the life of Mr. Homer T. Patch on purpose. It was done in defense of Mr. Hilton. I did not aim to hit him with the axe, but only to keep him off Mr. Hilton. It was my belief at the time that Mr. Hatch would have taken the life of Mr. Hilton if I did not interfere. I have told all this to the judge and the jury, and they let me off, but nobody believes it. This is the only way I can prove I'm not a cold-blooded murderer, like everybody seems to think. I done the only thing there was to do. The next line he'd written, my wife, and then he'd scratched it out. It was Mr. Homer T. Patch who came to do wrong to a harmless man. He caused all this trouble, and he deserved to die. But I'm sorry it was me who had to kill him. So that's the way it was. Folks are being kind now. I reckon you have to go on living some way. But that tune, they said it was about a man drinking up all his noon wine. He felt so good in the morning. If only that tune wouldn't keep running in my head.
The curtain falls on the fourth of 5 programs in which the NBC University Theater is bringing you radio plays based on great American stories. Tonight, Catherine Ann Porter's Noon Wine, as adapted for radio by Clarice A. Ross, has starred Beulah Bondi as Ellie Thompson, with John Beale as Mr. Thompson. Lou Merrill was Mr. Hatch. Beulah Bondi may soon be seen in the Walt Disney feature So Dear to My Heart. Tonight's cast included Jerry Farber, Mac Twomley, Russ Thorson, John Lake, Earl Lee, Ted Von Eltz, Clark Gordon, Bert Holland, and Georgia Backus. Our thanks to Mr. Clifton Fetterman, literary critic and master of ceremonies of Information Please, for his comments on our story. The orchestra was conducted by Henry Russell, who composed original music based on the Swedish folk song Hail and Gore for our play. The production was directed by Andrew C. Love. We invite you to listen next week to the NBC University Theater when we present a play based on Ellen Glasgow's The Romantic Comedians. Productions of the NBC University Theater are currently being used in conjunction with a course in American fiction under a college by radio plan at the University of Louisville. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. NBC University Theater brings you Boris Karloff in The History of Mr. Polly by H.G. Wells, the fourth in our series of full-hour dramatizations of outstanding works in modern British and American fiction. Many a little man, like Mr. Polly, has dreamed of escape from the dullness of middle-class life, of rebellion against all the many conventions so irksome to the individual, but so necessary to our civilization. But the world being what it is, the dream is only apt to come true in the mind of an author like H.G. Wells, and in the pages of one of his brilliant satirical comedies. So to any listener with similar yearnings, we do not recommend trying to follow in the footsteps of our hero. But instead, we do invite you to find vicarious release and enjoyment by following the story of his adventures. This is The History of Mr. Polly.
It's spreading. It's caught on in drops.
Hurry up with that hose from the fire station.
Can't do it. The fire station's already burned down.
Well, do something. The whole of High Street's going to go.
We begin our story with the fire in the Fishburne High Street, because the fire in the Fishburne High Street was the turning point in Mr. Polly's life. Mr. Polly, aged 35 and a half to be exact, inclined to a little localized plumpness, with a clean-shaven face and the forehead of a thoroughly discontented man. Mr. Polly, who on any given Sunday before the fire might have been found eating his wife's cooking in the cramped little kitchen of the cramped little shop in the High Street, eating in what could best be described as a quivering silence.
More cold pork.
Pork? Call it pork, do you? That ain't what I call it.
Oh, whatever you call it. Do you want some more?
How much can you punish a man's stomach, I'd like to know? You know my stomach.
Oh, the dear Lord knows I do. Some more cold potatoes, then. Some nice cold suet pudding.
I'm going out. Where's me cat?
I'm on there where it's meant to be. I'll get it for you. Finish your beer.
No beer.
No pleasing some people. Here's your hat.
I don't want me hat. I want me cap.
You're not to wear your cap. It's new. Supposing it was to rhyme.
Does it seem like rhyming? Shan't wear this. Silly old mud pie. Want me to wear it forever, do you? Sick of it. Sick of everything. Hat.
Here, don't you kick it.
Shall if I like. Shan't wear any hat.
Tantrums. I haven't patience.
And Mr. Polly, full of the injustice of life, took himself out into the strong east wind. The east wind always bothered his digestion. And went out and sat in an uncomfortable style and hated the whole scheme of life, particularly as it involved Fishburne, his shop, his wife, his neighbors, and himself. Mr. Polly expressed himself on this occasion.
Oh, rotten, silly wheeze of an owl. How'd I ever get into this silly hole? Why'd I get into this beastly silly hole?
A question has been asked. Why indeed, Mr. Polly? How indeed? Mr. Polly's history began in the ordinary way with two parents who thought him the most wonderful baby in the world and fed him most unwisely. His education was in a national school and a private school of dingy aspect, where he was set to doing sums that he did not understand and caused to read the catechism with the utmost industry, and where the studies of bookkeeping and French were pursued, but never quite overtaken. He had the curiosities and the dreams of boyhood, but he kept them to himself and concentrated on writing copperplate. However, for the young Mr. Polly, as for others of his age and temperament, one small window opened up into the world of things that might be. The world of the penny dreadful.
And Dangerous Dick the highwayman smiled a cold smile, undaunted by the muskets which ringed him about. Then, with an oath and a laugh, he vaulted upon his horse and dashed into the night. Cool, but was he a one?
And so, much as circumstances contrived against it, a smattering of romance filtered into the soul of young Mr. Polly.
Copperplate, ruddy copperplate. Got to write this ruddy copperplate. Make the downstrokes thick and the upstrokes thin. Stupid pen. This ain't the life for you, old man. Ought to run off and be a deep-sea diver. Maybe join the Navy. That's it. The Navy.
All this until he was 14, at which time his father remarked,
It's time that dratted boy did something for a living.
For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow.
Can't you fellas cut out that racket? You're shaking the old blooming dormitory.
We'll do what we like in our corner. You do the same in yours, eh, Platt, old man?
That's telling him, Polly, old man.
Righto, we're the three P's, aren't we? Parsons, Platt and Polly. That Morrison, he don't tell us what to do.
Thinks he's something. Chief apprentice of the Port Burdock Drapery Bazaar. Who's he, I should like to know?
Well, he's chief apprentice. We're only...
Here. Don't rub it in, old man.
You're right, Parsons, as Rabelais says.
We know what Rabelais says. Here, I tell you, Polly, you'd better watch that reading back of the counters. Old man Garvis will sack you if he finds you.
Not I mean to get on. Parsons the one ought to worry.
Think he dare sack me?
You oughtn't to tell him off quite so plain.
Look here. Do you think he'd sack the only man in the old bloomin' place who can dress a window?
Do dress 'em smart.
Smart? I'd tell you, old man, the art of window dressing's in its bloomin' infancy. All balance and stiffness like a blessed Egyptian picture. No joy in it. All conventional. A shop window ought to grip people as they go along. Right?
Right.
Look at old Morrison's windows. Tidy, tasteful and correct. And bleak.
Bleak. Go it, old man. Let's have more of it.
Just pieces of stuff in rows. Quiet tickets.
Might as well be in church, old man.
A window ought to be exciting when you see it. It ought to make you say, hello.
We want a new school of window dressing.
Polly, I've been timid. I've been holding myself in. All that's over now. Next time I do a window, I mean to have a crowd of bust. Polly! Psst, Polly!
Watch out, Platt. Old Gervis will see us talking.
Not he. Quick! In here, in the silk.
All right, now, what's up?
Parsons is busted.
Talk sense, old man.
Busted, sacked, out, and likely in jail to boot.
What? Parsons?
The same. He did his bloomin' window.
What window?
What he said.
Well, and what about it?
He unrolled everything. Piled blankets all up in heaps, he did.
Ooh, must have looked real nice.
Big tickets with red letters. Curl up and cuddle below cost.
He didn't ever.
Cozy comfort at cut prices. He did, though.
Cozy? Well, but he wouldn't sack it for that, old man. If old Garvis didn't like it, he'd simply have to tell him to take it out.
He told him.
You mean he wouldn't, old man?
Well, wasn't only that. He got, like you might say, violent.
Oh, if only I'd seen it.
Garvis told Morrison to tear down Parsons' window and dress it proper. Parsons hit him over the head with a roll of huckleback.
Oh, he must have been splendid, old man.
Splendid he was. But he's out, nonetheless, and into the police court.
But you saw it all, old man. You'll be a witness for old Parsons.
Not I. And have old Garvis on my neck.
Platt, if he's out, I'm out.
Oh, come, old man. I was jolly fond of Parsons, but if you mean getting
on... The day
on...
my 5 years are up, I'm leaving. That's all there is to it, old man. I can't stick Port Burdock without Parsons.
Mr. Polly wandered from situation to situation. Canterbury, Clapham, Wood Street. A careful salesman, a neat window dresser, small, sedate tickets. And sometimes, between the efforts to be smart and to buck up, it would occur to him that he was in the wrong trade. That somewhere in the world there were happiness and beauty and joyous states of mind and body, unconnected with gents' outfitting. But where they were, he could not imagine. And then... a long-forgotten gentleman, Mr. Polly's father, died, and Mr. Polly found himself the sole owner of a family Bible, a bust of Mr. Gladstone, a quantity of old clothes, and £395.
Well, he looks peaceful.
He died peaceful, Alfred. Mrs. Johnson and me,
We done what we could for him. All the years he lived with us.
No doubt of it, old man.
After all, Alfred, your dear mother, rest her soul, was my own sister. Now, if you care to sit down, Alfred, we'll talk over the funeral.
You want to sit in here?
Well, it's cozy in here. You needn't look at the, your father. Yes, about the funeral now.
I thought something very simple.
Well, you'll have a hearse, of course. Oh, I do like them glass hearses. So refined and nice they are.
He'll have Podger's hearse. It's the best in the town of Eastwood.
Then you'll want a mourner's carriage or two, according as to whom you're going to invite.
Didn't think of inviting anyone.
Well, you can't let your father go to his grave without asking a few friends.
Funeral baked meats like.
Well, not baked, but of course you'll have to give them something. Ham and chicken's very suitable. You don't want a lot of cooking with a ceremony coming into the middle of it. You'll just want the immediate relations.
But he hated our relations.
It's just because of that I think they ought to come, all of them.
Bit vulturial, ain't it?
Wouldn't be more than 12 or 13 people if they all came. And besides, he's not eating them now, you may be sure. Have you seen to your mourning, Alfred?
Must have mourning, I suppose.
Well,
got to see it through.
If I were you, I should get ready-made trousers. All you really want. And a black satin tie and gloves.
Should have jet cufflinks as chief mourner.
Not obligatory.
Shows respect.
Shows respect, of course.
Well, you and Alfred talk it over. I've got to start arranging things. I have to get him into the ground with everything proper.
Got to put him away somehow, I suppose.
That's the idea, Alfred. Now, have you thought about to invest your money?
Hardly got used to the idea of having it yet, old man.
Well, you'll have to do something with it. Give you £20 a year if you invest it proper.
Haven't seen it in that light.
No end of things you could put it into, you know.
Shouldn't feel sure of getting it out again. Sooner back, horse.
Oh, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Now, there's building societies now.
There is.
Lend it on mortgage. Very safe form of investment.
Shan't think anything about it, not till the old man's underground.
You know, Alfred, you might do worse than put it into a small shop. That's the ticket. Shop.
Shop?
Your trade, Alfred. Gents outfitting.
Yes, but
now,
I
let's
don't...
see now. Figure £100 for stock, then there'd be your rent. Why, you could do it easy. Be making your way in no time. Have to keep books, of course.
No one wants to know where one is.
Double entry's best. A little troublesome at first, but it works out in the end. Alfred, for a man who sticks to it, there's a lot to be done in a shop.
Well, now, I don't know.
I've just sent word to your Aunt Larkins, Alfred.
Who's me Aunt Larkins?
Now, Alfred, you remember your Aunt Larkins. She'll come right along with the 3 girls, Annie, Miriam, and Minnie. Maybe you don't remember them, Alfred, but they'll be real nice company for you.
Not in need of company now, old girl. He's a fellow of means. Going to open his own shop, eh, Alfred?
Well...
Shop or no shop, I say those girls are just what Alfred needs.
Why, it's Cousin Alfred.
Hello, Miriam. Thought I'd look you folks up.
Oh, I haven't seen you since we buried your poor father. Where have you kept yourself?
Quit me situation. I'm living with the Johnson, having a bit of a rest.
Fancy you coming to see us. Oh, come in, Alfred, do. Ma! Ma! It's Alfred! She'll bring tea. Oh, sit down, Alfred, do. Oh, no, not there. We're all in a mess today, you know. It's my cleaning up day. You just have to take us as you find us.
Well, I had to come over and see my pretty cousins again.
Oh, Alfred, you do say such things.
Didn't say which of them.
Alfred, we are glad to see you.
Oh, yes, Ma, and some tea. You'd like tea, wouldn't you, Alfred?
If I might.
You'll just have to pardon us, Alfred. Miriam's turning out the front room. Never did see such a girl for cleaning up. But then all my girls is tidy. Pity Annie and Minnie are at work. Won't be home until 7.
Shall I pour the tea for you, ma'am?
Now you just stay right there next to Miriam. Look real sweet, you do. 2 lamps, Alfred?
If I might. But now you come sit next to me too, Aunt Larkins.
Oh, Alfred. I seen a bicycle out the window. It isn't ever yours.
It is, though.
You are clever. fancy riding a bicycle?
Oh, ain't no cleverness. You just wobble along. Just wobble along.
Oh, Alfred.
Supposing you was to run somebody down.
No foreseeing little accidentulous misadventures. None whatever. Never run anyone down, ma'am, not really. Of course, there was a stout elderly gent walking on the road today.
Don't say you ran him down, Alfred.
Run him down? Not me, ma'am. I never run anything down. Wobbles, ring the bell, wobble, wobble.
I never laughed so hard, have I, Ma? Have I ever?
Well, this is pleasant, but I'm afraid.
Alfred, you're not thinking of going.
Not when you've just come.
Supper at 8 at the Johnsons'.
I won't hear of it. I simply will not hear of it. You're to stay to supper here.
Well...
Do stay, Alfred.
Well...
You can walk about with Miriam to meet Annie and Minnie. It's a nice walk by the cemetery and the recreation ground. And you come back here for supper, Alfred. We just love to have you here.
You are quiet today, Alfred.
Matters on me mind.
You've been looking around for a shot, Alfred.
See what I do. It takes time. Don't do to be precipitous.
Oh, it don't. Once you got it, you got it. Like choosing a husband. I made Larkins wait 2 years, and I hope my girls will do the same when the time comes.
Oh, Ma.
I got 3 fine girls, Alfred, and I say any man would be glad to wait for 'em.
To be sure, ma'am.
Minnie's so clever, you know, and Annie's real sweet and affectionate. And Miriam...
Ma, you forgot to bring in the jam for tea.
Why, I believe you're right. That was right careless of me. I get it straight.
Are you really going to get a shop, Alfred?
Well, now, when I get this shop of mine, I shall have a cat. Got to make an home for a cat, you know.
Rather.
A cat's no good if it ain't a tabby. That's it. Cat I'm going to have and a canary.
Oh, I
Didn't
see.
think of that before, but a cat and a canary seem to go, you know.
Mm.
Summer weather, I'll sit at breakfast in the little room behind the shop. Sun coming in the window, cat on the chair, canary singing, and Mrs. Polly...
Ooh, hello.
Mrs. Polly frying an extra bit of bacon. Bacon singing, cat singing, canary singing, Mrs. Polly...
But who's Mrs. Polly going to be?
Figment of the imagination, you know. Put it in to fill up the picture. No face to figure yet. Still, that's how it'll be.
Bit of garden, perhaps?
Not the back-breaking sort, you know. Just a patch of nasturtiums and sweet pea.
Nice.
Red brick yard, clothesline, trellis. Humorous wind vane.
You will have it nice.
Rather. Smart little shop. Counter, desk, all complete. Umbrella stand, carpet on the floor, ties and hose on a rail. Cat asleep on the counter.
I like cats. I'm always saying to Mother, I wish we had a cat. Like to have one someday. Never will, though. No more in your shop.
I'll have my shop right enough and before long. Trust me. Cat, canary bird and all.
I'll have my cat first. You never mean anything you say.
Might get 'em together.
Why, how do you mean?
Shop and cat throwed in.
Alfred, you mean to say...
Oh, I am sorry. Yeah, the jam's so put away, Miriam. It took me all this while.
It's all right, ma'am.
Ma, I think we need some more butter.
Oh, no, ma'am, you sit right down. I'll get it.
Oh, nonsense, Alfred. Ma doesn't mind. Do you, Ma?
Eh? Oh no. Why, no, not at all, Alfred. You stay right here. I'm sure I can find some.
You were saying about a cat, Alfred.
Give you one. Very day my shop is open.
I should like to see you in your shop. I expect you'll keep everything tremendously neat.
Well, it needn't be so bad.
It's a home.
It's a home.
Oh, one did ought to be happy in a shop. So respectable.
I could be happy in a shop if I had the right company.
If you had the right company...
I'll get that all right.
Alfred, You don't mean you got someone?
I got someone in my eye this minute.
Alfred, you don't mean...
I do.
Oh, not really.
Well, you and me, Miriam, in a little short cat and a canary. Just suppose it.
You mean you're in love with me, Alfred?
Yes.
Oh, Alfred, kiss me.
Now, Miriam, your mother...
Oh, I didn't dream you cared. I've loved you ever since your poor father's funeral. Leastwise, I would have if I'd thought. It didn't seem to mean anything you said, though. Oh, I can't believe it.
Nor I.
Oh, I do love you, Alfred. I know we'll be so happy. You and me and the shop. Can't you stop that whistling, Alfred? It runs right through me head and you know it.
Helps me arrange the stock.
Arrange the stock. Lot of good that does. Never a tinkle out of the shop bell, except for a necktie or two on Saturday night.
Got a new line of strawettes.
And they'll go the same way as the last new line. Down in the cellar for the mate.
This here's my show.
And mine, worse luck.
Time you was seen about supper.
It's all cold from last night.
Oh, not that same kidney pie. Couldn't we have muffins?
Muffins? As if I hadn't enough to do without muffins. Trying to keep this place tidy.
Maybe if you didn't try so hard.
Oh, it's all your fault. Coming down here to Fishburne, taking this place without my knowing. With white paint all over to get dirty, and the coal indoors and all the stairs.
I didn't think of
Oh,
it.
of course not. All you think of is bringing more books in to muss things up for me.
All right. Now, can I arrange this stock or can't I?
Oh, arrange a way for all of me. Alfred!
Shan't arrange the stock, then. Shan't whistle. Go outdoors and whistle in the street.
High Street, Mr. Polly looked round him for congenial company. But all he saw were the lower portions of his nearest neighbor, Rumbolt, the china dealer, who, with his back turned, was diving into a crate of straw. Mr. Polly had been looking at that back for some time, and it had begun to annoy him. At last, he approached and prodded it.
Hello! Can't we have some other point of view? I'm tired of the end elevation.
Aye?
Of all the vertebraceous animals, man alone raises his face to the sky, old man. Why invert it?
What's that?
I'm sick of you turning your back on me, see?
Oh, that's what you're talking about, is it?
That's it.
Why, the wind blows, I expect. But what's the fuss?
No fuss. Passing remark. Don't like it, old man, that's all.
Can't help it if the wind blows me straw.
Isn't ordinary civility.
Can't unpack china with a straw blowing in me eyes. Got to unpack it how it suits me.
Needn't unpack like a pig rooting for truffles, need you?
Truffles?
Needn't unpack like a pig.
Pig? You calling me a pig?
That's the side I seem to get of you.
Here, you go on indoors. I don't want no row with you, and I don't want you to row with me.
Now, believe me,
I don't know
old
what
man.
you're after, but I'm a peaceable man and a teetotaler, and a good thing if you want.
Hey, you mean to say I'm asking you civilly to stop unpacking with your back to me?
Pig ain't civil, and you aren't sober. Go on indoors and let me go on unpacking. You're excited.
You mean to say...
Get back to your shop and let me get on with me business and stop calling me pig, see? And sweep your pavement.
I came here to make a civil
You
request.
came here to make a row. I don't want no truck with you, see? I don't like the looks of you, and I can't stand here all day arguing. Now get back to your shop.
Something of the sort happened between Mr. Polly and each of his neighbors, one at a time. The ironmonger, the grocer, the chemist. And so it happened that Mr. Polly kept his shop in Fishburne and ate his wife's cooking and had no one to talk to for 15 years. 15 years that brought Mr. Polly, behind in his rent and a bankrupt, to the seat on the stile above Fishburne.
Oh, rotten, silly, beastly wheeze of an owl.
It's spreading. It's caught on in Probson.
Hurry up with that hose from the fire station.
Can't do it. The fire station's already burned down.
Well, do something. The whole of High Street's going to go.
This, you will remember, is where we began our story. We repeat it in order to make an important point. The point is this. When once a man has broken through the paper walls of everyday circumstance that hold so many of us securely prisoned from the cradle to the grave, he has made a discovery. If the world does not please you, you can change it. Mr. Polly made this discovery by failing in his plan to kill himself. The plan should not have failed, for Mr. Polly made it carefully. He chose a Sunday morning while Miriam was at church.
Nothing to it. Good pile of papers in the cellar, windows open, paraffin on the stairs. I break the lamp to make it look like that started it all. I light the fire and then I cut my throat. Miriam gets me life insurance and me fire insurance. Nothing to it. Nothing to it. But while the stairs blazed merrily, and while Mr. Polly was regarding the razor which was to end his life, a tongue of flame licked at his paraffin-soaked trousers, and it burned him. This wasn't in Mr. Polly's plan at all. Say, ow! Ow! Get away! Good Lord, what the deuce? Hey, fire! Fire! Fire!
Have another drink, Polly, old man, and tell us again how it happened.
Well, Rumbo, old boy, it's like I told you. I upset the lamp. I just lighted it. I was going upstairs, and my foot slipped against one of the steps where it was a bit rotten, and down I went. Thing was a flare in a moment.
Never been a fire to beat it that I know of.
No, never has been. Think of it. Fire companies from 4 towns, and half the high street's gone up in spite of them. Lucky you weren't killed, Polly, my friend.
Very lucky. Nothing left to very our shops, though.
Not a splinter. It's a pity.
I suppose there'll be a public subscription.
Not for those who's insured. I'm insured myself. Royal Salamander. Very good company.
Mine's the Glasgow Sun Company. They pay on the dot. I'll have every penny back. You insured, Polly?
Deserves to be. Odd lines it would be if there wasn't something for him.
Oh, I'm insured. Commercial and General Company. I'm all right.
Well, cleared me out of a lot of old stock. Well, that's a blessing.
Rusper the ironmonger's a bit sick. His place didn't burn. Well, Polly, you played a brave man's part, and we'll drink to you. Boys, a toast to our friend, Mr. Polly.
Here, Mr. Polly. Mr. Polly, I know that. And thus it was that Mr. Polly realized that things could be changed. That there could be new beginnings.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is presenting Boris Karloff in The History of Mr. Polly by H.G. Wells, the fourth in our new series of radio plays based on outstanding works of modern Anglo-American fiction. Our intermission commentator on Mr. Wells' novel will be Dr. Harvey C. Webster of the University of Louisville, where productions of the NBC University Theater are currently being used in conjunction with its course in British and American fiction under our National College by Radio plan. And now here is Dr. Webster speaking to you from Louisville.
Who now reads Bolingbroke? Who ever read him through? Somehow, these words by an almost contemporary, about an almost forgotten 18th century writer, come to my mind as I think of H.G. Wells. No one, certainly, not even Wells himself, ever read Wells through. He has written more words than Upton Sinclair or Anthony Trollope, and more vague and mistaken ones. But there are those who read him and will read him, as you who have been listening to Mr. Polly must agree. The trouble is that Wells was not only a prophet, but an angry prophet. Not only a reasonable man, but a man who could not understand why other people were unreasonable. As the 20th century and he grew older together, Wells wrote more and more words, more and more badly. Angry words hastily written to compel the world to become reasonable as he was. His last book, which snarled at the world that did not listen, is not as readable as his earlier The Fate of Man. The Fate of Man is not as readable as his outline of history. None of these are as near to works of art as Mr. Polly, Tono Bungay, Kipps, or the thoroughly delightful and provocative scientific romances about invisible men, time machines, and wars between worlds. Why? Wells had no patience with artists. Conrad, he thought, an uneducated mind, obsessed by mere vividness. In his famous controversy with Henry James, who wrote less and is more remembered, Wells spoke of James' perfected style as the painful manner of a hippopotamus trying to pick up a pea. From sentence to sentence, Wells wrote better than Dreiser, but he rarely, after that first fine flare of talent, created either character or scene as memorably as the awkward American did again and again. Still, one must praise him. If one could read him entirely, it would be like reading a fascinatingly chaotic history of the promises and mistakes of our century. Wells not only did and thought almost everything during his representatively confused life, he wrote about it. And at his best, which happened frequently in the years from the Time Machine to Mr. Polly, he was artistic despite his contempt for art. Though their technique is old-fashioned, Tono Bungay, Kipps, and Mr. Polly are very much alive still. Wells' world of small shops, of cricketers, of truthful caricature, of men like Teddy Ponderevo who continually sizzle in a world dull as cold mutton, are often as vivid as any characters in the world of Dickens. This world of H.G. Wells may seem remote from us now, just as many of his prophecies seem mistaken, but it is fun to live there, for he wrote of it with a gusto that serves as, or is, art.
Thank you, Dr. Webster. Our dramatization continues from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
After the fire, Fishburne was beginning to settle back into its old ways. Its merchants, now solvent, their insurance money safely in their pockets, were looking forward to conquering new worlds of retail trade. And the equally solvent Mrs. Polly was growing accustomed to the unflattering appellation deserted. Yes, things could be changed. There could be new beginnings. Far from Fishbourne, along country roads where the birds were piping and the big van horses pulled their loads and the mists hung low on the grass at midnight, walked a solitary tramp, plump and dusty and at peace.
Hello.
What? Oh, hello, little girl. Didn't see you at first.
I'm not a little girl. I'm 9.
You don't tell me so. Then perhaps you know what place this is.
Silly. This is the pot we're in. The next town, Sloman.
Very good. Do you think the innkeeper might give me a bite to eat?
My granny's the innkeeper. She's the best cook in the whole world. That's her over there in the doorway asleep.
Ah, fine-looking woman.
She's fat.
Plump, I should say.
Come on, we'll go and wake her up.
I'm with you.
What's your name?
Polly.
Liar, I'm Polly.
But so am I, on me honour.
Well, all right. How do you do, Polly?
How do you do, Polly?
I'll wake Granny. Granny! Granny, wake up!
What? Don't shout, child. Oh.
Fine day, ma'am.
It is. I believe I was having 40 winks if all the truth was told. What can I do for you?
He's hungry.
Cold meat?
There is cold meat.
I've room for it.
Step into the tap. Run and play, Polly.
All right, Granny. Bye, Polly.
What did she call you?
Name of Polly, ma'am.
That's a funny one. Doolittle.
Happy to meet you, ma'am, I'm sure.
Some cold boiled beef and a bit of crisp lettuce?
No mustard and...
A tankard.
A tankard.
Looking for work?
In a way.
What sort of work?
Never have thought that one out. Looking for ideas. Such beautiful weather this spring.
Hear that?
Yeah, what?
Listen. Someone wants the ferry boat, and there's no ferryman.
Could I?
Can you punt?
Never tried.
Very simple. Pull the pole out before you reach the end of the punt, that's all. Go on out and try.
of a rough show, I'm afraid. Told you I never tried it before.
I didn't know the look on that old codger's face when you sloshed those mortar weeds over him. And then you had to go and hit him 3 times with the pole.
Twice, ma'am, twice. And he didn't hurt his head, not particularly.
Did you charge him anything?
Gratis. Never thought of it.
Ought to have charged him something. Here, you'd better come and have your cold meat before you do any more punting.
Might be wise.
You and me'll get on together.
Beef's a bit of all right, ma'am.
You eat better than you punt. Dare say you could learn to punt.
Could have done better if I hadn't been punting on an empty stomach. It's a queer feeling as the pole goes in.
I've never held with fasting.
You want a ferryman?
I want an odd man about the place.
I'm odd, all right. What's your wages?
Not much, but you get tips and pickings. I've got sort of a feeling it'd suit you.
I got a sort of a feeling it would. Give me a trial.
I've more than half a mind, or I wouldn't have said nothing about it. You got a sort of half respectable look about you. I suppose you haven't done anything.
Bit of arson.
As long as you haven't the habit.
Oh, me first, ma'am, and me last.
As long as you haven't been to prison. That's what does the mischief.
Never been to prison.
Bit of cheese.
If I might. But first, what's me duties?
Well, there's the ferry, digging potatoes, keeping the boats in order, sweeping chimneys, cleaning pewter, washing glasses and waiting on the customers, beating carpets, helping with the poultry, keeping the hens out of the garden, running errands, cleaning boots, throwing out drunks.
That'll be all right, ma'am. In my spare time, perhaps, I might do a bit of fishing. Little Polly.
Did you like your food?
Never tasted better.
I told you.
I'm to be the new ferryman.
You'll have to punt better.
Hey, did you see me?
No, but I know. I've seen the others.
What others?
What Uncle Jim has scooted.
Scooted?
He comes and scoots them. He'll scoot you too, I expect.
I'm not a scooter.
Uncle Jim is. When he comes back, he'll cut your insides out. Perhaps he'll let me see them.
Who's Uncle Jim?
You want to see my rabbits? I got some rabbits.
Another time. Who's Uncle Jim?
Silly. Don't you know who Uncle Jim is? He'll show you. He's a Scotcher.
I thought he was a scooter.
He's that, too. He only came back just a little while ago, and he scooted 3 men. He don't like strangers about. He's going to teach me to swear.
Teach you to swear?
And spit.
Horrible.
He's not what I'd call handsome, but he's a Scotcher now, mistake. And you want to know a secret? Granny don't like him.
Been seeing over the place, Polly?
Had a look round. Who's Uncle Jim?
That grandchild of mine been saying things?
Bits of things.
Hoped you wouldn't find out so soon. Oh, very likely he's gone.
Oh, she don't seem to think so.
Hasn't been near the place these 2 weeks and more.
But who is he?
Oh, I suppose I got to tell you. He's me own sister's son. Me own sister's son and me a widow woman and helpless against his doing.
She says he scoots people.
I pray to God night and day that he won't come back. Back he comes sure as fate. Won't let a man stay to help me or work the ferry. The ferry's a scandal and they'll take away me license and me living and he knows it.
Bit thick.
It's horrible. I wouldn't mind so much if it wasn't for the child. I buys him off and he goes and spends it and back he comes worse than ever.
Biggish sort of man, I expect.
He wasn't so bad until they took him and put him in the reformatory. It was me who had to put him there. I seen him steal. And him sitting there in court, looking at me like a viper. More like a viper than a human boy. Not saying anything but, all right, Aunt Flo.
How much money you give him last time?
£3 golden. Won't last long. But I keep open.
What sort of a size is he? I'm not one of your Herculaceous sort.
No, you'll scoot. You better scoot now, and I'll try and find some money for him to go away again as soon as he comes. Ain't reasonable to ask you to do anything else.
How long's he been about?
3 months it is, come the 7th, since he come in by that very back door. After 7 years. And he says, you want me reformed, and you got me reformed. I'm a reformed, reformatory character, and he grins with his black teeth. If only it wasn't for the child.
You two oughtn't to be left. Still don't see that it's my affair. I'd like to have a look at him before I go. What's that?
Oh, only a customer.
The subject was closed, but Mr. Polly did a deal of thinking. But he stayed on, and such are the workings of the human mind that he came not to believe that there was such a person as Uncle Jim. Until 4 days later, when he was walking back to the inn from the post office. It was twilight.
Half a mo.
What?
I said half a mo. You the new bloke at the Potwell Inn?
Suppose I am. Good evening.
I said half a mo. We ain't doing a bloody marathon. I want a word with you, see?
Well, what is it?
Just a friendly word. Just to clear up any blooming errors. You've got to bloody well clear out, see?
Clear out? How?
Because the Potwell Inn's my beat, see? You clear out.
Suppose I don't.
Oh, it's a kindness I'm doing you to warn you, mister.
What do you think you'll do?
Cool. Here!
Ouch! Let go my arm.
I'll make a mess of you. I'll kick you, ugly thief.
You got no right.
Right? Oh, I'll cut bits out of you. I've got no quarrel with you, mind.
It's a little late to go tonight.
I'll be around in the morning, about 11, see? And if I find you...
We'll consider your suggestion.
At 10:30 the next morning, Mr. Polly found himself by the merest coincidence seated under a clump of fir trees about 3.5 miles from the Potwell Inn. Quite truthfully, he had no idea in which direction he would walk when he got round to walking.
Not my business. Where the devil do I come in?
He knew in that moment as much as a man can know of life. He knew he had to fight or perish.
She'd ought to go to the police with her quarrels, and I'd ought to go back to my wife.
Man comes into life to seek and find his sufficient beauty, to serve it, to increase it, to fight and face and dare anything for it, counting death as nothing if the dying eyes turn to it.
If I had a chance against him.
The wise man's course lay in the other direction. Mr. Polly tried to see himself taking the wise man's course, but the wise man had a paunch, round shoulders, and red ears and excuses.
If I get killed, I get killed. If he gets killed, I get hung. Don't seem just somehow.
And so saying, he turned his face toward the Potwell Inn.
You're back.
Rather.
He's mad drunk and looking for the child.
Where is she?
Locked upstairs.
Where's he?
In the garden. Wait, he's coming. I hear him.
I'll see to it.
Polly, here, take a beer bottle.
Right.
All right. You, Scoot.
Your job, old man.
I'll take you apart.
Not just now. Oh, it grows.
Polly, that won't stop him long.
Yes, quite so.
Bottles? I'll teach you bottles. Out of me way, you old crow.
Language around the house.
Come back here, you yellow-livered.
Catch me.
Blooming ring around the rosy, is it?
Housey, not rosy.
Run, Polly. He's got 2 bottles. Don't let him catch you.
Doing my best not to.
Get the hands on you, you black
Go on. Waste your breath.
Stand still for a minute like a man.
Polly, in here. We'll bolt the door.
Right. Give me that pigtail first.
Now I've got you.
Correction. Don't bolt the door.
You all right?
Bit winded.
He's got the pail off his head. Now,
out the tap room door. Come on in outside from the rear. With what, though?
Here's the broom.
Not much. All right, give it to me.
Careful now. Don't make any noise.
Stand back when I open the door.
Open the door, you ugly beast of a baboon. Open it and I'll cut your liver right out of you.
One for you, eh?
Will you? Now I've got you.
Let go that broom. That's my broom.
You. Let go.
Not much chance.
Stop going in a bloody circle.
You don't give me much choice, old man.
When I get hold of you.
I say, tactical error, old man. You're back to the river, you know.
Whoa! You know, I've got a weak chest.
And I got the putt pole now, old man. Heel of Achilles.
Ain't fair fighting.
Down you go. Stupendous.
I've got to land.
Keep out.
I tell you, I've got a weak chest.
You want to go downstream, eh? Well, just keep out. I don't mind walking with you.
I tell you, I've got to land, you fool.
You keep out. Don't you ever land on this place again.
It's cold. This is getting to me matter.
You want cooling. You keep out in it.
I can't get across, Blaster.
You can get to the island right downstream. Don't you come this way.
Oh, by God. I'll skin your face.
Keep off or I'll do worse.
Oh, you was lucky. I warn you. I'll be back tomorrow, and I'll have your head.
Hang on to your own.
Polly!
Right here.
Ain't he killed you?
Do I look
But
it?
where's Jim?
Gone off.
Oh, I thought she was done for.
I put him in the river, gave him a bit of a doing.
Wish I'd seen more of the fighting.
Didn't you see it?
All I saw was you running around the house with Uncle Jim after you.
You're mistaken, Polly. I was not running. I was leading him on.
During the next few days, Mr. Polly routed Uncle Jim on 2 more occasions. But this was due to the presence of reinforcing guests at the inn, and as they both knew, did not count. Then there was a break in the hostilities for 3 months, while Uncle Jim became reacquainted with the local jail because of his having, as Mr. Polly learned to his extreme discomfort, stolen a hatchet. Then came the October night over whose events it would be kindest to draw the curtain of oblivion. But it is certain that the town constable, happening past the Cotswold churchyard just before dawn, came upon a most unusual sight.
Hey, you. What you doing down there? Come on out of it.
Look out. He's let fly at me twice already.
Who's let fly at who? I tell you, take the rest of you out from behind that wall.
The rest of me?
Besides the part I can see already. And don't go scrounching down more. I says come out and let's have what's what.
I warn you, Constable, this is very unwise.
Well, I'll be Mr. Polly. Now, why'd you be hiding behind the churchyard wall at this hour? And in your nightshirt besides?
I'm not hiding, Constable. I'm looking for a gun.
You had a drop, Mr. Polly?
Not I. Truly I was...
Never mind. Now I know what you was looking for. How much room behind that wall?
He won't shoot at you, I doubt. Perhaps we can make it back to the inn.
Not through the churchyard, if he's in there.
Well, we'll take it slow like. Come on.
Who's he, anyway, Mr. Polly? You ain't said that yet.
Why, Jim, of course.
Him again? He took after you with a gun?
Well, as a matter of fact, it was my gun.
Then how'd he get it?
We, struggled.
And you chased after him out here in your nightshirt?
Yes, that's right. That was the way of it.
Look there, on the ground. There's the bloomin' gun.
Burst. Knew it wasn't much good when I bought it. Come on now, let's see how Mrs. Doolittle and the kid made out.
Doors are all open at the inn. Don't see any signs of life, though.
Wait a bit. Ah, there's the missus upstairs.
Polly?
Me, ma'am.
Is he gone?
He's gone, ma'am.
And is that gun gone?
Gone for good, ma'am.
Then I'll come down.
Just take a look in here, Polly, in the tap.
What a mess.
Not a bottle left old, nor a mirror.
Not a penny in the till, unless I miss my
Polly,
guess.
I've never had such a scare in my life. I thought this time he'd killed you for certain.
Oh, not I, ma'am.
Mr. Polly did real brave, ma'am, chasing out after Jim like that.
Chasing out after him? Was that the way of it? I'd have sworn Polly went out by the upstairs window before Jim come downstairs.
Well, I don't seem to remember too clearly now you mention it.
Whichever it was, ma'am, Jim had time to make a terrible mess for you down here.
Down here? You think he made a mess down here? You ought to see Polly's room.
What do you do in my room?
What, didn't he? Furniture all broken, bed all torn up, and every stitch of your clothes gone.
Me clothes?
Not so much as a sock. Lord Cyrus, you'll excuse me, Constable.
What's wrong, ma'am? Where you going?
Well, it's plain I can't stay in this room, can I? Polly's still in his nightshirt.
Uncle Jim never was heard from again. 5 years passed away peacefully. And then, on a summer afternoon, while Mr. Polly sat fishing under the pollard willow tree, he began to think. It was a plumper, browner, and healthier Mr. Polly who engaged in this exercise. A Mr. Polly who wore a small, square beard, and had not had a troubled thought since the last vanishing of Uncle Jim. But he was having them now.
Left her the £100 insurance money. Likely she's fooled it away by now.
Mr. Polly, we must remark, had never had the slightest remorse about the fire which destroyed the Fishburne High Street. But when he imagined his wife, he imagined her crying. And this gave him distress.
Always talking of doing things for herself. Why couldn't she?
Mr. Polly had found his place in the world. But he was looking long-neglected facts in the face.
Ah, silly to begin thinking about her. Bloomin' silly. Ah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you like to buy some sweets?
Not today, thanks. Pleasant sweet shop you have here. Polly and Larkins, that's the name, eh?
So on the sign, don't it?
You the proprietor?
It's my sister's shop, really. Mrs. Polly. I'm Miss Larkins. Perhaps you'd like some tea, sir. We've a tea room upstairs.
If I might.
Oh, this way, sir. My sister's been cleaning up the tea room, bit upset, I'm afraid.
It would be.
Beg pardon?
I said I didn't mind. In here?
That's right.
Well, nothing like turning things upside down when you're cleaning.
It's my sister's way. What with the tea, sir?
Oh, an egg, if I might. Unusual name, Polly.
My sister's married name. She married a Mr. Polly.
Widow, I presume.
Yes, this 5 years come October.
You don't tell me, sir.
Found drowned he was. Wouldn't have known him, my sister wouldn't. Hadn't been for the name sewn in his clothes.
Must have been a shock for her.
'Twas rather. But sometimes a shock's better than some other things.
No doubt. Life insured?
We started the tea room with it.
Well, marriage is a lottery.
She found it so.
Wasn't particular good sort, this Mr. Polly.
Well, I don't say nothing against the dead, but many's the time I pitied my sister.
Inquest on him, I suppose.
Of course. Why'd you ask?
You're sure it was him?
Why, who else would it have been in the very clothes he wore?
Oh, yes, the clothes. Well, one gets talking.
One does. How long do you like your eggs boiled?
4 minutes.
I'll see to 'em straight. Oh, Miriam, there's a gent upstairs in the tea room.
Did you get him everything
Nice afternoon.
Oh, Alfred!
Here, now, don't faint.
Oh,
sit
it's
down.
you.
No, it isn't. Just looks like me, that's all.
Oh, I knew that man wasn't you all along. I tried to think it was. Oh, I always feared you'd come back.
I haven't come back. Don't you think it?
How we'll pay back the insurance now, I don't know.
Now, look here, Miriam. I haven't come back and I'm not coming back. I thought you might be in trouble or some silly thing. Now I see you again, I'm satisfied, see?
You mean you'll go away?
I'm gone. I never was here. Don't you think you're going to see me again, for you ain't. Goodbye.
Aren't you going to stay, sir? I've just got the eggs
Never
ready.
mind the eggs. See to the missus upstairs. She's had a bit of a shock. Something about seeing a ghost. Nice evening, old party.
It is, Polly. River looks real pretty.
It does. Oh, and speaking of that, Jim ain't going to come back again. Ever.
You know something?
He got drowned 5 years ago, miles from here.
Lord.
It's right enough.
How'd you know?
I went to me home. He'd got me clothes, and they thought it was me.
They?
Doesn't matter. I'm not going back again.
Poor Jim. Can't hardly say I'm sorry.
Nor me. But it don't seem much good his having been alive, does it?
Wasn't much good. Ever.
I wonder about life. You start out expecting something and it doesn't happen, and it doesn't matter. You start out thinking some things are good and some are bad. I set fire to an house once.
You, Polly?
I don't feel sorry. Just one of those things what happened to me.
Like you can't help being fat.
Yeah, you can't.
Well, helps and it hinders.
Like this sunset is happening to me. Lord, look at it.
Don't see it does you any good. Always looking at sunsets.
Who cares?
Well, someday you won't see 'em anymore. Someday you'll be dead. And me.
Whenever there's signs of a good sunset and I'm not too busy, I'll come sit out here.
Not always.
Come here when I'm a ghost.
Spoil the place for the pride.
Not my sort of ghost. I'll just be a mellowish, warmish kind of a feeling.
Well, time we was going in.
You're right, old party. Supper to get. It's as you say. We can't sit here all night.
The curtain falls on the fourth in our series of radio plays based on outstanding works in modern British and American fiction. Today, the NBC University Theater has brought you an adaptation by Clarice A. Ross of the H.G. Wells satire, The History of Mr. Polly, starring Boris Karloff in the leading role. Our cast included Ramsey Hill, narrator, Constance Cavendish, Terry Kilburn, Gray Stafford, Donald Morrison, Naomi Stevens, Ena Ronsley, Arthur Q. Bryan, Marlene Ames, Monty Margetts, and Ben Wright. Intermission commentator was Dr. Harvey C. Webster of the University of Louisville. Next week at this time, the NBC University Theater will bring you an adaptation of Ellen Glasgow's distinguished novel, They Stooped to Folly. Productions of the NBC University Theater are currently being used in conjunction with a course in Anglo-American fiction at the University of Louisville under a national college by radio plan which permits our listeners to profit through self-advancement or to earn credit toward a college degree by means of radio and supplementary study. For further information on this plan, write to the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky. Your director was Andrew C. Love. Original music for The History of Mr. Polly was composed by Albert Harris and conducted by Henry Russell. This program came to you from Hollywood. You're invited to NBC's Sunday night party. 2.5 hours of rollicking entertainment tonight. Begin with Ozzie and Harriet. Then listen and laugh straight through with Jack Benny and his gang, the adventures of Phil Harris and Alice Faye, followed by Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy. Fred Allen tops off the merriment with tonight's guest, Tallulah Bankhead. Remember, for the best time of your life, the best time is tonight on most of these NBC stations. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. The NBC University Theater brings you They Stooped to Folly by Ellen Glasgow, the fifth in our series of full-hour dramatizations of outstanding works in modern American and British fiction. When lovely woman stoops to folly and finds too late that men betray, what charm can soothe her melancholy? What art can wash her guilt away? These lines by Oliver Goldsmith might well occupy the thoughts of Virginius Littlepage as he sits before the fire of his study. The time is the early 20s. And a dark spring rain slants across High Street outside his window. But there are few spots in Queenboro, Virginia, more comfortable and comforting than the little page home. Mellowed, polished, and expensive. In a well-bred way, of course. Yes, Oliver Goldsmith lines might well occupy the thoughts of Virginia's little page, but they do not. That is, not precisely.
Yes, it is a nice fire. Well, crackle away. Soon it'll be spring, and we'll have no further need for you. Spring, and about time, too. It has been a strange winter. Now I don't quite know whether I'm a disappointed idealist or whether my liver's acting up again. Probably just middle age or the after effects of the war. Funny. It was raining just like this that day last fall, and there was a fire like this at my office.
Busy, Mr. Littlepage?
Oh, not at all, Millie. Come in, enjoy the fire. Beautiful, isn't it?
Lovely. Here are the papers on the Mitchell case. Will you be in court today?
With a daughter returning from Europe, I should say not.
You are happy, aren't you?
Mary's a fine girl. You've no idea how much I've missed her. She'd have been home long ago, you know, but she felt it was her duty to remain with the Red Cross after the war. Balkan orphans and all that.
Mr. Littlepage, now that she's coming back...
Well, Millie?
Could you ask her about Martin?
Right. Yes, of course. Martin Welding.
I just have to know what's become of him.
Millie, my dear, hasn't that man caused you enough unhappiness?
No. Not a moment's unhappiness, Mr. Littlepage.
Obviously, he deserted you when you needed him most.
He went away to war. He couldn't help that.
Yes, he went away and left you unmarried and alone with your trouble. At least he could have helped that.
He never knew. He still doesn't know that for a few hours he had a...
You yourself all this.
Because I wanted to spare him. There was nothing he could do.
Nothing.
I wanted him to be happy. Martin isn't a fighter. He was so miserable himself at the thought of going to war.
Well, the war's over now.
But Martin is still Martin. He stayed in Paris because there was something he wanted. Something he could find only in Europe.
Yes, definitely. Escape from his responsibilities. I'll ask Mary, of course. You know, I wrote to her to try to look him up. That was 6 months ago.
He'll come back, Mr. Littlepage. We love each other. He can't forget that.
But, Millie...
Please. You've been very kind to me. Really much kinder than a father. But this is my life, Mr. Littlepage. I have to live it. I want the freedom to choose the things I believe in. And I believe in Martin Welding.
With no regrets?
Oh, I know about regret, all right. The regret for what you've had doesn't last so long as the regret for what you've missed.
And you'll defy all our social conventions to work out that philosophy.
I won't defy them. I'll overlook them.
Yes, but Millie...
Look at my mother. She waited for Father till she dried up to a husk. And all it did was drive him away.
And now you're making her unhappy again.
No, I didn't make her unhappy. She was born that way. And she couldn't bear the thought of my having happiness with Martin.
Millie, you must never say such things.
But it's true. Would you rather have deceit?
I'd rather you showed respect for your mother.
That would be deceitful.
Well, we're just arguing at cross purposes, Millie. I'll speak to Mary. We'll find out about Martin Welding. Is that all?
Yes, that's all. That's everything.
Millie Burden and Martin Welding. Millie had more than courage, and despite my protestations, I couldn't help but admire her. She'd flown in the face of Southern virtue and yet calmly refused to own up to the fact that she was a fallen woman. As my brother Marmaduke later pointed out, I think I resented that. I wanted her to be contrite or repentant or at least aware of her folly. But she merely loved. Not in the least like Aunt Agatha. wrapped in sin and rounding out a half-century of punishment for one ill-considered moment. Or, for that matter, like Amy Dalrymple, who wore her indiscretions with a certain tarnished freshness. Amy Dalrymple. Wonderful Amy. It had been 12 years. Yes.
Virginia's.
Oh, yes, my dear.
You'll be leaving the office soon? We don't want to miss the train. Oh, Virginia's, it will be so nice to have Mary with us again.
Victoria, I confess I feel like an expectant lover. I'm leaving immediately.
Oh, Virginia's.
Yes, dear?
Remember Amy Dalrymple?
Yes. Yes, of course.
You handled her divorce. She's returned from Europe, too, and brought quite a scarlet reputation with her for all her fine war record with the Red Cross.
Yes, I've heard. I'm leaving the office now.
Goodbye, Virginia's.
Amy. So she's returned. I wonder... And so I walked home from the office that day. My joy at Mary's return was tempered by a certain sense of discontent. Perhaps it was the news of Amy Dalrymple's return. Amy Dalrymple. Frivolous Amy, the one woman in the world who made me realize that Victoria had every charm except the thrilling touch of human frailty. She was the only one who ever made me wonder if I might not have been happier with a woman who was sometimes indiscreet, but at least always amusing. It'd been almost 12 years since that August evening when, well, we might have had a love affair. I was shocked, not by my former rashness, but by my present sense of regret.
Virginia's little page.
Why, Mrs. Dalrymple, why, to meet you on the street like this, why, what a pleasant surprise.
Is it, Virginia?
Why, of course it is. I just heard of your return.
Yes, I was in Europe when the war came, and I simply stayed on.
My daughter heard of your hospital work everywhere, even in the Balkans.
Mary, was she in Red Cross work?
Yes, and returning today, as a matter of fact. Strange coincidence. Two of you arriving so close together?
Yes, but the war has been over for years.
Oh, not over long enough to exhaust Mary's moral energy. She stayed on to organize a war orphanage in the Balkans.
Still an impressive collection of ideals and high principles.
Yes. But I have a feeling she's enjoyed the whole thing.
Well, I've sometimes thought, Virginia's, that the worst thing about the war was that so many of us who weren't hurt really enjoyed it.
But when it was over?
Oh, well, when it was over, we had nothing to fall back on. Nothing to do. Wasn't that way 12 years ago, Virginia's. But you must have forgotten.
No, I haven't forgotten. Oh. Amy, why did you go away?
Because I needed to learn about life. Or love.
And did you?
Well, I learned there is little kindness in love, and that's what I wanted to find, Virginia's.
And you didn't?
No.
Why, Amy, once I gave you kindness when you needed it.
Kindness, Virginia's, but not love.
Oh, but Amy...
I'll be staying in Queenborough for a while. We'll have time to talk later.
And so Amy Dalrymple came back into my life. It was a nice life, padded against the world by the Victorian idealism that had somehow continued to survive in my corner of Queenborough. Of course, there were some irregularities. I didn't approve of Millie Burden's conduct, but on the other hand, I didn't believe her to be incorrigible. So I continued to walk home in the mist of pleasure at Mary's return and a fog of confusion at Amy's appearance, and in the firm conviction that Millie's case had to be dealt with.
My brother makes an appearance, and about time.
Good afternoon, Marmaduke. What brings you here? Where's Victoria?
Upstairs, resting from the shock of Mary's final reform.
What are you babbling about?
You mean you don't know?
Well, of course I don't know.
Well, it would seem that Mary's zest for philanthropy has reached a climax. She's not coming home alone.
Not alone? Well, has she adopted a war orphan?
It isn't an orphan, my dear brother.
Well, what, a refugee? Well, not a Russian, Marmaduke.
Hardly. Mary might sympathize with refugees, but she's hardly the kind of a girl to marry one.
Marmaduke, please stop trying to break things gently to me.
Very well, she's married.
Married?
Quite.
To who?
It seems they were married 5 months ago. Victoria just received a wire a few minutes ago.
5 months ago? She never wrote us a word of it.
It appears that when she met him, he was in some kind of trouble. Mary feels that she saved his life.
But who is he? What is he?
Evidently, she had to go to Europe to marry a young man from Queenborough.
From Queenborough?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know his name?
Yes, it's right here in the wire. Martin. Martin Welding.
Father, I had hoped that you'd take my sister's latest gesture a little more philosophically.
Duncan, please. Your father and I are both quite distressed.
Might well have been worse, considering Mary's thoroughness. She might have brought home a whole asylum instead of a husband.
I can't understand why she married him.
Well, perhaps she wanted to make an honest man of him.
Your tone is offensive, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dad. I was just trying to be cheerful.
Come along, Duncan. We'll check the arrival time.
Oh, dear.
Please, Victoria, my dear, they'll be here any minute. We must pull ourselves together.
Welding. There used to be a family of that name.
Confound it, I don't care about his family. We must be fair, Victoria. We'll suspend judgment until we see him.
Virginius. Where will they sleep? I just can't bear the idea of putting a strange man in Mary's room.
Yes, well, he's hardly a strange man. He's her husband, and he has been for some months.
Yeah, coming, Virginia.
Oh, there she
Where?
is. Mary!
Oh, there.
Mary!
Mary, over here.
Father.
Mary,
Dear
Mary,
Mother.
my child. Why, you're even lovelier than I remembered.
Oh, and happier than I've ever been. Oh, Father, Mother.
Mary.
This is Martin, my husband. I wanted to bring him to you as a surprise, but Martin thought we'd better send a wire.
Well, this is a surprise. Surprise indeed. Of course, you must give us a little time before we're expected to call it a pleasure.
Oh, I shall never expect that of you, Mr. Littlepage.
Yes. Well, come along up to the house, all of you. Mary and her mother have gone upstairs for a talk.
And you think we'd better have one, too?
That's why I asked you into the library.
I wonder if I could have a drink. I feel as if I were giving way somewhere inside.
Certainly. I'll take one with you. It isn't a habit, is it?
It used to be. But Mary doesn't allow habits in marriage. I suspect she married me because she saved my life. She's my good angel, you know.
Here's a drink. Now, if I may ask, what plans have you made for the future?
Absolutely none.
That's scarcely commendable.
Oh, it isn't so bad as that. I suppose I'll find something to do. I've worked in a bank. Mary says her Uncle Daniel can do something for me.
So you've worked in a bank, huh? Have you no other means of making a living?
Well, I have been trying to write.
Well, I don't imagine there's much in that, is there?
Not in Queensboro, at any rate. You know, I've told Mary again and again I'm not worth half what she's done for me. But she insists I'm all she thinks I am.
I see. Well, let's hope that it turns out all right.
Yes, let's hope so. Another drink?
I'm awfully tired, Virginius. Please put out the light.
Very well, there. Well, what were your impressions, my dear?
Virginius, I must confess I simply cannot understand Mary.
Oh, then you share my, well, not altogether favorable opinion of Martin.
They seem to be still in love with each other. Being in love does establish some kind of congeniality, I suppose. But he isn't worthy of Mary.
Poor child. Why, she's trying her best to help him.
Well, Mary is certainly better prepared than most women to bring out the best in a man.
She's like yourself in that respect, my dear.
Virginia.
Why would Mary do such a thing? You talked to her, Victoria. She must have some explanation.
Well, when she found him in that French hospital, he was suffering a complete nervous collapse because his writing had been such a failure. Mary saved his life.
Yes, it's all very well, but what about Millie's life? After all, I do feel some responsibility. If I hadn't asked Mary to find Martin, this would never have happened.
I know how terribly you must feel, my dear. But Mary tells me that she tried with all her power to make him go back to the other woman. And a man in love can seldom be trusted, you know.
And it seems to me that a woman in reform can be trusted even less.
Virginius, you can't mean that about Mary.
She did take another woman's man, Victoria. Well, I suppose we must stand by her now and try to help her.
Don't feel too harshly, Virginius. She's our daughter. And you've always been so generous in helping others. There was Amy Dalrymple.
Yes, sir.
You tried so hard to protect her when her husband brought that horrible divorce suit against her.
Well, that was a long time ago, my dear. Long ago.
Yes.
Good night, Victoria. We'll speak of it in the morning. I'm afraid I must confess to being one of those pillars of Virginian society that are held up right by the firm support of woman's influence. But in those days, Victoria's support lacked its usual security. New problems had entered our lives. Mary and Martin and my responsibility to Millie Burden, and an old one had returned, Amy Dalrymple. Nearly 50 and as handsome as ever. More lovely and graceful than most women are half her age. Oh, how could I think of Amy at that time? There were so many other things to do. The next day I went to see Millie at her mother's home, a ramshackle, untidy house in which my brother Marmaduke rented a studio. Oh, Millie, I was just about to knock.
I expected you.
Well, won't you ask me in?
Come in.
I see you've heard, my dear.
Your brother told me.
Frankly, child, I came prepared for tears, but not for this. This, iciness.
Yes, of course. Your code demands something other than this, doesn't it? Gentle hysterics, perhaps, or a decade or two of seclusion.
Millie, how can you be so careless?
I had a right to my life, Mr. Littlepage. If I spoiled it, that's my affair, not yours or Mother's or Martin's or anyone else's.
I just wish there was something I could do. I can't help but feel that I'm to blame.
No. No one's to blame. I asked you to have her try to find him. You meant to be kind.
But it was a mistake, child.
Mine, not yours.
Well, I'm sure that Mary must have felt she was doing the right thing.
Yes. The right thing is always what she does. So high-minded and unselfish.
You mustn't be hard and bitter.
I want to be hard and bitter. What's the good of anything except being hard and bitter?
But your life isn't over. One must always hope for the best.
Yes, you can say that. But for me, there isn't any best. Even if there is, I don't want it.
All right. Then what do you want?
To be happy. That's all. Is it too much?
Millie, I wish happiness for you. You know that. But happiness isn't a right. It's a blessing.
Then I have a right to a blessing.
It hurts me to hear you talk that way, Millie. Now, if there's nothing more I can do for you, I'll go up to Marmaduke's studio.
I hope you enjoy your visit. Mother's up there.
Goodbye, my dear.
My advice is worth so little, my dear lady, that I hesitate to inflict it upon you. But, well, we have a visitor.
Mrs. Burden, Marmaduke.
Oh, Virginia's. I was just about to tell Mrs. Burden here that if she needed the opinion of a man of sense, she'd better consult you.
It's Millie, Mr. Littlepage.
Oh? What about her?
I keep reminding her that I have a right to her confidence, but it's no use. She never tells me anything.
And Mrs. Burden was just reproaching me. She says that I encourage this sinful attitude.
Oh, it seems to me, dear lady, that her attitude is commendable.
Ah, Mr. Littlepage, I shouldn't have believed that you'd encourage Millie.
I'm only trying to help her make something of her life.
And there's the rub. Mrs. Burden objects to what she feels as an immodest recovery from masculine wiles.
Well, it all comes from this wild living since the war. Silk stockings and short dresses could only end in immorality.
Your view, dear lady, appears to me to be entirely too hopeless.
Well, it's none of my doing. I've always done the best I could with Millie.
Mrs. Burden, isn't it true that your first consideration must be your daughter's welfare?
Her eternal welfare, Mr. Littlepage.
Well, you can mean that you wish to see her suffer on earth.
Well, doesn't the Bible warn us that there's no salvation for the sinner except through repentance?
And what does Millie say to all this?
Oh, she has no sense of shame. She says only that her life is her own and that she has no regrets.
Well, I expect the truth of the matter is the world has never been quite fair to women. Men have never been quite fair to women. Not even in Queenborough. It seems like a long time ago now. Life for me had abruptly lost its sweetness, and in some mysterious fashion the loss was tied to Amy Dalrymple's return. Her presence ran through all my thoughts in those days, and selfishly I wondered if perhaps in another life I might have had a different love. Or with another love I might have had a different life. It was not at all fair to Victoria.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you a dramatization of the Ellen Glasgow novel, They Stoop to Folly, the fifth in our new series of radio plays based on outstanding works of modern Anglo-American fiction. And here to serve as our intermission commentator is Mr. Harrison Smith, the distinguished author, editor, and president of the Saturday Review of Literature. His comments on today's novel gain added interest from the fact that he was also a close personal friend of Ellen Glasgow. Now here is Harrison Smith speaking to you from New York.
In the whole American literary scene, you could not find two writers more unlike than Theodore Dreiser and Ellen Glasgow, or two novels as far apart as the book discussed last week by Clifton Fadiman, Dreiser's The American Tragedy, and She Stoops to Folly, one of Miss Glasgow's 20 novels. It is the difference between a powerful giant laying about him with a bludgeon and a delicate, determined woman armed with caustic wit and a subtle gift for social satire. Ellen Glasgow had the distinction of being a great lady and an even greater writer. From her secluded and beautiful home in Richmond, she punctured Southern literary pretensions, destroyed the sentimentality, the old hothouse atmosphere of moonshine and magnolias, with tame Negroes singing off stage. She revealed the arrogant hypocrisy behind the Southern gentleman's traditional attitude toward marriage, toward his ladies, and especially toward his fallen women. Behind its half-humorous, polite, and entertaining facade, She Stoops to Folly is a savage book. For Ellen Glasgow was a feminist, among other things, and she wanted to free women from the tyranny of dead conventions. The tragedy is the impact of fresh ideas of freedom on people who regard social and sexual change with horror. The comedy lies in the sparkling and sardonic manner in which an altered world is discussed by the characters. Miss Glasgow's sentences glitter like gems on every page, so that a single phrase may illustrate her character's life and thought. Here is Mr. Littlepage musing on his wife. I ought to be thankful that Victoria has never lost control of herself since she married me. Or he had learned in time to feel the pride of a husband in his wife's natural frigidity. Another, it was a comfort to remember that like all pure women everywhere, she was satisfied with monogamy. Or on woman in general, never had woman appeared more desirable than in the sheltered garden of Southern tradition, those legendary periods when she had disposed her limbs in the classic posture of waiting. The qualities that made Ellen Glasgow a writer who will always be read are in this book. It is no wonder that the Southern literary renaissance of 20 years ago began with her. Nor was her work devoted entirely to a wilting aristocracy. Her sense for realism and her hatred of hypocrisy led her to lower levels of Southern life, and one or two of her early books were of passionate revolt. Her books are as fresh and even as startling today as they were when they were first written. It is safe to say that she belongs to the permanent literature of this country. She is one of the wittiest of all women writers and perhaps our greatest woman novelist.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Our dramatization continues from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
It wasn't a very happy winter for any of us. Even Victoria, usually so calm and sure of herself, seemed tired and ill. Martin was, to put it kindly, unpredictable. And even Victoria seemed worried about it at times. But he was working at Daniel's bank, and we didn't expect that he and Mary would remain in our home much longer. I can't say we were disappointed. Millie? Well, Millie Burton was still a problem. A problem created as much by her mother as by Martin Welding. Only Aunt Agatha seemed to be untouched by the events which had clouded the lives of the rest of us. Agatha and, of course, Marmaduke.
Tea, Aunt Agatha?
No, thank you. Virginius, how is the Burden girl getting along?
Well, I'm not quite sure. She doesn't display the high-mindedness which one feels is correct, but on the other hand...
On the other hand, she's acting like a perfect lady instead of a perfect tradition.
Oh, I admit I may be old-fashioned.
But you're offended. And I'll tell you why.
I think I shall have another cup of tea.
Of course, dear.
With all due respect to our aunt, we're trying to draw a parallel between Millie and Agatha. Agatha may be a fallen woman, but she's paid the price. Self-imposed imprisonment in a mid-Victorian cell of righteousness.
Marmaduke, you might show a little consideration.
I don't think I'll want this tea, after all.
Now there, Aunt Agatha.
Marmaduke, we've discussed it so many times before. I believe there are certain standards, certain conventions which must be lived up to. You do not live up to them. And there's an end to it.
Well, then...
If you'll excuse me, I don't want to be late. The movies, you know.
Of course, my dear. You do enjoy them, don't you? But are you going alone?
I like to go alone. But I met Amy Dalrymple in the street this morning. She offered to drive me.
Aunt Agatha, you must not let Mrs. Dalrymple impose on you.
Oh, come now, my dear.
Please, Virginius. Agatha, I'd rather not say anything against her, but she has always been a rather pushing person.
I'm sure she doesn't mean to be pushing. I really think she feels sorry for me. She's only trying to be kind.
I'm sure you don't need her sympathy, dear Agatha.
I suppose it didn't occur to her that she could harm my reputation.
Don't you think, Victoria, we may leave Aunt Agatha free to pick her own associates?
Really, Virginius, after what Agatha's been through, Mrs. Dalrymple is hardly a suitable companion.
No, it definitely wasn't a very happy winter. Sitting before the fire now, I realized that something was happening to me and to my world. I was fighting to preserve a world of manners and customs that had been dashed to death by the war. I hadn't Marmaduke's flexibility. What he saw and accepted, I ignored and refused. And poor Victoria, so noble and for the first time so helpless. And Mary brought problems which even Victoria scarcely knew how to solve.
Mother, here you are in the library.
Just resting, my dear.
I looked for you earlier, but you must have been out.
I dropped in on Dr. Buchanan for a few minutes. Oh, I've been feeling rather tired lately, just for a checkup.
Oh, Mother, is there anything wrong?
Of course not. But don't say anything to your father. He becomes so concerned.
Well, if you're sure.
Yes, dear.
Mother, there's something I want to ask you to do for me.
Anything, my dear.
It's about Martin. I'm afraid he isn't very happy.
Doesn't he care for his work at the bank?
Oh, well enough, I expect. But he's so restless. He keeps wanting us to get a place of our own.
And wouldn't you like that?
No, not now. I wish you'd speak to him about it. Tell him that it's best for us to stay here.
But, Mary, that hardly seems necessary.
Oh, but it is now. It's very necessary. Mother, I'm going to have a baby.
Oh, my child, how wonderful. Why haven't you told us before?
Oh, because, things are so unsettled.
But this will make all the difference in the world. Why, I'm sure that Martin will understand why you should stay with us here.
It's his writing. He seems to feel that he might do better somewhere else.
I'll speak to him. He'll realize that that's not the most important thing right now.
Mother, this will make a difference, won't it?
Of course, dear.
A family is probably what he needs. He's so weak. The responsibility will strengthen his character.
With your help, Mary.
Yes. He's so dependent on me, Mother. He calls me his good angel. I try so hard to be.
I'm sure you are, my dear.
I can't help feeling that I did right in saving him from that woman. She wasn't the right kind of girl for Martin, Mother.
No. No, I suppose not.
I just can't understand, Father. Having her in his office even now.
Well, after all, that's really for him to decide. And the girl does have to earn her living.
Oh, of course. I wouldn't want to interfere with that.
Then what do you wish?
Well, Mother, it does seem that she could work somewhere else.
Well, your father says that she has mentioned going away.
Well, then why doesn't she go?
Well, perhaps we can make some arrangement. I understand she and her mother both live on Millie's salary. So if Millie were to leave town, something would have to be done about her mother.
Mother?
Yes?
What about the House of Hope? You were saying that they do need a new matron to watch over the girls.
Mary, do you think...
Well, Mrs. Burden is perfectly respectable, isn't she?
Oh, yes, she's more than respectable.
And she's had experience in dealing with that type of girl. Right in her own daughter. Mother, why, that would be the answer to everything.
And so Mary is expecting to become a mother, my dear.
So soon? Well, I hope she's pleased.
She's delighted. But it's not so soon, Virginius. They were married last spring.
Yes. Well, better late than never.
Virginius, I don't know what's come over you.
Hmm?
You seem to grow more flippant every day.
Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. However, if Mary is pleased, my attitude doesn't really make much difference, does it?
That's exactly it, Virginius. Mary has been worrying over your attitude. And, of course, any worry is bad for her.
She didn't help much by bringing Martin into our house. Victoria, I just can't stomach that fellow.
But for her sake, dear, I wish you would try to talk with him. He's so restless and erratic lately.
There's no wonder he walks the streets half the night. At least that's what he says he does.
Sometimes when he's so late, I almost wonder if he's seeing that girl again.
Millie? Why, nonsense.
Well, if he is, it won't be for long.
What's that, my dear?
Are you coming to bed soon, Virginius?
In a minute, when I finish my cigar.
And so you see, Mrs. Burden, we feel that you may be just the person we're looking for.
It is a fine position, matron in the House of Hope. Those girls need a strong hand. I feel I could do some good there.
And Mrs. Burden, Millie could leave Queenborough if you were provided for.
And who would provide for her, I'd like to know. What would become of her if she didn't have me to advise her? She has her mistakes to live down.
But don't you see, she might be able to forget the past more easily this way. To forget her mistakes.
Well, I'm not sure I'll hold with that, Mrs. Littlepage. To my way of thinking, we must repent for our mistakes, not forget them.
Nevertheless, I suppose we must make allowances for the changing times, for the unsettled conditions since the war.
Well, it'd take more than a war to make me forget my behavior.
Hello, Mother.
Millie.
You have company.
Why, yes, Millie. We're talking about you.
It must be a pleasant chat, Mrs. Littlefield.
We were discussing your desire to go away, my dear. I was thinking that perhaps it might help if your mother accepts a position with one of our charitable institutions, the House of Hope.
And have you accepted, Mother?
Well, I don't know what to think. Millie, I just couldn't let you go to New York by yourself.
Oh, but I could get on perfectly well, Mother, and I'd be free.
Well, you may think you can manage so easily without me, Millie, never giving a thought to anything I've done for you. But you'll be sorry when I'm gone.
I'm sorry now, Mother. I've always been sorry. But I do want my own life. I do want to try to live.
I don't have much to give you, Millie. Nothing but a mother's love and a mother's prayers.
You could love me and pray for me in New York just as well as here.
Mrs. Burden, couldn't you take the position just for a few months until she gets settled?
But I just couldn't sleep at night thinking of Millie alone in New York.
Perhaps we'd all better take a little time to think things over. I'll be running along.
I'm not asking for much. Only a little time by myself. Only a chance to try to live. I have a right to that.
Of course you have, child. Good night.
Good night, Miss
Good night,
Littlepage.
Mrs. Littlepage.
I rather think she'll take it. I'm sure it'll be best all around. Why, who's that? Oh, no. What can he be doing here at this hour? Martin Welding.
Good morning, Victoria,
Virginius.
Agatha, Duncan.
Good morning,
I
dear.
see. Where's Mary?
She's not well this morning. I told her to stay in bed. As for Martin, he never gets up until the last minute.
Well, I dare say he contracted that habit from literature. Scarcely a thing for a business career.
He complains that he can't sleep nights.
Pass the butter, please. Do you know when he came in?
Yeah.
Thank you, dear.
I let him in at 1 o'clock. He'd forgotten his key. Said he'd been out for a walk.
I do wish he'd come home earlier. It keeps Mary up so late when she needs the sleep.
But where does he walk to at that hour of the night?
Virginius, I must talk to you alone.
Yes, of course, my dear. Will you excuse us, Agatha, Duncan?
We'll be right back.
No,
Virginius.
Yes.
I visited Mrs. Burden last night.
What on earth?
I offered her a position with the House of Hope.
You...
It was the only way to make it possible for Millie to leave.
Victoria, don't you think we've interfered enough?
Perhaps not nearly enough.
What do you mean?
When I left the Burden place, I saw Martin. He must have been there for a purpose.
Well, you mean you think he and Millie Burden...
I don't know what to think. All I know is that I saw Mary's husband in the Burden neighborhood.
Oh, well, that's preposterous. Millie hates him now as strongly as she loved him once.
Perhaps. But you must find out, Virginius.
You mean you want me to ask?
You must, my dear.
But, Victoria, the girl's unhappy enough. Now such a question would only serve to open up the old wounds.
Your daughter may someday be wounded too, Virginius.
Martin Welding was Millie's love. Mary made him her own. If anyone must suffer, why should it be Millie?
Because Mary is our daughter.
Very well, Victoria. We'll see. I'll talk to her. Somehow I couldn't bring myself to ask her if she'd been seeing Martin. It was like piling cruelty upon cruelty. And for the first time in my life, I was sick of doing my duty, of noble motives which create ignoble problems. Millie Burden was going away. Let her go in peace. And perhaps Millie was right, and I'd been wrong. I'd never really dared to live. Not as she'd dared. There was spring in the air that day, but I was still living in the dead of winter. And that night, the light in Amy Dalrymple's window across the street looked, well, just like a star. And I wondered what might have happened if I'd followed my impulse that night 12 years before. If I hadn't lost my courage. I wonder if...
Why, Virginius, won't you come in?
Why, Good evening, Amy. I merely stopped in to tell you I've straightened out all your legal matters so that your return to Europe won't be delayed.
Virginius, is that the only reason you came to see me?
Why, yes. I mean, no. I mean, Amy, I wanted to see you again because 12 years ago we might have found happiness together. Because I do need that happiness now.
Oh, Virginius, you did make me happy. If only I could make you realize how much you have helped me.
Oh, I wish I could have done more for you. I can do more now, Amy. If you'll let me.
Well, I haven't any life now. I live only in the past.
Oh, but that's a mistake, my dear. The past is over. Why, you're still young and very, very beautiful.
Oh, please, Virginius. I was a beauty, but in a different period. We had hearts in those days.
Oh, Amy, why can't we forget our memories? This is the present. This is us, now.
You have changed, Virginius. Remember that night you kissed me? And then went away?
Yeah.
That's why I left Queenborough 12 years ago, because, Virginius, I thought you no longer respected me.
Oh, how could you, Amy? Why, it was just that I feared we might be making a mistake. Truly, I blamed only myself.
Oh, but was there anyone to blame, Virginius? Or is it just that I was so weak and you seemed so strong? And I needed someone's strength so much.
And you need it now, Amy?
Yes, I need it now.
Then I offer you mine.
I wonder if this time you really mean it.
Of course I mean it. Oh, Amy, don't you understand that you
It's just a telephone in the hall. The maid will answer it. Yes, go on, Virginius.
Huh? Oh, I was saying it's late, Amy. I better go.
Must you, Virginius?
Oh, yes, but I'll come again.
Do you promise?
Yes, perhaps tomorrow.
Virginius, you can't go now.
Oh, but I can't stay. You know that, Amy. I'll come back as soon as I can. Just as soon as I can arrange it. Good night.
Good night, then, Virginius.
Oh. Why did I say I had to go? Perhaps I'm not cut out for a philanderer after all. Huh? Maybe I'll see her again. At least I can look Victoria in the eye. I wonder if... Oh, I beg your pardon. Martin.
Oh, it's you, is it?
Anything wrong?
Is anything right?
Wait, you look as if you're in pain.
I'm in misery, if that interests you.
It distresses me.
Distresses you? I've come to the end of my rope. How much longer can I stand it?
Stand what, my boy?
Oh, the whole thing. Life, marriage.
Talk sense.
Why should I? I'm not normal. I'm not rational. Look, can't you understand this? I've had enough of women. I want to get away from every woman on earth.
Then why did you marry?
Why? Why, I'd hoped that Mary could change me.
She wanted to help you.
I should have known. No one can help me.
Well, my boy, this is hardly the time to think of that.
Oh, good Lord, don't you think I realize what's happening? I can't make her happy. Nobody can make another person happy.
Have you tried?
Tried? Why else would I work in that accursed bank? I tell you, I'm smothering.
Martin, pull yourself together. No, we can't settle this out here. Come in the house and tomorrow...
I wasn't coming in. I was going for a walk.
Well, there's no way to try to collect yourself. Come back into the house. You need a stiff drink anyway.
Well, Oh, all right, then.
Wait for me in the library, Martin. I want to speak to Victoria.
Father! Father!
Mary, what is it?
Oh, Father. It's Mother. Oh, Father. I tried to wake her. I couldn't wake her. Oh, Father. She's dead.
No one in the world could love her as I do.
I know, my darling, I know. I think I never really understood her. I never really appreciated her goodness. Why, she must have lived in anguish this last year. And I never even suspected that she was dying.
The letter, Father. Please read it.
Okay. Dated last December. My dear husband, I have known for almost 6 months that I have a very short while to live. And my one effort has been to spare you and the children, to keep you from suspecting. Nothing I know can spoil this last winter, or perhaps year, that we shall all have together. But before it's too late, there's something I wish to say to you. And it stops, Mary. Really, she didn't have to write the rest of that sentence. Why, she said it with her entire life. Was the end. An hour before Victoria died, I was weary with her goodness. I was almost faithless to her in spirit. I don't think that ours was the perfect love, but we possessed the perfect marriage. We had each other's respect and each other's kindness, and that, I suppose, is all anyone can ask. And the world was left, the world without Victoria.
I'm sorry, Virginius. I'm sure the Victoria didn't approve of me, but on the other hand, I approved of her. I'm sorry about Victoria. Has Mary come in from the cemetery yet?
Yes, she went directly to her room. She's not at all herself right now. I'm sure she didn't intend to avoid you, Marmaduke.
That does seem strange. One might have supposed Mary losing her morals more readily than her manners.
At a time like this, Marmaduke, I think there's no need to jest.
Or perhaps all the more need, my dear Virginius.
Father. Father, it's Martin.
What? Well, Mary, what is it?
He's gone. He's left me. Forever, he said.
Please, Mary, we have a guest, Marmaduke.
But you don't understand. He's gone. Martin's gone. He'll never come back.
Mary, what are you saying?
I found a note in my room.
But, Mary, are you sure? What does the note say?
That he's gone. That he's never coming back. Oh, Father, we must find him. We must look for him.
But, Mary, you can't. Not in your condition. Marmaduke, help me stop her. Tell her.
If you were going to stop her, Virginius, you should have started 20 years ago.
Mary, where do you want me to go?
I'm going to Millie Burden. I'm going to ask if she knows where he is.
Well, do you realize what you're saying? You'd go to her? Marmaduke, what do you think of all this?
The poor devil. Put a handsome weakling like that in a woman's world, and you'd be merciful to hang him.
But I tried so hard. I made every sacrifice. Now he's gone to that other woman.
To Millie Burden. Don't be too sure, Mary. Besides, you can't go there. I refuse to allow a daughter of mine to go to another woman to ask for her husband.
I want him back, Father. I must find him.
But your pride, Mary, your pride.
Pride has nothing to do with it now. No matter what happens, I must save him.
Marmaduke, help me.
Are you coming or not, Father? Do you want me to go alone?
All right, Mary. All right, I'll go with you. And so we've come to your own home, Millie, to ask you. Have you seen Martin Welding?
Yes, I've seen him. Martin was here. He came here, but he didn't stay.
I thought you might help me find him.
You came for that? For my help?
Yes.
How it must have hurt you.
Will you help me?
If it were in my power, I don't know whether I would or not. But I know only that he said he had to go away. That he had to go away from here. And then he left.
Then he didn't ask you. He didn't ask you to...
No, he didn't ask me to go with him. And I wouldn't have gone if he did.
Well, it's good riddance, as long as he's going alone.
Oh, he's gone alone, all right. He thought he wanted me, but...
Yes?
But all he really wants is loneliness.
All I want is for him to be happy. If you could make him happier,
Don't say it. I couldn't make him happier. And I don't want him. What I want is something worth loving. And I'm going away to look for it.
Well, I hope you find it, my dear. And I hope that you recognize it if you do find it.
At least I'm free to look. Free to begin everything again.
Come, Mary, we better go home.
Yes, Father. Let's go home.
You know, I have a feeling that if we wait, he'll come back again.
Yes. Doesn't everything come back if you wait until you've stopped wanting it?
Perhaps. But in the meanwhile, Mary, the important thing is to bring a happy child into the world.
My child. I'd almost forgotten.
We can't forget now. Yes, my dear, you must be brave. We must try to do the best we can. Well, the fire's almost out. And there will be another spring. Perhaps things haven't gone too well, but at least I've been true to my principles, and for a Virginian gentleman, that makes life almost complete. But somehow I wonder. I wonder if it really is middle age. I suppose it is. I don't fancy myself as a disappointed idealist. Victoria wouldn't like that at all.
The curtain falls on the fifth in our new series of radio plays based on outstanding works in modern Anglo-American fiction. Today, the NBC University Theater has brought you Richard Allen Simmons' radio play based on an adaptation by Jack C. Wilson of the Ellen Glasgow novel They Stooped to Folly, with Paul Frees as Virginia's Little Page. Our cast included Jane Webb, Lynn Whitney, Stephen Chase, Georgia Backus, Maya Gregory, Jack Edwards, Gail Bonney, Gloria Ann Simpson, and Shep Menken. Our intermission commentator was Mr. Harrison Smith, distinguished author, editor, and president of the Saturday Review of Literature. Next week at this time, the NBC University Theater turns to the work of John Galsworthy. Nigel Bruce will be our star, and Mr. James Hilton will be our commentator, as we present an adaptation of the famous Galsworthy play entitled Justice. Your director was Andrew C. Love. Original music for They Stooped to Folly was composed by Albert Harris and conducted by Henry Russell. Productions of the NBC University Theater are currently being used in conjunction with a course in Anglo-American fiction at the University of Louisville. This program came to you from Hollywood. Remember to hear the Big Five tonight. 5 of the funniest shows in radio. Start with Ozzie and Harriet, then listen straight through for Jack Benny, Phil Harris and Alice Faye, Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy, and Fred Allen with guest Dale Carnegie. For the best time of your life, the best time is tonight on most of these NBC stations. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. This is the NBC University Theater, bringing you the 6th in our series of dramatizations of outstanding works by modern British and American authors. Today's play is Justice by John Galsworthy, starring Nigel Bruce in the role of Coxswain and with Mr. James Hilton as our intermission commentator.
If it please your lordship, members of the jury, the prosecution has accused me of trying to invest this case with romantic glamour. Gentlemen, I have done nothing of the kind. I'm merely trying to show you that background of life, that palpitating life, which, believe me, always lies behind the commission of a crime.
On a July morning in 1910, in the law offices of James Howe and his son Walter in London, the chariot wheels of justice began to roll.
And 5's 12 and 3 15, 19, 23, 32, 41 and carry 4, 5, 7, 12, 17, 24 and 9, 13 and carry 1, 15, 25,
Mr. Coulson.
36,
Mr. Coulson.
40... What is it, Sweedle?
Party wants to see Folder.
What name?
Honeywell.
What's his business?
It's a woman.
A lady?
No, sir. A person.
Oh, all right. Ask her in.
Yes, sir. Come in, please.
You want to see Folder?
Yes, please.
Well, I'm Coxon, the chief clerk. Please state your business.
It's a personal matter, sir.
Oh, that's against the rules. Supposing I had my friends bringing their troubles here now. That would never do now, would it?
No, sir.
Exactly. And here you are, waiting to see a junior clerk.
Please, I must.
Oh, it simply won't do. Supposing one of the partners... What's that commotion outside? Sweedle?
There's some kids out here.
They're mine, please.
Shall I hold them in check?
They're quite small, sir.
Will you keep them quiet, Sweedle?
All right, sir.
Now, look here. You really mustn't take up time in office hours.
Please, it's terribly important.
Oh, well, but only a minute, mind. It's not regular. Folder?
Yes, sir?
Come in here. You've got a visitor. You can use my office. I'll be back in a minute.
Ruthie.
Will, he's on the drink again. He tried to kill me last night. I came out with the children before he was awake. Oh, Will, is it ready for tonight?
Yes, I've got the tickets. Meet me at 11:45 at the booking office.
Yes, Will.
And you must remember, we're man and wife. You understand? Man and wife.
I understand. Will, you're not afraid, are you? You want to go?
Oh, would I have gone this far if I didn't?
I had to leave the children's things. I was afraid I'd waken him.
Well, no matter. How much must you have now?
I could do with £6, I think.
Don't give away where you're going. And when we get away from here, perhaps we can forget all this.
If you're sorry, say so, Will. I'd sooner he killed me than take you against your wish.
Oh, I'm not sorry.
You've only to say it's not too late.
I'll have you. It is too late, Ruth. I'm not afraid. I'll have you. That's all I really want.
Will.
Here, you best go.
Kiss me, Will.
Oh, Ruthie. Here's £7. Now, don't forget, 11:45.
I won't. Goodbye, Will.
Folder?
Sir?
This isn't right, you know.
Well, it won't happen again, sir.
Well, it's an improper use of these premises.
I said, sir, that
I have a pamphlet here. You'd better read, Folder. Purity in the Home. It's a well-written thing. Mind you, don't read it in the firm's time, though, will you?
Yes, sir.
$20, 26, 30, 39...
Morning, Coxon.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Walter.
Walter? Yes, Father.
Come in here a moment.
Morning, Father.
I thought you told me yesterday the firm's balance was over £400.
That's right.
According to this bank book, it's 351, and no recent checks.
Oh, there must be some mistake.
Get the checkbook from your desk.
Yes, sir.
Now, check the pounds on the stubs. Ready?
Yes, sir.
5.54.70.
Check.
28.29.11.
Right.
52.73.51. Tally?
Yes. I don't understand it. Made sure it was over 400.
Now, let me see the book. What's this check for £90?
Who drew it?
You did.
I drew no check for £90.
July the 7th, Walter Howe, £90.
July the 7th? Oh. That's the Friday I went down to look over the Trenton estate.
Well, didn't you draw a check for expenses?
Yes, sir, but it was for £9. No. Wait a moment. Let me see that check.
Well?
Father, somebody's altered this check.
What?
My TY is curled back. This one doesn't. See?
Coaxon?
Yes, sir?
Come in and shut the door. Just come here and carry your mind back a bit, Coaxon. Do you remember cashing a check for Mr. Walter last Friday week?
Yes, sir. £9. Mr. Walter just gave me the check when my lunch came in. I remember it because, of course, I like my lunch hot. So I gave the check to Davis to take round to the bank. He brought back £9. You remember, Mr. Walter, you wanted some silver to pay the cab. Here, let me see it. Oh, you got the wrong check here, sir.
Afraid not, Coaxon.
Oh, that's funny.
Now, let's get this straight. You gave it to Davis, and Davis sailed for Australia on Monday. That looks rather black.
Sir, you're not suggesting that Davis committed a felony?
I'm not suggesting anybody did anything. Walter, ring up Scotland Yard. Then fetch the cashier from the bank. I want to question him. Now, Mr. Cowley, as cashier at the bank, you must be familiar with the members of my staff who cash checks.
Yes, sir.
You knew Mr. Davis?
Oh, yes, sir. The young man who went to Australia.
Do you remember his cashing this check for £90 last Friday?
£90? Let me see. Yes, I remember it. Only it wasn't Mr. Davis who cashed it.
No. Who cashed it, Mr. Cowley?
Why, sir, it was young Mr. Folder. Yes, sir, Mr. Folder.
You know this check, Folder?
No, sir.
You cashed it last Friday week. Look at it.
Oh, that one. Well, yes, sir. Davis gave it to me.
And you gave Davis the cash?
Yes, sir.
When Davis gave you the check, was it exactly like this?
Yes, sir.
Did you know that Mr. Walter drew this check for £9?
90, sir.
9, Folder.
Well, I don't understand.
The suggestion is, of course, that the check was altered. Whether by you or Davis is the question.
Mr. James, sir,
Take your time, Folder.
Not by me, sir.
Let me see. Davis was not here after Saturday, was he, Coaxon?
No, sir.
Was he, Folder?
No, sir.
Then how do you account for the fact that the entry on the stub was altered from 9 to 90 after Saturday?
What's that?
It had to be, since this checkbook never left my son's pocket from the time he wrote the check until Monday morning. Well, Folder?
Sir,
Do you deny you altered the entry on the stub so it would conform with the check which you also altered? Well?
No, sir. No, Mr. Howe. I don't deny it. I did it.
Good gracious me, what a thing to do.
So?
I needed the money so badly, I was all upset.
Well, how on earth such a thing could have come into your head?
It was a minute of madness, sir. Believe me, it was.
A long minute, Folder. 4 days to think it over before you alter this check stub.
I swear I didn't realize what I'd done till afterwards. And then I hadn't the courage. Oh, Mr. James overlook it, sir. I'll pay the money back. I promise I will.
Go to your desk, Folder.
Well, I wish, sir, that
Go to your desk.
Yes, sir.
What are you going to do, Father?
Prosecute.
It's his first offense.
I doubt that. Too neat a bit of swindling altogether.
Well, I shouldn't be surprised if he had temptation, sir.
Life's one long temptation, Coaxon.
Well, I'm speaking of the flesh and the devil, Mr. James. There was a woman come to see him this morning.
Oh, his wife?
No, sir. No relation. A married person, though.
How do you know that?
She brought her children. They were outside the office.
Well, we've turned up a really rotten egg, eh?
I should like to give him a chance. Must have been a temptation of the moment.
A man doesn't succumb in a moment if he's of clean mind and habits. This one's rotten. He's got the eyes of a man who can't keep his hands off money.
We hadn't noticed that before.
I've seen a lot of those fellows in my time. No doing anything with them except to keep them out of harm's way.
But it'll mean prison if you prosecute.
They're nasty places, prisons, I've heard.
I see no alternative. Out of the question to keep him in this office.
Put yourself in his place, Father.
You ask too much of me, Walter.
Well, supposing that I were to have a talk with him, sir. We don't want to be hard.
That'll do, Coaxon. I've made up my mind.
Well, perhaps you're right, sir. We must have protection.
Confound it, Coaxon. Why don't you back me up?
Walter, is only a boy, sir. I'll hear no more. Do you understand? No more.
Yes, Father. The quality of mercy is not strained.
Speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Your name?
Robert Cookson.
You are managing clerk to the firm of solicitors who employ the prisoner?
Yes, sir. 29 years.
How long had the prisoner been in their employ?
2 years, less 17 days.
And you've had him under your eye all that time?
Yes, sir, except on Sundays and holidays.
And what have you to say about the prisoner's character, Mr. Cookson?
Well, sir, he was a nice, pleasant-spoken young man. I found no fault with him. Quite the contrary. It was a great surprise to me that
Yes, Miss Cookson. On the morning of the 7th of July, the morning the cheque was altered, what have you to say about his behaviour that morning?
Well, if you ask me, I don't think he was quite compos.
Are you suggesting that he was insane?
No, compos, Your Honour.
Be a little more specific, Mr. Cookson.
Just tell us, Mr. Cookson.
Well, for one thing, his collar was unbuttoned. Now, I like a young man to be neat, so I said to him, your collar's unbuttoned.
And what did he answer?
Nothing. He just stared at me. There was a look in his eyes.
Will you describe the look?
Funny-like.
Had you ever seen such a look in his eyes before?
No, sir. If I had, I'd reported it to the partners. We can't have anything eccentric in our profession.
Was there anything else unusual that morning?
Well, yes, sir.
What?
A woman, sir.
Mr. Cookson, a moment ago you told counsel for the defense that the prisoner looked jumpy. Precisely what do you mean by that word?
Do you keep dogs, sir?
Answer the question, please.
Well, he looked like a dog that's lost its master, sort of everywhere at once with his eyes.
Thank you. I was coming to his eyes. You call them funny. What do you mean, strange?
Yes, sir. Funny.
What may be funny to you may not be funny to me or to the jury. They look frightened, guilty.
Well, you make it very hard for me, sir. I'll give you one word and you want another.
Does funny mean insane?
No, not insane. Funny means...
very well. Now, his collar was unbuttoned, you said. Was it a hot day?
I think it was, sir. Fairly hot.
And did he button his collar when you called attention to it?
Yes, I think he did.
And would you say that denoted insanity? Will be all, thank you.
Name, please?
Ruth Honeywell.
Age?
26.
You are a married woman living with your husband. A little louder, please.
No, sir. Not since July.
Have you any children?
Yes, sir. 2.
And are they living with you?
Yes.
You know the prisoner?
Yes.
What was the nature of your relationship with him?
We were friends.
Friends?
Lovers, sir.
In what sense do you use that word?
We love each other.
Oh, I understand, but how intimately?
Not intimately, your lordship.
Oh, continue, Mr. Frome.
Thank you, Lordship. What is the nature of your married life?
It don't bear talking about.
Did your husband ill-treat you?
Yes.
In what way?
I'd rather not say. All sorts of ways.
I'm afraid I must stop this, you know.
Mr. Falder offered to get me away from it. We were going away together.
Yes, quite. Mrs. Honeywell, do you remember the morning of Friday, July the 7th?
Yes.
Why?
My husband nearly strangled me that morning.
And did you tell your friend what had happened?
Yes, I wish I never had.
It upset him?
Dreadfully.
Did he ever speak to you about a check?
No, never.
Did he ever give you money?
Yes.
When?
On Saturday.
Why?
To buy some things for me and the children.
Did it surprise you?
What?
That he had money to give you.
Yes, because just before, when my husband abused me, he cried because he hadn't the money to get me away. He told me afterwards he'd won it.
When did you see him last?
The morning he was taken away. It was the day we were to have started.
Tell me, did you love the defendant very much?
Yes, sir.
Would you think your own unhappiness might affect his control over his actions?
Yes.
His reason, even?
For a moment, I think it would.
Do you still love him?
Yes, sir. Very much.
Thank you. Mr. Cleaver?
Mrs. Honeywell, when you left Mr. Falder on the morning of Friday, July the 7th, you would not say he was out of his mind, I suppose.
No, sir.
Thank you. No further questions?
Well, just a moment, Miss Honeywell.
Your Honor?
I'd like to ask you a question. You said before your married life was an unhappy one. Ever faults on both sides?
I never bowed down to him. I don't see why I should, sir. Not to a man like that.
You refused to obey him?
I've always studied him to keep things nice.
Until you met the prisoner. Is that it?
Even after.
I asked you these questions because you seem to glory in this affection of yours for the prisoner.
Yes, I do. It's the only thing in my life now.
What is your name?
William Falder.
Age?
23.
Married?
No, sir.
How long have you known the last witness?
6 months.
Is her account of the relationship between you a correct one?
Yes.
You knew she was a married woman, did you not?
I couldn't help it, Your Honor.
Couldn't help it?
I didn't seem able to.
Did you know she was happy with her husband?
I knew it was trouble all the time.
You knew her husband?
Only through her. He's a brute.
I will not allow indiscriminate abuse of a person not present.
Mr. Falder, do you admit altering this check?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Falder, will you tell the jury what happened on the morning of Friday, July the 7th?
I was having my breakfast when she came in. Her dress was torn and she couldn't seem to get her breath. Her arm was bruised and the blood had got into her eyes. It frightened me. And when she told me, I thought, well, it was too much, that's all.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Well, I couldn't work that morning. I was out of my senses for fear he'd do it again. And then Davis, the other clerk, he gave me the check. He said, it'll do you good to have a run over to the bank. When I had the check in my hand, it just flashed across my mind that if I added a TY to the 9, why, there would be the money to get her away. It just came and went. I didn't realize I'd actually done it until I'd already pushed the check through to the cashier. When I got outside, I wanted to chuck myself under a bus.
And how far is it from your office to the bank?
Just a few yards, sir.
How long did you actually have the check in your possession before you cashed it?
Well, it couldn't have been more than 4 minutes. I ran.
And during those 4 minutes, you say you remember nothing?
Only that I ran.
Do you remember adding the TY to the 9?
No, sir, I don't really.
Your witness, Mr. Cleaver.
Mr. Falder, divested of the romantic glamour which my friend is casting over this case, is it anything but ordinary forgery? Come.
I was half frantic all that morning, sir.
Oh, now, you don't deny the TY was so like the rest of the writing as to deceive the cashier.
That was accidental.
And was it accidental that you altered the check stub 4 days later? Was it?
No.
To do that, you had to watch your opportunity, didn't you?
Yes.
Surely you don't suggest you were half frantic at that time?
I was haunted.
With fear of being found out?
Yes.
That will be all.
And if it pleases your lordship and members of the jury, nothing I can say will move you if the evidence has not already convinced you that the prisoner committed this act in a moment of complete irresponsibility. Gentlemen, the sight of brutal violence disturbs all of us in a very strange way, even when we have no personal interest in the matter. But when it is inflicted on the woman we love, can you doubt the prisoner's distress when she appeared before him on that morning? Gentlemen, men like this prisoner are destroyed every day by a law which wants for human insight. If this prisoner is found guilty and treated as a criminal type, he will, as experience shows, probably become one. Gentlemen, justice is a machine. Once someone has given it a start, it rolls on of itself. Is this young man to be ground to pieces under this machine for an act which at worst was one of weakness? I say he has already suffered enough. He has lain in prison for 2 months under this charge. Is he likely to forget that? Imagine the anguish in his mind during those months. Gentlemen, the chariot wheels of justice began to roll over this boy the moment Mr. James Howe decided to prosecute. We are now already at the second stage. If you permit it to go on to a third, I would not give that for his life.
And I call the attention of the jury to the fact that there's no question of innocence here, only sanity. If on the basis of the testimony you've heard, you conclude that the prisoner was insane at the time of the forgery, you will find him guilty, but insane. But if you think that the prisoner was sane, you will find him simply guilty. And I must warn the jury not to allow any considerations of age or temptation to influence you in finding your verdict. You may retire, gentlemen, if you please.
We find the defendant, William Folder, guilty.
And I do not feel, in the light of the evidence, that I may exercise the powers of mercy accorded me the law. William Folder, you will go to penal servitude for 3 years.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Nigel Bruce in our adaptation of Justice, the 6th in this series of dramatizations of outstanding works by modern British and American authors. Information on how to obtain free materials on the authors and books presented in this series will be given at the close of the program. Now, here to comment on Galsworthy's work is a distinguished compatriot, Mr. James Hilton, author of Lost Horizon, Goodbye, Mr. Chips, So Well Remembered, and many other outstanding novels. Our intermission commentator, Mr. Hilton.
This play of John Galsworthy, called Justice, was first produced at the Duke of York's Theatre, London, on February 21st, 1910. The date is significant because a few months later King Edward VII died, ushering out an era, and a few years later, in 1914, the first of the world wars began, ushering out a world. Justice, therefore, was first played to fashionable London audiences that took for granted the security of Western civilization, and could thus allow its structure to be criticized pretty freely by gentlemen. And Galsworthy was a gentleman. That is significant, too. His friend and fellow playwright, J.M. Barrie, once said of him, Galsworthy would go to the stake for his opinions, but he would go courteously raising his hat. What Barrie called courtesy was part of something deeper. All Galsworthy's work is shot through with a cultivated, civilized anxiety to see the other fellow's point of view. Institutions are condemned, but not people. And Galsworthian villains, to use an old-fashioned term, are never darker than medium grey. Even Soames Forsyte, whom his creator disliked probably more than anyone else, becomes in the end pitiable rather than despicable. In Galsworthy's best work, this pity rises to sublimity. In his not-quite-so-good work, it descends to sentiment. And in this play, Justice, I think there are traces of both the sublimity and the sentiment. There is sublimity in the overall conception of a lonely human being caught in the cogs of a soulless and inexorable machine. There is sublimity also in the portrayal of the prison officials as personally rather decent people who had an unpleasant job to do. This was Galsworthy's great discovery, that some of the most hideous cruelties are regularly perpetrated by nice people doing what they believe to be their duty. As for the sentiment, I think modern audiences may feel that the heroine is somewhat excessively victimized, and that her domestic problem does stack the cards a little bit to suit the morals and mores of 40 years ago. How does justice survive today? Pretty well, considering some of the things that have happened since. Galsworthy doubtless thought he was plumbing the uttermost depths of man's inhumanity to man in prisons. He could not have foreseen Belsen and Dachau. But that was part of the innocence he shared with everyone else in those days. The fact remains that his exposé of the horrors of solitary confinement did have an effect in reforming the British judicial and prison system. And also, as we who listen today are doubtless discovering, justice is still a moving and eloquent piece of work. Its characters stir one to indignation and pity, and its total effect has something of the timelessness of any work in which a great heart and great art are warmly blended.
Thank you, Mr. James Hilton. Now, our adaptation of the Galsworthy play Justice with Nigel Bruce as Cookson continues from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
Picnic. No talking now. Keep moving. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. There you. No stopping. 3 minutes more. Keep a move on.
Shut the window, Woodard.
Yes, sir. Lazy, would you?
Which one tried to escape?
Money, sir. Tall, raw-boned fellow, about 56.
An old hand, isn't he?
4 terms of penal. You'd think an old lag like him would have more sense by now. Occupied his mind, he said. Breaking in and breaking out. That's all he think about.
How far did he get?
Sawed the window bar about, quarter inch.
Whose cell is next to him?
One side, O'Cleary.
The other?
Folder. First offense.
How's the atmosphere in the cell block?
Curious thing. We seem to know when one of these tries at escape goes on. There's a regular wave of restlessness.
Things seem quiet enough now?
Yes, sir. But the Irishman O'Cleary began banging on his door this morning. Little thing like that'll upset the whole lot, you know.
Yes, I've seen it with horses before thunder. Run right through a cavalry line.
Morning, Governor.
Oh, Chaplain Miller. I wanted to have a word with you.
Oh?
Can you account for the state of the men last day or two?
I hadn't noticed. Of course, they all seem to have an extraordinary perverted willpower. Nothing to be done until it's broken.
Not much after that, I'm afraid.
Excuse me, sir, but there's a visitor outside.
I'm seeing no one.
I explained that, but he insists on seeing you. From some law firm. Shall I put him off?
A law firm? You best show him in.
Yes, sir. Go in. Warden Danson will see you.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry to trouble you, gentlemen. My name is Cookson, the firm of James and Walter Howe, well known in the law.
I see.
It's about a young man you've got in here.
We have a good many.
The name of Folder. A forgery.
Oh, yes. You remember him, Chaplain? First offender.
Well, the fact is, sir, his sister asked me to see him. My husband won't let me go, she says. Well, I take an interest in him. He was our junior. I go to the same chapel, so I couldn't very well refuse.
I'm afraid he's not allowed a visitor. You see, he has to serve a month's solitary confinement. They all do it first.
But he was shut up alone for 2 months waiting for his trial. He was lonely then. You see, his sister, she's worried about his health and...
Would,
Yes, sir?
Send for the doctor.
Yes.
Perhaps you'd feel better if the doctor would reassure you about his condition.
Well, sir, I said...
You're not accustomed to prisons, it would seem, sir.
No, Parson. But they're pitiful places. I visited him once before he came here. I told him then, be patient, William. Patient, he said. A day here is longer than a year outside. He held his hand up to his face, and I could see the tears trickling through his fingers. It wasn't nice.
Folder. He's the nervous young man, isn't he? Not Church of England, I think.
No, sir.
Too bad.
He's not married, is he?
No, but there's a party that he's very much attached to. Not altogether comme il faut, as the French say. It's a sad story, gentlemen.
If it wasn't for drink and women, sir, this prison might well be closed.
Yes, but it preys on my mind.
Oh.
Well, it's like this. The woman had a nasty, spiteful fellow for a husband, and she left him. The fact is, she was going away with our young friend. Not nice, but I've overlooked it. Well, after the trial, she said she'd earn her own living, apart, and wait for him. About a month later, she came to me. I don't know her personally, mind you, and she said, I can't make a go of it. I'm very much reduced, she said, and she has lost flesh. Well, I'll have to go to the workhouse, she said. No, I said, no. I've got a wife and family, but I'd sooner spare you a little myself than have you do that. Really, she said, she's a nice creature. I can't let you do that. I think I'd better go back to my husband. Well, gentlemen, I happen to know that he's a spiteful fellow. He drinks. But I didn't like to persuade her not to go back to him.
Certainly not.
Yes, but I'm sorry now. The lad's got 3 years to serve, and I want things to be pleasant with him.
The law hardly shares that view.
Well, he's all alone there, by himself. I'm afraid it'll turn him silly. Nobody wants that, I suppose. He cried when I saw him. I don't like to see a man cry.
It's a very rare thing for them to give way like that.
Well, I keep dogs.
Indeed.
Yes, and I'll say this. I wouldn't shut one of them up by himself week after week, not if he'd bit me all over.
No, unfortunately, the criminal is not a dog. He has a sense of right and wrong.
Yes, well, it's a fine way to make him feel it.
Gentlemen, please.
I recommend you to all those who've had more experience than yourself to know what is best for prisoners.
Well, I know this young fellow. I've watched him for 2 years. He's neurotic. He's got no stamina. If he's kept there shut up by himself without a cat for company, it'll do him harm. I said to him, where do you feel it, Will? I can't tell, Mr. Coaxon, he said, but sometimes I feel like breaking my head against the wall. Now, that's not nice.
Here.
Yes.
Dr. Clements, this is Mr. Coaxon.
Oh, how do you do, Doctor?
Mr. Coaxon thinks the solitary is telling on 3007, Doctor. Name's Folder. Young, thin fellow, star class. What do you say, Doctor?
Oh, he doesn't like it. It's not doing any harm. It's only a month.
But he was weeks alone before he came here, Doctor.
We can always tell. He's lost no weight since he came here.
Well, I'm thinking of his mind.
Oh, his mind's all right. He's nervous, rather melancholy, but he hasn't lost an ounce. I'm watching him.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
It's just at this time, sir, that we're able to make some impression on them. I'm speaking, of course, from my special standpoint.
Well, I didn't come here to be unpleasant, of course, but it's a bit awkward. His sister...
Mr. Coaxon, I'll make a point of seeing him today.
I'm very much obliged, sir.
If any sign of injury to his health shows itself, his case will be reported. That's fully provided.
Of course, what you don't see doesn't trouble you, but I don't want to have him on my mind. I've been having dreams lately.
I think you may safely leave it to us.
Well, I thought you'd understand me. I'm a plain man, never set myself up against authority. Nothing personal meant, Parson. Well, good day, gentlemen.
Good day.
Good day, Mr. Coaxon.
Our friend seems to think a prison is like a hospital.
Oh, excuse me for intruding again, gentlemen. It's just one thing. This woman... Well, I suppose I mustn't ask you to let him see her. It'd be a rare treat for both of them. Of course, she isn't his wife, but Well, he'd be quite safe in here. Oh, they're a pitiful couple. You couldn't make an exception. No?
As you say, my dear sir, I couldn't make an exception.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm sorry to have troubled you, gentlemen.
So goeth the plain man. Plain man indeed. Come and have some lunch, Clemens.
This Moni's cell?
Yes, sir.
Open up.
Cap off. Out here.
Did you make this saw, Moni? Come on, speak up.
It passed the time, sir.
Your regular work doesn't keep you busy, then?
It don't occupy the mind, sir.
You might find a better way than trying to escape.
What way, sir? I keep my hand in against the time I get out. What's the good of anything else to me at my time of life? You know that, sir. I'll be in again within a year or two after I've done this stretch. I don't want to disgrace myself when I'm out. You got your pride keeping this prison smart. Well, I got mine. I must be doing a bit of this. It's no harm to anyone. Why, I was 5 weeks making that saw. A bit of all right it is, too. I'll get to cells now, I suppose. 7 days bread and water. Of course, you can't help it, sir. I know that. I put myself in your place.
Now, look, Moni. If I pass over this, will you give me your word not to try it again? Well?
It's like this, sir. I got 6 weeks to do in here alone. I can't do it and think of nothing. You made me a sporting officer, but I can't deceive another gentleman. Another 4 hours and I'd have had that bar sawed through.
And then court punishment. Is it worth it?
Yes, sir. It is.
2 days' cells, bread and water.
Thank you, sir.
Lock him up. Can't help admiring a man who tries to escape. This folder?
Yes, sir.
Open up.
Yes, sir.
Folder? Folder, come out. It's sport and dancing.
Sir?
Now, tell me, Folder, can't you settle down?
Yes.
You know what I mean, Folder. No use running your head against a stone wall, is it?
No, sir.
Well, then?
I try, sir.
Can't you sleep?
Very little, sir. Between 2 o'clock and getting up's the worst.
Oh, how's that?
I don't know. I was always nervous, but now everything seems to get such a size.
Oh, that's morbid, me lad. Pull yourself together.
Yes. Yes, I got to, I suppose.
Think of all these other fellows.
Oh, they're used to it.
They all went through it the first time.
Yes. I suppose I shall get to be like them in time.
That rests with you, Folder. A man can make himself what he likes.
Yes.
Do you read?
I don't take the words in anymore. I know it's no good, but I keep thinking of outside.
Some private trouble?
Yes.
Mustn't think about it.
Mustn't think about it. Are you made of stone?
That will be all, Folder.
Yes. I'm quite all right in my head, sir. No need to worry.
I'm sure. All right, Wooder. Yeah, he'll bear watching, that one. Got the animal look in his eye.
Folder. Time, 6 months. Hasn't lost weight. Restrain him, Folder. 1 year. Pray, my son. Hasn't lost weight. Restrain him. 3007. Hasn't lost weight. Pray. Restrain him. 3007. Hasn't lost weight. Pray. Restrain him. Hasn't lost weight. 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 Restrain him. Hasn't lost weight.
Your lunch hot enough, Mr. Coulson?
Oh, it's all right, thank you, Sweetle.
You don't seem to be relishing it like you used to in the old days.
Well, stomach's been a little rusty these last 2 years.
Ever since he was sent away.
Somebody in the outside office. Now, be a good fellow, will you, Sreel?
Yes, sir. Oh. Hello. It's you.
Yes.
Why, it must be 2 years since we had the pleasure. What have you been doing with yourself?
Living.
I hope our friend's back from the country. His time's been up about 3 months, if I remember.
3.5.
I was awful sorry about that. The governor ought to have given him a chance. He made a mistake, if you ask me.
May I come in?
Mr. James ought to have given him a chance. And I say the judge ought to have let him go. They've forgotten what human nature's like, they have. But we haven't.
I'd like to see Mr. Cookson.
Well, now I don't rightly
Please,
know...
it's very...
Who is it, sir? Oh, it's you.
I'd like to see you.
Well, now, I can give you a minute. Here. Sit down. You may leave us, Phil.
Yes, sir.
The family well?
Yes, I'm not living where I was.
Oh, I hope things are more comfortable for you at home.
I couldn't stay with my husband after all.
Well, you haven't done anything rash, I hope. I should be sorry if you'd done anything rash.
I've kept the children with me.
Well, I'm glad to see you. You've not heard from the young man since he came out, I suppose?
Yes, I ran across him yesterday.
I hope he's well.
He can't get anything to do. It's dreadful to see him. He's just skin and bones.
Oh, dear me, I'm very sorry to hear that. Didn't they find him a place when his time was up?
He had it only 3 weeks.
Well, I'm sure I don't know what I can do for you. I don't like to seem unhelpful, but...
I can't stand his being like that.
Well, perhaps you can do something for him till he finds his feet again.
Not now. I could have, but not now.
I'm sure I don't quite understand.
That's all over. Now I've seen him.
I'm a family man. I don't want to hear anything unpleasant. If you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy.
You're busy of all the... Oh. I'd have gone home to my people, but they never forgave me for marrying Honeywell. I was only a girl, you see, when I married him.
Well, I did hope that you'd have got on better with him after I spoke to you.
He used me worse than ever. He couldn't break my nerve, but I lost my health. And then he began knocking the children about. I wouldn't go back to him now if he were dying.
No. We mustn't be violent.
I hate him.
What did you do after you left him?
Tried the same thing as when I left him before. Making skirts. Cheap things. It was never more than 10 shillings a week. Buying my own cotton and working all day. I hardly ever got to bed before midnight. I kept at it 9 months. Well, I'm not fit for that. I wasn't made for it. I'd rather die.
Oh, my dear woman, we mustn't talk like that.
The starvation for the children, too. I soon got not to care. I used to be too tired.
And what happened then?
My employer happened. He's been happening ever since.
Oh, dear. I never came across a thing like this.
He's treated me all right. But I've done with that. I never thought I'd see Will again. It was just by chance I met him at Hyde Park. He told me all about himself. Oh, Mr. Cookson, give him another chance.
Well,
if he could only get here where there's nothing to be found out.
Well, we can't have anything derogative in the firm.
I've no one else to go to.
Well, I'll speak to the partners. But I don't think under the circumstances
He came with me. He's down on the street.
Oh, no. He shouldn't have done that. Not until he sent for. I can't promise anything, of course, but I will...
It'll be the saving of him.
Well, I'll do what I can. As it happens, we have got a vacancy.
Would you see him?
Well, not till I've seen how things are. What is your address?
83 Millinger Street.
83 Millinger Street. Oh. Very well, now, good day.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, what a business.
Looks a bit seedy, doesn't she? She say anything about Folder?
Yeah, I may be having him round to see me.
Oh?
Well, mind you treat him like you would have him treat you in a similar position.
Well, I naturally should.
That's right. When a man's down, Never hit him. It isn't necessary. Give him a hand up. That's a metaphor. I recommend it to you in general life. It's sound policy.
Oh, we need a clock. You think the partners will take him on again?
Well, I can't say, but...
Now who's that come in? Blimey, it's him. It's Folder.
Oh, that's very naughty of her. Tell him to call again. I don't want to...
He's coming right in, sir.
Here.
Hello, Mr. Cooks.
Oh, now look here. Well, I'm glad to see you, Folder. I'm glad to see you. Shake hands. How's your health?
I'm alive.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Now, about this matter, I don't like doing anything out of the ordinary. It's not my habit. I'm a plain man, and I like everything smooth and straight. But, I promised your friend to speak to the partners, and I always keep my word.
Oh, I just want a chance, Mr. Cookson. I've paid for that job 1,000 times and more, Lord knows. They say I weighed more when I came out than when I went in. They couldn't weigh my heart.
You're not got heart disease?
Oh, they passed me sound enough.
But they got you a place, didn't they?
Yes, until one day the other clerks got wind of it. I couldn't stick it.
Now, easy, my boy.
I had one small job after that. It didn't last.
Oh, how was that?
Well, there's no use deceiving you. The fact is, I seem to be fighting against something all the time now. I didn't act as I ought to have about references. Well, what could I do? You have to have them. And that made me afraid, and I left. In fact, I'm afraid all the time now.
Well, won't your sister help you?
Or when I went there, husband offered me £25 to go to Canada with. I said, good riddance, eh? No, thanks, you keep your £25. Friendship's a queer thing when you've been where I've been.
Well, will you take the £25 from me? Quite without prejudice. I mean it kindly.
You don't think they'll take me back?
Well, you aren't looking quite the thing, you know.
Well, I've been sleeping in parks. The dawns aren't all poetry there.
Yes, I'm sure we're all very sorry for you.
Yes, that's what I found, Mr. Cookson. Awfully sorry for me, but it doesn't do to associate with criminals.
Oh, come. Now, it's no use calling yourself names. Put a good face on it.
Well, it's easy enough to put a face on it when you're independent. You try it when you're down like me. They talk about giving just desserts. Well, I think I've had a bit over.
Well, I do hope they haven't made you a socialist. Nobody wishes you harm.
No, but they're down you just the same. Oh, this feeling, it crushes me.
Now, you must try to take it quietly. I'm sure I've often had you in my prayers. You leave it to me. I'll use my gumption and tackle the partners when they're in a good mood. Now, here's your cap, my boy, and...
Well, what have we here?
Mr. James and Mr. Walter, I didn't expect you quite so soon. I've just been having a talk with this young man. I think you'll remember him.
Quite well. How are you, Folder?
Very glad to see you again, Folder.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Folder, you might go in the other room a moment and I'll have a word with Mr. James. You know the way?
Yes.
Well, Cookson?
Well, I'm bound to tell you, sir, he's quite penitent. But there's a prejudice against him. You're not seeing him to an advantage this morning. He's undernourished. It's quite trying to go without your dinner.
Really, Cookson?
Well, I wanted to ask you, well, sir, he's had his lesson. We know all about him, and we do want a clerk.
A jailbird in the office? I don't see it.
The rolling of the chariot wheels of justice. Never got that out of my head.
I've done nothing to reproach myself about in this affair. What's he been doing since he's come out?
Well, he's had one or two places, sir, but he hasn't kept them. He's sensitive. He fancies that everybody's down on him.
Bad sign. Don't like the fellow. Never did from the first. Weak character written all over him.
I think we owe him a leg up.
He brought it on himself.
The doctrine of full responsibility doesn't quite hold these days,
You'll
Father.
find it safer to hold to it for all that, my boy.
For oneself, yes, but not for other people.
Mind you, I don't want to be hard.
Oh, I'm glad to hear you say that, sir. He seems to feel something all round him. It isn't healthy.
What about the woman, the one he was mixed up with? Seems I saw someone uncommonly like her outside as we came in.
Well, he has met her, sir.
Is she with her husband?
No.
Oh, Folder living with her, I suppose.
I don't know about that, sir. It's none of my business.
It's our business if we're going to engage him.
Well, I ought to tell you, sir, I had the party here this morning.
I thought so. No, my dear boy, it won't do.
Too shady.
Well, the two things together do make it very awkward for you, Mr. James. I can see that.
I don't know what we have to do with his private life, Father.
If he'd make a clean sweep of it, I might consider.
Will you speak to him, Mr. James? I think he'll see reason.
Oh, very well. Ask him in.
Very good, sir. Come here, Falder. Come in here, will you?
Sir?
Now, look here, Falder. My son and I would like to give you another chance, but there are two things. First, it's no good coming here as a victim. If you've any notion you've been unjustly treated, get rid of it.
No, I've no notion, sir, but let me say, if we'd been treated differently the first time, not a quarter of us would have ever got to prison.
I've my doubts of that.
Yes, sir. So I found.
My good fellow, don't forget that you began it.
I never wanted to do wrong.
Perhaps not, but you did.
Well, it knocked me out of time, don't you see? That is, I'm not what I was.
This isn't very encouraging for you.
Well, he's putting it very awkwardly, Mr. James.
I meant it.
If you'd lay aside all those thoughts, Falder, and look to the future.
Yes, sir. But you don't understand what prison is.
That'll pass, Falder. Time's merciful.
I hope so, sir.
Now, my boy, what you've got to do is to put the past behind you and build yourself up a steady reputation. And that brings me to the second thing. This woman you were mixed up with. You must give us your solemn word to have done with her. There's no chance of your keeping straight if you're going to be in with such a relationship.
Have done with her? Well, sir, don't you understand? It's the one thing I've looked forward to. And she, too. I couldn't find her until last night, but now...
This is painful, Falder. But you must see, man, that it's impossible for a firm like this to... No, give her up and you can come back. Not otherwise.
I couldn't. I'm all she's got. She's all I have.
I'm sorry, Falder.
But don't you see what it means? All I've been through, getting broken up, my nerves are in an awful state. All that for nothing. I did it for her.
If she's anything of a woman, she'll see it for herself, and she won't drag you down. If there were a prospect of your being able to marry her, it might be another thing.
Marry? Well, that's been the whole trouble from the beginning. If she could divorce him, if someone would only help her... Mr. Walter, you know the law. He must have given her enough cause.
I'm inclined to agree with you, Falder.
Will you help her?
I might.
Oh, Mr. Walter.
Well, she's down in the street. I can call her from the window if you'll see her.
Well, Father?
Let her come up.
Mr. James, give her a chance. I'm afraid she's not been what she ought to have been, but give her a chance.
There's been nothing between us to prejudice the case, I swear it. Well, last night we only just sat in the park.
Excuse me, sirs. Mrs. Honeywell is outside.
Oh, show her in.
Go in.
Shut the door, Sweedle.
Yes, sir.
Young woman, we've asked you to come up here because there are certain facts to be faced.
Yes, sir.
I promise to take Falder back if he'll make a fresh start.
Oh.
This is a matter that requires courage, ma'am.
Ruthie, Mr. Walter Howe is good enough to say he'll help you get a divorce.
Well, I should certainly...
I hardly think that's practicable, Falder.
Oh, but, sir, he did say...
Mrs. Honeywell, you're fond of this fellow.
I love him.
Then you wouldn't want to stand in his way, would you?
I could take care of him.
The best way to take care of him is to give him up.
Give me up? But there's no need. But she can get a divorce. Ruthie, tell him that there's been nothing between us.
No.
You see, we can keep apart until it's over, if you'll only help us.
You see the thing plainly, Mrs. Honeywell. You see what I mean.
I see.
Ah, there's a sensible woman.
The situation would be quite impossible.
I want to do the best for him.
I don't understand. What is this? Ruth, you're not going to give me up. We can get... Well, there's nothing between us, sir. I swear it.
I believe you, Falder.
Well, then...
Face it, Falder.
Oh, just now you were going to help her get a divorce. She's done nothing outside the law. Oh, no. No. Ruth, you've not been...
I had to live somehow.
I'll give you your chance, Falder. Don't let me know what you do with yourselves. That's all.
Oh, Ruth. Ruth. Oh, God, help me.
We better leave them alone.
There's somebody coming to the outer office, sir.
We'll go out there.
Mr. James Howe, Detective Sergeant Wister, sir. You remember me. I arrested one of your clerks here about 2 years ago.
I remember you.
I thought perhaps you might know his whereabouts.
Well, we're not responsible for his movements, you know that.
Quiet, Coxon. What do you want with him?
It's a matter of obtaining employment with a forged reference.
Well, we're very busy at the moment. If you could make it convenient to call again...
I've always been a servant of the law, Sergeant, but I dislike peaching. In fact, I can't do such a thing. If you want him, you must find him without us.
You must.
I can't, I tell you.
Might I ask who's in there?
You might not.
And I'm afraid I must just have a look.
No, don't go in there. Don't go in there.
Well, now, keep back, please. All right, Folder, come along.
Let him go this time, for heaven's sake.
I couldn't even if I wanted. The law...
The law! Blast the law!
Come along.
No need for that. I'll go.
Will, look at me.
Just get me away from here. Get me away from here!
That finishes him. It'll go on forever now.
Come on.
Look out! What's that? Catch the woman, she's fainting. Sweetle, see what's happened out there.
Here, my dear. Here. Sit in this chair.
Any brandy?
Yes, I got to drop my desk here.
I'll try to revive her while I see what happened out there.
There's no need for that, sir. Here they come.
Good Lord.
Easy. Easy now. Put him down here. He jumped off the stair. Neck's broken. Must have been mad to think he could give me the slip like that. And what was it? Just a few months?
Is that all? What a desperate thing. Sweetle, run for a doctor. I will, sir. How's the woman?
She's coming to.
Keep her away from him.
Here. Sit down. Sit down, my dear. Please.
Get away. Get away from him.
She's insane.
What is it? What is it, Will? He's not breathing. Oh, my baby. My pretty. No. He's not dead. He's not dead.
There, poor dear woman. No one will touch him now. Never again. He's safe now. Safe with gentle Jesus.
The curtain falls on the 6th in our series of dramatizations of outstanding works by modern British and American authors. Today, the NBC University Theater has brought you the John Galsworthy play Justice, as adapted for radio by George Lefferts. Our intermission commentator was Mr. James Hilton, and Nigel Bruce was starred in the role of Cookson. Mr. Bruce can currently be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production Julia Misbehaves. Today's cast included Dan O'Herlihy, Hugh Thomas, Alma Lawton, Ben Wright, Tom McKee, Eric Snowden, Crawford Kent, Ramsey Hill, John Hoyt, Raymond Lawrence, and Donald Morrison. Next week at this time, the NBC University Theater turns to the work of an American author, Sinclair Lewis, with an adaptation of his novel Aerosmith, with Van Heflin, star of the MGM production The Three Musketeers, in the leading role. Productions of the NBC University Theater are currently being used in conjunction with college home study courses in Anglo-American fiction under NBC's National College by Radio plan. This plan permits NBC listeners to obtain college-supervised, organized education at home by means of radio listening and supplementary study. For full information about the authors and how to take advantage of this home study plan, which is currently being developed at the University of Louisville and elsewhere, send a penny postcard to College by Radio Courses, National Broadcasting Company, New York 20, New York. That's College by Radio Courses, National Broadcasting Company, New York 20, New York. Your director was Andrew C. Love.
Original music for Justice was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. This program came to you from Hollywood. You're invited to NBC's Sunday Night Party, 2.5 rollicking hours of entertainment tonight. Begin with Ozzie and Harriet, then listen and laugh straight through with Jack Benny and his gang, the adventures of Phil Harris and Alice Faye, followed by Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy. Fred Allen tops off the merriment with tonight's guest, Doc Rockwell. Remember, for the best time of your life, the best time is tonight on most of these NBC stations. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
This is the NBC University Theater, bringing you the third in our series of full-hour dramatizations of modern American and British fiction. Today, with George Montgomery as our star, and with Clifton Fadiman as our intermission commentator, we present Theodore Dreiser's monumental work, An American Tragedy.
There. Meeting seemed to go a little better tonight. 6 people even took tracks. Clyde, go help your father with the organ.
Oh, Ma, I've got a date.
Now, Clyde.
Oh, why can't I go out with the other fellows once? Just once.
Your father and I have a mission, son.
But I haven't. Kids will laugh at me. Ma, I'm not going out to the street meetings anymore. Everybody looks at me and laughs because I haven't got a jacket without big patches on it. It isn't fair.
Clyde, you will help with the family's work. We're spreading the word, the Lord's word.
Oh, Ma. Look, Ma, if I get a job, well, you could use the extra money, couldn't you?
Well,
Then I'd be helping the mission, wouldn't I, Ma?
I suppose so. We do need money. We'll see. Now go help your father with the organ. We've got to set out the hymn books for the evening service.
Bell, Captain. Yes, sir, 703. Right away, sir. Front point, 703.
Excuse me, sir. Are you Mr. Squires?
That's me. You want something?
The man at the drugstore was saying... he said maybe there's a place open as a bellboy.
What's your name?
Griffiths. Clyde Griffiths.
You come from KC? What do you folks do?
Well, we've sort of traveled around. My father's a sort of preacher.
Sort of?
He hasn't got any regular church. He just preaches.
Well, that'll be something new for a bellhop. Yeah, maybe it'd be a good thing. Okay, pick up your uniform at the storeroom.
Okay, kid, I'm supposed to show you the ropes. My name's Oscar.
Hi.
Just keep on your toes, see? When the bell rings, you jump. When you take a guy up to the room, all you got to do is turn on the lights in the bathroom and the closet. You pull up the shades and see if there's towels in the room. You got that?
Yeah.
Then if they don't give you no tip, you sort of, stall around a little, see? You fiddle with a transom or something. And don't forget, you got to slip Squires a buck after every shift. That's his graft.
Oh, I see.
Front, boy. Front.
Okay, Clyde, that's you. Jump.
Hey, bellhop, wait a minute. Look, tell me, what do you do for excitement in this town, huh?
Excitement?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, sir.
Well, you find out for me, see? You find out, and there's a buck in it for you. Maybe two.
I wish I could go out on the town like those salesmen.
Boy, they sure know how to live. One hotel to the next. Another skirt in each town.
Yeah, that's the life.
Ah, don't worry, kid. It's payday tomorrow. Payday! And we'll find a couple of chickens of our own.
Oh, gee, I love to dance. I could dance all night. Don't you love to dance, Clyde?
Yeah, with you.
Ah, you silly.
You're awful pretty.
That's a fellow say so.
I don't like to see you going with those other guys.
Well, Mr. Clyde Griffiths, you don't own me.
Gee, I didn't mean that. You know I'm crazy about you. Honest, Hortense, you've got to believe me. Why, I'd do anything for you.
You would? Yeah. Did I tell you, Clyde, about the sweet little coat I saw in the Paris shop window? It's really the sweetest thing. Real sweet. Only $100.
$100?
Uh-huh.
Well,
I could arrange to get it on time if I could borrow the money. Oh, it's awful sweet, Clyde. Honestly, the sweetest thing. I don't like it, Clyde. I don't like it. That hotel is an evil place. A place of sin.
Oh, Ma, it's a good job. Only I won't be able to give you $15 anymore.
But, Clyde...
Well, I can only give you $5. I got expenses, Ma. Yeah, that's it. Expenses every week. Anyway, I got to buy myself some new clothes.
New clothes? Well, if you're working, I suppose. But, son, remember the word when you're in that place. Remember the word.
Hey, that's a hot one, Clyde.
That's gorgeous.
Let me tell you, payday comes for once a month, but when it does, wow.
Well, are we going to sit here all night? I thought we was going dancing. We have to catch the streetcar.
Yeah, it's getting late, Oscar.
Streetcar? Huh, that's for poor people. We're going by Cadillac.
You're crazy. Ain't he crazy, Hortense?
Sure.
You're crazy.
Just leave it to little old Oscar. My brother don't work for a rich guy for nothing, so we just borrow his boss's nice big car. Boy, oh boy, look at this baby run.
Oscar, be careful. There's ice on the road and you've been drinking.
Ah, don't worry, Tina. Hey, Hortense, Clyde, you two doing all right back there?
Yes, sure.
Yes, sir. Hey, what time is it, Clyde?
About 5:30.
5:30? Hey, we're going to be late for that night shift dance. We better step on it.
Boy, you sure can drive.
Hey, how about turning off on 17th?
Right, hold on. Here we go.
Oscar, the kid!
Where'd that kid go? What happened?
You hit her. You killed her.
You killed the kid. Ran her down.
Oscar, what do we do?
Hey, we got to get out of here.
There's a cop chasing us. He's on right side of a car. Oscar, stop.
We lost him now. One more turn. Hang on.
Oscar, you all right?
My arm. I'm okay.
Oh, my face. My face.
Come on. We got to get out of here.
Yeah, but the girls. Hortense cut her face and Tina's out cold.
You can't help them now, Clyde. Forget about the girls. A fella's got to take care of himself.
Dear Mother, I haven't written for a year because I didn't want anybody in Kansas City to know where I am. I saw a clipping about the accident, so I better not try to come home. I've got a job now bellhopping at a fancy club here in Chicago. I'm trying to save a little money so I can get into some line with advancement.
Clyde. We're glad that you're trying to better yourself. Your father was saying that your uncle Samuel Griffiths of Lycurgus is very rich and successful. He has a great collar factory and hires hundreds of people. Why don't you write him and see if he could give you a position so you could learn the business? Remember his name, Samuel Griffiths, Lycurgus, New York.
Here, boy.
Mr. Griffith.
Over here.
Mr. Griffith. Telegram, sir.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, was there something else?
Are you the Mr. Samuel Griffiths who's in the collar business in Lycurgus, New York?
Yes, I am. Well?
I believe I'm related to you, then. I'm Clyde Griffiths. I believe you're my uncle.
Well, so you're Asa's son. Why, I haven't heard from your father in 25 years. Well, Asa's son. Good morning, Miss Phipps. Good morning, Gilbert.
Father, we didn't expect you back for days.
Well, I'm not back, really. Just on my way to Albany. Dropped in to pick up the production figures.
I'll get them for you, Father. Well, how was Chicago?
Surprising. Very surprising. I've brought back something for you, son. A cousin.
A cousin?
Clyde, just step in here, will you? My son Gilbert will take care of you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, I'll pick up those papers later.
You're my cousin, huh?
Yes. Yes, I am.
And you're to learn the collar business from the bottom?
Well, I'd certainly like to start so I might work up.
I gather you've no trade or secretarial experience.
Why, no, sir.
Well, the best thing to do, then, is to start you in the shrinking room. Come along, I'll show you. It's not very pleasant, but I don't suppose it can hurt you. Well, come on.
My dear nephew, since your arrival, my husband has been away most of the time, and now after 3 long weeks he has returned. And we will be very glad if you will find it possible to dine with us next Sunday. We dine most informally. Do come if you are able. Your Aunt, Elizabeth Griffiths. More coffee, Clyde? Gilbert?
No, thank you, ma'am.
I've had plenty, Mother.
Well, do you like it where you are now in the shrinking room?
I suppose it is a start.
Well, you won't be down there long, will you, Gilbert?
No, of course not.
Matter of fact, I think we'll have him upstairs starting next month. Take care of it, will you, Gilbert?
Father, don't you think perhaps we ought to...
And that's enough of business, Samuel. Here come the girls.
Mother, I'm sorry we missed dinner,
Oh,
but...
that's all right, dear. I'd like for you to meet your new cousin, Clyde. My daughter, Myra.
I'm pleased to meet you.
This is my friend, Miss Sandra Finchley.
How do you do, Mr. Griffiths? Why, Gilly does look a lot like you. He even blushes like you.
This is the stamping room, you understand?
Yes, sir.
You'll be in charge of 25 girls here. You're to behave as a gentleman. There is a strict company rule about it.
Yes, I understand.
Do you? These women have to be treated as employees on the job and off, so watch your step. You're only a foreman here, but understand your name is Griffiths. And we won't stand for anything that would run down the Griffiths name. You start immediately.
Hey, Roberta, look at the new guy with Sourpuss Gilbert.
Who is he?
Well, they say he's the old man's nephew, Clyde Griffiths. Boy, is he giving you the once-over.
Oh.
Gee, I wish I was refined.
Don't be silly. He doesn't even notice me.
Maybe not. Hey, Bert, how about Sunday, huh? Will you come with me?
Oh, I don't know. I've never been in a canoe.
Oh, there's nothing to it. Oh, come on. Have a good time for once. You only get one Sunday to a week.
Martha, come back here.
I'll be back later, Bert. If you don't like my paddling, it's just too bad.
Oh,
Why? Why, Miss Alden? Are you in trouble?
Oh, Mr. Griffiths, you surprised me.
I've got a rowboat across the point. I was just walking about. You with anybody?
Well, my girlfriend just went away in the canoe. I guess it was a joke. There she is out there. Oh, I was awful scared. I can't swim at all.
Well, perhaps we can turn the joke around. Suppose I row you back.
Oh, I couldn't.
It's perfectly all right. You know, it's funny. That is, just as I was walking over here, I was thinking about you. How you might like to come to a place like this on a Sunday. And darned if it didn't happen.
Is that really so?
Yeah, that's the truth, honest. Miss Alden, I wonder if I could meet you somewhere. You know, there's a rule that the head of a department can't have anything to do with a girl that works for him, but, well, I've been thinking that you were so awfully pretty.
Oh, Mr. Griffiths, I couldn't. Besides, they're just terrible where I live. They won't let me have any company.
Oh, please don't say no. There's a little park out near the Mohawk River on 3rd Street. Would you meet me out there? Where the streetcar stops.
Oh, I'd be afraid, I think. I never did that before.
Oh, you will come, won't you? 8:30. The last streetcar doesn't leave till 10. Please come, won't you? Well, that's next to the last car.
Gee, I didn't know it was that late.
Oh, it's nice out, isn't it?
Uh-huh. Beautiful.
Roberta, I'm crazy about you, honest, I am.
Clyde, don't.
Do you mind if I kiss you? Honest, I think you're the sweetest. Oh, please, Roberta.
Well,
I just gotta kiss you.
Someone will come. Oh, I don't know what to do. Oh, Clyde. Oh, I never did this before.
It's all right. It doesn't matter. Oh, Roberta, I do love you so much. But we have so little time.
Oh, I don't know.
Please don't cry. It's all right, Roberta. Roberta, say you love me. Please.
I do. Yes. Yes, I do.
It's all right now, Roberta. Oh, please don't cry. Oh, you're so sweet. So awfully sweet.
Oh, Clyde, darling. It's getting cold, isn't it?
Yes, winter's almost here.
Oh, it doesn't seem right. These months have been so nice.
Yeah, all the places we used to go to are closed up now. We've got to figure out something.
You can't be seen with me. That old factory.
Well, we can't just walk around freezing on the street every night. Bert, couldn't I visit you at your house? Nobody needs to know.
Oh, but they're so strict there. You can't, Clyde.
Well, it just can't go on like this. Anyway, there's no one at home now. They wouldn't have to know.
But that would be terrible. It wouldn't be right.
All right, then. If you don't want to, you don't want to. I'm glad to know that you care more about what people think than you care for me. And if you don't love me any more than that, well, we might as well call the whole thing off right here and now.
But, Clyde, you can't mean that.
No, why not? Oh, I'm fed up, Bert. If you're too scared to be with me, well, then goodbye.
Please don't go, Clyde. Please don't. I do love you. Clyde! There's been a mistake in the stitching room, Mr. Griffiths. These collars are wrong.
A mistake, Miss Alden?
Clyde, you've got to believe me. I do love you. Truly, I do.
Ah, very bad mistake, Miss Alden.
I cried all night, and you haven't looked at me for 2 days. Oh, Clyde, don't leave me alone. I'll meet you tonight if you like.
Where? On the street corner again, I suppose?
Oh, no. No, anywhere you like.
Well, maybe I might. The others are watching. Be careful.
Oh, Clyde.
8 o'clock, then. And after, we'll see.
Oh, Clyde, I'm so happy. I'll do anything. But don't ever leave me again. You've got to go now, Clyde. They'll be home soon.
Meet me again tomorrow.
Oh, darling. I'm so glad I don't have to worry now. I don't have to share you with anybody.
Don't worry, Bert. I wouldn't even look at another girl. Oh, I've got you now.
Hello there. What's the idea? Are you snubbing me?
Oh, hello. Hello, Miss Finchley.
Oh, it's you. I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Griffiths. I thought it was your cousin Gilbert.
I suppose we do look alike. I didn't mean to intrude.
Oh, don't go away. Can I drive you anywhere? I'd rather give you a lift than Gil anyway. He quarrels.
Well, I was going downtown.
Well, then hop in.
Thank you.
We don't see you often at all. The crowd must see more of you, Clyde. I'll have to scold Myra.
Yeah. Well, I'd enjoy it very much.
Well, then it's a promise. You won't let your factory duties get in the way? No, will you?
But, Clyde, you promised.
I can't help it, Bert. This dinner at my uncle's just came up.
But I'm going home next day for Christmas. Oh, Clyde.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Bert.
But you've been breaking dates all winter. Oh, well, I don't really mind, only I wanted to give you your present then.
Well, I've got yours here. A comb and brush set.
It's lovely, Clyde. Lovely. I got a pen and pencil set for you. You sure you can't see me Friday?
Look, I told you. I've got to go to that dinner at my uncle's. Oh, now, don't feel bad, Bert. I love you.
I love you terribly, Clyde.
I'm glad you could come tonight, Clyde.
Oh, I wouldn't have missed it for anything. Hey, you're awfully pretty, Sandra.
You think so?
I just got to tell you, I'm crazy about you, Sandra.
We'd better keep it a secret, don't you think?
Yeah, I was all jealous when I saw you dancing with the others.
You're cute, Clyde. Real cute. Let's go outside. We can see if it's snowing.
Outside? Yes. Yes, I guess we can see if it's snowing. I told you, Bert, there's a meeting of the department heads. I can't go with you.
But, Clyde, I've got to see you now. I've got to.
What's the matter? Why are you so frightened?
Clyde, it's so terrible for me if it's so.
If what's so? What is it, Bert? What's happened? You're all trembling.
You said if anything went wrong, you'd help me.
What's wrong? Bert.
Oh, Clyde, I'm scared.
What? No, not now. Can you be sure? Oh, you'll be all right, won't you?
No, I'm sure. Oh, Clyde, what can I do? It's so awful. It's wrong.
Well, I don't know. You've got to go see a doctor, I guess. Oh, Bert, of all the times. It's all right, Bert. I'll figure something. Look, you'll go to the doctor alone, see? I mean, there's no sense in his knowing about us. You'll go alone.
Do I have to?
Yes, it's the only way. Tell him the man ran away or something. Then maybe he can help you. Understand? You've got to go alone.
You say the young man has run away?
Yes. He ran off when I told him, Doctor.
You don't know where he is?
No. I just don't know what to do. My mother my father. I just don't know what to do.
Well, young lady, I earnestly advise you to do nothing further wrong. A physician may not interfere in a case of this kind unless he's willing to spend 10 years in a prison. You'd better go home and see your parents and confess. There's nothing I can do. Nothing. I'm sorry.
Bert, I'm beat. I don't know what to do.
Well, I've been thinking, Clyde. I don't see any way out of it unless you marry me.
Well, Gee, Bert, that's all right for you. It fixes everything, but how about me? I haven't got any money. All I've got is my job. If it comes out that I was going with a girl from the factory, they'd fire me.
But the longer we wait, the worse it is for me. You can't leave me to make out all by myself. You can't. I won't let you. I don't ask you to marry me forever. You can leave me if you want after, but Clyde, you can't just push me off by myself so that you could still go on with your society friends.
Calm down, will you, Bert? You're all excited.
You used to be with me all the time, and now I just have to beg. What is it, Clyde? Those society girls you're always talking about? That Bertine Cranston, or maybe that Sandra Finchley, or who?
No, you're all wrong, Bert. It's only, well, everything happened so fast, it gets you pinned down. But there must be some way, Bert. There's got to be.
What's the matter, Clyde? You're all clouded over.
Oh, nothing really.
I thought the ride might cheer you up. You've been so jumpy.
Well, I guess it's just from working too hard. I don't know.
Well, anyway, you've got to promise to spend your vacation with us at the lakes.
I'd like to very much.
I want to have you specially, Clyde.
You do?
Uh-huh. See, you plan to spend the vacation with us. And don't you dare let anything come in your way. Don't you dare.
I've got to quit work at the factory, Clyde.
Quit?
We can't wait much longer. Clyde, you've got to marry me. How could I face my mother and my father? You've just got to.
Oh, it'll work out some way, Bert. I'll figure something. Just give me a little more time to figure some way out.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you George Montgomery as Clyde Griffiths in Theodore Dreiser's An American Tragedy, the third in our series of full-hour dramatizations of outstanding works in modern American and British fiction. And here to discuss today's novel is our intermission commentator, the distinguished author, lecturer, and critic, Mr. Clifton Fadiman, speaking to you from New York.
When the author of An American Tragedy died, the critic Howard Mumford Jones wrote, "The death of Theodore Dreiser removes from the American scene something primary, brooding, and enormous. It's as if a headland had crumbled and slid into the sea." That's true, and the words primary, brooding, and enormous are well chosen. Dreiser is a primary figure in the American novel because he stands at the head of something. American naturalistic fiction flows in part from Dreiser. Brooding? Yes, he was that too. Obsessed all his life with the tragic lot of man, convinced that against the immensity of the universe, we poor humans are less than grains of sand, yet creating out of our very littleness something large and monolithic. Enormous. That he was, too, dealing only in large subjects, such as the theme of an American tragedy. Dreiser had no charm of style. He had sad defects of intellect. But he had something more elegant writers often lack. He had bulk. Also, he had a patient, unsentimental compassion for people born of his own struggles in the face of a world that had censored his books and attacked his character. Dreiser's deficiencies, like a warrior's wounds, are eloquent of struggle. The struggle of one who, before he became the leading novelist of his time, had scraped rust from second-hand stoves, driven a laundry wagon through ice-glazed streets, washed dishes in a stifling Greek lunchroom. Out of his brooding came an American tragedy. What was Clyde's tragedy? Not that he rebelled against the established order and was punished, as in a Greek play. No, rather that he pathetically accepted that established order's worst dogmas, its crassest ideals, its most pitiful superstitions, the worship of wealth and petty social position. The lesson Dreiser drove home in 1925 with heavy, clangorous strokes is one that's still relevant today, a generation later. Yes, we're a whole generation away from an American tragedy, and at this late date it's easy enough to list Dreiser's deficiencies, but it's more difficult to recollect that but for him, we might not possess the insight enabling us to list them at all. If Dreiser had not battered away clumsily, humorlessly, at Puritanism, would our battle against it have been even half won? To hack a path through the dense jungle of American life as it appeared, let's say, at the turn of the century, was no job for a thin-skinned writer. Forests are cleared not with razors, but with broad axes, and such a broad axe was Theodore Dreiser.
Our dramatization continues from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
Fella and this girl went out in a canoe, see? Must have tipped over, folks figure. Can you imagine a nice young couple like that drown?
Come on, Alberta. It's perfectly safe. It'll turn over so easy.
But I'm so scared, Clyde. I can't swim at all.
2 hats floating on the water. They had to fish for them.
Clyde, come with me.
Hurry up, Bert. Get in the boat. It's the only way. Sandra's calling me now.
But, Clyde, you said that you'd marry me.
I know, but this way no one will ever know.
Nobody knows who she is. The girl was drowned.
Oh, Clyde, I'm so scared.
Never did find the fella.
Come on, Clyde, come with me. Don't you dare let anything get in your way.
I'm coming, Sandra. Bert, get in the boat.
But I can't swim. I can't swim.
She was drowned.
I can't
drowned.
swim. I can't swim.
Drowned.
It's
I
the
can't
only
swim.
way.
Drowned.
I can't swim.
Drowned.
I can't
Drowned.
swim.
What a dream. Oh, how could anybody even dream that? Why, she wouldn't even go down. She could hang onto the boat. You'd have to hit her. Oh, up on that lake, nobody'd see you. Just a little accident. I'll bet when I'm married to Sandra, I'll have plenty of money. Oh, if Roberta would only... What the devil am I thinking? I better get to sleep. I've got to stop thinking this way. Oh, I've just got to.
Dear Clyde, I can't stay here any longer. I'm so afraid you won't come, and I'm so frightened, dear. I just can't wait any longer. I'm coming back to Lycurgus, Clyde, and you've got to do something, or I'll just have to come out in the open and tell everybody. Oh, Clyde, you were so nice, and I'm so miserable now.
Listen, Bert. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Clyde. I can hear you.
Well, listen carefully. You meet me in Fonda, see? Then we'll take the train to Utica. Yes. Yes, everything will be all right. I promise. That's right. We'll be married up at the lake. No, don't worry, Bert. I'll arrange everything. Yeah, there she is. Down at the end seat. That same old brown hat and blue dress. She doesn't look anything like Sandra. How could she look like Sandra? Oh, I've got to go through with it. I've got to be free.
He looks worried back there. Oh, but it isn't my fault. It isn't anything I could help. When we're married, maybe he'll be like he used to be. There'll be the baby, and I'll be Mrs. Griffiths. Oh, God, I wish he would love me the way he used to. Maybe up at the lake things will be better. It's so beautiful. Everything's bound to be all right up at the lake. Oh, isn't it peaceful here, Clyde?
You didn't see anybody you knew in the inn, did you?
Why, no. Clyde, we will be married today, won't we?
I said so, didn't I?
It'll be so nice, dear. No more worries.
No more worries.
Oh, the sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. La da da. Oh, Clyde, look down into the water. The sun can't even shine through. It looks so cold. So awfully cold.
For heaven's sakes, Roberta. Hey, what the devil? That bird.
We must have startled it. Oh, it feels so nice in the sun. And everything's over. All over. Oh, Clyde.
Roberta, don't. Oh, God, help me. I can't do it.
Clyde, what is it? What's the matter? You look so strange.
I can't.
What's the matter, darling? What's the matter?
Roberta, leave me alone. Sit down.
What is it, Clyde? Let me help you.
No, don't touch me. Sit down, Roberta. Please, sit down. Roberta.
Oh, God!
No, I didn't mean to. I couldn't. Roberta. She's gone. She's gone.
Yeah, look at her, Orville. Pretty little thing.
Yeah, about the same age as my own.
Yeah, not much doubt it's a murder. Poor little girl like that. All cut across the face.
Well, could have hit herself on the edge of the boat.
Yeah, maybe. Then why didn't the fella hang on to her?
Maybe he drowned, too. We just haven't found his body yet.
Well, and I don't think we're going to find one. Captain Silver of the lake steamer says he had a young fella come aboard at 3 Mile Bend carrying a suitcase. And he answered the description perfectly.
A fella who'd kill a pretty little girl like that, well, he's bound to lead us right to him. She looks so peaceful. Ralph, we're going to get that fella. Get him and see him in the chair.
Clyde, what's the idea of not coming up here till now? I'm very angry.
Sandra's been furious all weekend. She wouldn't even go to the club dance last night.
Well, I couldn't get away from the factory, you know.
Sure, that mean old factory. We're making up a set of tennis this afternoon. How about it, Clyde?
Yeah, sure.
What's the matter? You look like a banshee was sitting on your shoulder. Loosen up, Clyde. Laugh.
I'll be all right, Myra. Tennis sounds swell. I'll have to borrow a racket, though. I forgot mine.
Well, come on, Sonny. We've got to get our racket.
Meet you in 10 minutes, Clyde. So long.
So long.
Hold on there, mister. Your name Clyde Griffiths?
That's right.
Yeah. Well, my name is Hine, sheriff of Cataraqui County. You're under arrest. I suppose you know what for.
Why, no, I don't.
Want to question him, Orville?
Yes. I'm Orville Mason, district attorney. If you're smart, Griffiths, you'll confess right now. You'll get off lighter in the end.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do anything.
All right, Ralph. Just put the handcuffs on him. You poor fool. You left a trail behind you wide enough for a blind man to follow. You poor young fool. All right now, Griffiths. We've got letters from the girl to you that we took from your room. You still deny you knew her?
I won't say.
She had a comb and brush set in her bag with your name on the card. Come on, boy, the truth.
Well, yeah, sure I knew her, but I didn't kill her. It was an accident. That's it. The boat turned over. That's all. She hit her head on the edge of the boat.
You can swim?
Sure, but I was afraid. Afraid she'd pull me down.
How about that straw hat?
What hat?
The one on the water.
The wind blew it off. That's how the boat turned over. See, the wind blew the hat off, and I reached for it.
Yeah, we found it floating. Suppose you tell me where you got the other straw hat. The one the boat captain saw you wearing afterwards.
The other? Well,
You bought it, didn't you? Put it in your bag just so you could leave the other one in the water.
No, I found it up at the lake. That's it. I've been up at the lake once before.
You found it up at the lake. All right, Ralph, take him back downstairs.
All right, Clyde. I'm your lawyer.
Lawyer?
Name's Belknap. Alvin Belknap. It's all arranged.
Well, what am I going to do?
Well, first you'll tell me what happened. I don't want any stories now, Clyde. I want the truth.
Yes, sir.
And in the meantime, I want you to try to laugh a little. Smile. There's an old saying in law that consciousness of innocence makes any man calm. It's a lot of hokum, but it impresses folks. Now, let's have your story. Now, let's get this straight. You changed your mind when she was in the boat?
That's the truth, Mr. Belknap. I didn't mean to. I couldn't. She came at me in the boat, and I guess I threw up my hands. That's all. That's all, I swear.
Well, they can't hang a man for bad intentions, but we'll have to figure out some line of defense. You say this Sandra Finchley encouraged you. Could we say she sought out, bewitched you?
Oh, no, sir. She wouldn't do that. But we love each other, I'm sure. And when Roberta said I had to marry her, I was afraid to tell her about Sandra.
You've been afraid of a lot of things, haven't you, son?
I don't know what you mean. You mean you don't believe what I said?
No, Clyde. I believe you understand. But there are a lot of things in your story that ordinary folks will have a hard time swallowing.
But it's the truth, honest.
I know, but there's different kinds of truth. The best thing we can do now is figure out a kind of truth that the jurors can believe.
All persons having business before the Honorable the Supreme Court of the State of New York, County Cataraqui, draw near and give attention. This court is now in session. State of New York against Clyde Griffiths.
The people are ready.
The defendant is ready.
Very well. We will proceed to impanel the jury.
Simeon Dinsmore. Simeon Dinsmore.
We are ready, Mr. Mason. Will you proceed with the case for the people?
Your Honor, gentlemen of the jury, the people of the state of New York charge that the crime of murder in the first degree has been committed by the prisoner, Clyde Griffiths. We shall prove the willful slaying of Roberta Alden, and we shall ask the extreme penalty for this vile act. Now, if it please the court, I shall call the first witness for the prosecution.
I seen him come up to her room. They thought I wasn't there. But I like to check up on my boarders. Yes, sir, that's him, all right.
She told me several different stories, but naturally I refused to perform any illegal operations. She gave her name as Howard, but I recognized her as Roberta Alden from the picture.
And then I heard the scream, a woman's scream. We couldn't see nothing. We were in a boat around the point, but that scream sounded like a soul being cast down to the depths. I can still hear it, I can.
And there you are, ladies and gentlemen. We have drawn you a picture of a scheming, cold-blooded murderer. Wrote to this cold, scheming betrayer. And, ladies and gentlemen, I shall now read to you from those letters found in Griffith's own room under lock and key. Listen to the words of the murdered girl. Clyde, if I would only die, that would solve all this. But if you mean what you have said, if we will get married up at the lake, you don't know what it will mean to me. Goodbye, Clyde, until I meet you as you telephoned. And forgive me all the trouble I have caused you. Your sorrowful Roberta. Your Honor, the people rest.
Gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Mason has told you Clyde Griffiths was a grown, brutal, ruthless killer. And yet there he sits, 2 years younger than the girl he is accused of murdering. Gentlemen, the district attorney has woven a web of thin and spidery evidence, but there is an eyewitness to the death of Roberta Alden, the only eyewitness. And I call Clyde Griffiths to the stand. Now, Clyde, you mean when that car in Kansas City was wrecked, you ran away?
Yes, sir.
Even though you knew a child had been killed?
Well, I was afraid, I guess.
You were a coward, weren't you? A moral and mental coward.
I guess so.
Now, Clyde, you really loved Roberta at first.
Yes, I suppose I did.
But then you fell in love with, we've agreed to leave her nameless, with Miss X.
Yes, I did.
Did you go and tell Roberta that you were no longer in love with her? Did you break off your relationship?
No, I guess I was afraid to.
Cowardice again. Moral and mental cowardice. And now, Clyde, tell us about that trip to the lake. That trip the prosecution has magnified and distorted until it resembles...
Your Honor, I object. Counsel is using his questions to make improper speeches and...
Sustain. Find yourself to questions, Mr. Belknap.
Very well. Well, Clyde?
Well, I never meant to kill her. Never. I just thought maybe if we went away for a few days, I could calm her down.
You still were in love with Miss X?
That's right. But I couldn't tell Roberta. I just couldn't. Then that afternoon on the lake, she was talking about getting married, and she was so sad about the baby. Well, I thought I'd better go through with it.
Then you did intend to marry her?
Yes, sir, I did.
then your whole course of action, your relations with Roberta and with Miss X, were marked by consistent cowardice. Mental and moral cowardice.
I don't know. It was like I said. But I didn't kill her. I didn't push her off the boat. I couldn't do that. I just never could.
Thank you, Clyde. I believe you. Now, gentlemen of the jury, you have the facts. Roberta Alden died tragically, but accidentally. No, Mr. Mason has not shown us murder. But what has he shown? He has proved Clyde Griffiths is a weakling. He was not fair to Roberta Alden. He was a coward. But many men, many of us here are far more cruel in love than this boy ever thought of being. Gentlemen, you cannot condemn a man to death for that which he cannot control. His inner soul, his entire character. Clyde Griffiths was made by us, by all of us, by all of America. If you condemn him, you condemn his makers. Your Honor, the defense rests.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have. We find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree.
Mr. Belknap, they can't. They can't.
It's all right, Clyde. We'll appeal it. The whole trial was shot through with prejudice. We're sure to get a reversal.
Quiet. Quiet in the court. Remove the prisoner. I will pronounce sentence Friday morning. Remove the prisoner, please.
Who you got there, guard? A new customer? Welcome to Murderer's Row, kid.
In here, Griffiths.
Yes, sir.
You behave yourself, Griffiths, and everything will be all right.
Hey, new man, what's your name?
Leave me alone, will you?
Can you beat that? The new guy is crying. He's crying like a baby. You'll get over that, kid. You'll get over that fast.
All right, you guys, quiet now. Now, okay. Pull the curtain.
What's that? What's going on?
Take it easy, kid. They pull that curtain across so you won't see that long walk. Bert goes tonight. You won't see nothing, but you'll hear it. Them footsteps down the hall, that minister praying. Then you hear the door slam.
Shut up, will you?
You'll hear that door slam, and you'll see the lights go down. You'll see. You'll see.
Hello, Clyde. How are you?
10 minutes.
I've got bad news for you, Clyde.
The appeal.
Denied.
They can't. They can't.
There's nothing to say, boy.
Hey, who wants to play some checkers?
Oh, shut up, will you?
Mr. Belknap, they can't kill me like that. They can't. I didn't kill Roberta. I couldn't. I meant to when I took her out in that boat. I had to get her away somehow. I was going to marry Sandra, but I didn't kill her. Mr. Belknap. I tried to, but I couldn't. I'm not guilty. They can't kill me. They can't.
The governor wouldn't commute the sentence. Your mother sent him a telegram.
I'm innocent, Mr. Belknap. They're not really going to kill me. Oh, not really. Oh, my God. My God.
All right, Griffiths.
No.
Come on now.
Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe in God, believe also in me. Humble
Come on,
yourselves
Griffiths.
under the mighty hand of God. Have mercy on me, O God, according to the loving kindness, according unto the multitude of thy tender mercies, blot out my transgression. Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity, and cleanse me from my sin. Restore unto me the joy of thy salvation, and uphold me with thy free spirit. Cast me not away from thy presence, and take not thy Holy Spirit away from me. Deliver me from blood guiltiness, O God, thou God of my salvation.
The curtain falls on the third in our new series of full-hour dramatizations of outstanding works in modern Anglo-American fiction. Today, the NBC University Theater has brought you Theodore Dreiser's An American Tragedy, adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy and starring George Montgomery in the role of Clyde Griffiths. George Montgomery can currently be seen in the Ben Boges production, Girl from Manhattan. Today's cast included Lynn Allen, John Daner, Noreen Gamil, Ralph Montgomery, Tony Barrett, Grace Leonard, Gene Layton, Hugh Thomas, Paul Fries, Dick Anderson, Gloria Grant, Lynn Whitney, Larry Dobkin, Ted Von Eltz, Clark Cuney, Bob Bruce, Jim Nusser, Earl Keane. Our intermission commentator was Clifton Fadiman. Productions of the NBC University Theater are currently being used in conjunction with a course in Anglo-American fiction at the University of Louisville under a National College by Radio plan, which permits our listeners to earn credit toward a college degree by means of radio and supplementary study. If you wish to obtain full information on how you may take advantage of this plan, write to the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky. Next week at this time, we turn to the work of a British author as the NBC University Theater presents its dramatization of the H.G. Wells novel, The History of Mr. Polly. Your director was Andrew C. Love. Original music for An American Tragedy was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. This program came to you from Hollywood. Tonight, there's the biggest entertainment bargain yet. 2.5 solid hours of fun on Sunday. Start with Ozzie and Harriet, then laugh straight through with Jack Benny, Phil Harris, Alice Faye, Edgar Bergen, Charlie McCarthy, and Fred Allen. For the best time of your life, the best time is tonight over most of these NBC stations. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.